King of Kurds, you, who have been famous all your life, calculated everything, and finally got yourself killed. You shouldn't have any small thoughts from the beginning. If you really want to survive, then you should really serve Lin Chuan as your master from the beginning. Only by surrendering in the true sense can a dog's life be saved. Actually, you shouldn't even have the idea of returning to the world at all. Wouldn't it be nice to hide on the demon star for the rest of your life? No matter what, you can come out to cause trouble in a few years, but now you can't wait any longer, and you have to come out to commit suicide. It's ridiculous, but also sad. As he murmured in his mouth, King Kai kept feeling emotional. The last frozen demon universe emperor has finally fallen. His Baida galaxy will no longer have troubles caused by the frozen demon clan in the future. Even if the power of the frozen demon clan will not collapse in a short time, without a leader, division is inevitable. These small fights are nothing to King Kai. King Kai has a deeper understanding of Lin Chuan and a better understanding of Lin Chuan's character. All in all, he and Lin Chuan are on the same line. This also makes King Kai feel extremely lucky. In other words, if his relationship with Lin Chuan develops, Lin Chuan will become the patron saint of Baida Galaxy in the future. In his jurisdiction of Baida Galaxy, Lin Chuan is already considered the most powerful existence on the surface. I don't know if you can kill Bojack's group with your current strength. King Kai muttered softly. The gang of universe thugs Bojack can be said to be the pain in their lives for the four kings of the world. If they had not joined forces to suppress and use the sealing technique, the four realm kings would not have fallen to this point. If there were no Bojack gang and no need to maintain that seal, then the power of their four realm kings would also return, and their strength could at least be restored to its peak state. Thinking about his heyday, King Kai smiled bitterly. If he doesn't have any strength, what is he, the king of the realm? How can he be so virtuous as to govern a large galaxy? After sighing, King Kai felt something in his heart and turned around, just in time to see Lin Chuan returning from teleportation. The Super Saiyan stance hasn't completely faded yet. King Kai was even more moved when he saw it with his own eyes. Isn't this the first time he has seen Lin Chuan transform into a Super Saiyan? But every time he saw it, he would be shocked, because Lin Chuan's strength continued to become stronger and improved every moment. The time when I first met Lin Chuan, or the first time I saw Lin Chuan, was definitely incomparable with now. How long has it been since then? So much has improved in such a short period of time, and the speed of this improvement continues to increase dramatically. King Kai is really unimaginable. If Lin Chuan is given enough time, what level of strength can he reach? Comparable to the god of destruction? King Kai couldn't imagine this, but he had a vague feeling that Lin Chuan might be comparable to Supreme Kai. What? Judging from your appearance, you seem to be surprised to see me now. Or are you scared by my methods? I just destroyed the entire demon star to avoid future troubles. Lin Chuan smiled and said without feeling at all. What's the point of destroying the demon star yourself? That's not true. I just suddenly thought that you should go to Yama King's place now. The level of King Kurd is indeed incomparable to Frisia and cooler. King Yama can easily suppress it by using the power of the Lord of the Underworld, but the hell side may become even more unstable. 3 universe emperors gather together, and with their subordinates, the father and son may mess up the rules of the entire hell. King Kai's words made Lin Chuan nodded slightly. If you didn't tell me, I would have forgotten. This kind of thing may indeed happen. In that case, I'm going to make a trip. Speaking of which, I got a lot of life-prolonging fruits from King Yama last time. Let's take it as a reward. Without hesitation, the moment the words fell, Lin Chuan disappeared again. King Kai wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. Lin Chuan is very strong and smart, and he considers things very comprehensively, but it has to be said that sometimes Lin Chuan will habitually miss some small loopholes. This needs to be reminded. Although there are many masters on the Great Realm King who can suppress hell, after all, it was you who killed the Kurdish king and his son. If you suppress it, the effect will be better. At the same time, in the Yen Mo Hall, King Yama's head became enlarged for a while. I just tried another universe emperor, and he was almost numb. From Cooler to Frisia, to King Kurd. Although these people really deserve to die, he also knows very well that huge reforms are about to take place in the lower universe. Especially, these people were all killed by Lin Chuan, a Saiyan. Detailed information is written in his life and death book, so he knows all the details. Hell is no longer peaceful. Now there is a Kurd king. If there is no other way, we can only ask the Great Realm King to arrange experts to come and assist. King Yama murmured in a low voice. It seems that he speaks very softly, but in fact he is huge, so no matter how soft his voice is, it is like thunder to other ghosts and souls. Lin Chuan happened to appear at this time and heard what King Yama said. When King Yama saw Lin Chuan, his eyes widened immediately. Who would have thought that Lin Chuan would appear directly in front of him, and he would still maintain his Super Saiyan posture. During this period, he met with Lin Chuan frequently. He wanted to take care of it at first, but after several times in a row, he really couldn't. The King Kai behind him agreed to allow him to travel back and forth between the Yin and Yang realms, so what could he do? Wait a minute, it would be great if you came. It will also save me the trouble of hiring experts to suppress the evil spirits in hell. An idea flashed in King Yama's mind. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded. I'm here to help you solve the situation on the other side of hell. After all, you, the Demon King of Hell, have opened the back door for me. If it hadn't been for the life expansion fruit you gave me some time ago, I'm afraid I would still be there. There's no way to break through that fast. In a few words, Lin Chuan and King Yama looked at each other and smiled. The road to hell was not unfamiliar to Lin Chuan, because he had been there once. But he doesn't need to walk there now, because with his current strength, he can directly lock on to the aura on the other side of hell and then teleport there. Don't worry, leave it to me. It won't take long to return you to a pure hell where no one dares to cause trouble again. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan disappeared. King Yan did not doubt it, because Lin Chuan did have this strength. He took action to suppress the 3 frozen demon emperors, and they would definitely not dare to continue to mess around. You must know that those guys in hell now have special bodies after death because of their strong strength. But the more such existences exist, once they die again, they will be truly dead by then. Being in hell does not mean that there is no chance to see the light of day again and be reincarnated. As long as one's own hostility is eliminated within a certain period of time, after the soul is washed through the reincarnation machine, it can be reincarnated and resurrected. Of course, it is almost impossible for existences like the 3 giants of the universe emperors to get the opportunity to reincarnate. After all, the sins they have committed will take at least tens of millions of years to clean up. In hell, when the Kurdish king came down, Cooler and Frisia, who had already been planning to overthrow King Yama's rule in one fell swoop, seemed to have encountered the best opportunity. Originally, it was just the 2 of them, and they were not completely sure. But now that their father is added to the equation, they feel that everything is safe. In fact, they didn't even think about why their father had come down. He had already made careful plans for his 2 sons, and the Kurdish king could only accept it in a daze. He was very unwilling to submit to his sons again, but he knew that the only thing he could do now was listen to his 2 sons. They were born to be emperors, and even if they went to hell, they should not be reduced to prisoners. Just like Cooler and Frisia said, they went to hell after death, but this is a better opportunity. As long as they unite and completely occupy the underworld, then they will have the final say in the world of the dead in the future. The plans and ideas are all good, and even having such a goal is worthy of being the big 3 of frozen demons. However, just when they had discussed it and were even ready to do it, a voice reached their ears, causing the expressions of the 3 universe emperors to change at the same time, and their beautiful dream was broken. After death and coming to hell, this voice haunts them like a nightmare. It's okay if they don't show up, but once they show up, they will be directly shocked. Until the 3 kings saw Lin Chuan, who had blonde hair and blue eyes, and exuded a terrifying golden aura. The faces of the 3 kings were full of resentment and unwillingness. His fists were clenched tightly, and his nails dug into his palms. If they were not real bodies, blood would definitely flow out at this time. The canthus of the eyes is about to split, and the face is hideous and terrifying. Damn Saiyan monkey! Cooler and Frisia let out suppressed roars. They have been dead for a while, unlike the Kurdish king, who is still silent under Lin Chuan's terrifying power. You won't be restless even after death. Thinking of gathering these useless subordinates to overthrow the rules of the underworld? Don't you think you are funny? Cooler, Frisia, and Kurd. After the words fell, Lin Chuan stood on a high place with his arms folded and looked down. Cooler and Frisia didn't answer. The Kurdish king, on the other hand, seemed to have thought of something, and suddenly said, "Wait a moment? This is hell? If you appear here, it means you are dead too. Lin Chuan is also dead." This rational analysis made Cooler and Frisia, who were already furious, react immediately, and their expressions and eyes immediately changed. Ho 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 ho, I didn't expect that Super Saiyan like you would be dead too. Frisia's iconic laughter has not changed even after death, it is still so chilling. Not only died, but also went to hell. It seems that you are not a good person, wild monkey. Cooler continued. Such criticism is full of irony. They are seeking psychological balance and regaining their majesty as emperors of the universe. Hearing their words, Lin Chuan couldn't help but laugh out loud. You are stupid, but you are really hopeless? How can there be no aperture on the head of a dead person? I am not a dead person, I just used teleportation to come here. This world after death also comes to see you. In this case, the 3 emperors were stunned at the same time. Living people came to the world after death, which completely subverted their worldview. Especially Cooler, after hearing Lin Chuan mention teleportation, he was stunned. Although he didn't speak, Lin Chuan already knew what he wanted to know from his questioning eyes. Are you thinking about the teleportation I mentioned? Is it the teleportation of the people of Adtra? I can tell you that it is this trick. It's a pity that you haven't learned it, and you don't have a physical body? Otherwise, you can escape from hell and return to the world. After finishing speaking, Lin Chuan jumped in front of them. Hearing this, Cooler felt even more resentful. If it weren't for Lin Chuan, he would have learned teleportation long ago. If it weren't for Lin Chuan, how could he have fallen to this point? Don't get carried away. So what if we are all killed by you? You know, we are 3 universe emperors here now. You can defeat any one of us one-on-one, but now, the 3 of us are not afraid together. Besides, we are all dead, what can you do to us? Cooler said fiercely. I'm sure I have some brains, but not much. After listening to his words, Frisia and the Kurd king were obviously no longer so afraid. They were somewhat afraid of Lin Chuan's power, but what Cooler said seemed to be correct. The 3 of them together were different from the situation before their death. Moreover, they are all dead. An atmosphere of tit-for-tat slowly formed.
Hey everyone, welcome to our channel, and thank you for your support. If there's a favorite novel on the channel and you want the next part, you're just one step away. Become a Patreon member and I can make it depending on your tier. Thank you for your attention.
Lin Chuan really had no intention of continuing to play. He originally wanted to tease them, but ended up being so stupid that he even thought that if the three of them were together, they could compete with him. Cooler is indeed powerful. Although he has lost his body after death, his combat power index is still as high as 1 billion. But what do Frisia and the Kurdish king mean? Cooler himself can kill his father and younger brother, let alone Lin Chuan, who can kill him, so why is he afraid of the three of them? Obviously, Lin Chuan saw that Cooler just wanted to regain some dignity. But Frisia and Kurd obviously had the wrong idea. It seems that you really don't know anything. Let me tell you, if you are killed by me again after you die, you will really disappear into thin air. Forget it, the time for joking is over. Now that I've dealt with you, I can go back quickly. Remember, if you are in hell, then give me the appearance of being in hell. With your strength, any master sent by the underworld can crush you to death with one finger. By then, it will really disappear, but don't blame me for not reminding you. As Lin Chuan spoke, his figure loomed. It kept flashing in front of the three people, and finally one of them took them down directly. Even if it's only the first stage of Super 1, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached over 2 billion. After being suppressed by Lin Chuan again, the three kings were completely frightened. Not only did they kill them, but now they even chased them to hell to punish them. The most important thing is that if you die again after you die, it will really turn into nothing. At this point, the three kings had a plan in mind. It wasn't until they were sure that Lin Chuan had left that they looked at each other and prepared to test one of their hands. If this is the case, then they can only live in hell in the future. If not, then prepare a more thorough plan later to completely stir up all the evil forces in hell and riot together. Returning to the Yama Hall, Lin Chuan told Yama King the news that the matter was settled. After receiving the thanks from King Yama, Lin Chuan returned to King Kai. The original plan was to complete the final breakthrough on the King Kai planet, but because of the Kurdish king, these trivial matters had to be resolved. Now that there is no more trouble, Lin Chuan sits cross-legged on the grass of King Kai Star in a super tournament posture, concentrating and practicing. King Kai has long been accustomed to Lin Chuan doing this kind of practice. After all, he was also discussing cultivation with Lin Chuan some time ago. This time it was different. He did not practice together. Instead, he prepared a tea set. While drinking tea, he also tasted snacks from the earth with Gulegli and Babras. The life of a Kaio is colorful and interesting. Although the conditions here in the underworld are limited, Lin Chuan brought a lot of earth supplies to King Kai. This is also because Lin Chuan has been staying here some time ago and relies on King Kai for food, drink, and diarrhea, which is somewhat embarrassing. Do you think this kid will have another big breakthrough this time? Only after spending time with him have I come to know what a true genius is. I used to think that Raditz and Gaku were both talented people, and compared with Lin Chuan, they would have to step aside. King Kai made an intuitive evaluation. Gulegli was eating dessert on the side and spoke, "Aren't you already used to this?" For Lin Chuan, breakthrough is like drinking water and eating. I guess it won't be long before he can achieve what he said. That is beyond the realm of Super Saiyan. Woo! It's just that he can't speak and can only express himself through barks and body language. Most people really can't understand it, but both King Kai and Gulegli can understand what he wants to express. Time passed by minute. Before I knew it, it was already 6 hours later. After sitting cross-legged for so long, Lin Chuan didn't move at all from beginning to end. The consciousness is completely immersed in its own world and is also perfecting the final physical transformation. A faint golden halo spread from his body. It is not as intense as ordinary chi, nor is it as destructive as the usual bursts of energy. It is so ordinary, but it attracts attention and makes people feel incredible. King Kai's hair stood on end when he saw this scene. As the king of the realm, his perception is so keen, especially the kind of physical instinct that predicts what may happen in the future. This can't be true, right? A breakthrough is coming so soon, he thought in disbelief. Following his murmur, Lin Chuan unknowingly opened his eyes, no longer maintained his previous posture, and stood up slowly. He didn't speak or make any noise. It can be seen from Lin Chuan's performance that this is the most critical moment for him to break through. Bend your arms and clench your fists. In an instant, golden flames rose from the bottom of his feet. Immediately, the majestic pressure spread, extremely terrifying. After all, this is a combat power of 2 billion yuan. In particular, in just a few hours, Lin Chuan released the potential that he had suppressed for a long time, allowing his normal combat power to directly reach 48 million points. This also means that now it is only the first stage of Super 1, and Lin Chuan's combat power is as high as 2.4 billion. It is far stronger than 6 hours ago. This is just the beginning. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan began to transform his form. In just the blink of an eye, the golden arrogance became more and more fierce, and Lin Chuan's body became more burly. Not to mention the extremely powerful aura exuding from his whole body, Lin Chuan's combat power directly reached 2.88 billion points based on the normal 60-fold increase in this second form. So far, it's not over yet. Clenching his teeth, Lin Chuan's eyes exuded a wild look. In an instant, the already powerful aura surged again, forming an endless wave of air that spread away. The whole King Kai planet, no. Within this area of tens of thousands of miles, the air pressure has changed due to Lin Chuan's sudden increase in strength. The third stage of Super 1? Muscular Man? With a normal increase of 70 times, the combat power index directly reached 3.36 billion points. Having surpassed the level of 3 billion, Lin Chuan looked solemn and extremely serious. King Kai, Gulegli, and Barbarous were not far away, and they couldn't even speak at this moment. Even if a breakthrough is to be made or an attempt is to be made, a notification must be given, right? This move made me unable to react. If it hadn't been for several troubles before, King Kai would have taken his 2 pets and hid in the house when he realized something was wrong. Wouldn't he have been affected the most at this time? It is certain that there will be dissatisfaction in his heart, but King Kai will not say it out loud. He won't bother Lin Chuan now. If his words lead to failure at the critical moment of breakthrough, it will be his responsibility. Isn't this too scary? The last time we broke through, it was far from this powerful. Gulegli said. Bula bula bula. Babulas waved his hands and feet. This kid is really scary? According to his current strength, he will definitely succeed this time. King Kai said. Each storm becomes more terrifying than the last. Standing on the King Kai star, Lin Chuan's luck flies to the sky. In this way, we arrived at the Yellow Spring Snake Path. Because of his strength, Huang Quan Yun Duo appeared to avoid him, as if he was alive, afraid of being hurt. I have mastered the trick. It turns out that full power is not difficult to achieve, but I can't give up the explosive power that the third stage of muscle type can bring me, he muttered to himself. At this moment, I recall the superpower that my future daughter showed to me a few months ago. He finally understood. Full power is the most perfect state of super. The most important thing is not the durability, nor the stability of energy without leakage, but the complete concentration of one's own power, and then exerting every bit of power to the extreme. From this, it can be regarded as true full power. With Lin Chuan's continuous control, the noisy aura returned to his body in a restrained manner. Lin Chuan's entire body also changed again, like a deflated balloon, returning to its original appearance in the first stage of Super 1. But this is not Phase 1, but truly full power. As Lin Chuan expected, with his current strength, if he exploded with all his strength, he could indeed reach an increase of 80 times the normal combat power. In other words, his peak strength can now reach 3.84 billion points, or even higher. Full power, control of power, and use of energy are all different from before. This new understanding is really incredible. As he spoke, Lin Chuan recalled the memories in his mind. Only then did he understand why in the original work, after both Sun Goku and Sun Wuhan reached full power, they continued to maintain that posture. Full power is not just a stage, it can be continuously cultivated and enhanced. The reason why Sun Goku made this choice was to allow him to control the power of energy to a more nuanced level. In a stable state, Lin Chuan recovered his mind and took a deep breath. Let me try it next. If my full power explodes, how far can it reach? There is an eager golden light in his eyes, and you can see from his expression how fanatical he is now. After finally reaching this state, it can be regarded as paving the way for what he will do next. Ha! A muffled shout came from Lin Chuan's mouth. In an instant, the golden flames burst out again. It's just completely different from the previous state. The aura before was full of violence, as if he would not listen to himself at any time. The current aura is powerful, but it can be controlled 100%, especially the powerful one, which is not a short-term explosive, but a long-lasting evaporation. This is my full strength now. With this strength, I also have greater confidence to hit higher fields. The joy on his face was hard to conceal. The next second, Lin Chuan disappeared from the spot and reappeared on the King Kai planet. Previously, he had to leave King Kai because of his breakthrough. He was afraid that King Kai would be affected by his aura and fall apart. After witnessing Lin Chuan's return and reaching a new level, King Kai came out with Gulegli and Barbarous. It's so shocking. With the state you are in now, you should be the Super Saiyan that has surpassed the Super Saiyan as you said, right? King Kai asked. Lin Chuan nodded slightly, shook his head again, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. Although it has not completely surpassed the first level of Super Saiyan, with my current state, I have reached the top of the first level of Super Saiyan peak. I have also gained a new understanding. I believe that it will not take long before I can reach the second level of Super Saiyan. This is not exactly a Super Saiyan that has surpassed a Super Saiyan. King Kai is horrified. He didn't even know what kind of state Lin Chuan wanted to reach. At first, he only thought that Lin Chuan was going to reach the Super Saiyan state that his future daughter had transformed into some time ago. Now it seems that it is not at all. It's so shameful. Even I, the king of the realm, will be afraid when I face you. King Kai did not cover up at all and spoke his mind. Comparing in his heart, King Kai began to compare Lin Chuan and Bojack now. Back then, Bojack gave them the same feeling as the king of the realm. In other words, even if Lin Chuan is not as good as Bojack, but he is not far behind. You don't need to be afraid of me, after all, we are not enemies. Lin Chuan said with a smile. Immediately afterwards, Lin Chuan dispelled the full power of the Super Saiyan and returned to normal. If you have already broken through, there will no longer be situations in the future that you cannot control or even transform into. It's easier to talk to you like this. Without the absolute pressure to suppress, King Kai breathed a sigh of relief, and then said, now that you have achieved something in the realm, you should continue to practice your divine power. Cultivation of divine power. It is indeed a top priority. There is no need to worry about being unable to break through with normal combat power, so Lin Chuan's two goals have always been clear. It's just that King Kai doesn't know that he has now broken through to the first level of Super Saiyan full power state, and will make another attempt next. If after the Great Ape, it still cannot reach the state of the Golden Giant Ape, then Lin Chuan's goal is to do his best to convert the life energy in his body into divine power. By then, maybe we will have to find the Supreme Kai world and look for Supreme Kai. Of course, this needs to be done regardless of whether it is achieved or not. At any rate, divine power cultivation and bloodline cultivation are not in conflict, but may complement each other. Even though Dong Supreme Kai Xian may not be able to help him, the old Supreme Kai who was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword should have a way to cultivate his divine power. The Supreme Kais 15 generations ago before the Eastern Supreme Kais are considered the earliest Supreme Kais. The old Supreme Kai has no inheritance, so the seventh universe is too stretched. Of course, Lin Chuan believed there must be, because as shown in the plot of Dragon Ball Super, Eastern Supreme Kai's ability far exceeds that of Majin Buu. This should be a relationship inherited from the old Supreme Kai. Speaking of this depth, Lin Chuan has actually been regretting thinking about it during this period. He has indeed missed a great opportunity. When his future daughter appeared in front of him, he should not be concerned about face, nor should he be afraid of being exposed. He should ask his daughter about how to cultivate the power of God and how to transform into a super sailor god. Although the future daughter did not show much ability, Lin Chuan could guess that his daughter should be able to reach that level. As long as he has a little bit of information, it will be good for his current breakthrough in cultivation. Frankly speaking, Lin Chuan didn't have much sense of crisis before. Nowadays, with the continuous improvement of strength, although I feel extremely excited, I also have a strange sense of depression. Because he knows that there are countless more powerful beings than him. If you don't become Super 4, or in other words, if you don't become Super Saiyan God, then you will always be an ant? Even reaching these two realms only means a new beginning. There is indeed plenty of time left for him. From this point in time until the Super Era plot unfolds and the God of Destruction arrives, there are still a full 14 to 15 years. However, the 25 years of his own inaction made Lin Chuan feel that these 15 years were not far away. At least, before the God of Destruction Beerus arrives on Earth, he must have strength above the 9th dimensional level, or even a 10th dimensional level equivalent to the God of Destruction. Otherwise, he still cannot control his own destiny. It condenses and collects all the ways and anything in the original book that can make you stronger. He doesn't believe it, and with the system in place, he still can't do it. Even if the system is always level 1, as long as it is a boost, it is always good. His thoughts were flying wildly, and Lin Chuan almost fell into a demonic barrier. Hey, what are you thinking about? Lin Chuan. Fortunately, King Kai spoke again, bringing him back to his senses. Sorry, I got distracted. What I need to do next is not to cultivate my divine power, because there is one thing I have to verify. Next, I have to go to the lower universe to find a planet that can emit 17 million Boolean light waves. No, it's best to emit higher levels of Boolean light waves. As Lin Chuan's words came out, King Kai looked at him with confusion. He didn't understand what Lin Chuan meant, but he could probably guess some. You are looking for a planet that emits 17 million Boolean waves. Are you talking about a great ape? With your current strength, do you still need to perform the great ape? It has to be said that King Kai feels that great ape is lowering Lin Chuan's own grade. Wouldn't Super Saiyan be great? Great ape is not only low in power improvement, but also so ugly. Of course he didn't know that Lin Chuan was going to attack the golden giant ape and become the 4th level Super Saiyan. I'm stupid again. You are the king of the realm, so you can help me find a suitable planet? If the information I got is true, then maybe my strength can be improved dozens of times or even several times on the current basis. 100 times. Lin Chuan laughed. As soon as these words came out, King Kai shuddered. Is this such arrogance that a person can say? Is this something that can be said casually? Is it dozens or hundreds of times stronger than the current strength? What is this concept? If Lin Chuan's current combat power level is 3 to 4 billion, then if it is increased 10 times, it will be 30 to 40 billion, and if it is increased by 100 times, it will be 3 to 400 billion. Are you sure you're not joking? King Kai asked after being stunned for a long time. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded slowly. Do you think I am someone who can joke? After some communication, King Kai also became very curious. He really wants to see what Lin Chuan will do next. What gave Lin Chuan so much confidence? It took more than 10 minutes for King Kai to find a very suitable planet. Because Lin Chuan needs to sense breath in order to teleport over long distances, he must also find a planet with life, and there happens to be a planet nearby that can emit extremely high unit Boolean light waves. Lin Chuan has the ability to survive in the universe, which King Kai has known for a long time. Therefore, even if this planet is some distance away from the living planet, Lin Chuan has a way to teleport over short distances without using breath. This is also an ability that Lin Chuan developed himself some time ago. It was practiced based on the instant movement given by Palunga and with the help of his own insights. Thank you King Kai, you can watch the show here. With the goal in mind, Lin Chuan directly used King Kai to teleport and left the King Kai star. With this move, King Kai directly opened up the maximum limit of his ability, allowing himself to do his best to see the situation in the lower world. Planet Ur. This is a very strange planet. Although there is life on the planet, the life that survives is not human, nor other humanoid or animal-shaped creatures, but plant-shaped. There are lush forests and grass on the planet, just like a virgin forest. Because the whole world is covered with plants, the entire planet is green. This aspect is quite similar to planet Namek. Of course there are differences, because this planet is the real green planet. It's not like planet Namek, it's just green on the surface. Lin Chuan came to this planet from King Kai, and the next second he jumped off the planet again. The reason why this planet is so lush with forest and grass is because it is moving around a very dazzling star. Lin Chuan's goal is another dead planet. It is not a moon, but under the illumination of a luminous star, this planet emits extremely dazzling super Boolean waves. Lin Chuan came to this uninhabited planet. What made him unbelievable was that this planet was even more exaggerated than King Kai said. Because he does not need to receive the reflected light waves in the universe at all, but standing on the side of the planet's reflected light waves is sufficient for him to perform the Great Ape. What a great place in the Great Ape. With a sigh, Lin Chuan had released his restraints on his body. Originally, due to the suppression of its own energy, it could actively prevent the progress of the Great Ape. There is no need to suppress it now, because what is needed is this strong instinct to want the Great Ape. Without restraint, the tail reacted violently after receiving the super strong unit Boolean light wave. Lin Chuan's body expanded at an incredible speed, and as the terrifying blood hit his brain, Lin Chuan let out an instinctive scream. The clothes were damaged immediately, and the veins were exposed on the surface of the body, which was ferocious and terrifying. Ah! The wildness deep in the bloodline is erupting. Complete transformation from human voice to the roar of a beast. This was the first time that Lin Chuan had such a strong wild desire. This has never happened before. As the Great Ape progressed, Lin Chuan's human appearance completely disappeared. Instead, black-brown hair covered the whole body, and the body directly transformed into an ape and continued to expand. The heartbeat beats like a drum. How intense it is. It's like the drums of war are beating continuously, shocking people's hearts. Ouch, ho, ho, ho. The roar spread, shaking the space and causing endless waves. A tenfold increase in combat power? No, this time it's much more than 10 times better. Under the illumination of more than 17 million units of Boolean light waves, the strength has increased even more. This situation made Lin Chuan, who remained rational, recall the Super Bolt's light wave mentioned in the GT plot. Under the irradiation of Super Bolt's light waves, Vegeta not only succeeded in performing the Great Ape, but also successfully completed the transformation of Super 4. The combat power has reached nearly 1 billion, so this is an increase of nearly 20 times. Based on the normal level of 48 million points. 10 times is 480 million points and 20 times is 960 million points. Today I can only update one chapter with 10,000 words. I'm really sorry that there have been too many things these past 2 days and I'm not in good health. I will try my best to update 2,000 words tomorrow. The vast depths of the universe. This is also the Baida galaxy, but it is on the other side of Lin Chuan's star field, extremely far away. At this moment, if Lin Chuan were here, he would be shocked beyond belief. In this star field, there are 2 existences standing in the universe starry sky, exuding a chilling and extremely terrifying aura. Of course, this was not the key to Lin Chuan's surprise and disbelief. But he knew these 2 beings. God of Destruction? And Angel? Not the God of Destruction Beerus and Angel Weiss from Universe 7. They are the God of Destruction Kompa and Angel Vados who were smuggled over from the 6th universe. At this moment, 2 supreme beings are looking for what they are looking for in the starry sky and sea of the 7th universe. It was obvious that he had come prepared, and he had not been here for a while. Boom. When the God of Destruction, Kompa, raised his hand, with a snap of his fingers, a planet with a special luster turned into nothing and disappeared into the universe. Looking at the empty space of the universe, with nothing but planet fragments, Kompa looked angry and impatient. I can't stand it anymore. Vados, is there a better way to find the wishing beads? I don't want to continue doing this kind of thing, making me look like Beerus's coolie, helping him destroy some useless planets. Kompa looked impatient, and his big belly kept shaking as he shouted angrily. Well, don't be anxious. We have just started. Compared with sleeping, we finally have goals and motivation. You can't just give up. Besides, don't think about it. Lord Beerus is sleeping now. You have the final say on the entire 7th universe. Vados' tone was frivolous, as if he was teasing Kompa. This is her. She likes to tease her own God of Destruction in the face of everything. Sometimes it seems unintentional, but in fact it is intentional. It's a good thing you didn't tell me. When I talk about this, if I accidentally wake up that guy, we will definitely have a fight. Kompa put his hands on his hips and said contemptuously. He dared to take the risk this time. If the temptation of the wishing bead hadn't been too great, he really wouldn't have had such a plan. This is smuggling. Although the 7th universe and the 6th universe are twin universes. But, universe law stipulates that gods of different universes are not allowed to cross at will without the permission of the god of another universe. It's okay. In other words, Lord Compa actually helped Lord Beerus. There are too many useless planets in the 7th universe. If Lord Beerus insists that you sneaked here without permission, you can bite back and say that Lord Beerus is lazy, and you can't even stand it anymore, right? He. Vados spoke seriously, and at the end of his words, he couldn't help covering his mouth and snickering. There is quite an air of not taking it too seriously. Upon hearing this, Compa's eyes clearly lit up. Sure enough, he had been brainwashed by Vados in disguise. What you said seems to be right. Even if I find out, I can still despise him for once. Yes, Master Compa. Then, let's move on. The next suspected planet is still some distance away. Vados raised the angel scepter and tapped it lightly. The next second, ripples appeared under their feet. A rainbow of light suddenly exploded in the void, like a rainbow bridge, reaching straight to the other side. At this moment, standing on a special dead planet, Lin Chuan's existence is like a wild beast. If an outsider saw it, they might think that the planet was destroyed because of his relationship. This feeling? It's completely different from when I did the great ape before. The blood in the body is constantly boiling, and it seems that every cell in the body is burning. It's not just a wild release, but the S cells are jumping for joy. The scarlet eyes were shining with light, and Lin Chuan's current mood swings could even be seen on Lin Chuan's animalistic giant ape face. Brutal and bloodthirsty has always been there, but what is most obvious at this moment is eagerness and desire. It seems that it is exactly what I thought at the beginning. Whether you can transform depends on whether you have reached the Super Saiyan state. No, it should be said whether there are enough S cells in the body. With my super full power form, I must have a lot of S cells. The giant ape Lin Chuan gave a positive answer from time to time. The next second, Lin Chuan did not hesitate. Transform from human form to Super Saiyan easily. Now I am experiencing transformation stimulation under Great Ape. Although it is my first time, the feeling is very similar. Hoo ho 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 ho. A roar erupted from his mouth. Immediately, the roaring energy spiraled up and wandered around the huge body. The violent golden aura expanded in a straight line, filling the entire planet, causing the earth beneath its feet to shatter and crack. Lin Chuan's power is getting stronger and stronger. The Great Ape triggered the energy pool of the Super Series, and the combat power level soared to billions for a while. Easily, the combat power of nearly 1 billion can be increased several times. That's it now. Lin Chuan Great Ape's expression became ferocious as he uttered human words. Concentrate all your mental power and actively guide the S cells back to the center of your back. The human form is the same, and it will be the same after the Great Ape. That place is like the door to the new world. Enough S cells are needed to form an indestructible sledgehammer to smash it open. Perhaps, you can also find the keyhole and open it with a special key, but Lin Chuan prefers to use his own methods to make breakthroughs. The purity of energy has skyrocketed, and the intensity of strength has also climbed to the limit. When the golden light became more intense, a dazzling light bloomed from the center of the back. In an instant, it was like sublimation. The infinite pressure spread again as Lin Chuan roared to the sky. At this moment, the entire nameless dead planet was shaking. A major earthquake occurred globally, and even bottomless chasms appeared for hundreds of miles around Lin Chuan. Strength continues to rise. Lin Chuan, who tried his best to control his own consciousness, also saw his attribute interface. His combat power level is constantly rising. By this time, it has exceeded tens of billions? More than 10 billion. This is something that even the human form of him with super full power cannot match. And Lin Chuan realizes that once he truly completes the Golden Giant Ape, his combat power will reach at least tens of billions, or even hundreds of billions. When the strength reaches a certain limit, the breath in the body also undergoes earth-shaking changes. Even the pure life energy that had been hidden deep in the body and cultivated with the help of special cultivation methods overflowed and acted directly on the body, helping to transform faster. As far as the naked eye can see, the golden energy turns into golden flames. For a moment, a heartbreaking pain hit him, and Lin Chuan couldn't help but continue to roar. At this point, golden light burst out from the body, completely changing the color of this strangely lustrous planet. The violent aura was replaced by divine light. The black evil spirit also receded like the illuminated darkness. The hair that was originally brown and black has now been rendered golden. The great ape's body expanded again due to its transformation into a golden giant ape. If it was hundreds of meters high at the beginning, it is at least 1,000 meters now. This is not just an expansion of the physical body, but a complete bloodline promotion. Golden giant ape, achieved. Combat power, 76.8 billion. Lin Chuan can see his combat power value. The super transformation after the great ape perfectly superimposes the 80 times limit increase of super full power. In fact, if the great ape is used at normal magnification, Lin Chuan's combat power can reach 480 million points at most. On this basis, transforming into a golden giant ape and superimposing an 80-fold increase in super full power will reach a maximum combat power of 38.4 billion. However, this is the great ape under the ultra-limited Boolean wave, and the basis is expanded twice. On the King Kai star. At this time, King Kai was stunned and speechless. Gulegli and Barbarous beside him were even more stunned. Originally, they were still doubting whether Lin Chuan was joking. Even if Lin Chuan is not a joke teller, it is indeed too outrageous. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, who would believe that a person just made a huge breakthrough and then made an even more terrifying breakthrough? King Kai only thinks that Lin Chuan is a genius among geniuses. It is actually possible to think of transforming like a Super Saiyan after performing the Great Ape. Staring at the golden giant ape standing on the dead planet, King Kai now recalls what Lin Chuan said before, and feels that it is not an exaggeration at all. He also used this to see higher realms. How can Bojack be compared to Lin Chuan for a while? That gap is simply huge. If he had to compare it with any existence he knew, it might only be Majin Buu, the destroyer of worlds who appeared millions of years ago. Of course King Kai doesn't know that Lin Chuan is indeed very strong now, but compared to Majin Buu, he is still far behind. He would not know that the state Lin Chuan has reached now is just excessive. What's even more terrifying is yet to come. Based on his current strength alone, Lin Chuan may be the real #1 in the universe. King Kai sighed, naturally excluding existences like the god of destruction Beerus. As for Supreme Kai, King Kai feels that it is absolutely incomparable to the current Lin Chuan. Wait, why do I feel that Lin Chuan is not completely over yet? Gulegli asked. As soon as these words came out, King Kai concentrated his attention again. It has to be said that he has ignored the most important point, that is, Lin Chuan's aura is still evaporating, and he has no intention of calming down. Gulegli has been with King Kai for who knows how many years, and his sensitivity cannot be underestimated. After all, Gulegli is a grasshopper, and his physical instincts far exceed even those of King Kai. What's going on? Lin Chuan, can you still make a greater breakthrough? Great Ape has turned into a Super Saiyan giant ape. Could it be that you want to use this to break through a higher stage of transformation? King Kai's heart guessed. On the dead planet, as the power of the golden giant ape fully exploded, Lin Chuan felt as if he was invincible. If you don't clearly know the later plot of the original work, you will really feel a sense of arrogance. The next step is to make the final breakthrough. I have already realized that the most instinctive consciousness of my body is guiding me to move in that direction. As long as I completely detonate the power in my body and absorb it completely, I will definitely be able to reach the ape transformation Super 4. The mood is surging and extremely exciting. Having reached this point, and now looking back on his experiences over the past 20 years, he found that not everything he had done before was in vain. It was the accumulation over the years that allowed him to achieve a breakthrough in one go. After calming down, the golden giant ape Lin Chuan began to feel the majestic energy in his body in detail. The golden ocean was turbulent and terrifying. With his perception and control, these powers began to be used, and finally spread completely outside the body and enveloped the body. The golden light was like a real substance, covering Lin Chuan's great ape body, completely dyeing Lin Chuan into a golden statue. My strength is still improving? This time is not just a breakthrough in realm, but a sublimation of the basic foundation of normal combat power. The energy has changed qualitatively, and the potential power in my body has also been released to a certain extent. This is my real power. With the naked eye, Lin Chuan looked at his attribute interface and saw that his normal combat power had doubled to 60 million points. The strength is still increasing, the potential is still exploding, and the transformation is continuing. Lin Chuan has been shocked by his own power. He never thought that he would be able to break through to such a high realm this time. It's like the dimension has been directly broken. The golden giant ape's body trembled violently. Crackling, boom. Surrounding Lin Chuan's golden body, this dead planet was suddenly shrouded in black clouds. Countless thunderbolts fell from the sky, bombarding Lin Chuan and the Earth's surface. The power they caused was even more frightening to the extreme. It wasn't until thunder exercised hundreds of times that Lin Chuan had some insights. All the energy in the body has been extremely sublimated and condensed. The perfect activation of the power of blood completes the final transformation. Ouch! It seems to be a cry from the soul. This time, it was not just a roar of a beast, the roar was more like Lin Chuan in human form venting his anger. The energy that destroys heaven and earth is constantly circling. Finally, it turned into a golden beam of light and shot straight into the sky. Defeat the darkness, defeat the thunderclouds, subvert everything. The golden light seemed to swallow up everything. It is so dazzling that ordinary people will definitely be blinded if they look at it directly with the naked eye. This situation and scene are so thrilling. Until the golden light completely dissipated, the golden giant ape transformed by Lin Chuan also disappeared without a trace. What was left behind was a messy land and the billowing dust and smoke. In the center of the smoke, Lin Chuan is standing here with a new attitude. All power is restrained, and everything returns to its origin. He was covered in blood-red hair and had a head of wild, waist-length black hair, coupled with the nearly 2-meter-tall figure and the sturdy muscles. At this time, Lin Chuan was so mighty and domineering. There are also those breathtaking eyes, black and gold pupils, plus a circle of bright red eyeshadow around the edges of the eye sockets. Absolutely wild. Absolute confidence. This is the 4th level of Super Saiyan. It is also the Super Ape Saiyan. This kind of intense strength, this kind of power that seems to be able to destroy everything. Now I can kill my previous self with just one look. All descriptions cannot be as thorough as one word, that is, handsome. Lin Chuan looked down at his hands and carefully looked at his body. Now, he has reached unprecedented heights. Based purely on data, his normal level has reached 80 million points. Now the 4th level Super Saiyan's combat power is as high as 256 billion, exactly the same as the values in his calculations. Super 4 black hair and Super Sailor God should be on the same level. Super 4 red hair boundary breaking is equivalent to Super Blue. Black hair can only achieve 8 times the normal increase of over 3,400 times, which is 3,200 times the normal increase. Only red hair can achieve a 16-fold increase that exceeds the normal increase of 3 to 400 times, which is 6,400 times higher. Note, regarding the Super Saiyan transformation increase and the settings of subsequent dimensional units, please see the relevant combat power settings of the work for reasonable explanations and settings. At the same time, King Kai Star. Seeing Lin Chuan complete the breakthrough and transform into a brand new form again, King Kai was completely stunned. Gulegli really got this right. Let me tell you, Lin Chuan was rushing for this transformation from the beginning. The giant ape transformation just now was the basis for this form. So this is the Super Saiyan that truly surpasses the Super Saiyan. Gulegli said proudly. Things that even King Kai didn't expect were guessed by him. This wave is enough for him to brag for a lifetime. Okay, no one will think you are mute if you don't speak. How could this realm king not know? How could he not see it? He just didn't say it. King Kai tried his best to save some face. After hearing this, how could Gulegli refute? After all, a Kaio is a Kaio. No matter how awesome he is just a pet. If someone is unhappy, he can be replaced with just a thought. Wait, then, what is that? Okay, what a scary feeling. This. Suddenly, Gulegli's whole body became angular, and his hair stood on end. His body trembled instinctively when it touched King Kai, and fear arose in his heart. It seemed that he saw something that frightened him. Hearing his words, King Kai was slightly surprised, but when he turned his attention away, his entire face darkened in the next second. Cold sweat slid down his forehead, and his whole body couldn't help but tremble like Gulegli. BBB God of Destruction? How could it be? Lord Beerus is obviously still sleeping. No, this is not Lord Beerus. King Kai exclaimed. He's the God of Destruction, but he's not Beerus. King Kai was numb for a moment. Who is that? He hasn't seen it. The next second, he reacted again. The situation seems very bad. Because, these two existences suddenly appeared near Lin Chuan's planet. Are they coming for Lin Chuan? It's over? Lin Chuan. The words just came to his mouth. In just a moment, under his observation, Lin Chuan's planet instantly fell apart and exploded into dust in the universe. This scene shocked King Kai and made him sweat even more. He hesitated and couldn't say a word. In the end, I could only swallow my saliva. He didn't understand what was going on, and he didn't dare to have any suspicions now. He doesn't have too much authority. Even if he sees these two special existences, he doesn't know how to deal with them. The only thing I can think of is to report it to the Great Realm King. Woohoo! Bobrus yelled. His voice brought King Kai and Gulegli back to consciousness. Lin Chuan, is he dead? Gulegli wiped the sweat from his body and said. North King Kai's mood continued to be solemn. He continued to observe and look for traces of Lin Chuan. It is indeed unknown whether such a powerful Lin Chuan would die from the planet explosion. Perhaps at the moment of the explosion, Lin Chuan realized something was wrong and teleported away. If he really died, Lin Chuan would also come to the underworld after his death. When the time comes, he can send a message to the earth, use the dragon balls to summon the dragon to make a wish, and resurrect Lin Chuan. In the universe, the god of destruction Kampa and Angel Vados are standing where the dead planet used to be. Seeing that a planet was reduced to a pile of debris and ashes, but there was no trace of the wishing beads, Kampa became impatient again. As a servant, Vados must not only appease Kampa, but also set a clearer goal for Kampa. Frankly speaking, Vados actually didn't want to collect any wishing beads, just to activate his god of destruction, so he used the temptation to collect wishing beads to make a wish for the most delicious food in the world. This gave Kampa the motivation to even come here. The 7th universe. No, Vados, how many planets is this already? Which planet is next? Kampa asked impatiently. Hearing this, Vados laughed. It's the 38th. Master Kampa, don't worry. Not to mention using a universe as the unit of measurement, even within a star field, 38 planets are nothing. Pfft. After receiving the answer, Kampa rolled his eyes. How can this be the same? You are also an angel after all. In the end, there were 38 planets in a row, but not even the shadow of the wishing bead was seen. There is nothing we can do about this. Even though we are angels, we are not omnipotent and omniscient. Master Kampa said this, but I am very sad to say it. Vados looked aggrieved, and even pretended to cry. Action. This situation made Kampa hold back his anger, gritted his teeth, and continued. Hurry, next planet. Okay, Master Kampa. But before that, we seem to have encountered a very amazing existence in the 7th universe this time, Vados said, and immediately fixed his gaze forward. When Kampa heard this, he became a little more interested and followed it. Without prompting, he didn't know there was anyone else here. Now when Vados said it, he felt a breath nearby. TCH? I thought it was such an amazing existence. I didn't expect it to be just an ant of this level. This alone can be regarded as a very remarkable existence in the 7th universe? Don't be kidding. With a snap of my fingers, I can turn him into nothing. God of Destruction Kampa spoke. After seeing the figure in front of him clearly, he didn't care at all. Who is he? God of destruction? If it wasn't a really powerful existence, or the other party was a god. Otherwise, at this level, he would not take him seriously at all. Mortals are always mortals. Compared with gods, they are like the fire of a candle competing for the brightness of the bright moon. That's not to say, this person's strength is quite good, Master Kampa, but to you, he is not worth mentioning. Vados chuckled. Hearing this, Kampa didn't give any face at all. He put his hands on his hips, as if he wanted to eat someone. At this moment, we are in the not-too-distant universe. At this time, Lin Chuan still felt scared. As soon as he became Super 4, the planet under his feet suddenly exploded. If it was caused by oneself, that would be better, at least there would be a reaction process. But it suddenly exploded. If he hadn't just made a breakthrough, if he hadn't just let go of his perception, at that moment, even if he didn't die, he would have been seriously injured. Even the 4th level Super Saiyan at this time cannot underestimate the power of the planet explosion. It wasn't until he saw the two people opposite him clearly that Lin Chuan completely recovered from the planet explosion, and his heart was filled with a strong sense of tension. The god of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe, and Angel Vados. For a moment, Lin Chuan didn't dare to act rashly, let alone be careless. If it were another existence, no matter what, he would definitely make the other person look good. But now he was facing these two existences. Lin Chuan's scalp was numb and he didn't know what to do for a while. Even Lin Chuan now has a feeling of where am I? Who am I? What am I doing? After all, he had almost complete knowledge of the plot, but the current situation would be difficult for any time traveler who knew even a little bit about the plot to accept. What era is this? The era of the big universe? You tell me that the god of destruction and angel are being targeted at this time, and they are also gods of destruction and angel from other universes. What does this mean? It was like he was still in the novice protection period, but in the end, two super bosses were directly attacked against him. Indeed, after the super era, the god of destruction and angel have almost become friends of the protagonist group. But Nima, that's not the case now. What's even more frightening is that people are obviously targeting him. He has no chance to escape now, right? Teleport? Lin Chuan didn't think he could run away. Being locked by Angel and the god of destruction, even if he could escape to the ends of the earth, it would be useless. Wait, could it be that? A thought flashed through his mind. Lin Chuan guessed something. The original Kampa and Vados came to the 7th universe to collect wishing beads. In other words, they have come from the 6th universe to the 7th universe more than once, and they are now looking for the wishing beads. Taking a breath of cold air and trying his best to maintain his energy, Lin Chuan also raised his vigilance. At this moment, there is no way to escape, we can only face it. Even if the difference in strength is unimaginable, as long as it is not destroyed, Shenlong can be resurrected even if he dies. Feel the power of Kampa with your heart. However, let alone sensing it, even the Qi machine cannot detect it. Divine power cannot be sensed using ordinary methods. It's just that the body instinctively has a feeling that the other party is dangerous and cannot be resisted. The more panicked you are, the more you need to calm down. Lin Chuan used the amount of information he had to maintain his composure, while also thinking about how terrifying Kampa's strength was. In his past life, he already had a complete understanding of the power system. If nothing else, the level is not much different. Ordinary life is 1, the unit of less than 10,000 is 2, and the unit of 10,000 to 100 million is 3. The unit from billion to trillion is 4, the unit from trillion to Beijing is 5, and the unit from Beijing to Gai is 6. The number from Gai to Zi is 7, the number from Zi to Rang is 8, the number from Rang to Go is 9, the number from Go to Jian is 10, the number from Jian to Jian is 11, the number from Zhang to Zhe is 12, and the number from Zhe to Ji is 13. The number from the extreme to the sands of the Ganges is 14, the number from the sands of the Ganges to Asamki is 15, the number from Asamki to Nayota is 16, and the number from Nayota to the inconceivable is 17. The incredibly large number is 18. Note, the relevant dimensional data settings are briefly described here, and will not be described later. There are detailed explanations related to the work. Thinking about it, Lin Chuan already had the answer. Beerus's unit is 10, which is at least the level of the 10th dimensional trench unit. Kampa is not as good as Beerus and is the last among the gods of destruction, but at least he is still a god of destruction. The strength value is probably not less than 9. A unit of the 9th dimension? Look at yourself again, even if you become a 4th level Super Saiyan, your current combat power is only a few hundred billion. After all, he feels that he has broken through dimensions, but in fact he is still in the unit of hundreds of millions. At best, it's the 4th dimensional level. This gap is just like ordinary people facing an existence with a combat power of over 100 million. It is even n times more exaggerated than this. Thoughts kept spinning in my mind. Seeing that Kampa and Vados remained silent, Lin Chuan was also thinking, should he reveal their identities directly, or should he pretend not to know anything? Passive? Unprecedented pressure left Lin Chuan unable to make a choice. At some point, a wrong decision will cost you your life. Especially, the god of destruction who doesn't know how to reason with you. In the eyes of others, you are just an ant. The scene was silent. Although the universe space is equivalent to silence, the silence at this time is not due to the relationship in the universe space. Seeing that Lin Chuan across from him never said anything, Vados's face flashed with a mocking look. It's strange that an animal-shaped human life form does not have special characteristics, but it can survive in the universe. Vados' words couldn't help but make Lin Chuan feel nervous, and Kampa was also a little interested. However, the god of destruction has always been conceited and doesn't care about anyone except himself and his angel. TCH? What's all the fuss about? Isn't it just about surviving in the universe space? The 7th universe has only encountered this one so far. In our 6th universe, there are countless species that can survive in the universe space. Come here. Kampa was obviously mistaken. Hearing the words of his own god of destruction, Vados pursed his lips and smiled. This is different, Lord Kampa. You must know that the life form in front of us should not have the ability to survive in the universe. I think that I must have used some special means or received some kind of blessing, so I can ignore the constraints of the universe. Moreover, this person escaped from a planet explosion before and displayed a space-type law ability, which is somewhat similar to Supreme Kai's teleportation. This is not an ordinary person. Vados's eyes were vicious. It should be said that as an angel, she was really scary. With just one glance, she completely saw through Lin Chuan. I'm afraid the only thing I didn't notice was that he was currently in a state of transformation. Completely under control. Lin Chuan was very disgusted with this feeling. He has been practicing hard and trying to become stronger. The purpose is to make yourself strong enough so that you can control your own destiny. Only at this moment did he really understand. Since you know everything, why do you need to hide it? It's like knowing you might die, why would you continue to live on? You are the god of destruction and angel from the 6th universe. Lin Chuan spoke the first words, suppressing his fear of Kampa and Vados. Hearing this sentence, both Kampa and Vados were slightly surprised. Especially Kampa, he has a strange feeling. Is he so famous? Does anyone in the 7th universe know his identity? How did he know that he actually revealed a little bit of his background when he spoke? As long as you have some brains and some worldview, you can definitely guess it. It's unexpected to know our identities? Who told you? The god of destruction in your universe? Or Supreme Kai? You know a skill similar to teleportation. Supreme Kai should have told you. Could it be that you are internship at Supreme Kai? Kampa asked. He slowly stepped forward and looked directly at Lin Chuan, as if he wanted to see through it. Supreme Kai, telling a human about the existence of other universes, and the god of destruction and angel of other universes? It does make sense. If Lin Chuan really interned at Supreme Kai, he would indeed be instilled with such knowledge. Just like Supreme Kai Zamesu, the intern of the 10th universe. However, Kampa probably doesn't know the current situation of the 7th universe. As far as the current era is concerned, Supreme Kai Xian from the 7th universe is the most hip-cutting Supreme Kai. He doesn't know anything and has lived like a fool for thousands of years. The initial level was so high, but in the end he became a frog in the well. Sorry, you guessed wrong. I'm not an intern at Supreme Kai. It's easy to tell who you are. Since you claim to be from the 6th universe, and you have such loud voices and such strength, who could it be if it wasn't the god of destruction and angel? Besides, your costumes also directly tell me your identities. They look exactly the same as when the god of destruction Beerus and angel Weiss came to our clan. Lin Chuan said in a deep voice after making a random excuse. Then without giving them a chance to ask again, he directly asked in a dominant tone, as the god of destruction in other universes, after coming to our 7th universe and destroying it so casually, this should be considered a violation, right? As soon as the words came out, the atmosphere suddenly changed again. From being a little interested in Lin Chuan to being a little annoyed at Lin Chuan's tone. Kampa acted directly, his face turned pale. Vados is at the other extreme. I'm not an intern at Supreme Kai, but it's very rude for a mortal to dare to question a god like this. Her smile seems very charming, but it doesn't make people feel any heartbeat at all, because she feels like a rose covered with poisonous thorns. Lin Chuan also mustered up his courage. After all, he had just reached Super 4 and was being despised like this. Even though he is not strong enough, he still has his self-esteem. So what if I'm just a mortal? It still can't change the fact that you rashly came to our universe to cause trouble. After finishing speaking, a strange light flashed in Vados's eyes. She had never seen anyone like Lin Chuan before. After knowing their identities, they can still maintain their own ideas. This is already quite rare. At least, I have never met such an interesting mortal in hundreds of millions of years. He does have some skills, but he is not the kind of person who is extremely conceited without any means. Vados smiled and didn't answer. Kampa on the side didn't have a good temper. He immediately scolded, just an ant? Do you want to talk to me at the same level as the god? Humph. I don't know whether to live or die. Even if you can survive in the universe space, you still have control over it. If you can't teleport like Supreme Kai, so what? A threatening aura came towards him, so terrifying that the space froze, making Lin Chuan take a breath. This is really not the same level. A random thought is enough to make him feel the threat of death and frighten him. However, Lin Chuan is not afraid of him either. As soon as he rolled his eyes, he already had a detailed idea. Do you want to kill me? You can get angry with just a few words. You, the god of destruction of the 6th universe, really have no class. If it were the god of destruction, Beerus. At this point, Lin Chuan deliberately stopped talking. Leaving Kampa to think for himself also made him feel that he was not as good as Beerus in the eyes of the other party. Why not? Because he is always so reckless. Obviously, a god of destruction like Kampa would fall for this trick, and he immediately said, "Stop giving that guy Beerus credit. Compared to him, this god is naturally a step above him." As he said this, Kampa puffed up his belly intentionally or unintentionally, looking very arrogant. This scene made Vados on the side couldn't help but be surprised when he saw it. Unexpectedly, Lin Chuan's speaking skills were so good. He managed to get rid of Kampa's bad temper in just a few clicks, and he also used his weak point to rectify Kampa. If she reminded her verbally, Kampa would feel stupid when he reacted, right? This person is very interesting, and his body seems to have evolved after some kind of power transformation. Staring at Lin Chuan, Vados' angel eyes saw more clearly. She also found out what race the person in front of her was. Saiyan. The Saiyans of the 7th universe and the Saiyans of the 6th universe seem to be fundamentally different. Moreover, the Saiyans from their 6th universe seem to be far less powerful than those from the 7th universe. The problem, where is it? Vados didn't understand, which also made her more and more interested in Lin Chuan. This person, if possible, she would like to take them to the 6th universe. A new chapter has begun. Please vote and reward. Take Lin Chuan away to their 6th universe? This idea came to Vados' mind, and immediately, countless thoughts came to mind, making her couldn't help but curl her eyes. Angels' thoughts are never comparable to those of ordinary people. Perhaps no matter how smart the person is, they can only imagine how much change this person's arrival will bring in the next 10 years, 100 years, or at most 1,000 years. But what Angel saw was subversive. Not only did he see the changes this person would bring, but he also imagined the even more outrageous chain effects. The arrival of one person will change many people and things, and these people and things will also affect more people and things. So what has changed is not just the appearance, but a complete new branch line for the future direction. Lin Chuan couldn't help but break into a cold sweat after looking at Angel Vados for a long time. He saw a very terrifying message in Vados' eyes. Although I don't know what it is, it's like he has experienced countless reincarnations in Vados' eyes. The other party seems to be constantly making deductions about him. The fear in his eyes grew bigger and bigger. After Vados noticed it, he didn't take it seriously. He just smiled meaningfully and then looked at his master Kampa. At this moment, Kampa also recovered from his previous arrogance, and his expression when looking at Lin Chuan changed. Tisk. I was almost bypassed by your boy. Who am I as a god and what is Beerus' level? Why do you, a mortal, need to make irresponsible comments? Are you qualified? It's too early for me to play tricks on you. With that said, Kampa raised his hand. The hand was condensed with huge energy, and a strange lavender aura flashed around it. The situation changed again. Lin Chuan couldn't help but take a deep breath and tried his best to calm down. Even if my body feels horrified, even if the feeling of death arises in my heart. Sure enough, even Kampa, the fat cat, is not that easy to fool. After all, humans have lived for more than 10 billion years. Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. What does his age mean compared to Kampa? They were born when the universe was born. He gritted his teeth and increased his strength to the limit. In the Super 4 realm, although it is still the power of a mortal, it is powerful to a certain extent, and it has exceeded the power that can be exploded at this dimensional level. It is true that it only has a combat power of several hundred billion, but it can explode into trillions of units of power. At the same time, Lin Chuan also mobilized the pure life energy in his body that had been condensing automatically. When the life energy and the power of Saiyan blood combined with each other, Lin Chuan couldn't help but gain new insights. His strength became stronger at this time. But, that's true, it's still not as good as Kampa's finger. Era? Master Kampa, this person is even more extraordinary than I thought. He has actually cultivated the power of life that only Supreme Kai can master. After noticing the difference in Lin Chuan's power, Vados exclaimed again. She had never noticed that Lin Chuan still had this power in his body before. Also because Lin Chuan vetoed that she was an intern at Supreme Kai, she didn't even explore this aspect. Now that I feel it, it's really incredible. A mortal who is not an intern Supreme Kai has mastered the power that only gods can master. You mean, although this guy is not an intern at Supreme Kai, he still has a close relationship with Supreme Kai. Kampa hesitated for a moment, and then said again the next second, Humph? So what if he has a relationship with Supreme Kai? If you don't believe me, I will destroy this kid. The Supreme Kai of the 7th universe dares to cause trouble for me? Even that guy Beerus won't care about me because of a mortal. After the words fell, Kampa seemed to take action to destroy Lin Chuan. There was no other reason. He simply felt that he had been disrespected, so he had to do something to redeem himself. Seeing him like this, Vados felt dizzy and speechless. This master is indeed a bit simple-minded. Although the situation in the 7th universe and the 6th universe are similar, and Supreme Kai is far from the god of destruction, once it really goes too far, Supreme Kai can directly report it to the Grand Priest. At that time, the troublemakers will surely pay the price. In fact, Vados didn't really understand that the Supreme Kai of the 7th universe was just a guy who didn't understand anything. Not to mention the Supreme Grand Priest, Zeno, even the god of destruction Beerus, Eastern Supreme Kai, and Shin only learned about it from the old Supreme Kai many years later. In other words, in terms of knowledge, even King Kai far exceeds Dong Supreme Kai Xian. I think it would be better for Mr. Kampa not to be impulsive, and he didn't take the initiative to provoke us, right? Even if he questioned the gods with unkind words, after all, we sneaked into the 7th universe to look for the wishing beads. In order not to, Lin Chuan was really destroyed by Kampa, and Vados opened his mouth to ease the atmosphere. If you really want to take action, you will indeed go too far in violating the rules. In the past few days, although they have come to the 7th universe and destroyed dozens of planets, these planets are all lifeless Death Stars and need to be cleaned up. If it does not involve the destruction of living beings, the rules will not appear. If Lin Chuan is killed at this time, let alone whether there is anyone behind Lin Chuan, even if there is not, as long as the god of destruction who does not belong to this universe kills people in this universe, then the cause and effect will be established, even if the Grand Priest will not care. It's such a small thing, but even an angel would notice it. Vados knows his brother's character and temper. The reason why they have been traveling unimpeded in the 7th universe is that they do not involve killing life forms. Killing Lin Chuan and attracting her brother will not end easily. After hearing what Vados said, Kampa obviously still didn't care. So what? I don't need a reason to kill a mortal. It's just uncomfortable to watch. The destructive aura on his body became stronger, and it was so terrifying. Lin Chuan learned the accurate information from Vados' words. Indeed, as he expected, he came to the 7th universe to find the wishing beads. However, Vados actually stopped Kampa from killing him, which surprised Lin Chuan. Are you really saving yourself? No? Lin Chuan wouldn't believe it. Vados, there must be some conspiracy brewing. As expected, Vados' words rang out again the next second, and Lin Chuan fell into an incredible emotion. Master Kampa, don't forget the agreement we made before coming here. As a servant, I can't stop you from doing anything, but as an angel, in order to maintain the balance between the universes, once you really take action to kill this person, I can't just sit back and ignore it. The rules are mutually binding. Even if there are loopholes, they will be filled by other provisions. If Mr. Kampa really feels that this person has offended you, why not bring him back to our 6th universe? It may make our 6th universe rise, and maybe raise the average index a lot. As Vados' voice fell, a bunch of mutually binding principles made Kampa look at Vados with a strange expression. She would never stop him from doing anything, but today she would reason with him for a mortal. Even if he had done this before, Vados would have turned a blind eye at most. I said, just him? Can our 6th universe rise? Don't be kidding. Even if this kid does have some strength, it's only to this extent. By the way, you have fallen in love with me, right? Vados. At this point, Kampa said with a questioning look. He. Mr. Kampa is joking. How could I fall in love with a mortal? I just feel that this person is very special. He has mastered so many skills, including the life force that can only be cultivated by gods. If you bring our universe, he might be your candidate. Vados snickered a few times and said immediately, God of destruction back up. These words made Kampa lose his composure at all. Are you sure you are not joking? I need him as a substitute? Our 6th universe is not empty. Besides, why do I need a substitute? Well, I'm just saying that, but if Mr. Kampa continues to be so lazy, he will be replaced sooner or later. As an angel, I will fall into a deep sleep because of your disappearance. I will train a substitute in case of emergency. Lord Kampa, you must also think about my difficulties. Vados said with a face full of fun. In this way, the two of them communicated with each other. For a moment, Lin Chuan was at a loss. It's like this fish of mine is about to be put into the pot, but it is picked up again, repeated several times. I can't guess what I will face in the next second. Even though you have said so, I still can't stand it. I can agree with you to bring him back to our 6th universe, but before that, he must be punished. Otherwise, the god of destruction is too shameless. After finishing speaking, Kampa raised his hand again. Vados' request was apparently agreed to. Of course, I just agreed to take him to the 6th universe. Kampa looks stupid on the surface, but he is actually very smart. He also roughly understood what Vados meant. That is, the person in front of me is pretty good. If he is brought to the 6th universe, it will more or less make the 6th universe even better. No one in control will refuse a better situation, and the same is true for Kampa, but it must be allowed to truly surrender. The atmosphere became a little strange. At this time, Lin Chuan could be said to have been completely deprived of even the right to choose. Let him go to Universe 6? Let him be a candidate for the god of destruction? I have to say, if it had been the time when he had just traveled through time, even before the system was activated, he would have been very happy. That's the god of destruction. That's Angel? But it's different now. He has gone his own way, has a wife here, and will have a daughter in the future. He cannot leave easily. After all, we still have to fight. Even if you are the god of destruction and Angel, don't try to dominate me. You are powerful, I know this. But even if you suppress and defeat me, you cannot distort my will. What the hell is your universe doing as a candidate for the god of destruction? I don't want to. With the straightforward words, Lin Chuan burned his life energy in an instant. Under the extreme exertion, Lin Chuan's strength completely crossed the barrier and reached the trillion level. Kampa wants to teach him a lesson, but it's not that easy. Even if your own strength can only stir up useless dust for the other party, you must at least get rid of your dissatisfaction. He is a warrior. In this life, the stronger you get, the stronger the Saiyans will be, and they will never let themselves down. Stupid mortal, you don't know it after taking such a big advantage? Do you think anyone has this qualification? As he said, Kampa looked back at Vados and said, this is the person you are interested in, my god. You can already give him a chance. After saying that, Kampa didn't hesitate anymore. Those eyes full of disdain looked straight at him with contempt. Not destruction, but the energy bombs that the god of destruction can condense at his fingertips should not be underestimated. It may seem to the other party that this is just a small punishment but a big warning, but the other party will not think about whether the target can withstand this energy. Vados did not intervene again this time, let alone speak. Although Lin Chuan's aloofness made her more interested, if Lin Chuan's current temper was not suppressed, it would indeed bring trouble to the 6th universe. It's not like Vados has never seen an arrogant person. Absolute power can definitely change everything. This is what the Supreme Being thinks. Do you think I will sit still and wait for death? Just in time, you are the target to measure the extent of my strength. Lin Chuan will not retreat. There was no way out for him. I was also glad that this was not destruction. Otherwise, after death, the soul will be destroyed together with it. At this moment, King Kai Star. King Kai could no longer help himself. Sweat had already soaked his clothes, his body was shaking constantly, and he was extremely frightened. After waiting and watching, he finally figured out what was going on and determined who the two beings were. The god of destruction Kampa of the 6th universe, and Angel Vados. King Kai is considered knowledgeable. He got the information that there is more than one universe from the ancient inherited memories. It had been ignored by him before, but now it was discovered, and he realized that the world was really that big. It's so big that he can't imagine it, and it's so big that he, the so-called king of the realm, is just an ant among ants. In the midst of fear, a message suddenly came. There is no doubt that it is a message from the great realm king. Just wait and see what happens, don't take any action. It's just 8 words, but it contains a lot of information. In other words, the great realm king cannot intervene, so he can decide what to do on his own. Offending the god of destruction and angel of the 6th universe for a Saiyan? Or, just watch Lin Chuan being killed, or, watch Lin Chuan being taken away to the 6th universe. A candidate for the god of destruction. Lin Chuan is actually so valued. Yes, his talent is so terrifying. If he can succeed, it will indeed be a good thing for him. However, Lin Chuan has already rejection. I really don't know what he thinks. It's really annoying. I can't contact Supreme Kai now. If Supreme Kai comes forward, maybe this matter can be resolved. King Kai kept complaining in his heart. As a small realm king, he has no power. King Kai doesn't know that the current Supreme Kai is just a useless person who can only live in a nest. If you want to resolve the crisis, you must have the same level of existence. God of Destruction Beerus, or Angel Weiss. But this is unrealistic, because the God of Destruction is sleeping, and it will be at least 15 years before he wakes up. Lin Chuan, you can only ask for your own blessings now. My ability is limited and I can't help you with anything. King Kai thought about it and finally passed on a sentence. This was something he thought about for a long time before saying. Let Lin Chuan know that he wanted to save him, but he didn't have the ability. In the universe, Lin Chuan, who was concentrating on the most powerful move, suddenly heard King Kai's message. He couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect King Kai to say such words at this time. It shows that there is nothing wrong with establishing a good relationship with him during this period. Even if they can't help him, they do think about him. I know you can't help me, so don't blame yourself. After I die, please contact Bulma on the other side of the earth and ask him to summon the Dragon Balls to make a wish and help me resurrect. With the determination to die, Lin Chuan had already prepared for the worst. I believe that after death and going to the underworld, Kampa and Vados won't dare to pursue them, right? After all, it is the underworld of a different universe. The rules are completely messed up, which will inevitably cause dissatisfaction from other powerful beings. At least Lin Chuan knew that although Angel Weiss of the 7th universe would not go down to the bottom for trivial matters, if the involvement was too big, he would definitely come down and stop it. Don't worry about this, and after you die, you will go directly to the underworld. When the time comes, you come to me again, and I will help you contact your lover in the mortal world. King Kai's answer made Lin Chuan feel certain. At the end of the exchange, Lin Chuan's gathered strength reached its peak. Kampa on the other side still looked disdainful. Is it over? That's it? Tisk? I was a little excited, but you only have so little skill. There was no trace of mercy in the derogatory words. The moment Kampa threw the energy bomb in his hand, Vados seemed to have another idea and waved the angel scepter to completely dilute the energy bomb. On the other side, Lin Chuan had already prepared his ultimate move, waiting for the god of destruction to attack. Lin Chuan, who saw this scene, mistakenly thought that Vados was playing tricks on him, so he simply thought that he had seized a perfect opportunity and used his special move. But in an instant, another invisible force enveloped him, causing the power Lin Chuan had gathered to calm down and return to his body. Without taking action, just a little bit of intimidation can change the original situation. Angel, so scary? Hey, Vados? #O, Kampa was stimulated and became furious. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and looked at Vados. This woman seemed to know what he was thinking, so she took action to stop him. Wait a moment, Master Kampa. Just now, I heard some incredible news. Vados's playful and smiling face is in sharp contrast to the current situation. Huh? What's wrong? Kampa, who was confused, calmed down a little, but still asked. Please let me confirm first, Master Kampa. Vados replied, then walked through the void and came to Lin Chuan. Before Lin Chuan could ask questions, Vados squinted his eyes and asked with a charming smile, if I guessed correctly, it was the king of your universe who was delivering the news to you just now, right? And you also passed your own. The spirit carried your message. Although it was not intentional, I still heard the conversation between you. I'm very interested in the dragon beads you mentioned, which can revive you after death. Could it be the kind of beads created by the Namekians that can grant wishes? Vados didn't mince words in his questions. This directly exposed Lin Chuan's background. Not to mention that Lin Chuan didn't expect that even King Kai on the other side was so frightened that his brain went crazy. In the end, King Kai couldn't hold on any longer, so he jumped out and spoke from a god's perspective. It's very rude, Mr. Kampa, the god of destruction, and Mr. Angel Vados. On behalf of himself, the little god welcomes you both. Come from afar. God's etiquette must be in place. He cannot represent the entire 7th universe, so he can only represent himself. Of course, a small god like Kaio is nothing compared to the god of destruction and angel. Just like for the king of Kai, the god of the planet is not even worthy to carry his shoes in front of him. The supreme Kai of the 7th universe didn't show up. Did you, the king of the realm, show up first? It's interesting, how dare you pry? No wonder I had a strange feeling just now. Kampa laughed coldly, that was full of emotions. His cunning expression showed what he was thinking. In fact, Kampa sensed no abnormality, and probably only he knew about it. The most likely reason is that I don't want to lose face, so I said this. The little god has no intention of intervening, no offense, and no intention of peeping. Please forgive me, Lord God of Destruction. King Kai lowered his posture repeatedly. Kampa didn't intend to delve into this. After all, it was reasonable to deal with mortals, but if he dealt with gods, he would definitely report it. It's better not to put your eyes on me anymore, otherwise, you will have to go to your Kaiwang planet. Kampa put down his words and looked at Lin Chuan again. I didn't expect that. Your little idea was discovered? As a mortal, you have no choice but to accept your fate. Do you think that after you were killed by this god, you can be resurrected by relying on the wishing beads created by the Namekians? Kampa is full of pride. However, Vados slapped him in the face the next second. If the situation goes according to the situation just now, maybe the wishing bead created by the Namekians can really come true. After all, Master Kampa will not erase the opponent's soul as long as he does not destroy it. Then the other party will go to the underworld to report. In this way, resurrection will not be a problem. After saying that, Vados narrowed his eyes again. So this kid has been thinking about death from the beginning to get through. What a cruel idea. He even plots against himself. Kampa said angrily. This kind of resourcefulness is indeed incredible, even his own death is included in it. To be honest, who in the world is not afraid of death? Even if they destroy the god of destruction, they will still be afraid. It's an honor to be praised by the god of destruction. But now that he's been seen through, it's useless to say anything. Lin Chuan snorted coldly, and continued to calm down his turbulent heart. Vados in front of him seemed to be aware of his thoughts. With a wave of Angel's staff, an invisible force enveloped Lin Chuan's body. Is this? A special feeling swept through his heart. This feeling made him calm and peaceful, and his originally agitated heart was soothed. God's power? No, the power of Angel. Don't be nervous, I have no ill intentions towards you. The reason why I was interested in you before was actually due to your transformation. I want to take you back to the 6th universe to study it slowly. You are a Saiyan. According to the situation of our 6th universians, you should be in ordinary human form and cannot transform. As Vados' question blurted out again, Kampa on the other side knew Vados' real plan. There are huge differences between the Saiyans of the two universes. He is not stupid, he heard what Vados meant. He has seen the Saiyans in his own universe, and they are completely different. According to Vados, the Saiyan in front of him should still look like he did after his transformation. However, the Saiyans in their 6th universe are only slightly stronger humans. If Lin Chuan is brought back and studied, they can indeed develop the Saiyans in their universe. When the time comes, 1 passed to 10, 10 to 100, the average index will naturally rise. After some chatting, Lin Chuan also lowered his guard. All in all, even if his vigilance was raised to 12 points, it would be completely useless. The skills that Angel can display will amaze him. To be honest, Lin Chuan is not afraid that Vados will kill him, because Angel cannot just kill the life in the universe. As long as it does not endanger the universe or the order of time and space. Lin Chuan initially targeted Kampa. Kampa is the one who can ravage him. Lin Chuan, this is a critical moment. Since Lord Angel and the God of Destruction are both interested, you might as well tell them the details. I believe that even at their level, Lord Angel and the God of Destruction will not be the same as you. King Kai at this moment he said something again. This rounding of the field is indeed wonderful. Not only does it turn hostility into friendship, but the most it can do is give some news about the Saiyan transformation. And now that the situation has developed to this point, Angel and the God of Destruction, who have obtained the answer, should no longer force Lin Chuan to go to the 6th universe. Kampa is obviously very useful. The communication between God and God made him feel much more relaxed. Vados is waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. Where is Lin Chuan? He had been gathering his thoughts. However, you can't say it too clearly, and you can't say nothing at all. After all, he is a time traveler, and his knowledge was obtained in his previous life. Therefore, I still have to pretend for a while. I can only use a guessing tone to tentatively learn more information about the sixth universe, and then tell the transformation and legend of the Saiyans. It's not precious information anyway, and it will inevitably be passed on if it develops into a super era. It doesn't matter if it's earlier or later. On the contrary, it might be a good thing to pass it on early. When the two universes come into contact in the super era, the strength of the Saiyans in the sixth universe has greatly increased, and all of them will become super Saiyans. This is very interesting. I see, it seems that the Saiyans of the seventh universe are indeed different from the Saiyans of our sixth universe. Simply because the Saiyans of our sixth universe do not have tails, they are completely different. Vados got useful. After receiving the information, he murmured carefully. The two universes should be the same? I didn't know it before, but now I know it. That guy Fuwa, Supreme Kai of the sixth universe, was lazy when he created the Saiyan race. Kompa was a little angry. If the Saiyans in their universe all have tails and can transform early in the morning, then the average index will definitely go up a little bit. I think it should be caused by the different relationships developed between the Saiyans on both sides, and the Saiyan family was created by the first generation Supreme Kai-sama in the early days of the universe. Vados shifted the responsibility. She is Angel, and there are actually many things that can be known with just one scan. The reason why I still rely on asking and guessing is to make this reincarnation more interesting. Lin Chuan captured a hint of useful intelligence from Vados's words. Saiyans were created by the original Supreme Kai. If the sixth universe is like this, then the seventh universe should be similar. According to your statement, could it be that the Saiyans in our universe have fallen to their own devices? Kompa questioned. If that were the case, he would destroy the Saiyans in his universe without hesitation? The embarrassment of coming to the seventh universe was the most unbearable thing for him. He and Beerus are twin brothers, and they have been comparing themselves all their lives. Even though Kompa knows that he is not as good as Beerus in terms of strength, he will never admit defeat. In other aspects, he will not easily let Beerus' seventh universe compare to his sixth universe. In the past years, such things actually happened frequently. If there is something that cannot be compared with each other, then simply eliminate it and break the deadlock. The finger points at the Saiyan clan of the sixth universe, which shows how much Kompa likes to delve deeper. Lin Chuan could imagine that once the Saiyans over there were really not satisfied with him, then their genocide would be certain. In retrospect, the reason why the Saiyans in Universe 7 were exterminated was because Beerus was dissatisfied. The situation has eased a lot now. Vados took the initiative to save Lin Chuan, and Kompa could no longer pursue it. Just when Kompa was about to say something else, he suddenly covered his big belly with both hands. After blushing for a while, Kompa glanced at Lin Chuan fiercely, and then looked at Vados. I haven't had any snacks since I came to the seventh universe this time. This guy has used up my physical and mental strength. Take out the food quickly. I want to comfort my stomach. Kompa said with an arrogant look. As soon as these words came out, Vados got used to it. Lin Chuan and King Kai who were hiding on the King Kai star were stunned for a moment. Damn, he is worthy of being the god of destruction. He is hungry at this time. The next second, Vados turned magic and summoned dining tables and chairs in the void, with all kinds of weird food placed on them. Master Kompa, you really lack exercise now. You just had a slight mood swing, but you didn't release much power, and you are hungry. If this continues, I'm afraid you will be farther and farther away from Lord Beerus. If Grand Priest Sama and Zeno-sama are dissatisfied with you, I'm afraid they will replace you, blah blah blah. While talking, Vados pretended to say goodbye, and even pretended to cry. To be honest, if he had not seen Vados's performance in the original work, Lin Chuan would not believe it. After all, she is Angel, so this teasing is too much. Just standing in the void and watching Kompa eat, Lin Chuan was no longer so restrained. This happened suddenly, and although it was considered a farce, the dangerous incident was over. Looking at the dazzling array of food on the table, a bold idea suddenly came to Lin Chuan's mind. The original book says that the food in the sixth universe is just average. The boiled eggs of dong-dong birds that Kompa and Vados call delicious are actually just the taste of ordinary eggs on Earth. Perhaps, I can use food to control them in advance and extract wool from them. It was originally very bad. It's so much better now. He was worried that he would not have the chance to meet a higher level existence. He had planned to try his luck in the Supreme Kai world after this breakthrough. Now, didn't these two come to his door? He couldn't think of so much before, but now that there is no threat, the thoughts in Lin Chuan's mind gush out like spring water. Kompa would not notice it. Vados could clearly see that Lin Chuan was thinking about it. However, she might also mistakenly think that Lin Chuan was interested in the food on the table. When I heard your message just now, your name was Lin Chuan, right? Vados asked. Lin Chuan nodded, yes. Of course you can also call me Talos, which is my Saiyan name. It doesn't matter, the name is just a code name. After all, you and we are strangers, so how about enjoying delicious food together? These are very precious ingredients in the sixth universe. Vados said with a smile. In fact, she still wanted to seduce Lin Chuan and take him to the sixth universe with his consent. So this is a temptation. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was a little stupid and obviously didn't think too much. I just feel like this is an invitation to enjoy the food. Then he saw another chair appear beside the dining table, which was obviously for him. TCH? Don't be ignorant, others are not so lucky. You should be lucky to have met us, and we are somewhat interested in you, otherwise, you will never be able to taste the delicacies of our sixth universe in your life. Kampa said proudly while eating the meat of an unknown animal. Really? Then I would like to taste it, not just ordinary food. Lin Chuan stopped refusing and stepped forward directly. People invited me directly like this, so what else could he pretend to do? Take this opportunity to find out what some sixth universe food is like. Saiyans are already big eaters, especially after today's continuous training and breakthroughs, they are already hungry. Lin Chuan also released his Super 4 state. This change made Kampa and Vados look slightly sideways, secretly amazed. After the storm, Lin Chuan tasted every food. To be honest, I can't say it tastes bad, nor can I say it's delicious. It can only be said that it can be swallowed and fill the stomach. By the way, this is your sixth universe's best delicacy. Lin Chuan opened his mouth after eating it himself and having the right to speak. These words made Kampa stop eating, while Vados on the other side looked at Lin Chuan curiously. What? Isn't it to your taste? Kampa asked, his brows already furrowed. Look like if you can't say something, you will die. When he asked, the corners of Lin Chuan's mouth rose, rather than explain to you, why don't you taste it yourself? I ate your food, and now you also eat the food of our seventh universe. He didn't say the Earth, but the seventh universe, to give himself a backup plan. After that, Lin Chuan used his consciousness to reach into the storage space and directly took out the food he had stored. And what's more, it's none other than the instant noodles that shocked Kampa and Vados in the original work. Seeing Lin Chuan take out the food, Vados came over curiously, not knowing what it was. Kampa was ignited and asked with interest, what is this? Is this food as delicious as mine? Kampa clearly didn't believe it. But soon he will slap himself in the face. He will feel that what he has been eating tastes like crap. Conditions are limited. Vados, can you make 100-degree boiling water? To eat this, you must have boiling water. Lin Chuan asked. After hearing this, Vados said it was no problem, and directly used the angel's scepter to transform into a kettle filled with Beidou boiling water. Knowing that they didn't know how to operate it, Lin Chuan made 3 bowls of instant noodles and waited. The best time is 3 minutes. Just like that, in the universe space, the tense atmosphere suddenly turned into a warm one. The two of them and the cat waited for the instant noodles to be finished, staring at each other. On the King Kai star. After King Kai experienced one experience after another, he was a little hungry now. Seeing Lin Chuan taking out instant noodles to entertain the god of destruction and angel from the universe next door, King Kai couldn't help but complain a few words, and then he also took out instant noodles. They say that instant noodles are not available on the table, but in fact they taste really good. The god of destruction in the 7th universe. Angel Weiss was watching the projected picture in amazement. In fact, he already knew that his sister and the god of destruction, Kampa, had come to the 7th universe. It's just that he never showed up to stop it, thinking of letting nature take its course and turning a blind eye. But today he had to intervene, because the trouble he caused was getting bigger and bigger, and his father, Grand Priest, would definitely be alerted by then. And just when he was about to take action, things suddenly had room for relaxation, which also made him not want to work hard and prepare to wait and see what happens. What on earth is this? What are instant noodles? The best time is 3 minutes. Feeling that his appetite was aroused, Weiss wanted to forcefully hold back his unwillingness, but he was still overcome by appetite. At my fastest speed, it only takes more than 2 minutes to arrive. I'll be fine if I go out for a while. Besides, it's for business. After convincing himself, Weiss turned off the projection with a smile. Immediately afterwards, his angel's scepter burst into dazzling brilliance, and a colorful rainbow light enveloped him, and in the next second he had disappeared into the god of destruction realm. After he left, it was in the palace of the god of destruction at the top of the universe tree. The god of destruction, Beerus, seemed to be dreaming about something again, and kept talking in his sleep. As he spoke in his sleep, he began to dance, grabbing a bunch of air and stuffing it into his mouth. Yeah, it's delicious, it's so delicious. Give it to me, it all belongs to me. What? You want to rob me? You're looking for death. Who dares to get involved in my god's things? The universe has not been seen since its birth. Boom. A violent explosion occurred, apparently from Beerus in his sleep. Severe cold and fever. I almost wrote Kampa as Nappa. Oh. Please vote and reward. In the universe, waiting for time to pass minute by minute. Lin Chuan looked at the serious Vados and Kampa with a secretly amused expression. Although they haven't eaten it yet, they should have smelled the aroma of instant noodles. If they can hold back, they are considered awesome. Lin Chuan would not think too much. He would not have thought that Kampa and Vados had smelled countless fragrances. Because the fragrance does not necessarily mean it is delicious, that's why they are so calm. It's really troublesome. Is it okay yet? Why does the sand in this broken hourglass fall so slowly? Kampa asked anxiously. I don't have any patience, and I can't bear it even for just 3 minutes. I can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Just wait, it will be soon. Lin Chuan glanced scornfully, folded his arms and continued to sit. Hot tofu? What kind of delicacy is that? Kampa asked curiously after hearing this. =3. Is it a soy product? Is it the same as our 6th universe's soy juice? Vados asked slightly suspiciously. This gave Lin Chuan the feeling of facing two country bumpkins. No, all the country bumpkins no. They really are isolated from the world. But when I think about it, they are the god of destruction and angel of the sixth universe. If the sixth universe doesn't have tofu, they really don't know about it. Anyway, it's a delicious food. There are cultural differences between the two universes, but I really don't agree with your universe's food. Lin Chuan straightened his posture and replied. Invisibly, the food of the sixth universe was once again belittled. Before, Kampa would have been somewhat unconvinced. But he hasn't tasted the instant noodles from the seventh universe yet. Even if he wants to get angry, he will have to wait until after eating it. If it doesn't taste good, I will definitely destroy you, the rude guy. Then the god will destroy you. You don't even have a chance to be resurrected. Lin Chuan looked indifferent to this threat. As long as you don't say anything against your will, it's almost healed. Lin Chuan said, looking at the hourglass with less than 1/5 of the sand in it. It was at this time that Vados suddenly sensed something, and a smile appeared on his face. As she straightened her body, the next second, a colorful rainbow light suddenly appeared here. It's like a rainbow bridge, erected from the other side. The light didn't dissipate until the person showed up. This scene also shocked Lin Chuan. It's a bit of a coincidence that this happened. Weiss has been paying attention to the situation here, but he has not intervened. Thoughts were swirling in his mind, and Lin Chuan felt that people came here for instant noodles. He knew clearly that the god of destruction from the sixth universe and angel were causing trouble in the home universe, but not only did he ignore it, but he also turned a blind eye, and now he was lured here because of instant noodles. In terms of feelings, he is not as tempting as a bowl of instant noodles. Sir, sister, and Kampa, we haven't seen each other for many years. Weiss said hello, his expression full of smiles. Indeed, we haven't seen each other for many years. I remember that the last time the two universes were competing for the best food, that's why we met. Vados nodded, his smiling face full of ridicule for his younger brother. Among angels, their relationship is also the best. Sure enough, is that guy Beerus still sleeping? I thought he would wake up. Tisk. My happiness was in vain. Kampa didn't see Beerus coming, and his voice became louder. Master Kampa, please secretly be happy in your heart. After all, we are the seventh universe that has entered without permission. Vados teased with a smile. When his disguise was exposed, Kampa crossed his arms, hummed and turned away. Speaking of which, Sister Sama brought Master Kampa to the seventh universe. Why not visit the god of destruction realm? Weiss narrowed his eyes. He didn't make his words clear because he wanted to do more rather than less. I just want Kampa-sama to do more exercise. You have also seen Kampa-sama's body shape. Lord Beerus happened to be sleeping again, so I thought of having Kampa-sama help a bunch of seventh universe to destroy some useless planets and rectify them. A bit of negative energy. Vados replied with a smile. The words avoided all important points, not to mention the wishing beads. They knew each other well, but they still had to work hard on the surface. I see, but it's better for you, sister, to say hello to me in the future. After all, I have to report to Lord Beerus when he wakes up. Weiss nodded. The two angels exchanged words with each other, and finally quickly changed the subject. Weiss saw Lin Chuan. He actually never thought that he would meet him at this stage. He has been secretly paying attention to Lin Chuan's growth. Now that it has reached this point, it really shocked him. Of course, he won't say it out loud. After a brief exchange, Lin Chuan finally met Weiss. Finally, everyone's attention was focused on instant noodles. 3 minutes is just right. Lifting the lid of the bowl, Lin Chuan also handed his own bowl directly to Weiss, making him keep saying embarrassed words of thanks. What you say is completely inconsistent with your actions. After saying no, the instant noodles were already taken over. Immediately afterwards, a shocking scene happened. Kampa almost bit off his tongue because it was so delicious. He didn't even leave the soup behind and licked it clean. As expected of a cat, it leaves no residue behind. Weiss and Vados, both of whom are called angels, managed to maintain a bit of etiquette. But tasting such delicious food for the first time opened up a whole new world view for them, and they suddenly realized that they had lived in vain for countless years. By the time the three of them finished their meal, Kampa still seemed to be unsatisfied. But because of the face of the god of destruction, he couldn't directly order Lin Chuan to make sacrifices. If he is the god of destruction of the seventh universe, there would be a reason. Thank you for the hospitality. This is truly the best food I have ever tasted. The food in our sixth universe is incomparable. Vados said, feeling ashamed. She finally understood why Lin Chuan said such things before. People have been eating such delicious food, so it's strange that they can look up to the food of the sixth universe. At the same time she was curious. After all, during the last food competition, the gap between the two universes was not that big. Now when compared, it is a huge difference. I wonder how many kinds of delicacies are there in the seventh universe that are similar to this kind of food? Weiss, looking at you, it seems that this is your first time eating instant noodles. Vados's beautiful eyes radiated with desire. A bowl of instant noodles obviously cannot satisfy them. Yes, sister. I never thought that there would be such delicious food in the lower universe. Weiss sighed with emotion. They all focused their attention on Lin Chuan. In terms of types, there are too many to count. The earth where I live has countless delicacies. If you are interested, you can go to the Earth to taste it, but the Earth has its own rules, so you have to if you want to go. I can entertain you, but you can't embarrass ordinary people. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and finally came to the key point. Lin Chuan changed his mind and said, if you want to attract the god of destruction and angel, you must have enough temptation. For foodies, delicious food is the most attractive thing. As long as you attract them once, there will inevitably be a second and third time. The two gods of destruction and the two angels later in the original work, not to mention the god of destruction Beerus and angel Whis, both of whom plan to settle on Earth. Just talking about Kampa and Vados, it can be said that they shamelessly use the Earth as a transit station. From time to time, I would come over and have a break. Earth? This is really unexpected. I remember that the civilization of that planet only developed for a few thousand years. Weiss said in surprise, and then used Angel's scepter to call out the shadow of the Earth. This hand shocked Lin Chuan. As expected of Angel, he brought out the projection with just a random thought. So, our sixth universe should also have Earth, right? Vados. Kampa asked curiously. This is related to whether we can taste more delicious food in the future. Please allow me to look for it first. Vados left a message and used the Angel scepter to start looking. Not long after, she showed a disappointed look. It's a great pity, Master Kampa. According to the information we just received, it seems that the Earth of our sixth universe has been completely extinct due to war. Vados's words were like a wake-up call, and Kampa's originally hopeful heart suddenly disappeared. So cool. In other words, no matter how you compare, the sixth universe cannot compare to the seventh universe. In that case, let's go to the Earth of the seventh universe first? If I don't take action, I won't be restrained, right? Weiss. Changing the subject, Kampa asked. He's going to visit Earth. If the planet were full of delicious food, it would be so worth it. Looking for the wishing beads is to make a wish for the most delicious food in the universe. Now the food on the Earth is the first thing that shines in their eyes. It seems that even if you don't make a wish, you can still taste delicious food. If he is satisfied, he will even move the Earth from the seventh universe to the sixth universe at all costs. Although Kampa-sama and Oni-sama are traveling through the universe without permission, as long as Kampa-sama doesn't do anything inappropriate, he can go to Earth. After all, Kampa-sama and Beerus-sama are twin brothers. If Beerus-sama knew about it, he wouldn't say anything. Weiss said generously. He is now also interested in the Earth. If there really are so many delicious foods on the Earth, he can also eat these foods. Now Lord Beerus is sleeping, and as an angel, he is not allowed to travel to the lower world at will. But Lord Kampa is here, which means that he can use the excuse of supervising Lord Kampa to go to the Earth together. Then let's go. I can't wait to see the delicious food of the Earth. Weiss, you will lead the way. Vados said with a smile. Once the matter is settled, nothing can be better. For them, in the endless years that they have survived to this day, there is rarely one thing that can attract them. No problem, sister. Weiss nodded. Just when he was about to use his methods, Lin Chuan interrupted him. Angel's abilities are indeed terrifying, but Angel doesn't seem to be able to use teleportation skills. Now that we have agreed, let me take you there. My teleportation can directly cross space and return to the Earth. Lin Chuan said. As soon as these words came out, Vados's eyes lit up. Era. I have forgotten that you have mastered the teleportation that only Supreme Kai can master. Stop dilly-dallying, I'm tired of waiting. Kampa shouted hurriedly. That's all. Under the leadership of Lin Chuan, a god of destruction and two angels were brought to Earth. King Kai Star. King Kai kept muttering, not knowing whether the current situation was good or bad. He also immediately conveyed the information to the great Kai-Osama. The answer was still to wait and see. There is no way, the level is too high, these gods are a joke. What's annoying is that I can't contact Supreme Kai yet. If there is Supreme Kai to rely on, he will have some confidence. King Kai doesn't know that in the Supreme Kai world at this moment, Dong Supreme Kai Xian doesn't pay attention to the situation in the lower world at all. It can be said that he has been doing this Supreme Kai for tens of millions of years, but he has hardly been to the lower world that many times. Because he didn't have enough information to pass on, he only knew a little about the world from 5 million years ago until today. Sir Supreme Kai, I still haven't found any trace of Babadai here. Jobit was completing the task given to him by Supreme Kai and found Babadai who was trying to resurrect Majin Buu. Damn Babadai, does it mean that he is no longer in the South Galaxy? Dong Supreme Kai Xian said viciously. He was still looking for Babadai, but he didn't know that Babadai had already played him around. Earth. In the manor. After returning home, Lin Chuan directly found Bulma and told her a series of events. Bulma was even more shocked after learning that there was a god like the god of destruction in this world, and that there was more than one universe. As an innovative scientist and the most talented person on Earth, Bulma got out of hand after she became interested. Reception is inevitable, especially when the recipient is the most destructive god in the universe, and there are two supreme angels. All in all, Bulma is very measured. Lin Chuan found it even more incredible that in just a short period of time, Bulma had established a good relationship with Weiss and Vados. Not even Kampa has any temper towards Bulma. It should be said that after mastering the weak point, even the god of destruction is not so scary. You said this god of destruction, Kampa, is he really that powerful? Even you are far from a match? You can't tell. Bulma and Lin Chuan stood together, looking at Kampa, who kept enjoying the food and making sighing sounds. Vados and Weiss asked in a low voice. Lin Chuan did not escape and nodded directly. You don't fully understand what I mean. It's not that I am far from his opponent, but that I am not even an opponent. Frustrated? That's for sure. But the other party is the god of destruction, and Lin Chuan can accept it. He is still in the growth stage, and when he becomes truly powerful, he will definitely regain his face. After hearing Lin Chuan's self-deprecation, Bulma felt distressed. She could tell from Lin Chuan's expression that Lin Chuan was very unwilling now. It's like all the hard work was in vain. Then we'd better be careful. After entertaining them, they should leave, right? Bulma changed the subject. If 3-time bombs suddenly appeared around you and would explode at any time, everyone would be under great pressure. Immediately, his eyes looked at the fat cat again. Without what Lin Chuan said to her, she wouldn't have believed that he would be a master even if he beat him to death. Whether we leave or not, it's not bad to have a good relationship with them. After all, they are the god of destruction and angel, and it may be helpful to me. It's just that I have wronged you. It takes time to have a good relationship with them, Lin Chuan said. Bulma heard this, her eyes were tender. Lin Chuan sometimes suddenly said a few words that he cared about her, which made her feel particularly happy. This kind of absolute trust can only be given to her by Lin Chuan. Don't worry, according to what you said, the 3 of them are foodies. The earth doesn't have much, but it has a lot of delicious food. Give them different dishes every year, Bulma said. Only Bulma dared to have this idea. However, Bulma in the original book really used delicious food to raise Beerus as a house cat and raise children, and Whis became the strongest bodyguard in history. In the blink of an eye, it was evening. For Kampa, Vados, and Weiss, who had tasted delicacies from the earth for the first time, they have been eating for 2 hours without stopping. Saiyans are all big eaters. Bulma has certainly seen this before. This is the first time I have seen beings other than Saiyans so edible. The god of destruction is awesome. Angel's belly was more like a bottomless pit. It made Bulma a little envious of Angel. How can you not gain weight by eating like that? What kind of natural principle is this? Xia, it's comfortable and enjoyable. This is the food that only gods should eat. It's been a long time since I, the god, have eaten so full. After the food fight, Kampa spread out on the chair and mildly was still breathing out from time to time, obviously overeating. Sir Kampa, the calories your meal has brought to you are quite high. You must do enough exercise to digest them, Vados said while still eating dessert. Kampa has long been used to hearing this kind of words. Didn't take it seriously at all. In his mind, calculations began. The earth really has so many delicious food, and he wants to bring it to his own universe. It's shameful that I didn't know that Earth's food was so delicious before. According to the setting of the twin universe, even if the development of the 2 Earths will be very different, the gap will not be too big. Of course, Kampa couldn't come openly. After all, if he wanted to directly bring the Earth from the 7th universe to the 6th universe, Weiss would not sit idly by. You have to think of a careful plan, and you have to get Vados's consent and help. After all, he, the god of destruction, does not have the ability to bring a planet to another universe. Such great power can only be achieved by Angel. Speaking of which, things like this were actually quite common in the past. Over the long years, in order to pass the boring time, gods from different universes will swap planets in different universes to increase the fun. It's just that Beerus hasn't woken up, and Whis can't make the decision. Angel only maintains the balance and order among the universe and is not allowed to interfere with everything that happens in the universe. If that guy really knows that there are so many delicacies on Earth, how will I stand a chance? I'll hide it for now, and then plot with Vados after Weiss leaves. The Earth must be mine. With an idea in mind, Kampa picked up the juice on the table and drank it. Seeing that their meal was over, Lin Chuan and Bulma stepped up. At the same time, the gravity training room located at the rear of the manor, Raditz and Vegeta walked out. And of course Piccolo. However, they did not practice together. Piccolo just opened a separate gravity chamber to seek a breakthrough. They happened to be together, but they were still unhappy when they saw each other. Especially Vegeta's hatred for Piccolo is very strong. Why do you feel this way? That's because Vegeta felt the contempt in Piccolo's eyes and never regarded him as an opponent. He ignored him directly, which was hard for him to accept. Even though his strength has now reached this limit, he still suffers from Piccolo's cold eyes. Vegeta wanted to say that he had the guts to fight with me, but he knows that he is no match for Piccolo. After experiencing Frieza's battle, he clearly knew everyone's strength level. Even if you become stronger and catch up, others are also getting stronger. After leaving the gravity training room, the 3 of them returned to Bulma's manor villa. Before landing, I saw dozens of chefs and cooking experts making delicious food next to the entire central pool garden. This has never happened before. It's like holding an event. Strange eyes were focused on Lin Chuan and Bulma. They didn't know what day it was, so they could only find the answer in Lin Chuan and Bulma. Piccolo had no inhibitions and walked directly towards Lin Chuan. Raditz was also very casual. He stepped forward and started searching at the food stalls. After practicing for a day, can you not be hungry? Only Vegeta, after walking halfway, saw several figures over there clearly, and was immediately confused. They are, could it be said, the fear in his heart was infinitely magnified. Familiar makeup, familiar clothes, even familiar people? Although the guy's shape was a little different from what he remembered, Vegeta vaguely remembered his childhood memories. No one knows how much pressure he endured in his early years. It's the god of destruction. Why did you come to Earth? Are you still dining here? Are you kidding? That guy Lin Chuan is still talking and laughing with him. Doesn't he know how scary the other person is? Or, he doesn't know his identity at all. Not daring to act, Vegeta tried his best to calm himself down and looked at Lin Chuan. But not long after the idea was born, he saw Raditz sitting casually at the dining table and enjoying his meal. While eating, he kept mumbling things like, "What's delicious? Is Talos your friend? Damn it, this guy is looking for death." Gritting his teeth, Vegeta's breathing became heavier and heavier. He could hardly imagine what would happen next. Finally, without the threat of Universe Emperor Frieza, he can continue to become stronger in the next time, and then become a Super Saiyan. God knows how a god of destruction could come. Clenching his fists, Vegeta moved slowly. At the dining table, Raditz completely ignored everyone and only cared about eating. He was so straightforward. Not only did he not arouse dissatisfaction from Kampa and Angel, but seeing Raditz eating so deliciously, he became hungry again. What about Piccolo? Because he does not need to eat food to replenish his strength, he only needs to drink water. So after Piccolo came to Lin Chuan, he has been observing Kampa, Vados, and Weiss, whom he has never seen before. It's a good thing that he didn't feel it. With this perception, he immediately discovered that these three unknown guys were not only terrifyingly strong, but he couldn't even touch the edges of each other's strength. Incredible and shocking. Piccolo knew that Lin Chuan would not bring outsiders back casually, so he immediately used voice transmission and asked, "What is going on? Lin Chuan, what exactly are these two people and this cat? Their strength, bottomless. Is Frieza scary?" It's not scary to him, but it's also very strong. Where is Lin Chuan? In his eyes, he was naturally so strong that he could defy the heavens. Now, compared with the two people and the cat in front of me, it seems to be nothing. At least Lin Chuan's chi was perceptibly powerful, but with the two people and a cat in front of him, he couldn't feel anything and it just gave him a creepy feeling. It seems that once I have any crooked thoughts, I will die badly. Hearing Piccolo's inquiry, Lin Chuan glanced at him, and then directly said via voice transmission, "Have you noticed it at your level? You are better at chi cultivation than I thought." To make a long story short, the two people you see now are the supreme angels in this world. Beings like them are almost omnipotent and assist the god of destruction in managing the balance of the universe and maintaining order. That fat cat is the god of destruction. The god of destruction of the 6th universe. Our universe is the 7th universe. As for the specifics, I will organize the information into a ball of spiritual power and pass it on to you. You will understand it after receiving it. As Lin Chuan's message transmission ended, a piece of spiritual power wrapped up some of the world's basic structure information and was passed to Piccolo. After listening to Lin Chuan's words and receiving the information from Lin Chuan, Piccolo was stunned on the spot. Damn it, if he hadn't experienced it personally, if Lin Chuan hadn't told him personally, and Angel and the god of destruction were right in front of him, he would have found it hard to believe it. It's so outrageous. The universe is not monolithic. There were originally 18 universes in this world, but 6 of them were destroyed by Zeno. There are now 12 universes left, and the 6th universe and the 7th universe are twin universes. So, what is the current situation? This god of destruction, and these two angels, will they destroy the earth? Piccolo asked again. Lin Chuan did not answer, but comforted Piccolo with his eyes, telling him not to be nervous. It will certainly not destroy the earth. But it's inevitable that something will happen next. Just like Kampa now, he has enough to eat and drink, and wants to move around. His target is undoubtedly Lin Chuan, and no one else can catch his eye. Aren't there still Weiss and Vados? Kampa is not stupid enough to ask for torture, especially his attendant, who would not show mercy to him. Tisk, tisk, tisk. How about you play a few tricks with me, Saiyan? Kampa moved briefly for a few times, then looked at Lin Chuan with a joking look on his face. As soon as these words came out, Weiss and Vados, who were still eating snacks, stopped moving at the same time. This is a battle without any suspense, and Lin Chuan is no match for Kampa. Forget it. You, the god of destruction, have eaten so many delicacies from my house, why can't you just stop for a while? Are you asking for trouble? Lin Chuan said. As soon as he said this, Raditz didn't seem to understand what he meant. He swallowed the piece of meat in his hand and said excitedly, "God? You fat cat is a god? It's interesting. Dare to challenge Talos. I'll accompany you? How about a few tricks?" After the words fell, the whole place fell silent. He mistakenly thought that when Lin Chuan said he was asking for trouble, it was Kampa who was asking for trouble, not Lin Chuan. "What did you call me just now?" Kampa's vicious eyes were filled with murderous intent. The god of destruction is angry, but it is extraordinary. Lin Chuan couldn't help but give Raditz a thumbs up. Good guy, just call Kampa the fat cat. Although he thinks so too, he will not look for trouble. Aren't you a cat person? And you are so fat. What is a fat cat? Raditz didn't think too much. I don't know what's going on in his mind. These days, it seems that Son Goku has infected him. Hearing the words of contempt again, Kampa's terrifying destructive power emerged from him. Mortals cannot perceive the power of God, unless you are powerful enough to reach a certain level, or you have mastered your perception to the extreme. Lin Chuan and Piccolo were obviously aware of the danger, but Raditz is not timid at all. To put it simply, Raditz couldn't sense how powerful Kampa was, nor did he know how terrifying the identity of the god of destruction was, so what he showed was the most essential and true side. Come on. I'll have a good fight with you, and it'll be a good time to test the results of your training during this period. Don't let me down. After saying this, Raditz clenched his fists and squatted down. With the explosive energy, his strength was completely released. Normal combat power is 2.1 million points. Compared with the 1.6 million points after returning from planet Namek, it has increased by 500,000 points. Coupled with the release of blood energy, Raditz's combat power soared to more than 5 times, tens of millions of levels of combat power. This guy completely adapted Kaioken into an alternative skill that he can fully understand, and then successfully broke through. Such strength indeed shocked Piccolo, and Lin Chuan was also surprised. Vegeta on the other side also gritted his teeth. However, Vegeta was praying in his heart because Raditz, a fool, had provoked an existence that he shouldn't have provoked. Even though their strength has improved and reached the level of millions of combat power, just because he can't sense the opponent's aura until now, it is certain that their terror is far beyond what they can imagine. You're not ashamed of your words, that's all. Kampa put his hands on his hips. I thought Raditz could come up with some powers that interested him, such as Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan transformation. Unexpectedly, he was too lazy to take a look at the ants. You are too confident, fat cat. In that case, let me show you all my trump cards. Raditz shouted, pumping up his energy again. In an instant, the scene became chaotic because there were many cooks present. Fortunately, Angel took action and stabilized the surrounding aura, which was equivalent to directly isolating the space here. They haven't tasted enough yet. If they are affected, they will have nothing to eat. Speaking of Weiss and Vados, if I kill this guy, it shouldn't be my fault, right? Calling God a humiliating nickname in a rude manner touches my bottom line as a god of destruction. Kampa still didn't mind Raditz, just asking Weiss and Vados. The two angels looked at each other, slightly embarrassed. In fact, they quite agree with Raditz calling Kampa the fat cat. According to the situation, it was indeed Raditz who took the initiative to provoke Kampa. That's the same thing, Master Kampa. As long as you don't violate the agreement of the universe law, then no matter what you do, it doesn't matter. Weiss said, Master Kampa, you should make your own decision. After all, we are not the gods of the 7th universe. Vados continued. Kampa had actually guessed what the two said. It's just that it's best not to kill people, and punishment is enough. Immediately, he raised his hand and waved at Raditz. The obvious thing is to let Raditz attack quickly. When Raditz saw this, he wondered how he had ever been so angry since he became stronger. The next second, he moved in front of Kampa and punched him. Pa! A crisp sound sounded. Did Raditz's fist hit Kampa? No? In that 0.0001 second moment, Kampa raised his hand, his head suddenly collapsed, and Raditz flew away. Kill instantly with one hit. There is no suspense. Raditz flew dozens of meters away and fell among the flowers. This situation also shocked everyone present. Especially Piccolo and Vegeta were stunned and terrified. Ordinary people, when have they ever seen such a scene? In the end, the only option is to think in the direction of blindness. TCH? You're really vulnerable? I'll spare your life, and when you see me in the future, speak in a lower voice to me. After scolding Kampa, he looked at Lin Chuan again. Seeing him so innocently, Lin Chuan could only shake his head speechlessly. Lin Chuan, you might as well fight with Lord Kampa. It's rare for me to see Lord Kampa actually willing to fight. Moreover, Lord Kampa will not bully the younger with the big one. At most, he will only use the same power as you. Battle. Am I right? Master Kampa. Vados suddenly spoke, with a look of success on his face, which made Kampa question. Damn it, who is the master? Who makes the decision? Kampa was about to retort when he saw Vados raising his hand to summon the Angel Scepter, turning his hand and pointing it towards Kampa. In an instant, a light blue aura clung to Kampa's body. Huh? Are you serious? Vados, you actually restricted my power. Kampa shouted angrily. Isn't this to make the battle fairer? Besides, I only control Master Kampa's power within a certain range, but I don't restrict you from using your divine power of destruction. Vados's answer made Kampa nod. He was drawn in again. Thought this wasn't bad either. After all, he is a god and has divine power. In fact, it was Vados who was tricking him. How could Lin Chuan refuse if he had the opportunity to avenge himself for being suppressed before? It is true that his strength is only at the trillion level at most, but if Kampa is at the same level as him, he will not be afraid. So what about God? So what about divine power? If it is strong enough, it can defeat and kill everything. Now that we've reached this point, let's have a fight. As for the scandal, if you lose to me, don't get angry and get angry. Lin Chuan first made sure to protect what might happen next. Hearing this, Kampa was not angry, but said in a playful tone, do you really think you can defeat this god? Mortals are always mortals, no matter how strong you are, you can't change it. After that, Kampa slowly stood up and reached the sky. Lin Chuan did not take direct action, but gave Bulma a reassuring look, and then whispered that nothing would happen to him, and then used Wukong Jutsu to catch up. Lin Chuan battles with the god of destruction? Piccolo and Vegeta who were present were both calm. At this time, Raditz over there was still in a coma and had no idea what the situation had become. Ho 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 ho, sister, if you do this, aren't you really afraid that Compa will lose? This Saiyan in our 7th universe is no ordinary character, and you should know that. Weiss spoke. It doesn't matter, it would be a good thing if Lord Compa loses. Over the years, Mr. Compa has become more and more lazy. He basically does nothing but eat. Now he finally has the idea of fighting. I have to take advantage of it. Vados answered with a smile. She is not afraid that Compa will lose, but she is worried that Lin Chuan is still no match for Compa, who is bound by her power. After all, gods and mortals are always as different as the world. Proper training is indeed necessary. This time after Lord Beerus woke up, I also had some new ideas. Weiss continued. After hearing this, Vados did not pick it up. Instead, he joked, my dear brother, can you give this Saiyan to me? My sister is really good at joking, but I don't have this power. Weiss replied. Who would have thought that his sister would have such a bad taste? With a thought in his mind, Weiss suddenly felt a little worried. His sister had always had her own way of doing things, killing first and then showing off. If Lin Chuan was really taken away directly, Lin Chuan would not be able to resist. And the Earth in the 6th universe is gone, and the Earth in the 7th universe is a treasure. If it is secretly taken to the 6th universe, it has nothing to do with the 7th universe, and it will never come back. Ptee, I knew you would answer like this, Weiss. Actually, I want to borrow this Saiyan from your universe. What do you think? Vados asked again. The topic reached a key point, and Weiss roughly understood what Vados meant. Sister, you want to use Lin Chuan to help the Saiyans of the 6th universe complete their transformation, right? Weiss asked. Vados nodded. The difference between the Saiyans of the 2 universes is too big. I'm a little curious, if I use the transformation method here, can the Saiyans of the 6th universe also be able to transform? I can't afford to get hurt by a cold, I really can't afford to get hurt. If there is any problem with the 38.5 degree code, please correct it directly in the text. Asking for recommendation votes, asking for monthly votes, and asking for rewards. In the sky, Lin Chuan caught up with Compa, who was rising slowly, and looked at him from the same angle. The altitude continued to climb until they were nearly 10,000 meters above the ground before the two sides understood each other and stopped. That's enough. Come on, let me stretch my muscles. Don't be killed by me like that kid before. Compa still has the same extremely conceited face. He was overconfident in himself and had always been superior. He would never have imagined that his power was restricted by Vados to the same level as Lin Chuan. To Lin Chuan, he was no longer invincible. At the same level of power, even if he is still a god, so what? Mortals are so powerful that they can kill gods? Stop trying to flatter yourself, Compa. Frankly speaking, you are nothing more than this. With a strong fighting spirit rising in his heart, Lin Chuan completed the Super Saiyan transformation in an instant. The golden flames rose up like a dragon. Although it is only over 1 full power, Lin Chuan's combat power at this time has reached 6.4 billion. Of course, relying on this alone is not enough. At most, it can only compete with the current Compa and do some warm-up exercises. In Lin Chuan's eyes, Compa's combat power was stable at the limit of 999.9 billion. The only difference from before is that it is no longer the system limit that can only detect such a high index, but has transformed into the full combat power that can be unleashed after being suppressed by Angel's power. Hearing such arrogant words, Compa looked at him coldly. Isn't it the same transformation as before? Huh? You don't really think that you can defeat this god after he is suppressed by power, do you? You don't have to be a god to be powerful. Lin Chuan ignored Compa's argument that gods should be invincible. Then let you see it carefully. Even if I am suppressed, I only need to use 1/10 of my power to crush you. After saying that, a lavender energy surged out of Compa's body and emerged on the surface. Body surface. The power of destruction is terrifying. Even if the unit is only 100 million, it should not be underestimated. Although I really don't want to admit that God is invincible and it is difficult for mortals to compare, but the gap between those with divine power and those without divine power is indeed very big. I don't want to accept it, but it is the fact. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have been pursuing the cultivation of divine power. For him, without divine power, he can be invincible in the same realm. But once you have divine power, you will be like a tiger with even more power, and it will not be a problem to defeat your opponents by leapfrogging. After finishing the concentrated release of divine power, Compa looked at the solemn look on Lin Chuan's face and smiled slyly. What? This is scary. It's too boring. Indifferent teasing, Compa's self-righteous hands on his hips seemed to show his strength. However, he didn't know that by doing so, he completely gave Lin Chuan an opportunity. Teleporting a short distance across space, he came directly in front of Compa. Lin Chuan swung his fist hard and hit Compa's plump face. Keep it. Impossible. Compa was punched out by Lin Chuan. This punch also woke up Compa. I'm really sorry, I took action without saying hello, but there's nothing I can do about it. Who told you to open up the door? If I didn't take action, I would be useless. Lin Chuan looked at teasing Compa in his own way. He held Compa to steady his body and covered his cheeks with his hands. This scene is extremely interesting. The severe pain made Compa grit his teeth, his blood pressure soared, and his anger also swelled. You are so despicable. Very good. I will let you know soon that God cannot be blasphemed. After saying these words, Kampa directly activated his divine power of destruction. The next second, the plump figure approached in a straight line at a speed that was difficult to detect with the naked eye. Hand-to-hand combat? Lin Chuan will not be afraid. He immediately used all his strength and even used the Super 4 energy pool to strengthen his own strength. The life energy that is no longer condensed and regenerated all the time is also integrated into every part of his body, allowing him to show stronger strength. Boom. Kampa's iron fist is so heavy. Even though Lin Chuan blocked with all his strength, he was still shaken. But even though he was shocked, Lin Chuan blocked it. Immediately afterwards, a series of fist and foot collisions occurred. Every time, every blow contains the power that can shatter stars into pieces. The terrifying battle storm set off strange spatial ripples and spread continuously. As expected of the god of destruction, although Kampa's strength was suppressed by Angel to the level of 100 million, his physical strength is not comparable to mine now. Sure enough, you have to come up with at least Super 4. During the battle, Lin Chuan secretly made plans in his heart. This calculation, lack of mind, was caught by Kampa. Fly for me, Saiyan boy. Kampa smiled strangely, and after moving away from Lin Chuan's fists and kicks, he waved his arms and hit Lin Chuan's abdomen with his fist. Boom, was another violent explosion. Lin Chuan received the blow head-on, and his whole body flew backwards. Kampa didn't pursue him. He put one hand behind his back as if to show off, and raised the other hand slightly. There was a ball of extremely terrifying energy on his palm. This is the consequence of blasphemy. The majestic words came out, and the energy immediately bombarded out. Lin Chuan, who was flying upside down, felt the crisis of death. Although it wasn't very strong, he knew that if he couldn't control his body and exert more strength, he would at least be seriously injured. At the critical moment, Lin Chuan had no choice. Forcibly releasing the energy pool formed the strongest defense, and at the same time, it once again impacted the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Although I have completely memorized the transformation method of Super 4 before, after all, I have only achieved this state not long ago. Even if he controls energy meticulously, he is still unable to master it enough to complete the transformation in an instant. Boom. A violent explosion exploded high in the sky, setting off an endless storm of momentum that swept across 100 miles. On the ground, the two angels continued to taste the food while watching the battle. They were not worried or nervous at all. Indeed, they, who are supreme, have already calculated everything. Others were worried and horrified. Especially Raditz, who also woke up from his coma. A brain collapse shocked him into a coma. In fact, if he hadn't been practicing gravity training for a long time, he would have been comatose for at least an hour or two. He stood with Vegeta and Piccolo, looking up at the sky. They couldn't see what was happening, but their sense of chi told them that Lin Chuan seemed to be in trouble. Not daring to say anything, Bulma listened to what Lin Chuan said before and took the initiative to approach Weiss and Vados, preparing to ask with a sad face. But before she asked, Weiss had already noticed her intention and said simply, Mrs. Lin Chuan, you don't have to worry, this battle is over, and Lord Kampa's power is controlled by his sister, with Lin Chuan with great strength, there is no fear of life. Weiss' words made Bulma relieved. That's good, that's good. She continued to look up at the sky. As an ordinary person, she couldn't feel it, so she could only wait restlessly. Vados on the side saw this, took a deep look at Bulma, and summoned her angel scepter. Immediately afterwards, a projection appeared, showing the battle process and the current situation. This scene shocked everyone. Raditz, Vegeta, and Piccolo also came close to watch. They became more and more afraid of Weiss and Vados. Because Piccolo received the information from Lin Chuan, he already had an idea in his mind. Is this Angel? This is what Lin Chuan said is omnipotent. This world is so big, and I am the frog in the well. Frog in the well? Piccolo isn't the only one who thinks so now. Both Vegeta and Raditz felt like their worldviews had been completely overturned. It's like the power they have been pursuing is not worth mentioning. Even though I didn't know about Angel's existence at this time, I could tell from the methods and performance that it was not simple. Even Super Saiyan Talos is no match for the god of destruction. Moreover, he is a god of destruction whose strength is restricted. Gritting his teeth, Vegeta sighed in his heart. At the same time, he glanced at Vados and Whis, and thought in his heart, even the power of the god of destruction can be restrained. Who are these two people? More powerful and terrifying than the god of destruction. High in the sky, the horrific explosion ended. Thick smoke filled the sky and lingered for a long time. Kampa didn't take any further action. He put his hands on his hips, looking arrogant and disdainful of mortals. Activities made him feel much better. Originally, just a few times were enough. But Lin Chuan himself sought death and desecrated his existence. He wouldn't be Kampa if he didn't give him a good crush. Aren't you coming out yet? I didn't kill you just now. If you can't even handle this, then I think too highly of you. Kampa's voice spread and enveloped the entire area. Lin Chuan, who was deep in the thick smoke, had just stabilized his 4th level Super Saiyan posture. The second transformation does not require Great Ape to transform into a golden giant ape and then transform again, but it does not just change. Fortunately, if I can't achieve it at this time, then I will stretch my hips. With a murmur in his mouth, Lin Chuan maintained his strength at this time. It's no longer what it was before. Previously, Che Yi fought against Kampa at full power, Firstly, to see to what point Kampa's strength was suppressed, and whether he could cope with the tentative battle. Now that I know it, I am more confident that I can beat Kampa in Super 4. Wow. Just as Lin Chuan was about to break through the thick smoke and go out, a terrifying hurricane swept through first. Under the raging storm, the thick smoke was completely torn into pieces, revealing the appearance of Lin Chuan at this time. Kampa smiled strangely, with a playful look in his eyes. This kid was serious now, he really didn't take him seriously. On the ground, seeing Lin Chuan's new appearance, everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. The wild figure, blood-red hair, waist-length hair as black as ink, especially those two colored eyes, so deep that they couldn't see through them at all. What is this? Raditz opened his mouth wide and leaned closer to see more clearly. They all know about the transformation of Super Saiyan, but now Lin Chuan's transformed form is unheard of and unseen, like a humanoid ape. Could it be that we Saiyans can not only become Super Saiyans, but also have many other transformations? Just like Great Ape. Raditz continued to wonder. Stop joking, Raditz. You don't know, don't I know? In the legend of our Saiyans, there are only Super Saiyans. Can Great Ape be called a transformation? Vegeta angrily yelled. Uninformed and terrible. This is what Vegeta thinks of Raditz. He doesn't know that his knowledge is pitiful. As long as you really get familiar with it and understand it, there is also the existence of the Super Saiyan god in the Saiyan mythology. Of course, even if he knew this mythical story, Lin Chuan was not a Super Saiyan god at this time. Seeing that sturdy figure and feeling the surging power, Vegeta was confused. He clenched his fists and gritted his teeth. In his opinion, this should obviously be the state where Talos has surpassed the Super Saiyan. They haven't even touched the threshold of Super Saiyan yet, and they didn't expect Talos to have reached this step. Reluctance filled his heart, making Vegeta's blood boil. The person who competes with the god of destruction should be him, the prince of the Saiyans? He should be the one who becomes a Super Saiyan and surpasses it. What went wrong? Why did I end up like this? Vegeta roared inwardly. On the side, Piccolo looked solemn. He is the calmest, and only uses his own perception to discover how powerful Lin Chuan is now, and compare it with the current god of destruction, Kampa. Is this the source of your confidence? The god of destruction whose strength has been restrained is so terrifying that even an ordinary Super Saiyan cannot take advantage of it. How strong are you in this form now? Piccolo thought to himself. When did Lin Chuan make a new breakthrough? With this look, he is indeed the man I like. Bulma's eyes glowed after seeing Super 4. Coupled with the charm brought by the wildness, Bulma blushed for a while. It's finally about to begin. This special transformation activates bloodline power to the limit? If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to believe that a person can achieve it with his own strength. Weiss swallowed the cake in one gulp, and then said. When Vados heard this, his smile never changed. Oh, Weiss doesn't understand this kind of transformation either. Yes, Sister Sama. Since Lord Beerus fell asleep, I have only occasionally paid attention to the situation of the Saiyans. It is only in the past few years that these Saiyans have mastered the method of quickly becoming stronger. Wei Si nodded and replied. After the two angels communicated, they looked at each other and stopped talking. With the transformation completed, Lin Chuan stood in front of Kampa. Under the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the surface combat power has once again exceeded the 100 billion level, reaching 256 billion. Moreover, his own combat power value is still rising. With the blessing of Super 4, the combat power increased from 1 per second to 3,200 points per second. Although the increase is not the normal combat power, the speed of improvement is terrifying. This is the benefit that the system brings to itself. There is also the release and explosion of potential. Lin Chuan spends almost every moment practicing, exploring, and accumulating. To put it more directly, do Saiyans have limits? Definitely not. We will only get stronger and stronger, and we will not stop here. Now, it's my turn. Kampa. The corners of his mouth raised, and Lin Chuan struck out in the next second. The blood-red figure was like a red light, spanning 100 meters in an instant and standing in front of Kampa. When Kampa saw this, instead of panicking, he smiled even more cunningly. It would be interesting to let him feel more fun. The red-haired monkey is your strongest transformation, right? In that case, there is no need for me to waste my time. After teaching you a lesson, I can still have a big meal. Kampa's contempt for Lin Chuan reached a certain point kind of extreme. He was so confident that after he taught Lin Chuan a lesson quickly, he could eat as much as he wanted. Warm-up exercises only help him digest food. Obviously, he has digested a lot from the previous duel. Now that Lin Chuan is fighting against him in Super 4, there is no doubt that nothing has changed in his opinion. Really? I'm afraid you won't be able to eat anything later. He snorted coldly, and his breath changed suddenly. The power of blood and life energy combine with each other to unleash a punch that exceeds the limit. Facing this blow, Kampa retreated decisively, using a wonderful movement technique to always keep a distance of nearly half a meter from Lin Chuan. This shows that neither Lin Chuan nor Kampa seems to have moved, so the distance has not shortened. In fact, Kampa kept retreating and Lin Chuan kept approaching. Do you want to play this trick? It's so boring. With a thought in his mind, he moved and performed it instantly. Kampa reacted and crossed his arms in front of him. Immediately afterwards, there was an air explosion of pound. Lin Chuan's fist hit the center of Kampa's crossed hands hard. Can't break through. It doesn't matter. Lin Chuan did not stop exerting his strength. With the brutal force of Super 4, he pushed Kampa's body until it broke through the Earth's atmosphere and came to the universe space. Kampa's joking expression remained unchanged, but the next second, he was hit hard by Lin Chuan again. Boom! The muffled sound in the space was extremely frightening. This blow seems to be able to break the dimension. Of course, this blow is still insignificant to Kampa. Very strong, but not enough to shake his body as the god of destruction. Lin Chuan did not attack again. He was also using Kampa to get used to the 4th level of Super Saiyan and seek new breakthroughs. To use a later saying, achieving Super 4 and Super Saiyan God is the real new starting point. No matter what level it was in the past, it was incomparable. If you want to become stronger, you have to constantly fight against stronger people, and you have to absorb and accommodate more things. I have to say that as a mortal, a mere Saiyan, you are already very good at being able to do this. Kampa said. After he said his words, he did not give Lin Chuan a chance to answer, and continued, what a pity. No matter how strong you are only a mortal, you will never know how powerful the power of God is. After finishing his words, Kampa maintained his posture and raised a finger. The destructive power in his body quickly condensed and turned into a dark purple energy bomb. Needless to say, the power contained in this energy bomb is unimaginable. It is far from comparable to the previous one. Facing this move, Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. Do you think you are strong? In my opinion, that's all. You who are not suppressed are indeed unimaginable to me, but you after being suppressed, but just like me. The superficial combat power is indeed inferior, but so what? He can also explode with power exceeding 999.9 billion combat power. Then just take this move from me. Kampa joked and threw the energy bomb. The terrifying divine power of destruction streaked across the universe, causing space to tremble. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed and he gathered all his strength in an instant. A bright and crystal energy ball was condensed into shape, and with a big hand thrown by Lin Chuan, it crashed into Kampa's ball of destruction. Boom! The collision of the two energies was terrifying to the extreme. If it were not in the universe, I am afraid that the Earth would also be severely damaged. The mighty pressure spreads in waves, like a tide, each wave getting stronger than the last. You kid, you are really blocking me. Kampa couldn't believe it and murmured. There is no sound between universes, but it can be transmitted by special means. So I've said it before. Gods are not the only ones who can be powerful. Mortals can also compete with gods after their power reaches a certain level. You underestimate me too much. You think too highly of yourself? Just like angels' restrictions, if it has always been effective for you, then you, the god of destruction, will fall off the altar. The critical words spoke Lin Chuan's heart and made Kampa angry. Huh? Mortals are mortals? You use the kindness given to you by this god as a source of pride. You are stupid. The next second, Kampa went straight towards Lin Chuan. That ghostly figure shuttled through the aftermath of the explosion, completely unaffected. Clearly, Kampa is serious about it. The fun was over. He didn't want to waste time. Even if it is restricted, with a combat power index of 999.9 billion, the mighty destructive power is still enough to destroy everything. In terms of level, it even reaches the trillion level. Seeing this, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed. Kampa's direct attack gave him a chance. Teleport. With a murmur, Lin Chuan disappeared directly from the spot. Just when Kampa's impact was about to hit him, he disappeared without a trace. Having lost his target, veins appeared on Kampa's forehead. Cunning boy, are you still playing this trick with me? You are too young. Improving his perception, Kampa suddenly realized something, raised his hand and waved it behind him. A punch that contained star-destroying power was so terrifying. However, just when Kampa thought his attack had hit and succeeded, the smile on his face froze. Do you think I will use the same trick? Yu's voice sounded from behind Kampa. Following Lin Chuan's attack, Kampa was hit hard and fell flat on his face. Fortunately, this is the universe space, otherwise, Kampa would have been embarrassed and disgraced this time. Of course, this scene was also seen by the two angels and others on Earth. After suffering the damage caused by Lin Chuan's attack, Kampa stared angrily. Stabilizing his body at an extremely fast speed, he turned around and looked in the direction of Lin Chuan. Just when he was aware of it, this time he did not turn around directly to face Lin Chuan, who was moving in an instant. Fearing that he would suffer twice from the same move, Kampa simply ignored Lin Chuan behind him. However, he would not have thought that Lin Chuan would really attack this time instead of playing hide and seek with him. Pound. Lin Chuan's attack then fell. The ferocious fist is mixed with the power of Saiyan blood and life force, and the damage it can cause definitely reaches the trillion level. The blow hit Kampa's spine hard, causing him to rush forward again. Several times? This made Kampa's anger rise to a certain extreme. You are truly worthy of being the god of destruction. Even though your strength has been suppressed, your physical strength is not comparable to mine now. After 2 heavy blows from me, you only felt a little pain. Close combat is ineffective, then try this trick. After the words fell, Lin Chuan immediately opened his hands. The terrifying momentum surged, the golden energy flames continued to evaporate, and thunder suddenly appeared, setting off infinite power. Thunder Crush Cannon? There is no doubt that it is one of Lin Chuan's ultimate moves. Its power has exceeded 100 million units before it reaches its peak, and its destructive power is so terrifying that even Lin Chuan himself did not expect it. Of course, the stronger, the better. Even if you can't really defeat Compa, you still have to make him look bad. It's just a matter of going back to Earth and stopping fighting. I believe that when the time comes, Vados and Weiss will not sit idly by. Okay, is this how you play? You have really completely discarded the kindness that this god gave you. Compa stabilized his body and became serious. The energy emanating from Lin Chuan's body gave him goosebumps. He knew that this was because his strength was suppressed and his body reacted instinctively. In other words, this kid Lin Chuan may really have the power to defeat him. Even if it's just him at this level. Boom. He did not wait for Lin Chuan's answer, but the energy beam surrounded by thunder and lightning. In just an instant, the sense of crisis was overwhelming. Compa raised his hand without hesitation, and the destructive power in his body began to circulate. Are you kidding me? I am afraid of you. Destruction, shouted loudly. Facing the direct attack of the lightning energy cannon, Compa also used his most powerful skill as the god of destruction. Destroy? It can completely wipe out everyone and everything in the universe from the source. Of course, destruction is not absolute, that is, destruction cannot destroy the immortal body obtained by making a wish with the Super Dragon Ball. In other words, the authority of Super Dragon is higher than that of the god of destruction. It seems absolute, but it's not absolute. This was the later theocratic era. Dazzling light blooms in the universe. The imagined explosion did not happen, and the Thunder Smasher cannon released by Lin Chuan was blocked by Compa. Strictly speaking, it was not blocked, but fixed at that position by destruction. No matter how Lin Chuan released his energy, he could not break through. Is this the destruction of the god of destruction? It's really terrifying. At this time, Lin Chuan recalled what Vados said before. Although he suppressed Compa's strength, he did not suppress his divine power of destruction. This destructive divine power should be destruction. Yes, he is the god of destruction after all. Even if Vados, as a servant, is optimistic about Lin Chuan, how can he really turn his elbow outward and want to see his own god of destruction defeated? She did this out of her own bad taste and to give her a seemingly fair match. In fact, it was not unequal from the beginning. Vados also doesn't want him to die, so he weakens Compa to a certain extent so that the duel can proceed smoothly. Huh? The more it is like that, the more I will make you widen your eyes. My power is far more than that. The power of the 4th level of Super Saiyan and the power of blood are not something you can easily calculate. Shout angrily. Obsession was born in the heart, and with Lin Chuan's unwillingness, the power of the blood, which was continuously quenched and sublimated by life energy, seemed to be burning, causing Lin Chuan's entire body to glow with a trace of blood. In the golden flames, blood spreads. Although it has not completely replaced it, it does add a shocking feeling. A skill similar to Kaioken? Like an improved skill like Raditz? No, this is the blood power released by Lin Chuan's origin. The blood burns and takes the opportunity to transform. The S cells in the body are constantly dividing and spreading, dividing and expanding. The normal combat power seems to be on stimulants, and it is also rising sharply. With the improvement, there will naturally be Super 4 power. The stronger the normal state, the stronger the Super Sailor transformation will be. Normally exceeds 100 million. When this barrier was completely broken, Lin Chuan seemed to have entered a brand new world. This is different from what you achieve after transformation. Not only the body has transformed, but the soul has also been sublimated again. While maintaining the continuous release of the Thunder Smasher cannon, a clear and pleasant sound sounded in Lin Chuan's ears. If you are not sure that you are awake, you will suspect that you are dreaming. This was the first time that the system actually played a sound. And it's upgraded? Byte? Congratulations to the host for increasing its normal combat power to 100 million, meeting the system level 2 upgrade conditions. System upgrade in progress. Byte? Congratulations to the host for completing the transformation into 2 Super Saiyan realms and meeting the system level 3 upgrade conditions. System upgrade in progress. 1%, 10%, 50%, 99%. Byte? System upgrade successful. Host, Lin Chuan. Age 26. Height, 185 cm/weight, 85 kilograms. Combat Power Index, 100 million points. The current level of the system, level 3. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 100/second. Stored combat power index, 0 points. After upgrading from level 1 to level 2, the increase in combat power per second changes from 1 point to 10 points. After upgrading from level 2 to level 3, the increase in combat power per second changes from 10 points to 100 points. Each level difference is a tenfold improvement. Lin Chuan also saw the increase in combat power at level 4, which was astonishingly 1000 points per second. The upgrade of the system was unexpected by Lin Chuan. What was even more unexpected was that the system was continuously upgraded as if it were a sneak attack. What is this? Because there was no prompt, Lin Chuan didn't know what the conditions for upgrading were. If you don't know, you'll just have to make random guesses, and end up doing a lot of things. I thought that after reaching Super Saiyan, the system would be upgraded. In other words, after Frisia is eliminated and the Frozen Demon Clan is eliminated, the system will be upgraded. After all, this is a turning point of the times. Unfortunately, no matter what kind of conjecture it was, it all ended in failure. Unexpectedly, as long as the normal combat power exceeds 100 million points, the system can be upgraded from level 1 to level 2. And everything he did before was completely in the wrong order. Becoming a Super Saiyan is also a condition for upgrading, but each level is different. You must reach level 1 to level 2 before you can level 2 to level 3. Lin Chuan was also lucky. If he had not succeeded in breaking through the Super 4 today, I am afraid the system would not have been continuously upgraded. If he hadn't reached the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he would at least have to wait until he reached the 2nd level of Super Saiyan before the system would prompt him to upgrade. When the system upgrades to level 3, it needs to complete 2 major stages of Super Saiyan transformation. So, if it upgrades to level 4, does it require 3 realms? Or, Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Looking at the additional functions of the system, there is a sign that stores the combat power index. The message conveyed by the system is that in the future, the combat power bonus per second will no longer be directly applied to him, but will be stored here, and he can withdraw it at any time. Relatively speaking, it is actually a good thing. In this way, your future can be completely under your control, and you can become stronger if you want to, rather than the system always blessing oneself, constantly strengthening oneself every moment. To be honest, for Lin Chuan now, what he really needs is a big breakthrough after a certain amount of accumulation, rather than a slow improvement. Even if the system is below level 3, it adds 100 points of combat power every second, but to be honest, for his level, it is nothing. Starting from 100 million units, if the combat power is not increased by thousands per second, it really doesn't feel special. But if you accumulate it and break through several million or even tens of millions of combat power in one go, it will be different. Adding 100 points per second, there are 8.64 million points in a day, 259.2 million points in a month, and a full 3.1104 million points in a year. Outrageous? No, not outrageous at all. Even according to this progress, the extent of enhancement is still not enough to satisfy Lin Chuan. After all, he is now facing a god of destruction level existence. Even with the level 3 system blessing, it can only allow him to impact the units that are stable at the 5th dimension level for a short period of time. As for the trillion level, with his current strength, he can actually reach it. The thoughts in his heart were messy, and Lin Chuan had a lot of thoughts. For example, try entering the spiritual time room. If possible, stay there for a few years, and then come out and torture Compa to death. But, is it really feasible? After coming back to his senses, Lin Chuan took a deep breath. The energy in his body evaporated rapidly, and it seemed that his attack was incomparably terrifying, but in fact the destruction spread along with the energy, making him feel that if he continued, he would be finished. Is this the end? Magic skills are magic skills. Lin Chuan gritted his teeth and stopped the energy breakthrough. With his greatly increased strength, although he is still unable to compare with Compa, the combat power he can display has also become stronger. While Compa was still destroying the Thunder Smasher cannon he released, he used teleportation again. But this time, Compa is obviously no longer as easy to fool as before. With a raise of his hand, he blocked one of his flying kicks. That's it, Saiyan. Lang shouted, and Compa withdrew his destructive hand. At the same time, the energy released by Lin Chuan was completely destroyed. Compa clenched his fist and struck Lin Chuan in the face. When this punch came, Lin Chuan couldn't get away because Compa grabbed his feet, so he could only resist with his hands together. Bang! Vibration. Lin Chuan flew out upside down and smashed dozens of huge meteorites with his body. It's over? Not yet. Compa didn't stop and approached quickly. It was obvious from the look on his face that he was a little angry. Obviously, after his own power was restrained, the power he could exert was really not able to crush Lin Chuan quickly. This guy must be defeated completely. This is Compa's plan now. Don't be too self-righteous. With a roar, Lin Chuan crushed the meteorite under his feet and faced the difficulty. For Lin Chuan, since this battle has progressed to this point, it cannot end easily. The next second, hand-to-hand combat started again. The energy will be destroyed, so continue fighting in close combat? After his normal strength exceeded 100 million, Lin Chuan's strength increased dramatically, and the power of his fist and kick attacks became even greater. The pressure was obviously greatly increased. Compa was in disbelief and even more shocked. It was hard for him to imagine how this boy Lin Chuan managed to get stronger with each war. Under his destructive power, not only did this mortal feel no difficulty, but he actually became a little confused. A sense of crisis was born, and Compa was unwilling to admit it, so he exerted all the power he could release at this time. Lose? What a joke! The god of destruction will not lose. Even if he has to resort to the power of destruction in the end, he must maintain his dignity as the god of destruction. Otherwise, if this kind of thing spreads out, people will laugh to death. On Earth. Watching the battle continue, getting more and more heated. Not only Raditz Vegeta but also Piccolo were shocked. Even Vados and Whis didn't expect that the battle would reach this point. They all know that Lin Chuan is extraordinary and his strength is invincible in this dimension. But when Compa takes action, even if it suppresses its strength, it should be a dimensionality reduction strike. How Lin Chuan did it left Compa overwhelmed. It seems that we have all underestimated Lin Chuan. Whis, this Saiyan in your universe will have unlimited achievements in the future. Vados opened his mouth to comment. Upon hearing this, Whis recalled Lin Chuan's daughter who came from the future not long ago and the Supreme Kai of Time, and immediately smiled and said, perhaps, in the future, he will become an existence that surpasses the god of destruction. beyond the god of destruction. As soon as these words came out, Raditz, Vegeta and Piccolo were all shocked. Bulma had a special emotion that could surpass her men and gods. What about Vados? Her eyes seemed to see the future in the near future. Whether we can meet this expectation or not, let us wait and see. Speaking of which, in a few years, the great liquidation will begin. The indexes of our two universes are not up to standard, Vados said, changing the topic again. After hearing this reminder, Weiss could only helplessly shake his head. Let's talk about the future in the future. Maybe there will be a better solution. Isn't Lin Chuan an anomaly? Oh. Begging for monthly tickets, begging for recommendation votes, begging for rewards. The system has been upgraded to 2 levels in a row, and it is about to start fighting. Please hold on, everyone. .. Temple of Heaven. At this moment, the gods Piccolo and Bobo were trembling and speechless, because such a terrible thing happened to the earth, which they could not imagine. And Dende, even though he is not the god of earth yet, even though he is just an ordinary and young name Kian. But after embarking on the path of becoming an earth god, I have more or less realized how terrible the current situation is. I'm definitely scared, that's for sure. For the gods of the earth, what an unimaginable existence the god of destruction is. If they had not appeared on earth today, they would not have known that there was such a supreme god in the world. Even they couldn't feel the breath, but the level difference imprinted in their souls made them bow down and worship. Even gods are far behind when facing Kaiju. Not to mention facing the god of destruction. Is the earth really unable to come down? God Piccolo sighed and murmured. He was helpless and sighed. Ever since Son Goku's eldest brothers Raditz and Lin Chuan arrived, the landscape of the earth has been completely changed. One thing happened gradually, and another crisis followed one after another. I thought that after helping Namek to deal with the Universe Emperor Frieza, the world would finally be truly peaceful. Who would have thought that the pace of change of the times has not slowed down at all, but has accelerated even more? The time of peace is always short. Imagine the big things that may happen in the future. Combined with the arrival of the god of destruction, completely shattering the last bit of obsession in his heart, the god Piccolo made up his mind that he could no longer waste time. To use his stubborn idea, the earth can live without him as a god, but it cannot live without Piccolo as a warrior. Lord God, you don't have to worry too much. Although the current battle situation is unknown, since everything was fine in the front, it will definitely be over in the back. After all, didn't they all say that this is just an after-dinner exercise? Bobo said comfortingly. Exercise after meals? Indeed, that's what I said at the beginning. However, does the current war have anything to do with after-dinner exercise? That terrifying power is enough to destroy the earth countless times. God Piccolo is indeed too worried. He had no idea that there were 2 angels on earth, and even if 12 gods of destruction came, they might not be able to damage even a single hair on earth with their full force. For the earth, there is an absolute guardian angel now. In the past, the earth would have been shaking with such terrifying power. But now, it can be said that the earth has been shaken 3 times, but none of them gave angel face. Even if he gets shaken, he loses. It should be said that as an attendant of the god, Bobo's vision is far greater than that of the god Piccolo. After all, he has lived for at least several thousand years, and he has accompanied the gods of the earth for several generations before they finally sent them away. I know, Mr. Popo, you don't have to worry too much about me. Remaining calm, God Piccolo could only forcefully show that he was fine. Then he looked at Dende beside him, hugged him next to him, and used his big hands to give him a greater sense of security. Dende, who was trembling at first, calmed down a little because of the gentleness given by the god Piccolo. Bayazai Mountain. Beside the creek on the hillside where the Sun family settled. Inside the roundhouse. Feeling the continuous explosion of terrifying power, Sun Wuhan could no longer bear it. He put aside the homework given to him by his mother, put on his combat uniform, and sneaked out of the window. As he rushed towards Sido, his sense of breath was constantly amplifying. Uncle Lin Chuan, is that you? And that existence that can't feel the breath? What kind of existence are you fighting against? Sun Wuhan murmured. At 5 years old, he is incredibly mature. Compared to him in the original work, he has grown better. The reason why I am going to Sido now is to meet up with everyone. Although he knew that he might not be able to help, he couldn't just sit back and ignore such a big thing happening to the earth. And his uncle Piccolo was there, Uncle Raditz was there, and Vegeta. His father was away and he knew where he was, so he couldn't go into details. Turtle Fairy Island. On the beach in front of Turtle Fairy House, Clin and Kame Immortal were looking at the sky solemnly, with livid expressions and shock and fear in their eyes. This is Lin Chuan's real power. Such a terrifying aura, it would be unimaginable if it weren't for being right next to him. Clin sighed, his voice vibrating, which showed his intense mood swings. I don't know who the being who is fighting Lin Chuan is. He can't feel the breath, but it gives people an invisible sense of oppression. It's even scarier than Lin Chuan. Turtle Immortal said his heart. As a martial arts master of a generation, even though his strength has been eliminated by the times, his level is definitely not low. It was like he was able to rise rapidly beyond the age, but he spent all his potential energy on making himself live a few more years, and even took a lot of life-extending treasures, thus making himself overexploited. As a result, becoming stronger has been greatly restricted. This was not liberated until the Super Era. Beside them, there are Oolong, Pool, and Turtle. They couldn't understand it, but looking at the expressions of Clin and Kame Senin, they all had a guess. Eastern continent, southwest. Tianjin rice and dumplings, they also sensed Lin Chuan's extremely terrifying aura. Although it was not the first time they sensed it, this time it obviously subverted their cognition. What kind of enemy is it? Lin Chuan used such a powerful force to fight against the enemy. The battle has spread from the earth to the universe. It's really incredible. Tianjin Fan murmured to himself. The dumpling next to him looked nervous, full of worry and fear. How long has the earth been peaceful? It will cause such a big wave again. All of a sudden, it seemed that they were completely overturned, making them all eliminated and reduced to ants among ants. In the universe, the battle is fierce. Purple light and golden light are constantly traveling between the stars, colliding, lasing, and colliding again. In a short period of time, the two sides have fought hundreds or thousands of times. It can be said that it is completely different from the previous battle. Before, it was a comparison of skills, taking advantage. Now is the real competition. As the hand-to-hand combat became more intense, neither side gave the other any backup, leaving a lot of injuries on each other's bodies. Unlike Kampa, Lin Chuan's injuries were obviously more serious. Although he has a Super 4 body, this level is still unable to compare with the powerful body of Kampa, the god of destruction. However, Lin Chuan showed stronger combat effectiveness and devoted himself almost wholeheartedly to the attack. At this moment, he could be said to have entered a fighting mode that he had never entered before. Obeying the guidance of his body's instinctive bloodline allowed him to attack more directly and let go of everything without hesitation. Saiyans are a fighting nation. This is not an adequate description of the Saiyans of this era. It should be said that Saiyans are all fighting madmen. The militant factor in Lin Chuan's body was completely activated by the dissatisfaction in his body and mind. The more he fought, the stronger he became. Coupled with the ability to foresee the future that he learned from the Atras, Lin Chuan was at ease in the battle, perfectly predicting every attack and defense of Kampa. As long as Kampa relaxes even a little bit, he will be destroyed with all his strength. One attack can't compare to the damage Kampa caused to himself, so too, if twice doesn't work, then 3 times. Don't get too carried away. Kampa, who was struggling to defend, became angry and launched a fierce counterattack. But Lin Chuan had already expected it, and once again predicted his attack perfectly. Not only did he dodge Kampa's continuous punches, but he also used disguised side attacks to suppress Kampa. He couldn't take any advantage in the battle. His attacks were like hitting cotton. They would either bounce back or be dodged. This situation had never happened before, making Kampa gnash his teeth angrily and grimace. As a god, it is a shame to be suppressed by mortals. Especially, what I said before was so absolute. And he took the initiative to do some exercise after meals. Now he, the god of destruction, has lost all face. You are too self-righteous. Kampa, our battle has reached this point, don't you understand? Apart from destruction, what else do you, the god of destruction, have to be proud of? Take my move, super hardening, ultimate crushing blow. With the ability to foresee the future activated, Lin Chuan instantly dodged several attacks from Kampa and stepped in through the gap. His right fist was already clenched and his arm muscles were tense, like a dragon circling. Above the fist, a special energy shines, bursts of red light appear. This is a sign of exceeding the limit. It is also the power of the superposition of 4 bodies. He and Kampa were able to fight to this point, and this move really played a big role. A powerful blow hit Kampa's abdomen with perfect accuracy. Bang! The power of a punch is extremely terrifying. It seems to be able to completely shatter the space. Pfft! A mouthful of acidic water spurted out from Kampa's mouth. A punch that even surpassed the trillion level made his eyes widen, and his fat body flew backwards like a meteor. If it weren't for his terrible digestion ability, what he vomited out at this time would be the previous food. One blow was successful, and to outsiders, it seemed that the battle was about to be decided. However, Lin Chuan knew very well. His blow seemed extremely terrifying, and even he himself did not expect that he could deliver such a terrifying blow, but Kampa would not be seriously injured, and would only suffer for a while at most. The body of the god of destruction will never be damaged even by a superstar explosion. Simply put, with his current level of strength, it would be wishful thinking to defeat the god of destruction. Even if he defeated Kampa, whose strength was suppressed, he would only have a short-term advantage in the fight. As his power continues to be consumed, Kampa's advantages will become apparent. Taking advantage of the victory, he clasped his hands together and quickly accumulated energy. A scarlet energy ball beat rapidly in his palm. Super scarlet penetrating wave. What? Are you coming again? Kampa's eyes widened in anger, a look of horror flashed across his face, and his body instinctively put into a defensive posture. Boom! The terrifying shock wave of the explosion formed a brilliant light and shadow between the universe. It looks beautiful, but is actually terrifying. Of course, nothing happened to Kampa. Withstanding this blow, Kampa waited until the fire completely dissipated before continuing to shout, "TCH. I was so scared that I thought it was some kind of trick. With this level of power, it's not even enough to tickle me." He was initially shocked, but when he found that Lin Chuan's attack was ineffective against him, he was overjoyed. But just after he finished his arrogant words, Lin Chuan once again used teleportation to break through the air and launched another fierce attack on him. The continuous attacks completely disrupted Kampa's rhythm, and he could only fall into passive avoidance and defense. Lin Chuan continued his almost selfless fighting method. The attack of fists and kicks became more and more sharp, and the transformation of fighting method made Lin Chuan seem to have touched a certain state. After turning into the 4th level of Super Saiyan, the blood in the body is constantly burning and quenching with the high-intensity battle, and he seems to be cheering for it. In his heart, Lin Chuan finally understood why in the plot of Dragon Ball GT, Son Goku would say that once he reaches the 4th level of Super Saiyan, he will not stop until he completely defeats his opponent. Unless the strength gap is too big to make up for. This form is the most perfect fighting form for Saiyans. Therefore, the later GT grandson Goku, after absorbing everyone's energy transformation, called him the almighty 4th level Super Saiyan. Kampa continued to suppress him. At this time, Kampa's face was as gloomy as ink, and his whole body began to exude an extremely dangerous aura. It seemed that it was no longer possible to suppress his anger, and it seemed that he really didn't want to continue to be suppressed by Lin Chuan. Sensing the sense of danger, Lin Chuan jumped up and quickly distanced himself from Kampa. The moment Lin Chuan jumped away, the god of destruction Kampa's body began to ignite with an unknown purple aura. That is the power of destruction. It is destruction? Seeing this scene, Lin Chuan finally understood. The Lord God of Destruction in front of me, because he couldn't beat him at the same level and couldn't afford to play, turned the table over. This scene of Kampa forcibly breaking the restrictions was noticed by the 2 angels on the earth, and they showed a strange expression. It seems strange that Kampa can do it. Sister, it seems that Lin Chuan won this battle. Kampa lost? Weiss glanced at Vados with a smile, and his words were full of pride. Hearing this, Vados shook his head helplessly. Alas, Master Kampa really disappointed me. In fact, if he had spent more time to train, how could he lose to this Saiyan? This is what I expected. Having said that, Vados did not continue to maintain the projection, but stood up. She stopped tasting delicious food because it was time for her to end the battle. In the universe, Kampa's face is cold and ruthless. Because anger forcibly broke through some of the restraints, the terrifying fluctuations of divine power that erupted from Kampa's body had reached a level that far exceeded that of Lin Chuan. He raised his right hand slightly, and the destructive power in his palm condensed and took shape. This destructive power has reached the 5th dimensional level, the ultimate level of trillions. Even if they are of the same level, I am afraid they are incomparable. Because this is destruction, the supreme law of the universe. Saiyan, I admit that you are very powerful, but mortals can never be compared to gods. Seeing that you have allowed this god to eat so much delicious food, I will spare your life by admitting defeat. Otherwise, you will not be able to block this blow. Kampa did not take the initiative to attack, but gave Lin Chuan a step down first. As long as Lin Chuan admits defeat, he can regain his face. Unfortunately, he didn't know that Lin Chuan was the kind of master who would not succumb to such threats. Can't stop it? Then you underestimate me? In my dictionary, there is no word admit defeat. Moreover, you are the one who has already lost to me. Lin Chuan did not give in and shouted loudly. You. Hearing this, Kampa's face turned gloomy. Then he gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, you asked for this. As soon as he finished speaking, destruction escaped from his palm and flew towards Lin Chuan. This ball of destructive energy was not advancing very fast, but Lin Chuan could feel an overwhelming pressure coming towards him. In response, Lin Chuan took a deep breath. At this point, he has no way out. Intensify the blood power in the body to the greatest extent. He knew that this was also his opportunity. If you can't avoid it, go and greet it. Rebirth amidst destruction, break through destruction. Being able to survive it will be of endless benefit to his future cultivation. If he dared to make such a bet, he naturally felt that Angel would not sit back and watch him die. Otherwise so many things wouldn't happen. Drink. With an angry shout, Lin Chuan completely released all his power, even burning himself. All the energy is resisting the advancement of this destructive energy ball, but at best, it can only slow down its advancement. The effect is minimal. This is the true power of the god of destruction? It's just that this level is so terrifying. Sure enough, I'm too naive. I'm too weak. The hairs on Lin Chuan's body stood up, and he could feel the fatality contained in this energy. Threaten. At this moment, time seemed to stand still for half. At this moment, Kampa's face became relaxed. He put his hands on his hips, as if he believed that the victory was decided. However, just when this ball of destructive energy was about to hit Lin Chuan, at the critical moment, a special power of rules that far surpassed the divine power of destruction appeared. Kampa's destructive energy ball was instantly dissolved and disappeared without a trace. The fatal sense of crisis suddenly disappeared. Lin Chuan was startled, and immediately noticed something and let out a long sigh of relief. Before his eyes, Angel Vados arrived at the battlefield at some point. Obviously, she was the one who just dissolved and destroyed the energy ball. Huh? Vados? What are you doing? Stopping me again. Kampa felt dizzy when he saw the person coming. Obviously as long as the destructive energy ball hits Lin Chuan, he can win. But unfortunately, Vados still came out to disrupt the situation at this time. Well, that's it. Master Kampa, you have indeed lost this battle. Vados reminded bluntly. When it comes to pain points, how can Kampa admit it? Nonsense, I obviously haven't. Before he could finish his sophistry, he couldn't continue. Recalling the scene where he forcibly broke the restriction just now, how could he not know that he lost? At the same level, he was defeated by Lin Chuan. Damn, Although he was unwilling to do so, Kampa had no choice but to accept the reality when he saw Vado's serious expression. As a mortal, Lin Chuan defeated him, the god of destruction. After Vados was convinced by Kampa, he turned around. There was deep meaning in his eyes, and he looked at Lin Chuan and praised, "You have very powerful potential in your body. The power of the Saiyans really amazes me. If you train more, you may really be able to surpass it in the future. Master Kampa might as well. I don't know, would you like to go to the 6th universe with me? I can train you myself." After the words fell, Vados looked at Lin Chuan expectantly, waiting for an answer. They had just escaped from danger, and now they were being solicited by Vados. An ordinary person might have accepted it. But, forget it, my home is here. Although Angel's guidance really makes me yearn for it. Lin Chuan ruthlessly rejected Vados' solicitation. Really? That's really such a pity. Vados' eyes flashed with disappointment. When she was rejected by Lin Chuan again, no matter how calm her mind was, she would still be a little concerned. I think Lin Chuan is really special. To know that she took the initiative to give him guidance, this is such an honor for any living being. Not being entangled by Vados, Lin Chuan did not explore her thoughts. Because the battle was over, his physical strength was too much, making it difficult for him to maintain the 4th stage of Super Saiyan transformation. He benefited a lot from this battle, even though he was almost killed by Kampa's destructive power. But it was this feeling of hovering on the edge of death that made him find a further direction. The battle ended here. Although Kampa was still unconvinced, with Vados around, he was less likely to have an attack. He could only cover it up by putting his pockets in his mouth and whistling. Back on Earth. Because there was a big fight. Not only Kampa was hungry again, but Lin Chuan was too. Ever since, the battle between the Big Stomach Kings has started again. Simply, Bulma already knew the inside story and prepared countless ingredients. Otherwise, where would it be enough? Embarrassingly, Vegeta and Raditz were always hungry and did not dare to approach. Piccolo does not need to eat, as long as he drinks enough water. Finally, until very late at night. The food has been tasted, the battle has been fought, and it's time to say goodbye. Lin Chuan, although you are unwilling to accept my advice, do you want to go to the 6th universe with me? The 6th universe under our jurisdiction is different from your 7th universe, and as far as I know, the Saiyans in your universe are almost extinct. There are still many Saiyans in our 6th universe, and the Saiyans' home planet has not been destroyed. Vados took the initiative to invite Lin Chuan to the 6th universe for the 3rd time. Changing the method really attracted Lin Chuan, and also attracted Vegeta, Raditz, and even Piccolo who wanted to see it. But none of them answered the call because they were not qualified. Lin Chuan naturally understood that Vados said he was going on a trip, but in fact, it was to trick him into traveling to the 6th universe first. Because as long as you get to the 6th universe, other people have the final say on how to arrange it, and Lin Chuan himself can't come back. At least, Lin Chuan feels that the instantaneous movement he currently masters cannot help him cross the universe. Lin Chuan guessed what Vados was thinking, so he had already made a decision in his heart. Since that guy doesn't want to go, then don't force it. Kampa intervened at an inappropriate time and said impatiently. He was unhappy with Lin Chuan, who lost to the opponent this time. Vados' expression changed and he glared at Kampa with an angry look. Obviously, Vados thought that Lin Chuan might agree, but his own god of destruction came out to cause trouble again. Realizing that he had said the wrong thing, Kampa quickly closed his mouth and said no more. This behavior is very much like a domestic cat. I appreciate your kindness. Next time, I will go to the 6th universe in person if I have the chance. If I go to the 6th universe, don't think that I am trespassing. Lin Chuan did not. He bluntly rejected Vados, but he also did not accept Vados' proposal. Hearing this, Vados' eyes flashed with light. Although Lin Chuan's answer did not satisfy her, she liked to hear it. Okay, then Master Kampa and I will wait for your arrival in the 6th universe. Let's say goodbye today, and give it some more hospitality. Vados bid farewell to Lin Chuan with a smile on his face. Kampa walked to Vados' side knowingly, stretched out his hand and leaned on Vados' back. The next second, bright colorful energy suddenly appeared, turning into a rainbow bridge and soaring into the sky. One god and one angel just rushed out of the Earth's atmosphere and disappeared into this space. On the side, Angel Weiss looked at the direction Vados and the others left, feeling something was wrong in his heart, but he couldn't explain it. Will my sister really leave the 7th universe so easily? I'm afraid it's not that simple. Without thinking too much, once Kampa and Vados left, Weiss had no reason to stay and strolled up to Bulma. Bulma watched Weiss walking towards her, feeling a little nervous for a moment. Knowing how terrifying Kampa and Vados are, how could she not guess that Weiss is also a boss? When you meet someone for the first time, if you don't understand them, you must be wary. Mrs. Lin Chuan, thank you for your hospitality this time. If I come to Earth again next time, I wonder if you can take me to taste other delicacies on Earth. Weiss asked politely. Upon hearing this, Bulma immediately became happy. This is a great opportunity to build a good relationship. He immediately patted his chest confidently and promised, of course. Next time you come to Earth, just come to me directly. I will take you to taste different delicacies. I will definitely let you have this. Angel is satisfied. Oh ho ho, then I'll trouble you, Mrs. Lin Chuan. After saying this, Weiss beamed. The future food is finally settled. He began to think that if Lord Beerus woke up and knew that he had found the earth with so much delicious food, he wouldn't blame him for leaving the god of destruction, right? After receiving Bulma's promise, Weiss no longer stays on earth and plans to return to the god of destruction. But when he was leaving, he suddenly had a sudden impulse and glanced thoughtfully in Lin Chuan's direction. Is there anything else? Lin Chuan noticed Weiss's eyes and asked. Nothing, I just noticed that the life energy in your body has reached a certain standard of transformation. If you change it a little bit, you might be able to enter the next stage quickly, and you might even become a god. As the sound fell, Weiss' whole body was filled with glow, and finally he left the earth. Watching Weiss leave, Lin Chuan stayed in place. Weiss's words echoed in his mind. Transformation? Next stage? Becoming a god? Is he telling himself in disguise that after the life energy reaches a certain point, it can transform into a more advanced power? So the path I took was not wrong. Thinking about it, Lin Chuan became more confident and transformed into a god by relying on his own strength. Especially after the battle with Kampa, he absorbed a lot of experience and battle insights, and even realized a lot of the power of God. With his talent, he believed that within half a year at most, there would be a major breakthrough in strength. After reaching Super 4, transform into Super Saiyan God. This is also the direction to pursue in the future. Achieve Super 4, reach Super Saiyan God, 2 realms in fusion. As Whis left, Raditz, Vegeta and Piccolo obviously let go and relaxed. At the same time, everyone gathered around. They had too many questions in their minds and wanted Lin Chuan to help explain. For example, how did the god of destruction come to Earth, and what kind of existence is Angel? What happened to the red-haired monkey's transformation? What state has he reached? Regarding these questions, Lin Chuan did not intend to hide these questions at this time, and began to explain them to several people one by one. Here it is. In universe space, Weiss, who left the Earth and was about to return to the god of destruction, noticed something strange and suddenly stopped. Looking around, the seemingly ordinary universe seemed to exude a strange feeling. Looking back at the Earth, Weiss suddenly realized. Although the current Earth seems unchanged, it is still the same as usual. But invisibly, it has been enveloped by a special angel power. There is no doubt that his sister Vados did this. Sister, don't you think this is a bit too much? Weiss said, shaking her head slightly and sighing helplessly. The next second, Angel's scepter lightly swiped the space in front of him. A crack in space appeared, and Weiss jumped into it. In a hidden small world of another dimension, God of Destruction Kampa and Angel Vados are discussing something here. Vados, move faster and transfer this Earth to our 6th universe. After this opportunity, there will be no next time. There was a hint of excitement and eagerness in the words of the God of Destruction Kampa. He looks like that on the surface, but in fact he is always sinister in his heart. Although he lost to Lin Chuan, he didn't mind it for a long time. Anyway, he was not defeated at all his strength. To be honest, after tasting the delicacies on Earth, the food in the 6th universe has become unpalatable to him. Once this Earth is transferred to the 6th universe, once it is completed, there will be no need to worry about running out of food in the future. After Beerus wakes up, he can use this to suppress the twin brother. Master Kampa, please be patient. Even if you want to move the Earth, you have to wait for Vesta to leave. Vados calmly reassured. She didn't think much about it at first, but she didn't expect Kampa to take the initiative to tell her about this move, which was so agreeable to her. Using Angel's scepter, Vados checked the situation on the Earth and found that Weiss was no longer on the Earth at the moment, and immediately felt a move in his heart. Wes has left the Earth, so Vados was just about to take action and teleport the Earth to the 6th universe. But before she could take action, Weiss's voice suddenly came from behind her, causing her hands to stop moving. Sister Sama, if you and Kampa-sama don't go back to the 6th universe, what are you doing hiding in this narrow extra-dimensional space? Since you don't want to leave right now, why not go to the God of Destruction realm and take a rest? Weiss' words made Vados and Kampa look embarrassed. Vados turned around and looked at Weiss, with a look of surprise on his face. Wes, your level seems to have improved again. Sister, you saw through my deception at a glance. What did Sister say? Weiss did not continue to stir up trouble, adhering to the principle that it is better to do less than to do more. Now that Weiss is here, it is undoubtedly impossible to quietly teleport the Earth to the 6th universe. Sister, are you going to the 7th universe's God of Destruction world to catch up with the past? Weiss continued to ask. No, let's go back first, right, Lord Kampa. Vados didn't want to be entangled and smiled awkwardly. After getting Kampa's nod, he quickly left this extra-dimensional space with Kampa. Seeing them leaving, Weiss did not pursue them. After smiling, he also left the different dimensional space. Returning to the universe space to make sure everything was safe, Weiss checked the surrounding space again. After making sure that there was nothing fishy, he said, Sister, you are willing to cross the line and come to the 7th universe. What is your purpose? Weiss always felt that Vados and Kampa's arrival in the 7th universe was not a whim or a search for delicious food. It's more like it has some other purpose. The screen shifts to Vados and Kampa. The two have crossed the 7th universe and are in the passage between universes. They are on their way back to Universe 6. Vados, are we really going back like this? Although we didn't get the Earth, we didn't find any wishing beads. Kampa said a little unwillingly. Let's wait until next time, Master Kampa. We were discovered by Weiss this time. If we continue to stay in the 7th universe, our purpose will be known to them sooner or later. Let's go back to the 6th universe for a while, and then we can enter the 7th universe after the storm has passed. Vados knew that Weiss would definitely keep an eye on him. In the past, I could turn a blind eye, but now I can't. At least, they won't be able to go to the 7th universe for a short time. Damn it! If I had known earlier, I shouldn't have been interested in that Saiyan. I didn't expect that it would cause so many things. When all the Super Dragon Balls are gathered, I must take that Earth to the 6th universe. Compa said angrily, blaming Lin Chuan again. Master Compa now knows that he was too impulsive, right? I have said it before. But Master Compa, you don't listen. Vados' words made Compa blush. He couldn't help it. He just couldn't help it. On Earth, after seeing off the god of destruction Compa and the two angels, everyone present also learned the entire situation under Lin Chuan's explanation. At this moment, their expressions were confused and at a loss. It turns out that the world is so vast. There are 12 universes in total, and they are the 7th universe among these 12 universes. Each universe has a corresponding god of destruction. The fat cat sent away just now is none other than Compa, the supreme god of destruction in the 6th universe. The identity of that fat cat turned out to be the god of destruction. The god of destruction, so terrifying. Raditz was so frightened that he couldn't help himself. Recalling his actions of provoking the other party just now, his soul almost flew away. Now that I think about it carefully, I am really lucky to have survived. Twin brothers of the god of destruction, Beerus, damn it! There are more than one of these gods of destruction. After learning such news that subverted the world view, Vegeta's face was filled with uncertainty. Although these things are very important, Lin Chuan, shouldn't you explain to us now, what is your beast-like transformation state just now? It is even stronger than a Super Saiyan. Piccolo went straight to the topic. Rather than the identity of the god of destruction, he was more concerned about Lin Chuan's transformation just now. Speaking of the important point, both Raditz and Vegeta cheered up. That wild figure that resembles a beast is obviously the true power of the Saiyans. Noticing the expectant looks in Raditz and Vegeta's eyes, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. That form is the form in which we Saiyans exert our true power. It's called Super Ape Saiyan. However, I call it the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan explained. Super Ape Saiyan. Raditz's pupils shrank sharply, surprised by this form. Super Saiyan level 4. Vegeta murmured, lost in thought. The next second, a look of shock appeared on his face, as if he had thought of something. If this is the 4th level of Super Saiyan, wouldn't there be 3 transformations before this? Could it be that Talos has already mastered the previous transformations? Are you kidding? He hasn't even touched the threshold of the 1st level of Super Saiyan, and he's already reached the 4th level? If he knew the details, he would probably be even more devastated, because Chaoyi has 4 realms. It seems that Vegeta has guessed the meaning of the title Super Saiyan level 4. A friendly reminder, for those of you who haven't even mastered the transformation of ordinary Super Saiyans, you'd better not try to set your sights on the 4th level of Super Saiyans. What you should pursue now is the 1st level of Super Saiyan. Just this 1st level is enough for you to cultivate. After explaining to them, Lin Chuan stretched his waist. If you can become like that, then I can also. Raditz's inner yearning became even more surging. At this time, he was still tired, and he headed towards the gravity training room without looking back. Direction. Damn it! This prince will not lag behind anyone. Vegeta let out an unwilling roar, turned around, and ran towards the gravity training room. Seeing the two people's energetic looks, Lin Chuan smiled slightly and turned his attention to Piccolo. What about you, Piccolo? What are you going to do? Lin Chuan asked. Although it's hard to believe, unlike them, I won't be blinded by my own weakness. Although gravity training is good, it can no longer have a breakthrough effect on me now. I need other training methods. After Piccolo explained, he jumped up, flew high into the sky, and disappeared into the night sky. Watching Piccolo leave, Lin Chuan did not hold him back. Please give me monthly votes, please recommend votes, and please give me rewards. Next chapter. A few months later, Gukong will gain weight. Hehehehe. After seeing off Piccolo, there is no more trivial matter. Lin Chuan was about to go into the house to rest with Bulma, who had ordered her servants to clean up the mess. Unexpectedly, Sun Wuhan suddenly fell from the sky at this time. Only then did I know that this kid had noticed something strange a long time ago and came over. However, he was shocked by the terrifying force on the way, so he was late. Lin Chuan can't force Sun Wuhan now. Firstly, he is indeed a child, and secondly, his situation is indeed special. All he can say is that he can try to make him stronger. In other words, if he really wanted to become stronger, Lin Chuan would give him guidance without reservation. I just hope that the future Sun Wuhan will not be like the original Sun Wuhan. He will only make temporary arrangements when a crisis comes, and will fall into pieces once the crisis is over. A truly smart person will definitely arrange his or her time decisively when completing his or her academic goals. It is equivalent to being able to completely control what you want to do instead of being influenced by anyone on what to do. Ordinary people cannot avoid it, but Sun Wuhan is no ordinary person. He also explained the specific situation here, and then after making sure that nothing happened, Sun Wuhan said goodbye and left. Sure enough, you are still a child. Even if you are mature, deep down you will still worry that your mother will blame you if you sneak out. Looking at Sun Wufan's retreating back, Lin Chuan laughed. Bulma on the side saw this and said, he is just a child, isn't he? That means you have to let him practice and take responsibility. Bulma's words stunned Lin Chuan. It seems that this is indeed the case. Even if Sun Wuhan ends up being the strongest single fighter in the Z-plot era, even if Sun Wuhan is a god, but none of this changes that he is just a child. In the original work, he was indeed forced to put pressure that he should not bear on the ignorant man. You're right, let's go, we should go and rest. Lin Chuan nodded and glanced at Bulma with a deep meaning. Immediately his eyes were burning, and without waiting for her to answer, he directly picked her up by the waist. King Kai Star. This incident finally came to an end and had the best outcome, which made King Kai breathe a sigh of relief. The Gorgliberis around him were equally relieved, because they also knew what the god of destruction meant. I really didn't expect that it would end like this. Although it wasn't a real victory, it could be regarded as defeating the god of destruction in the universe next door. King Kai was in a happy mood. He felt that he had never been so happy as he was today. It was like all the suppressed sorrows in the past were vented as Lin Chuan deflated the god of destruction to a certain extent. Kai-sama, why are you so happy then Lin Chuan? It's like you defeated the god of destruction. Gulegli couldn't help but tease. This did not make King Kai unhappy, but made him even happier. You won't understand, this is a subversive event. It's unprecedented, and I'm afraid no one can do it again in the future. As these words fell, King Kai was immersed in his own world. Gulegli and Barbara still couldn't understand. That's all. In the blink of an eye it was the next morning. Although he and Bulma discussed the future of life several times last night, Lin Chuan still woke up from his sleep early. Looking at Bulma who was still sleeping soundly next to him, Lin Chuan had a warm smile on his face. Without disturbing her as she continued to sleep soundly, Lin Chuan gently left a mark on her forehead, got up, put on her clothes, and went to the bathroom next door to wash up. After completely brushing away the fatigue from the previous day, Lin Chuan went downstairs to eat the breakfast prepared by the servant and the home intelligent robot, and began to exercise in the morning. The day's plan begins in the morning. For cultivators, practicing in different time periods will have different effects on themselves. It won't be a very heavy practice, just simple exercise, so that your body can be maintained in the best condition for a long time. It is worth mentioning that after just over 10 hours, under the level 3 system, the combat power increased by 100 per second, and the combat power reserve reached nearly 5 million points overnight. In the past, when the level 1 system was in place it would take at least 2 months to achieve this amount. After resting, Lin Chuan was ready to go to the place he usually used for meditation and practice. As soon as he arrived at the suburbs behind, Lin Chuan sensed the auras of Vegeta and Raditz. Looking around, isn't it the direction of the gravity training room? After these two guys were stimulated, they must be more concerned about their own strength. They didn't stop practicing that night, right? Lin Chuan murmured. Their cultivation method, if used at other times, would have been chaotic and even damaged the foundation. But as far as their current situation is concerned, they have reached the edge of breakthrough, so instead of having no side effects, it will further stimulate their potential. To put it more simply, they can stimulate the dormant blood power by doing this. Now, Son Goku has not become a Super Saiyan like in the original work? In the coming days, among you, who will be the first to achieve it? Lin Chuan thought to himself, and did not think about these futures anymore. After all, no matter who reaches it, it actually means nothing to him. Using the Wukong technique, he came to the center of the suburban lake. Lin Chuan stands tall in the space, sitting suspended and not affected by gravity at all. The majestic life energy, under the control of Lin Chuan's thoughts, emanates from the inside out and lingers around the body. There is no color, and it cannot be perceived by ordinary chi sense. It seems calm, but in fact its power is terrifying. I feel that the transformation of life energy, after yesterday's series of catalysis, especially after integrating the power of blood, is indeed not as good as before. No wonder Weiss would say something like that. Time passed minute by minute, and before I knew it, 2 hours of meditation practice had passed. Lin Chuan, who was sitting cross-legged on the water, opened his eyes. Raise your right hand, and the blue-green life energy gathers in your palm. Seeing the life energy that he had refined into a more pure form, Lin Chuan also fell into deep thought. No matter how much I improve the purity of life energy, it is still just life energy and cannot transform into the power of God. How should we do this last step? While Lin Chuan was muttering to himself, he also recalled the reminder Weiss gave him. After a brief murmur, Lin Chuan waved his hands. The purified blood power and life energy blended together, forming a circle in front of his eyes like a Tai Chi diagram. But the colors are not black and white, but gold and blue-green. As fusion goes deeper and deeper, the two energies undergo subtle changes at the same time. It seems that a certain restriction has been broken, and the situation of Tai Chi diagram cannot be maintained. They are pulling each other and merging into each other. This is, can you say? Looking at this change, Lin Chuan sighed in his heart. The purified blood power of Super 4 is the mediator that further enhances life energy? Wrong? Or is it that life energy is the mediator that takes the power of the Super 4 bloodlines to a higher level? Don't be too anxious. The Super 4 has been achieved. In the next 2 months, we will sort out the current gains from the battle with Kampa and the insights gained during the transformation. They all need to be consolidated. The first step we should take is to use the understanding of the power of blood to advance to the second level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan murmured to himself. I don't know if the upgrade of the system from level 3 to level 4 requires completing the transformation of 3 major realms. With his goal clear, Lin Chuan shifted his energy to breaking through the second level of Super Saiyan. Put aside all distracting thoughts as quickly as possible. In just a blink of an eye, Lin Chuan transformed from his normal state into the first level Super Saiyan full power state. The control of power is so precise that it can prevent even a single ripple from the water surface. Even if he only reached this state before transforming into Super 4 yesterday, even if this is only his third transformation, with the sublimation and transformation of the power of Super 4 bloodline, transforming into Super 1 with full power is just a joke. Withdrawing his arrogance and stabilizing his body, Lin Chuan closed his eyes again and entered meditation again. The difference from before is that this time we are exploring towards Super 2. The cells in the body began to move faster, divide, and expand under the instinctive control of Lin Chuan's body. The strength has reached the current state, which is no longer what it was a few months ago. Practice is in progress. The screen changes to the gravity training room. At this time, the arrogant Prince Vegeta was lying on the floor exhausted and unable to stand up. In order to gain great power and pursue the breakthrough of Super Saiyan, he has been training here day and night without sleep. After what happened yesterday, he felt that even though his body had reached its limit, it was still not enough. Whether it's the god of destruction or Talos, I will surpass him. I will also leave those two guys, Raditz and Kakarot, far behind. One day, I will make all of you surrender at my feet. The unwilling belief once again gave Vegeta the strength to stand up, allowing him to once again start exercising beyond the limits of his body. Raditz sighed. In order to seek his own breakthrough, he locked himself in another gravity training room alone. At this time, his situation was not much different from Vegeta's, but the only difference was that he did not choose to continue training to challenge his limits. After receiving the guidance from King Kai, he clearly understood that to be successful in cultivation, you must combine work and rest. He has challenged the limits of his body, and the next thing to do is to rest. Give your body enough time to react before you break through. The effects of this cultivation method have satisfied him many times. I wonder how that guy Kakarot is doing on the Atra planet? Although teleportation is good, the most important thing to achieve now is the Super Saiyan. Raditz couldn't help but think in his mind. Demo Goku's image. The scene turned and came to the planet Yadetra. Because he was introduced by Lin Chuan, Son Goku can be said to be prosperous on the Yadetra planet. Not only was his cultivation smooth, but his interpersonal communication was also recognized by the people of Adeltra. It should be said that it is also because of his strong strength. Since Son Goku came here, the great elder Kalu arranged for an elder to teach Son Goku how to practice. And this elder is exactly the Yardra Star P. Bala who taught Son Goku how to practice teleportation in the original work. Although the timeline is messed up, fate still binds them together. A lot of interesting things happened between the two of them. Today, Son Goku is perched on a sharp mountain peak and conducting his own practice. You can feel it from his breath, it is so calm. His energy was as calm as the sky, but it always exudes a momentum that once it breaks out, it will be faster and more terrifying than lightning and thunder. His talent is higher than I thought. He has grown to this level in such a short period of time. Maybe besides teleportation, I can teach him something else. Elder P. Bala was thoughtful and became more and more satisfied with Son Goku. That's all. Before I knew it, another 2 months had passed. During these 2 months, the Earth has been in a stage of world peace. Nothing major happened, and Lin Chuan didn't take the initiative to cause trouble. Even Lin Chuan kept thinking that Weiss might come to visit him all the time, but he never came again. Surprise is inevitable, but he can't force it, because he is angel and can come whenever he wants, and he can't interfere. There are no trivial matters, just cultivation. Naturally, it is not only Lin Chuan who is carrying out new training, but everyone is also carrying out their own training one after another to improve their combat effectiveness. Raditz and Vegeta have been using the gravity training room to push themselves for a long time, and Lin Chuan occasionally gives them some sweet advice. As a result, their strength has increased by leaps and bounds, and now their combat power under normal conditions has reached a terrifying level of more than 5 million points. Is that all? That belittles their natural talents. Now they have taken a crucial step. Super Saiyan? That's right, Raditz and Vegeta have initially mastered the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. They had just mastered the transformation, how excited, how arrogant they were, even to the point of challenging Lin Chuan. As a result, he was naturally ravaged by Lin Chuan as normal. Just kidding, even if the normal combat power of 5 million points is transformed, the 50-fold increase in the first stage of Super 1 will only be 250 million points. Lin Chuan's normal state has already exceeded 100 million. After that, the two of them started to take a step further. At this moment, we are in the wilderness area behind the manor, in Lin Chuan's own training area. I just finished a new round of practice and started to summarize. After these 2 months of time accumulation, I have finally absorbed all the insights and discoveries of fighting the god of destruction Kampa. His combat skills, combat experience, and combat effectiveness have all been greatly improved. Normally strong, despite not using the system to improve combat effectiveness for 2 months, it still reached 120 million points. That's right, Frisia's ultimate power index. A total of 20 million points of increase in combat power. This is equivalent to an increase of 10 million points in 1 month. Although it is not worth mentioning compared to the combat power stored in the level 3 system, Lin Chuan is very satisfied. And what makes him powerful is not only his combat power index, but also his inner strength. Nowadays, the second level of Super Saiyan has been reached. Although it has not reached the ultimate state, it has reached the peak of later stages. The Super 2 growth rate can be 100 times normal in the early stage, 120 times normal in the midterm, and 150 times normal in the later stage. As for the extreme state, according to Lin Chuan's guess, it may reach 200 times. Anyway, the initial stage of Super 3 is 4 times that of Super 2, which is the normal 400 times the combat power. Then comes the practice of divine power. The only failure is this, it is still in the bottleneck period. Otherwise, Lin Chuan would not have so many crooked thoughts, practicing this and that at the same time. It's been exactly 2 months. Do you want to try to break through the strength in one go? Lin Chuan suddenly had a whim and thought of the system. Since we started to store combat power 2 months ago, the stored combat power index has now reached an astonishing 518.4 million. If all are taken out to improve normality, his combat power will reach a terrifying 638.4 million points. This is normal. If he becomes the first level Super Saiyan at full power, with a normal 80-fold increase in combat power, his combat power will reach a terrifying 51,072 million points. This is only Super 1 full power. If it is Super 4, there is no doubt that the value will truly break the unit of hundreds of millions and enter the trillion level. Unknowingly, he had become so powerful. Looking at today's era, this force is already absolutely invincible. Whether it's Lightning Cell or Majin Buu 10 years later, Lin Chuan has the capital to kill them easily. Of course, although he seemed very powerful, Lin Chuan was also aware of his weakness. Even if he extracts all the currently stored combat power and greatly increases his strength, he cannot change the current status quo. If it were to increase its strength after extraction, and face the god of destruction Kampa again, the result would be very different. This is not what he wants. After thinking for a while, he stabilized. There is no rush to extract the stored combat power. Let's not talk about the sudden feeling that will come after a sudden increase in strength. Even if the combat power increased by the system is as if he has cultivated it himself, if he cannot control it well during cultivation and instead cheats himself, then he will be cheating. Moreover, after his strength has greatly increased, even if he becomes familiar with it and feels that it is his own, it will take him a certain amount of time to understand and get used to it. Wait until your own realm reaches a higher level, wait until you need it more. At that time, it will be his opportunity to break through to a higher realm in one go. I will definitely be able to reach the ultimate realm of Super 2 in a few days. After that, I still have to find tips to develop the power of God. Wes doesn't know when he will come to Earth. If it doesn't work out, I can only follow the original plan and go to the Supreme Kai world to find Supreme Kai. Lin Chuan set his sights on the old Supreme Kai. Only the old Supreme Kai, who was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword, was of great value to him. As one of the oldest Supreme Kai, he existed at the same time as the god of destruction Beerus. With the help of the old Supreme Kai, maybe he can help him deeply develop his body's potential and maximize his strength. Just when Lin Chuan was planning his next move, somewhere in the dark, a special feeling came over him, and he noticed it. There was a strange movement in the space around him, which made him slightly more alert. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Beside Lin Chuan, a layer of ripples was set off in the space. Immediately afterwards, a man wearing special clothing from the Atra star appeared in front of Lin Chuan. The visitor is undoubtedly Son Goku, who has returned from studying in Atra star. When Son Goku came back, Lin Chuan was slightly startled, but he didn't expect it. And with his return, the breath leakage caused by the teleportation immediately attracted all the masters on the Earth. Raditz and Vegeta in the gravity training room. Piccolo training in another manor area. They stopped exercising at the same time and locked eyes. Has that kid Kakarot returned from the planet Etra? So, he has learned how to teleport. Raditz said to himself, with a special flavor in his expression. The next second, he stopped practicing and planned to see his brother, whom he had not seen for many days. Other side. Kakarot, you are finally back. Vegeta had a wicked smile on his face. Looking at his appearance, it seemed that he had been looking forward to seeing this lower-level soldier who had embarrassed him in the past. Whether we can avenge our past humiliation is now. Yo, Lin Chuan. Son Goku, who returned from the planet Etra, saw that he had successfully performed teleportation and saw Lin Chuan, whom he had dreamed of seeing, and took the initiative to say hello with an excited look on his face. It seems that you have learned how to teleport, Kakarot. Lin Chuan and Son Goku looked at each other with a smile on their faces. It's been a while. But, with the support of the system, Lin Chuan saw Son Goku's combat effectiveness at this time. Just normal, reaching 5 million points of combat power. Hehe, it's just a small success. The people from the Atra planet taught me a lot. I didn't just learn how to teleport. Otherwise, I would have come back a long time ago. Son Goku rubbed the bridge of his nose, his face a look of confidence flashed. Seeing his extremely confident look, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, and he vaguely guessed something. Oh, I hear you are so confident. If my guess is correct, you didn't learn to teleport and then indirectly practiced there to break through to Super Saiyan, right? Lin Chuan saw through it. He understood Son Goku's thoughts and decisively revealed the truth. Haha, I can't hide anything from you. Son Goku rubbed his nose and said with a smile. Then his face hardened again. Yes, I can become a Super Saiyan now. As he spoke, Son Goku consciously controlled the rapid rhythm of the S cells in his body. Surrounding his body, golden flames spurted out. In just a blink of an eye, he transformed from normal to the first level of Super Saiyan. In one sentence, the transformation was completed directly, which shows how much Son Goku wants to prove himself. Being able to transform into a Super Saiyan in one go shows that he has mastered this state quite proficiently. Compared to the original work, it is much more powerful. It's just that compared to now, it seems, that's all. The breath is restrained, there is no leakage, the mind is stable, and there is no obvious excitement or restlessness. It seems that you are already able to use the first level of Super Saiyan transformation with ease. Let me guess, Kakarot, if you transform directly to show me now, are you trying to challenge me? Lin Chuan chuckled. Son Goku's little thoughts are almost written on his face, everyone can see it. That's right. Now I can also become a Super Saiyan, so come and fight me, Lin Chuan. Let me see the gap between you and me as a Super Saiyan, Son Goku said eagerly. Clenching his fists, his eyes were filled with a feverish fighting spirit. He thought that after mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he would be able to fight Lin Chuan. Even if he might lose, he at least understood that his cultivation direction was correct. He was right to think so, but unfortunately, he completely missed the war that took place on the Earth 2 months ago. To be honest, having this courage means that you have indeed grown up, Kakarot. I still remember you in the past, but when it comes to fighting me, you will say that you are not enough. Lin Chuan neither refused nor agreed, always keeping a smile on his face. Then, his eyes bypassed Son Goku and looked behind him. Seeing Lin Chuan's performance, a look of surprise flashed across Son Goku's face and he turned around. Raditz, Vegeta, and Piccolo were seen flying towards them one after another. They also happened to witness Son Goku showing off his Super Saiyan transformation. It's really surprising, Kakarot. I didn't expect your kid to be able to become a Super Saiyan. Raditz acted naturally, but the ridicule in the words was so heavy that everyone could hear it. It seemed that this Super Saiyan transformation was nothing surprising to him. Brother, Vegeta, and Piccolo, Son Goku said with a smile on his face. Judging from his confident appearance, he seemed to be showing them the success of his practice and his posture after transformation. Seeing Son Goku showing off to him, Raditz smiled and said nothing, while Vegeta showed disdain. Piccolo frowned and said nothing. Judging from the breath alone, Piccolo understood the gap between Son Goku and him. Now, he has been thrown away by these Saiyans. He clenched his fists unwillingly. At the beginning, it was obvious that he was walking in front. Does it mean that I really have to make myself complete? Is there really no other way to go? Piccolo shouted in his heart. In fact, these days, he went to the Temple of Heaven frequently. Every time I go there I am determined, but when I arrive I give up. Kakarot, do you think that after becoming a Super Saiyan, you will far surpass us? You are not the only one who has completed the Super Saiyan transformation. Raditz grinned and spoke proudly. The next second, golden light flashed around him, and in just an instant, Raditz's waist-length black hair was rendered golden. Its boundless aura fills all directions, and its power is terrifying, even far above that of Son Goku. Of course, this is Super 1, not Super 3. It's just that Raditz's hair is too long and spreads to his waist. Just looking at his appearance without looking at the changes in his face, I really thought he was a Super 3. Bluffing is number 1. Raditz successfully transformed into a Super Saiyan, which made Son Goku open his mouth in surprise, and his eyes were full of shock. He always thought that he must be the first. Unexpectedly, it was a miscalculation. It's unbelievable, I didn't expect you to take this step, brother. Who is Son Goku? Even if he is melancholy, he will return to his original state as quickly as possible. What immediately arose was not reluctance, but excitement. Humph. Don't underestimate me, Kakarot. After all, I am your eldest brother. How could I not be able to do what your younger brother can do? Raditz said with great arrogance. After learning that Raditz can also become a Super Saiyan, Son Goku's target changed into Raditz. Originally, he wanted to challenge Lin Chuan, but now it seems that instead of doing that, it would be better to fight against his elder brother first. After all, the eldest brother has been practicing on Earth. As long as he defeats him, he can learn more about Lin Chuan and challenge Lin Chuan again. The two brothers looked at each other and didn't say much. Just a look in their eyes made each other understand. Just when they decided to fight, Vegeta suddenly interrupting the eye contact between them. He just mastered the transformation of an ordinary Super Saiyan and started to become arrogant. Kakarot. Come and fight with me, I will let you understand the difference between Super Saiyans. It's time for us to settle the original grudges. Vegeta's initiative to invite a battle disrupted the atmosphere between Raditz and Son Goku. Vegeta. Son Goku muttered, and then a smile appeared on his face. I originally thought that Vegeta was asking for trouble, wasn't he? Suddenly I thought, Vegeta must have the confidence to dare to say this. The other party must also have mastered the transformation of Super Saiyan. Hey, Vegeta, are you really okay with just snatching Kakarot in front of me? Raditz said casually, while also glancing at Vegeta quietly. He naturally knew Vegeta's strength. Like him, the opponent had already mastered the Super Saiyan transformation. They often fight against each other, and the results of each fight are almost the same. If you are not convinced, it doesn't matter if you two brothers come together. I don't mind dealing with it together, Vegeta said domineeringly and arrogantly. As soon as these words came out, even Lin Chuan couldn't help but look at Vegeta. You're so good at pretending, Vegeta. It is estimated that the suppression some time ago has completely suppressed him. Haha, you are so arrogant, Vegeta. However, since you want to fight Kakarot, then I will reluctantly give it to you. You don't need to thank me. Raditz deliberately pretended to be giving alms, said. Noticing Raditz's attitude, Vegeta felt very unhappy, but he had experienced Raditz's temper and words many times and was already used to it. Just each other. How about Kakarot, do you dare to fight me? Vegeta emphasized again. Okay, then let us complete the outcome that was not decided last time, Vegeta. Son Goku agreed decisively. The atmosphere on the court became subtle, and the two of them had a tendency to explode. I would like to remind you that before the war begins, you'd better change places. If a fight breaks out here and causes huge damage, I'm afraid Bulma won't let you come for future gravity training. Lin Chuan reminded kindly. After hearing Lin Chuan's reminder, the atmosphere on the field eased. Vegeta snorted and took the lead to fly towards the great plains of the western capital in the distance. Son Goku followed closely after seeing this. Since Raditz didn't need to fight, he immediately released his Super Saiyan transformation and followed him. Piccolo and Lin Chuan looked at each other, nodded to each other, and followed. It's a rare show that you can't miss. Scene changes. On the Great Plains of Zido, in a deserted and rocky mountainous area that has not been developed by humans, several figures descended from the sky and landed on different rocky mountains. Goku and Vegeta stand on opposite sides of each other. Their eyes faced each other, looking at each other with cold eyes. This scene is very similar to the tit-for-tat scene when they first met. Lin Chuan, Raditz, and Piccolo acted as a crowd, quietly watching the battle that was about to unfold between them. Son Goku and Vegeta are really destined to have a duel. Lin Chuan looked at the scene in front of him, crossed his arms and couldn't help but sigh. A fateful showdown. Piccolo felt a little strange and glanced at Lin Chuan again in confusion. There must be some kind of connection between Goku and Vegeta. When Lin Chuan heard this, he couldn't help but smile and changed the subject. One is the weakest lower-level warrior, and the other is the most talented elite prince. What else is it but fate? Hearing this, Piccolo and Raditz broke out in cold sweat at the same time. Back to business. Let me see how much progress I have made during my time on Adtra, Kakarot. It would be so embarrassing if we were defeated by that guy Vegeta. Raditz crossed his arms and said as if he were watching a show. On the main battlefield, no one took the lead to break the calm. Son Goku is looking forward to how powerful Vegeta will be after becoming a Super Saiyan. Vegeta, on the other hand, is observing Son Goku's current strength. The two sides have not taken action yet, but the friction between their eyes and the collision of momentum have invisibly triggered bursts of electric sparks in this space. Aren't you planning to become a Super Saiyan? Vegeta, do you think you can deal with my Super Saiyan in your normal state? Son Goku teased. Kakarot, I have to admit that you are a very powerful opponent. We finally faced off again. There was no winner in the last battle, but this time, you will definitely lose. The moment I successfully turned into a Super Saiyan, you were destined to never have a chance to defeat me again. Vegeta's expression gradually became ferocious, his fists clenched, and his strength exploded. The golden aura was released from the inside out, and the terrifying momentum swept across all directions like an overwhelming mountain, causing the surrounding earth to shake. With the explosion of S-cells in his body, he also completed his own Super Saiyan transformation. He looked down at Son Goku with an extremely arrogant attitude. This expression was like Son Goku was the challenger, and he was the one being challenged? He is on high ground? Kakarot, down there? The battle is about to break out. Hearing Vegeta's provocative words, Son Goku's lips twitched, and an extremely confident smile appeared. You're jumping to conclusions before the battle even starts? Vegeta, you're still the same? Just let me see how much your Super Saiyan weighs. Son Goku didn't panic at all, his eyes were burning with eager fighting spirit. Vegeta did not deliberately hide his aura, so he could also feel how powerful Vegeta's aura was at this moment. Compared with him, it is even worse. But this does not mean that he will lose to Vegeta. The basic combat strength of both sides is just over 5 million points. Moreover, once they have reached their level, the difference in combat power, which is not even a tens of millions of points, can generally be ignored. Then I'll let you recognize the reality? Kakarot. Not wanting to talk too much nonsense, Vegeta took the initiative. As his roar resounded through the sky, his legs charged up and crushed the ground. In an instant, his whole body burst out with unparalleled speed. He rushed in front of Son Goku like a cannonball and struck him with a powerful and heavy blow. Waving. Son Goku seemed to have anticipated Vegeta's sudden attack. He clenched his fist with his left hand and punched hard to block it. The two sides collided with fists. Boom. There was an explosion in the space. The ear-piercing sonic boom sound spread in all directions, and the aftermath caused space turmoil. The two of them suffered a backlash from the powerful force at the same time, and were knocked away more than 10 meters away. Vegeta, who was flying upside down, quickly stabilized his body, waved his hands quickly, and countless energy bombs surrounded him, killing Son Goku from many different directions. Faced with Vegeta's attack from a large number of energy bombs, Son Goku calmly used Wukong Jutsu to quickly shuttle and dodge in the space. His figure was swimming like a fish in the water, perfectly avoiding all energy bomb attacks. Here, the battle is going on. At the same time, in a no-man's land. This is a hidden place deep in the primitive mountains and dense forests. At this moment, he is located in a very secret cave in a deep mountain cliff. Precision scientific instruments filled the entire space, and an old man with white hair was conducting his research. Failed? Failed again? Damn it. Crushing the controller in his hand, the old man roared. He is none other than the instigator of the artificial man incident, Dr. Gero. The android in front of him was none other than android number 19. The artificial man in the original work who was created by him and transformed into an artificial man. He has conducted countless repetitive experiments and created countless artificial humans, but they did not meet his expectations and intentions and were regarded as failures. The obedient androids are not strong enough, and the powerful androids are not obedient at all. Failure after failure made Dr. Gero furious. He didn't know where the problem was. Various parts in the laboratory were smashed to pieces by him. After venting for a while, he finally calmed down. That woman from the capsule company dared to refuse my invitation. With her technical help, the production of artificial humans would have been much smoother. If she hadn't been surrounded by many Saiyans, I would have killed her long ago. Damn it. Dr. Gero's angry roar echoed throughout the laboratory. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. Dodge all the energy bullets released by Vegeta with extremely skillful movement and dodge. Your attack is indeed terrifying, but I am no longer the same person as I used to be. Vegeta. The next second, Son Goku condensed energy bullets in his hands and responded to Vegeta. Faced with this blow, Vegeta snorted loudly with a disdainful expression. You are no longer the same person as you were in the past. Do you mean that you only know how to hide? Kakarot. King Vegeta added his domineering energy, and then waved his right arm with a domineering slap. The destructive power condensed by Son Goku, the energy gave the missile and flew hundreds of meters into the air. Pound. The sky exploded, lighting up with terrifying fire. Under this light, Vegeta seemed to look even more powerful. However, before Vegeta could boast, he continued to belittle Son Goku. At this moment, Son Goku's figure had disappeared from his sight. Where have you been? Are you playing hide-and-seek with me? Vegeta said with a grim face and spit. Suddenly I felt something was wrong. The next second, he experienced this ominous premonition. Where are you looking at? Vegeta. A loud shout came from above, and Son Goku fell like a meteorite, kicking Vegeta on the back with precision. Use energy bombs to cover people's ears and eyes, and also cover up their breath. No one would have expected that Son Goku would follow the direction in which the energy bomb was bounced and conduct a stealth sneak attack. Bang! This blow was so terrifying that the sound of explosions could be heard in the space. Such a sudden attack caught Vegeta by surprise. He was immediately blasted into a rock mountain, shattering the rock mountain hundreds of meters high and causing the earth to tremble. The terrifying power would cause ordinary people to fall apart. But that's Vegeta? Looking at the area buried by rocks, Son Goku remained vigilant while suspended in midair. If Vegeta was knocked down by this blow, he wouldn't be the Vegeta he knew. Just in an instant, terrifying energy fluctuations rushed out from the cracks in the rocks. Not only did it cause the earth to shake, it also caused the atmosphere to move. Countless rocks are suspended, breaking away from the shackles of gravity. Boom! A huge burst of energy. Everything within a radius of several kilometers was razed to the ground. Located at the center of the energy explosion, the golden energy beam reaches directly into the sky. In the beam of light, Vegeta, swollen with rage, slowly floated into the sky, his cold eyes staring fiercely at Son Goku opposite. Mr. Bay is going to go crazy. Don't use such trivial tricks to embarrass yourself. Kakarot, let me teach you what is real fighting. After the words fell, his power exploded instantly, and Vegeta jumped up. He rushed straight towards Son Goku. Then come on, Vegeta. Feeling the strong fighting spirit in Vegeta, Son Goku's fighting spirit was also ignited. All of a sudden, two golden lights collided in midair. After a brief roar of explosions, the two sides gathered their breath and launched an unparalleled super-intensity hand-to-hand duel. The two Super Saiyans collided, and their extreme speed left dozens of afterimages in the space. Anyway, these are units of hundreds of millions. Both sides demonstrated their respective fighting styles vividly. Vegeta's princely fighting style, he devoted himself wholeheartedly to the attack. This is what Vegeta wants Kakarot to see. In his opinion, a real battle should be like this. In this kind of tactics, as long as the opponent reveals the slightest flaw during the attack, Vegeta will continue to strike continuously until the enemy is completely defeated. For ordinary people, it is indeed difficult to resist, so they are almost invincible at the same level. The only shortcoming is that killing 1,000 enemies will cost you 800, and the consumption is also very high. In the early days, Vegeta was often not handsome for more than 5 seconds, and this was partly due to the shortcomings of this strategy. As an old enemy, Son Goku exists to restrain Vegeta. The Kamizen Ryu fighting method improved by Son Goku can be said to be more defensive than offensive. After constant battle training, Son Goku has been learning from each other's strengths and downplaying his weaknesses. Therefore, he pays more attention to switching between offense and defense. This also means that when facing Vegeta, he can always defend Vegeta's lifeless offensive very well. The battle between the two sides is intensifying, and each other is using its maximum strength. Outside the battlefield, Lin Chuan watched the showdown between Vegeta and Son Goku without any disturbance. This seemingly devastating battle, to be honest, in his opinion, was no different from a child playing house. His level strength is too high, and their level is too low. After being in too high a realm, it would naturally be boring to see them fighting at this time. However, what seems boring to him is not the same thing to others. Raditz was impatient at the moment. For him, this kind of evenly matched battle was what he wanted. It could be said that it made him feel itchy. In the past, he could only fight Vegeta, but now his younger brother Kakarot can become a better opponent for him. He even regretted that he shouldn't have given it up to Vegeta just now. Originally, it was him and Kakarot who faced each other first. The power of Super Saiyan. I didn't expect that in such a short time, Son Goku would also reach this state. Piccolo looked at the battle in the sky and sighed. This level, for him now, is already a level that he needs to look up to. Although his strength has increased a lot during this period of time, even so, he has not yet crossed the threshold that bound him. He is unwilling. It's for sure if you don't accept it. Originally, he was the strongest warrior among this group of people besides Lin Chuan, but now, Son Goku has surpassed him again. Lin Chuan, who was on the side, noticed Piccolo's change, and immediately used telepathy to say, "How is it? It feels uncomfortable to be surpassed, right? Can't you make that determination now?" Lin Chuan's voice sounded in his mind. Piccolo was slightly startled and turned his head to look, just in time to meet Lin Chuan's eyes that seemed to be smiling but not smiling. Piccolo felt nervous and said nothing. On the battlefield, Goku and Vegeta are at odds with each other. Not only is the battle between the two becoming more and more intense, the battle venue is also constantly changing. The naked eye can no longer capture the movements of the two of them. I could only barely see two golden lights and shadows constantly shuttled between the sky and the earth, colliding back and forth. Everything within a radius of dozens of kilometers has been destroyed by their fighting. The aftermath was turbulent, winds and clouds surged, and the sky collapsed and the earth shattered. If the earth had not been covered and strengthened by the angel power of Angel Weiss and Angel Vados 2 months ago, I am afraid that the power of the two of them could cause greater damage now. Several times beyond the current range is certain. In a billion-level battle, as long as you think about it, you can easily destroy stars. Especially a small planet like the Earth. The battle progressed to a certain extent, and Goku and Vegeta were suspended in midair at the same time. Confronting each other, each is accumulating their own ultimate moves. Eat my move. A devastating white-purple energy beam burst out from between Vegeta's hands. It is his famous stunt that he is proud of, the Gallic Cannon. Me too, turtle-style Qigong Wave. Son Goku released his ultimate move at the same time, and a dark blue energy beam struck straight out like a roaring dragon. Boom boom. Billion-level forces collided with each other and exploded high in the sky, sparking monstrous scalding flames. The shockwave generated when the two people's special moves collided seemed to sweep away all impurities in the sky. After half a minute passed, the storm ended. Son Goku and Vegeta continued to maintain the posture of releasing energy, and they both gasped at the same time. It can be seen that in the fierce battle just now, they both consumed a lot of physical strength and energy. You are quite capable, Kakarot. It seems that your training on Adtra is very successful. But it's a pity. Even so, you are still no match for me, Vegeta. Vegeta was full of energy and blood. As the words came out, the militant factor in his body was also completely activated. I should be the one who said this. You're not bad either, Vegeta, for catching up so quickly. Not only did you become a Super Saiyan, but you were also able to fight against my Super Saiyan. Up and down. Son Goku enjoys the feeling of this kind of fighting, and he can't wait to start the second round. The higher the fighting spirit among each other, the stronger the atmosphere of competition. But just as the battle between them was about to start again, mutations occurred again. From a distance, two energy beams hit them. Fortunately, Son Goku and Vegeta, who were already excited, were already alert, reacted at the same time, and dispersed the two energy beams. Looking towards the distance with doubtful eyes, they saw that the person who attacked them was none other than Raditz. Brother? What's wrong with you? Son Goku didn't understand and felt strange. Raditz took action now and attacked them. Raditz, what do you want, UBD? Vegeta said angrily, with veins on his forehead. What about Raditz? With a smile on his face, he was suspended in the sky, and the aura around him became stronger and stronger. Kakarot, Vegeta, if you two keep fighting like this, you don't know when the winner will be decided. So, let me join in and end the battle quickly. Raditz said. Once again, he transformed into a Super Saiyan state in an instant. Brother, do you want to join too? Okay, great. Just let's see how strong you are now, brother. Son Goku accepted everyone who came and was extremely excited. He became so strong just to fight against powerful opponents. Now, everyone has reached the Super Saiyan state and can finally have a good fight. Humph. Even if you two brothers come together, I won't be afraid. Vegeta shouted arrogantly. Huh? Don't get me wrong, Vegeta, I'm not going to join forces with Kakarot to deal with you. It's me alone who will deal with you too. With a loud shout, Raditz locked his hands on Goku and Vegeta and fired the twin destruction rays. Boring attacks are useless to me. Vegeta dodged Raditz's attack in a flash, and at the same time rushed towards Raditz with a burst of energy and punched hard. There was a muffled sound of bang. Vegeta's heavy punch was blocked by Raditz with one hand. The two sides exchanged dozens of punches and kicks at one time, and finally interlocked their fingers and started wrestling in the air. It seems that you have made no progress in the past few days, Vegeta. Raditz mocked. Are you talking about yourself? Raditz, I hope your strength is as tough as your mouth, Vegeta said sarcastically, while exerting force suddenly. Just as the two sides were marching south, Son Goku, after dodging Raditz's attack on the other side, had already accumulated another turtle-style Kigong wave, aiming at the two of them and killing them without mercy. Caught off guard, the two of them let go at the same time and quickly distanced themselves from each other. The turtle Kigong waves just passed by their sides and hit the universe space directly. At this point, due to Raditz's intervention, the battle entered an even more heated melee between three people. TCH? Kakarot. Vegeta was well aware of the difficulties the two of them were in, and was thinking about the next move. Except for the battle we just met, you never knew how to make a sneak attack in the past. It seems that you not only learned skills on Atristar. Raditz looked at Son Goku opposite, with a look on his face. It was interesting to say. This younger brother is obviously different from before. Brother, you can't say that to me. Knowing what happened just now, I would be stupid if I didn't take action. Besides, you were the one who struck first. Next, I will defeat you and Vegeta together. Son Goku, who is full of fighting spirit, bursts out with all his energy. His aura was an order of magnitude higher than when he fought just now. What a shame? Then let me see what you have learned on the Atristar. Raditz burst out to fight against Son Goku. They are just two low-level warriors, how can they be so arrogant? After being interrupted one after another and being ignored one after another, Vegeta also exerted pressure with anger. The battle between the three Super Saiyans lasted for nearly an hour. If Lin Chuan hadn't stopped them in time, they might have been able to fight for a whole day until they were exhausted. However, this hour of high-intensity fighting consumes a lot of physical strength. There was no feeling during the battle, but when the Super Saiyan transformation was released, the feeling of inadequacy and powerlessness would flood throughout the body. In the end, the battle ended in a draw. It was within Lin Chuan's initial expectations. After all, the strength of the three of them is almost the same. After the conversation, Son Goku was still full of expectations to challenge Lin Chuan, but he was met with blank looks by Raditz and Vegeta. It's obvious that Son Goku doesn't understand anything in their eyes and is seeking death. Lin Chuan did not reject him, but he did not agree immediately. After all, he had just returned to Earth, so this was not the right time. This battle is enough for Son Goku, and it can be regarded as venting his inner desire to fight. Afterwards, return to the manor. After Son Goku's explanation, everyone was surprised when they learned about his journey on the planet Atra. Unexpectedly, Son Goku learned how to teleport not only after he went there, but also the abilities mastered by the people from the Adeltra planet over there helped him quickly become a Super Saiyan in disguise. Even Lin Chuan was envious of this. If he had known that he would have gone to Star Adetra first, maybe he would have mastered the Super Saiyan transformation earlier. Since then, Son Goku has learned other skills, but what they are is currently unknown, and he has not said it. After chatting for a long time, Son Goku and Raditz returned to Baizai Mountain. When he comes back, he must go home. Lin Chuan would not stop him, but Piccolo and Vegeta behaved beyond expectations. Vegeta went quietly alone and did not practice anymore, probably because Kakarot also caught up and he would have to go his own way in the future. Piccolo left here again and went to the Temple of Heaven again. I just don't know if it will work this time. Lin Chuan can't help him much. What needs to be said has been said a long time ago. It depends on whether he can really look away. Without any thought to continue practicing, Lin Chuan returned to the big round house. At this time, Bulma had returned home from the company and was leaning back on the sofa, her unhappy look particularly conspicuous. What's wrong, Bulma? What's bothering you? Lin Chuan took a bottle of sports drink and walked up to ask while drinking it. Seeing Lin Chuan come back, Bulma had someone to complain to and said, "You came back just in time. I was in a good mood and planned to go shopping with my friends after the company finished handling things. But guess what? Suddenly I met an old man who claimed to be a genius scientist. He told me a lot of nonsense, invited me to participate in some weird artificial life research, said this was the future of mankind, and wanted to force me to visit his laboratory with him." Speaking of this, Bulma became obviously more angry. Lin Chuan seemed to have something in mind, and immediately sat next to her and continued to listen and ask, "What then?" "Then, of course I refused without hesitation. Who knew that the old man became so angry after being rejected by me that he even dared to threaten me? I've been really unlucky lately. Fortunately, my best friend's house is made of thermal weapons and she carries weapons with her." Speaking of this, Bulma clearly still had a lot of resentment. When Lin Chuan heard that his life was threatened, these were two concepts. Although he probably heard what was going on, I also thought of who it was, but if Bulma's life was threatened, I couldn't let it go. As long as everything is alright, you still have to be careful in the future. Although you are an ordinary person, your identity is extraordinary. This time it is also a good time to remember. After comforting Bulma, Lin Chuan waited for Bulma to pass her anger, then continued to ask. Bulma, does the old man you are talking about call himself Dr. Gero? Dr. Gro? That's not true. The situation happened suddenly. He just stated his purpose and claimed to be the most talented scientist on Earth in recent years. Bulma couldn't help rolling her eyes. She didn't say anything, but an old man came out and said that he was the most genius scientist on Earth. Even if she is interested in the research on artificial life forms, she is not willing to take a look. I see, but if artificial life forms are involved, no surprise, he should be Dr. Gero. According to what my future daughter told me, he is a mad scientist on your Earth. He once belonged to some Red Ribbon Legion. As he said this, Lin Chuan also introduced the matter of artificial humans in a different way. Red Ribbon Army. Bulma suddenly realized, but she complained a little. How many things do you think you are hiding from me? If you hadn't met Dr. Gro this time, you wouldn't have told me. Isn't this just to reassure you? And it's not a big deal, just some small information about the future. Lin Chuan changed the subject. I didn't think of it before, but now that it has happened, I need to solve it. What about the old man? Can you tell me the location of his research institute? Anyway, you said it. How could I know the location of that old guy's research institute? Bulma said angrily, then thought, if it is confirmed that it is Dr. Gero, I can look for information. Maybe there will be a record. In our circle, a lot of information is shared with each other. Then thank you for the hard work, Bulma. Lin Chuan nodded. At this time, the only thing left to do was see if Bulma could be found. If he can't find it, it's all in vain, and he can't search everywhere. The Earth is not bigger than the universe, but it is not small either. Here, Bulma began to look for information at Lin Chuan's signal. Baizai Mountain at this time. Because of Son Goku's return, Sun Wuhan sensed the aura immediately and hurriedly ran out of the study. Previously, he had actually sensed that his father had returned to Earth and had a fight with Vegeta and his eldest brother Raditz. He wanted to go see it, but he had the experience of running away once, and his mother was staring at him again just now. He could only endure the longing in his heart and wait for his father to return on his own. Until Shishi noticed that he was absent-minded. He could only tell his mother the news of his father's return. This naturally makes Shishi very happy. Because her husband, who had been away from home for a long time, was coming back, Shishi hurriedly went out to buy ingredients, thinking of making a big meal. Dad, I miss you so much. Sun Wuhan trotted up to Son Goku and jumped into his father's arms. Haha, long time no see Gohan, you have grown taller again. By the way, where is Mom? Son Goku rubbed his son's head and said happily. Well, Mom went to the nearby market to buy ingredients and will probably be back soon. He knows Dad is coming back, so we have a big dinner tonight. Sun Wufan said obediently. Really? I haven't had a good meal in a long time. Compared with the food outside, Shishi's cooking is the best. Son Goku said with excitement on his face, and tears flowed from his mouth. Mom will be very happy if she hears Dad say that. By the way, Dad, Uncle, were you and Uncle Vegeta fighting just now? Dad, you can also become a Super Saiyan, right? Sun Wuhan changed the topic and asked eagerly. Upon hearing his son's words, Son Goku wanted to show off a little bit, and immediately said, yes, Dad can already become a Super Saiyan. Gohan, do you want to see it? As soon as the words came out, Raditz on the side couldn't see Son Goku's little thoughts. He couldn't help but twitched the corner of his mouth, but he didn't stop him. If you think about it carefully, your eldest nephew obviously has a terrifying talent, but he is restricted to this extent. He also understood Sun Wufan, but more in his heart, he hoped that Sun Wuhan would become a powerful warrior, rather than some useless scholar. Yeah, Sun Wufan nodded repeatedly. Okay, then I will turn into a Super Saiyan and let you see it. After saying that, Son Goku mobilized the energy in his body. The S-cells were operating crazily, and as the Super Saiyan energy pool was activated, he naturally transformed into the first-level Super Saiyan state. Powerful energy is sealed in the body, and the golden aura hovers around the body like a dragon. The combat power of 250 million points has been completely restrained and has not exploded. If you are not a person of the same level, you cannot detect the depth at all. This is Super Saiyan, Gohan. Please feel carefully how I am different from before. This will be of great help to you in becoming a Super Saiyan in the future. Son Goku told Son Gohan earnestly. Raditz, who was standing by, saw this scene in his eyes and said nothing on the surface, but he had his own thoughts in his heart. Although Gohan is extremely talented, he is still too young. Super Saiyan is still a long way away for him, but if he is allowed to teach me in the future, he should be successful in the next 2 or 3 years. Kakarot, you are not suitable to be a good teacher. Raditz had already had the idea of teaching Sun Wuhan himself. However, Sun Wuhan's next words made Raditz's mind go blank, and his whole person was in a state of shutdown. Dad, actually, I can become a Super Saiyan. Son Gohan replied innocently. What? Gohan, you said, you can become a Super Saiyan. Are you sure you're not kidding? Hearing Sun Wuhan's answer, Son Goku, who was originally proud, suddenly widened his eyes, his big eyes full of disbelief. He knew his son's talent, but this was incredible. Nephew, Uncle didn't hear clearly just now, can you say it again? Are you really able to become a Super Saiyan? Raditz suddenly came back to his senses and repeatedly confirmed to Sun Wuhan. Well, Uncle, Dad, if you don't believe it, I will show you the transformation of Super Saiyan. Seeing that the two of them didn't believe it, Son Gohan planned to transform himself to let them see it. Seeing this, Raditz and Son Goku looked at each other, and both of them stepped aside with a tacit understanding, waiting for Son Gohan to transform. I saw Sun Wuhan just clenching his fists, and the breath in his body showed signs of flowing slightly. The next second, a golden aura suddenly emerged. In just a moment, Son Gohan completed the first stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Blonde hair and blue eyes, there is no mistaking it, this is the Super Saiyan? Ah, Gohan, when you were able to transform. This is amazing. Son Goku's mouth opened wide. Boss, sweat was pouring down his face. His son's behavior at this time completely subverted his outlook on life. This mastery is much more skillful than his father. Comparing it, he smiled bitterly in his heart. The Super Saiyan transformation was completed after a lot of hard work on the planet Adra. Gohan had already completed it a long time ago and mastered it so skillfully. He's really a Super Saiyan. How is that possible? You're obviously so young. Raditz looked at Son Gohan in front of him with a complicated expression. He went through countless hardships and trained his body to the limit in the gravity training room countless times, and finally awakened the Super Saiyan on the edge of life and death. This eldest nephew of his has already completed the transformation of a Super Saiyan on his own despite being restricted by his mother, and his transformation proficiency seems to be higher than his. This situation made Raditz feel as if his training during this period had been applied to a dog. Actually, it's nothing. Ever since I first saw Uncle Lin Chuan's transformation, I have been exercising secretly and trying to transform. 2 months ago, I felt Uncle Lin Chuan transform into the 4th level Super Saiyan and fight against the god of destruction, and then I succeeded. It's just that my mother has never allowed me to continue practicing, so I don't have the chance to show it to everyone. Sun Wuhan looked aggrieved as he spoke. He inadvertently said something big, something that subverted Son Goku's worldview. He was not on Earth 2 months ago and had no idea what was happening on Earth. And he has just come back now. If he doesn't take the initiative to ask, no one will tell him what happened during this period. Wait, Super Saiyan level 4? God of Destruction. There were a lot of question marks in Son Goku's head. He looked curiously at Sun Wuhan and then at his eldest brother Raditz. Although he didn't understand why, Son Goku seemed to have realized something. Yes, when he challenged Lin Chuan before, they all looked at him like a fool. You're really slow to react now, Kakarot. Raditz said with a sarcastic look on his face, and then shook his head. After hearing this, Son Goku was not annoyed and continued to ask for advice humbly and want to know the truth. With the cooperation of Son Gohan and Raditz, what happened 2 months ago was completely retold to Son Goku. If he had not learned about this kind of thing in this way, Son Goku would have been unwilling to believe that it was true. The subversion of the worldview that happened to Raditz and Vegeta also happened to Son Goku. There are 12 universes. 12 universes, each with 12 angels, 12 supreme gods of destruction. This is the real picture of the world. Of course, this is not the most important thing. The key is that Lin Chuan has actually been able to transform into the 4th level Super Saiyan. What does that mean? These people have been chasing for so long and finally reached the Super Saiyan state. As a result, what should have been the ultimate goal turned into a new starting point. Under the descriptions of Son Gohan and Raditz, Son Goku roughly knew the situation of the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Son Goku was both excited and helpless. Only now did I realize how ignorant I was. It was only now that I realized how powerful Lin Chuan was. From beginning to end, they cannot be easily caught up. I'm really unwilling to give up. Even Son Goku, who would never give up or back down no matter what, said these unwilling words. Just don't give in, Kakarot, you are still very early. What you know now is just the tip of the iceberg of that guy Talos. In the past few months, even Vegeta and I have been fighting with him. We often meet each other, and we only understand each other superficially, Raditz said with emotion. Speaking of Lin Chuan, he felt a deep sense of powerlessness. Although there will be thoughts of challenge, but more of them just want to compete with Lin Chuan after breaking through in strength, rather than being so proud that they want to defeat the opponent. We still have a long way to go. Son Goku rarely calmed down and acted no longer simple-minded. This time when Yadetra came back, he was indeed more mature. It is indeed very long, but sooner or later, we will catch up, because we are all Saiyans. Raditz nodded. Thinking back to when he first came to Earth, he was just an ant with a combat power of 1,500 points. Now that he is a Super Saiyan, Frieza is still an ant in front of him. Sun Wuhan on the side obediently said nothing. The scene changes. At this moment, above the Temple of Heaven, Dende is playing with Bobo. They built a platform on top of the Temple of Heaven and were playing badminton and relaxing. Although they were worried for a while because Goku came back to fight with Raditz and Vegeta, after the battle was over, they were reassured that everything was fine. Instead, he started to be happy because Son Goku returned to Earth. Everyone knows that Son Goku went to Edra and came back, so there is no doubt that he has returned from his studies. They didn't realize that something big was going to happen here soon. At this moment, the God of Heaven was standing at the edge of the temple with a solemn expression. He looked down at the lower realm, and a figure as fast as lightning appeared in his sight, and came straight towards him. It's finally here. It's been 2 months. It should have been done 2 months ago. Piccolo, I'm just like you. I'm actually a coward. It seems like I'm always urging you, but in fact I'm always worried. This time, it's time to reach the end. You should look away completely. God Piccolo seemed to have expected this, but he acted calmly. The figure only dazzled before landing on the Temple of Heaven. The person who came was none other than Piccolo. Uncle Piccolo. Dende and Bobo sensed Piccolo's sudden arrival at the same time, and Dende was obviously closer to Piccolo and went directly to say hello. Well, long time no see, Dende. Piccolo heard this and nodded to Dende with a smile. He would treat some people in this loving manner, but he would treat some people differently. The next second, the smile on his face was replaced by a serious look. His gaze shifted to the God Piccolo. At this time, the God Piccolo was undoubtedly looking at him solemnly. It seems that you have finally made up your mind to become one with me again. God Piccolo spoke first, breaking the calm between him and Piccolo. Yes, this is the third time. After returning to Earth from Namek, this is the third time I have come to you for this matter. Piccolo nodded. I gave up twice before. This third time, it must have been stimulated by Goku, right? God Piccolo said with a relieved smile. Piccolo didn't answer, just nodded slightly and shook his head. Obviously, it is because of Son Goku, but Son Goku is just an introduction. The most important thing is that he wants to explore higher fields and does not want to waste time just burying himself. The future world is so grand, I need to become complete before I can be qualified to face it. Piccolo said. God Piccolo nodded, glanced at Dende and Bobo, and told them not to be nervous, and then said to Piccolo, I said, you can come at any time if you want to assimilate, so as long as you want, I can do it at any time. I just hope that after assimilation, you can take more care of Dende. I know this without you having to say it, but I still want to say something up front. Old guy, you know I have the ability to assimilate you and then drive you out of the body, just like you forced me out in the first place. If you do some tricks in my body, don't blame me. Piccolo has made up his mind. But many worries and things must be explained clearly up front. Otherwise, he doesn't want to do it again. Haha. No, it's like you assimilated Nayla, but he lives in your life, and so do I. You are the subject, we are just a part of life. God Piccolo nodded and explained. He originally didn't understand the assimilation method. Later, after connecting with the Great Elder through Dende's spirit and communicating with the Great Elder, I found out so clearly. Bobo, after I leave, I ask you to take good care of Dende. You must assist him and help him grow up quickly. Dende, I can no longer accompany you like I am now. You will be the next Earth God, and the Earth will be entrusted to you. After making the final arrangements, the God Piccolo looked at the temple where he had lived for hundreds of years and felt a lot. Although this life was boring, he did many meaningful things. He will die, but he will not die, because he will become part of Piccolo, Lord God. Bobo had actually expected this moment to come, and his eyes were filled with tears and reluctance. He has experienced watching the gods leave many times, but every time, it is difficult for him to accept. He vaguely recalled the time when he first met this god. Grandpa Tianjin. Dende knows exactly what assimilation is. Although the gods and Piccolo were one, he never regarded them as one person. Now they will be reunited. From now on, the gods will no longer exist, and Piccolo will become a new individual. Well, there's no need to be sad. After the god Piccolo nodded, he faced Piccolo again, opened his heart, and said, come on. Piccolo heard this and no longer hesitated. He stretched out his hand and touched the chest of the god Piccolo. In an instant, the god Piccolo was ignited with white flames. This power causes changes in the surrounding air pressure. The god, whose whole body was covered with white flames, turned into a pure energy body with a roar and merged into Piccolo's body. The components of life completely poured into Piccolo's body, complementing his deficiencies and filling his soul. As Piccolo himself gradually returns to completeness, a powerful terrifying momentum rises rapidly. A dazzling white light flashed, and the Piccolo was born? Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. Regarding the name change, I used to use Piccolo in the past, and now I will use Piccolo, otherwise it would look like there is no change. N_N. Oh haha. Assimilation, completed. The complete Piccolo stood on the Temple of Heaven. No, he is no longer Piccolo, but a new kid. Not only the body has changed, but the inside, outside, and even the soul and temperament are completely different from before. The god Piccolo said that his integration would not affect Piccolo, but when he integrates into Piccolo's body and a new self is born, Piccolo will also fundamentally change. Even though he is still him, but he is no longer him, the freshman Piccolo did not resist. He realized the changes, but they were all within the scope of what he could accept. Just like when Niolo was assimilated. Even if this assimilation did make him something more. Is this the complete me? It turns out that I have been missing so much from the beginning. No wonder, Piccolo was filled with emotions. He is always chasing and getting stronger. He never thought that he was incomplete, let alone that he was missing so many important things. Now, he understands. Why did Lin Chuan keep telling him that he must take this step? He also understood what the Great Elder told him back then. If he were complete, then he would be invincible. This is not a lie. If he was already strong before, he could even defeat the Universe Emperor Frieza. So now, with his strength, he can completely kill Frieza. Even the current Super Saiyans Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz are just mediocre in his eyes. He suddenly reached a higher realm, and his vision became even more different from before. Is this the world in your eyes? Lin Chuan? You guy, no wonder you have been urging me to complete the assimilation. Piccolo thought in his mind and couldn't help but laugh. He finally came to this point. If he had known about this, he should have done this long ago. If so, maybe he can go further. However, it is not too late. The complete him is no longer the same person as before. He believes he can go further. Uncle Piccolo. Seeing the end of assimilation, Dende shouted timidly. Bobo on the side was still full of tears. It is definitely difficult to accept that the god who served for so many years has just disappeared and turned into the Piccolo he is now. Don't worry, Dende, I'm still me. Piccolo smiled at Dende, and then said, but don't call me Piccolo anymore. From now on, I will be called Piccolo? Say goodbye to the past completely. Yes, Uncle Piccolo. After hearing this, Dende's worry disappeared and he nodded obediently. Piccolo raised his hand and touched Dende's head, then looked at Popo. Mr. Popo, Dende will still need to rely on you in the future. Although I will live in the Temple of Heaven in the future, I am not a god. To teach Dende, I still need to rely on you. Bobo was startled, and then saw the shadow of the old god Piccolo in Piccolo's expression, and immediately nodded quickly. I know, don't worry. Western Capital. While waiting for Bulma to search for relevant information, Lin Chuan also began to think about his next plan. If Son Goku had not come back, he would have started the next 2 days, such as going to the Supreme Kai world to unlock the seal of the Supreme Kai sword. I didn't expect such a bloody thing to happen. Lin Chuan remembered that in the original work, Dr. Gero attended a so-called academic conference, so he met Bulma and Brive. But this initiative to come to the door is indeed different from the plot. Of course, maybe it was because of his arrival. This breath is Piccolo. Suddenly, a special breath came, making Lin Chuan slightly startled. Although it was very secretive and the other party did not burst out with aura, it was so strange that it entered his perception field. Piccolo, changed? Not only has he become stronger, he has become fundamentally different. Could it be said that he has finally assimilated to the god Piccolo? Standing up, Lin Chuan infinitely magnified his perception. That change, if it weren't for his formidable strength and his ability to perceive things that had recently reached unprecedented heights, I'm afraid even he wouldn't be able to notice it. This time, Piccolo really made up his mind. Such a powerful strength is probably less than 1 billion combat power. Even more powerful than Piccolo who assimilated the gods in the original work. So happy for Piccolo. During this time, his relationship with Piccolo has been far better than other Z fighters. This is something neither Raditz nor Vegeta nor Son Goku can bring to him. It must be related to Kakarot, right? After his return, the 3 Super Saiyans have surpassed you. If it were me, I would definitely not be able to bear it. An imaginary smile appeared on Lin Chuan's face, as if it's telling the truth. Needless to say, Son Goku's return this time has indeed brought a huge blow to people. Although Lin Chuan himself doesn't have much influence, to put it bluntly, if his strength were not as strong as it is now, he would also be hit. He practiced teleportation on the planet Adtra, and naturally became a Super Saiyan. Not to mention, his strength was not inferior to Raditz and Vegeta who had been training hard. This is the proper halo of the protagonist. While feeling emotional, Lin Chuan heard Bulma's shout in the next room. He did not continue to think about Piccolo, but focused on the current matter. Piccolo has returned to his whole body, which is a great thing. When they meet, he still has something to say to Piccolo. I don't know, I might as well have a good fight with Piccolo. Even though billions of combat power is nothing to him, it would be another matter if he didn't transform and face it. Lin Chuan was looking forward to it. He wanted to tell Piccolo something in advance, but he didn't know that he would transform into an orange state. What a bonus that state would bring him. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. After obtaining all the information about Dr. Gero from Bulma and knowing the location identifiers of almost all of Dr. Gero's research institutes, Lin Chuan launched a blanket search. Of course, this is a big project because there are so many marked locations and each location is very remote. At least what Bulma gave him had hundreds of suspicious points. This shows how much this old guy, Dr. Gero, cherishes his life. There is no doubt that most of them are deceptive coordinates. Lin Chuan sets out to search every morning and returns in the evening. Tell Bulma the information obtained every day, and then after discussing with Bulma, divide into different areas, thereby constantly eliminating and narrowing down the search area. Before I knew it, it was the 10th day. During this period, a lot of trivial things happened, whether it was encounters or whether Son Goku, Raditz, Son Gohan and others came to see him. At this moment, on a huge island in the Eastern Sea, Lin Chuan expanded his mental power while searching in the mountains and forests. With his sensing method, even if there is no breath, he can see all the disturbances in his eyes. This is already one of the few virgin forest islands. I hope that as we continue to narrow the scope of the search these days, you are really here. The words came out of his mouth. While walking, Lin Chuan was also observing the ecological environment here. After coming to the Earth in the Dragon Ball world, this was the first time he spent 10 days and saw many scenery, including countless animals and plants that were not seen in his previous life. At this moment, Lin Chuan suddenly noticed something. His eyes looked to the right involuntarily. In the distance outside the dense forest is an area covered with countless weeds and rocks. Lin Chuan was just about to walk over to find out what was going on, when he saw a fat giant rat jumping out from among the thin bushes. After seeing Lin Chuan, a human being, the giant rat was frightened and hurriedly turned around and jumped into the dense forest on the other side. It turns out to be a mouse. It seems I'm too sensitive. Lin Chuan dismissed the doubts in his mind, glanced at the distance, then turned back and continued to move forward according to the previously prescribed route. Until Lin Chuan walked away, in this seemingly peaceful dense forest, a green-skinned monster with a human shape stood up from it. The whole body was covered with horrible bumpy spots, a tail was dragging the ground, and there was thick liquid flowing out of the monster's mouth, which was particularly disgusting. He is none other than Selyul, who came to this era from the future world. It's so dangerous. How could this guy suddenly appear here? If he had been discovered just now, the consequences would be disastrous. Saiyan was filled with fear and joy, fearing Lin Chuan's arrival. Fortunately, his method of hiding his aura was excellent and Lin Chuan did not discover him. Otherwise, if he is lucky enough to come to this era and has not yet become a perfect body, he may die. He did not doubt that Lin Chuan had this strength. After all, Lin Chuan in the future world was so powerful that he was said to be able to ravage all other Z warriors in this era. According to the records of the intelligent computer created by Dr. Gero, Lin Chuan once ravaged several Super Saiyans with just one hand. How powerful is this? Moreover, number 16, number 17, and number 18 were all defeated by Lin Chuan at the beginning, and only then did they settle down. With a heavy heart, Saiyan thought further and became more and more afraid of Lin Chuan. He had just sensed Lin Chuan's terror, which he couldn't contend with now. Even if they stand there and expose their flaws to him, he can't hurt them at all. The next second, he changed his mind and discovered something was wrong. Lin Chuan will never appear in this uninhabited island area for no reason. You know, there is no value on this island. Otherwise, Dr. Gero would not have built this place as a secret base. Apart from him from the future, only Dr. Gero himself and those artificial beings from the future know. Wait a minute, isn't this guy here for Dr. Gero? Could it be that he already knows about the artificial man? No, it shouldn't be. Logically speaking, it would have been at least 2 or 3 years before it was discovered. Saiyan suddenly sensed a crisis. Perhaps this is the instinct of insects. If this is the case, then what is the significance of him coming to this era from the future world? If Dr. Gero and the androids were killed or protected by this guy during this period of time, then he would be as depressed as he was in the future world, and he would never be able to become a complete body. No one can stop my plan to become a perfect being, not even you. I don't believe that you really have the ability to predict the future. Gritting his teeth, Shiro prepared to act in advance. He concealed his energy and quickly shuttled through the dense forest. Nowadays, he can no longer care about much. He had to find Dr. Gero to reveal his identity before Lin Chuan took action, and then use him to release androids 17 and 18 to become complete bodies. As long as you can become a complete body, no matter what price you pay, it is worth it. In order to avoid Lin Chuan, Saiyan took a long detour and headed towards the location of Dr. Gero's secret base. At this moment, he himself had no idea that it was because of his running around that his existence was exposed. What Lin Chuan sensed was not just chi. No disturbance can escape his perception. This kind of aura feedback, there is a very special humanoid creature running wildly. Lin Chuan in the forest suddenly received feedback from the spiritual field. In just a moment, he forcibly sensed the shroud and captured the afterimage. I didn't expect it to be him. It really took no effort at all. I haven't found you after searching for so long, but you are hiding in such a ghost place. No wonder, I'm afraid you already knew that you were exposed, so you have been hiding. But you didn't expect me to show up here. It seems that you also know me. As he muttered, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and laughed. Lin Chuan was very surprised to meet Saiyan here. Of course, the bigger thing is interest. Although I don't know where this guy is going, if I meet him, I won't be able to survive. Even if his existence is insignificant to him, it doesn't pose any threat. However, one less trouble is worse than one more trouble in the future. It no longer matters whether the Sharu incident happened or not. Perhaps the one with the greatest impact should be the future Satan. Without Shiro, he would not be the savior of the world. If you show up here, that means I'm looking in the right direction. Dr. Gero's secret base is right here, right? Lin Chuan decisively concealed his aura and followed Saiyan. At this moment, Saiyan was busy on his way and didn't realize that his whereabouts had been exposed. Following Saiyan all the way over the mountains, Lin Chuan came to an extremely hidden mountain location. At the intersection of the 2 peaks ahead, there is a hollow in the center. Concentrating on perception, there is a huge metal iron door standing there tens of meters deep inside the cave. There is no doubt that what Saiyan brought him here was Dr. Gero's experimental base. Interesting. I just caught them all in one go. With a smile on his lips, Lin Chuan disappeared in an instant. This is not a real disappearance, but Lin Chuan's invisibility. With the help of one of the abilities obtained by Shenlong's wish, one can become invisible according to one's own strength. It is difficult to be easily discovered by people of the same level or even higher levels. Other side, Saiyan saw that there was no one around, and after confirming for a long time, he flew into the cave. He didn't know that Lin Chuan, who was hiding behind him, watched him enter, with a successful smile on his lips, and followed him. I didn't expect that Dr. Gero would be found in this way. Cell, which he made with his own hands, led the way. At this moment, in Dr. Gero's experimental base, Dr. Gero, who was busy adjusting the experimental parameters, was suddenly attracted by the abnormal noise coming from the metal door. What's going on? Who is it? Dr. Gru stopped his research and looked at the metal gate with a vigilant look. In my hand, I had unconsciously picked up the remote control. This remote control controls all weapons inside. For him, no one knows the specific location of his research institute. Kaka. As the metal door opened, Sharu also officially entered Dr. Gro's sight. You are. Looking at the monster cello in front of him, the elderly Dr. Gro felt fear in his heart, and he felt even more at a loss for a moment. It seems that at this time, you have not transformed yourself into an artificial human, Dr. Gero. When meeting Dr. Gero, who is still a human, Cellulose deliberately put on a humble and pious look. Hearing this, Dr. Gro's fear in his heart became even greater, and he became even more vigilant about the origin of this monster. He actually knows so many things about him. You may not believe it, after all, at this stage, I should still be an embryo, and you haven't even started cultivating it yet. Please allow me to introduce myself, Dr. Gro, I am Cell, the ultimate android you will train in the future. I came across time from the distant future just to see you, Shalu explained respectfully. Although he could force it, he was worried about accidents. If you can talk well to achieve your goals, then just be more steady. The reason why Sharo has been alive until now is because he is calm enough. What? You said you are Sharo? From the future. Dr. Gro's eyes widened when he heard Sharo's self-narration, his face full of disbelief. Only he knows his plan to train Cellule, and because the training cycle is too long, supercomputers have always been solely responsible for the training. Now this guy is Cellulite? He also said that he came from the future. Is this, what a joke. I know this is hard to believe, but Dr. Gro, please bear with me and listen to me. I came to this time and space in order to become a complete body, because the future. Sharu started his big deception, slightly adapted what happened in the future world, and then told this so-called biological father. After 3 minutes of explanation, Dr. Gro accepted it, and digest all the things Sharu said about the future world. At this moment, the expression on his old face had undergone a change that was visible to the naked eye. First there was shock, then disbelief, then joy, and finally madness. He, ha 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 ha. I have devoted my whole life to the creation of artificial humans, but I didn't expect that I would die in the hands of my own creation in the end. It seems that number 17 and number 18 are destined to fail. Only you are my most perfect work, and the ultimate android Cell is the most successful android. There was a look of fanaticism in Dr. Gro's eyes. After listening to Shalu's few words and being moved by his pretended sincerity, Dr. Gro had completely trusted Shalu. He defined Cell as his most perfect work and the most obedient artificial human. If nothing else, let's just say that someone came from the future, found him and told him his identity. Dr. Gro, I have worked hard to reach the present from the future in order to become a perfect body. Now I finally meet you. Please let me absorb Android 17 and Android 18. After becoming a complete body, I can help you become the master of this world and kill all the Syans in the world today, Shalu said, gradually revealing his true nature. His eyes were full of eager gazes, because the existence of Lin Chuan might appear outside at any time. He couldn't wait to absorb the two androids. Seeing that Shalu's pious appearance was not fake, Dr. Gro felt an overwhelming sense of accomplishment. But he didn't know that the person that Sharu was afraid of was constantly approaching. And they didn't even know that Lin Chuan had a panoramic view of them. Don't worry, since you have come from the future to the present, your efforts will naturally not be in vain. I guarantee that you will become a perfect body. No, I will make you become an existence beyond the perfect body. Dr. Gro has been successfully persuaded by Shalu, but Dr. Gro, over there with NOS 17 and 18. A haze flashed in Shalu's eyes, and he was already a little irritable. This old man, can't he wait until he becomes a perfect body before talking about his future fantasies? Now he just wants to swallow number 17 and number 18 to complete his transformation. Number 17 and 18 are not here. You don't have to worry, Saro. Since you are mature, you might as well let me study your current body structure first. Maybe it can be used to make the ultimate transformation of me. Moreover, only by understanding you well can I strengthen you in a deeper way so that you can become more than just a complete person. Dr. Gru obviously did not realize the seriousness of the problem. Shalu hesitated for a moment. In his information, numbers 17 and 18 should be right here. This old thing is a little uncooperative. What's wrong? As my most proud child, don't you want to do it? Dr. Gero asked, narrowing his eyes slightly as if he was in control. Okay, everything is at your command, Dr. Gro. Helpless, Shalu could only grit his teeth secretly and changed his attitude. He knew very well that as long as he knew where number 17 and number 18 were, that would be the day of Dr. Gero's death. When the transformation is complete, he will be invincible in the world? Very good. Dr. Gero nodded with satisfaction. Although, because Shalu's momentary questioning made him very unhappy, it can be seen that Dr. Gro is not stupid, he also has his own calculations. Ba-bang bang. However, at this moment, a burst of applause sounded, attracting the spirits of Dr. Gro and Cell. The two of them shifted their gazes at the same time. After seeing clearly who it was, Dr. Gro and Shalu's eyes shrank at the same time, with a look of horror in their eyes. Are you a Saiyan? Dr. Gero subconsciously stepped back, trying to hide behind Cell for protection. The emotions shown on his old face could not be concealed. This Saiyan is currently the most dangerous among the information he recorded. Shala immediately entered a fighting state and raised his vigilance by 12 points. Having reached this point, he felt so much hatred in his heart. He was ready to run away. Confront Lin Chuan head-on? What a joke! The most dangerous thing has come true. No matter how strong the opponent is, he only weighs a few pounds. If he tries to commit suicide, he will die at any time. What a wonderful performance, Shalu. Even I was almost fooled by you. I have to say that in order to become a perfect person, you will do anything, and you are even willing to give yourself to Dr. Gro for research. But I really want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid it would have taken me a lot of time to find this research institute. Lin Chuan's words ignited the conflict between Dr. Gro and Shalu. What? You actually lured this guy here? Dr. Gro exclaimed, staring at the incompetent Shalu with vicious eyes. He couldn't stand in the future, so now he went back to the past to harm him. Shalu also felt unbelievable. He suppressed his restless mind and asked, "Did you discover me just now? You just pretended not to see me? You can follow the clues and find me here." "You're right. I have to say that your concealment skills are indeed top-notch. Even my mental perception almost didn't sense your presence. It's a pity that you were so excited that you exposed your whereabouts," Lin Chuan said, explaining the reason to him. The next second, Lin Chuan did not intend to waste time. A powerful aura burst out, and his eyes locked on Shalu and Dr. Gro. What happened? Feeling the threat of death, Shalu was frightened. He immediately locked the door and wanted to break into the laboratory and escape. "Saru, what are you doing? Protect me? Are you still afraid of this Saiyan in the future?" Seeing Saru trying to retreat, Dr. Gro panicked and stopped him. He is an ordinary person, and Lin Chuan can kill him with just one Qigong wave. "Dr. Glo, in this situation, you'd better ask for your own blessings." Shalu didn't hesitate at all, and directly left Dr. Glo and ran away. Shalu forcibly opened a path and escaped as fast as he could in his life. In one breath, he drilled a path to the sky in the research institute. "Can you escape?" Lin Chuan's eyes flashed coldly, and the spiritual imprint has been left on Shalu's body. Even if the other party escapes into the universe, he can still appear in front of the other party the next second. Please spare me. I have the most genius brain in the world. As long as you are willing to let me go, I am willing to do anything for you. Including all my research materials on artificial humans, I can give them to you. You have also seen that the artificial humans I created can come back to this time from the future to find me. This shows that I am successful." Dr. Gro begged for mercy with passionate words. Those who didn't know better thought he was proving himself. "Oh, are you sure you can do anything for me?" A playful smile appeared on Lin Chuan's face. "Of course, I have the most genius mind in the world, and I can complete any research." Dr. Gro quickly added as if he had grasped a life-saving straw. "You do have a genius mind, but it's a pity that your path is narrow. Originally, I didn't want to care about these bullshit experiments you conducted. But you should never threaten my wife Bulma. Even if the god of destruction comes today, he can't save you." Lin Chuan's cold words directly sentenced Dr. Gro to death. As soon as these words came out, the expression on Dr. Gro's face froze instantly, and a deep look of fear appeared on his old face. "No, I just asked Bulma to help." Dr. Gro hadn't finished his words yet. Boom. Lin Chuan could no longer wait for him, and golden energy light waves shot out from his palm. Dr. Gro's body was turned into ashes in the roaring energy. A generation of genius, now dead without any body, turned into ashes. After getting rid of Dr. Gro, Lin Chuan quickly scanned the entire laboratory with his mental power. "We didn't destroy this place. After all, it might be useful to keep it and let Bulma study it." Looking at the sky in the distance, his mental perception has been locked on Shalu, and he can feel it even if the other party hides his aura. Without the slightest hesitation, he moved instantly and disappeared in place. Sharu's sighed. Today, Shalu escaped at the fastest speed in his life. I didn't catch up. Ha ha ha, great, I should get rid of that guy. Next, I have to not be discovered, and then absorb enough life energy. Even if I don't become a complete body, as long as I eat the huge life energy, my strength will be improved. If it doesn't work out, I will leave the Earth. At worst, I will go to an alien planet to live happily. Seeing that Lin Chuan did not catch up, Shalu breathed a sigh of relief, while making calculations in his mind. But before he could be happy for a few seconds, Lin Chuan's figure suddenly appeared in front of him and blocked his way. Shalu was frightened and stopped forcibly. You. Looking at Lin Chuan who suddenly appeared in front of him, Shalu was already sweating profusely. He had obviously gotten rid of her, so why did she suddenly appear in front of him? It's just that in this era, has this guy's combat power reached such an outrageous level? I said, you can't escape, Shalu. A playful smile appeared on Lin Chuan's face, and his contemptuous eyes seemed to treat Shalu as trash. Damn it! Don't think that I, Sharu, am an ant that you can ravage. I am the ultimate artificial human born from the fusion of countless strong cells, an existence that stands at the top of all levels of life. Forced into such a desperate situation, Shalu knew that he could not leave. Unless he defeats Lin Chuan, he can't escape at all. All the energy in the body is like an erupting volcano, and the special aura mixed with all the masters on the earth, including the frozen demon clan, is revealed and spreads all over the world. At the same time, Z warriors all over the world felt the aura erupting from Cell. Above the Temple of Heaven, Piccolo, who had been practicing meditation for 10 days and constantly regulating his own strength, felt this breath and suddenly opened his eyes. In this breath, there is not only his ki, but also Son Gohan's ki, Son Goku's ki, Vegeta's ki, etc. What's going on? Could it be that monster? Piccolo walked to the edge of the Temple of Heaven, swung his white cloak, and used the authority of the previous generation of gods to look at the lower world. Soon, he saw the confrontation between Lin Chuan and Shallow. The smell just now was emanating from that green-skinned bug. What kind of creature is that guy? Piccolo felt more and more incredible. A lot of confusion arose in his heart, and the next second Piccolo exploded and flew down from the Temple of Heaven, intending to go to the battlefield to find out. Gaixian Island. Kame Zento, who had fallen asleep on the sun lounger, was suddenly awakened. Krillin and Yamcha from the wooden house also hurried out. In that explosive aura, there was also their aura? They were confused and had no idea what was going on. The area where Tianjin Rise is located. Tianjin Fan, who was calming down under the waterfall, suddenly opened 3 eyes and rushed out of the waterfall in the next second. Tianjin, that's your breath? And my breath. Dumpling on the side said in great surprise and horror. Not just our breath, but also Goku's, Vegeta, Krillin, Piccolo's breath, everyone's breath is mixed together. What on earth is going on? Tianjin Fan felt completely puzzled. After struggling for a while, he asked Dumpling to stay here and wait for him to come back, and went to the battlefield alone. Baizai Mountain. Raditz and Son Goku are fighting each other. While the two are discussing, they are also perfecting their own fighting methods. On the side, Son Gohan is concentrating on learning the fighting methods of Raditz and Son Goku. Shishi had not allowed him to practice for a period of time before because Son Goku was always away from home and the earth was in danger, so he was allowed to study in peace. Now that Son Goku is back, he wants to take Sun Wuhan to practice together. Although Shishi still complains a little, he acquiesces to Sun Wuhan joining the ranks of practicing. Just as the battle between Son Goku and Raditz became more and more intense, the two sensed something at the same time and stopped fighting at the same time. The 2 adults and 1 child fell into silence, with disbelief on their faces. My breath. It's not just me, but also Big Brother you, Vegeta, Gohan, Krillin, Tianjin Fan, their breaths, it's like they were forcibly combined into a ball. After sensing it carefully for a moment, Son Goku felt incredible. Said, Uncle Lin Chuan's aura is also in that position. Sun Wuhan felt Lin Chuan's aura and said in surprise, this aura is weird, and the aura of Talos is also there. It seems like something big happened. Raditz frowned and planned to go to the battlefield in person. Although I don't know what happened, Lin Chuan is also there, things must not be simple. Who is that existence that confuses the atmosphere of all of us? Noticing Raditz's gaze, Son Goku understood it. After quickly locking Lin Chuan's aura, he led Sun Wuhan to use teleportation and rushed to the battlefield. Western Capital. In the gravity training room, Vegeta, who was undergoing a new round of training, paused in his movements. Exactly the same breath as me? Are you kidding me? Feeling weird, Vegeta stopped the gravity training and quickly rushed out of the gravity training room. After careful perception, he found that things seemed not as simple as he thought. This aura contains not only his chi, but also the chi of Kakarot, Sun Wuhan, Piccolo, and those earthlings who are not very strong. Interesting, it seems that a great guy has appeared. Vegeta, who was interested, smiled coldly and arrogantly, and disappeared into the horizon with a burst of energy. Above the mountains, feeling the aura erupting from Shalu's body, Lin Chuan didn't panic at all, just waiting for the opponent's strength to fully explode. Through the system, he had already known how powerful Celo was in combat. It should be said that it still surprised him, it was a full 200 million points. You know, after returning to this era, Sharu didn't have time to devour many humans. I am afraid that I can be so strong by devouring wild creatures. Listening to how powerful you are talking about, is this the so-called ultimate artificial human? In my opinion, it is just a worm mixed with the cells of multiple people. Lin Chuan sneered. But in an instant, he arrived in front of Shalu as fast as lightning. Looking at each other at such a close distance instantly frightened Shalu, causing him to step back suddenly. Damn it! You're looking for death. Shalu was frightened in his heart and felt that he had been humiliated. After quickly distanced himself from Lin Chuan, his whole body's energy exploded again. He clasped his hands together and placed them on his waist to form an energy release posture. Lin Chuan was completely indifferent when he saw Shalu condensing energy. The playful smile on his face became stronger, and the contempt in his eyes did not take Shuru into consideration at all. This move made Cell more angry. As the ultimate artificial human, how could he have ever been wronged like this? You finally become a Super Saiyan? Even if I am not a perfect body now, it is not impossible to kill you. If you have the ability, just catch my full-strength turtle-style Qigong wave. Shalu started provocative mode. Constantly accumulating energy, in his palm, a dark blue energy ball kept beating. Its terrifying energy was extremely terrifying. When the energy was condensed to the extreme, Shuru changed the direction of his hands, and a beam of energy that destroyed the world exploded from his palm, and hit Lin Chuan. Don't overestimate your capabilities. Lin Chuan didn't care. Even if the power exceeds 200 million. He is not afraid at all. At the moment when this destructive energy was about to hit him, Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed. The energy pool of the Super Saiyan is mobilized, and the golden aura emanates from the inside out. In an instant, the invisible aura spread all over his body and hit the wave of Shala's turtle-style Qigong. The turtle Qigong wave with infinite destructive power, which could be said to destroy the world, was shattered by Lin Chuan's momentum in an instant, and turned into energy particles floating in the sky. Seeing with his own eyes that his all-out special attack was shattered by Lin Chuan's momentum, at this moment, Shala's fear of Lin Chuan was infinitely magnified. Even my full-strength attack can't shake him at all. This guy is so strong that he can't win at all. Cell decisively chose to change direction and sprint at full speed, hoping to escape and ascend to heaven. Lin Chuan stared intently at the direction in which Shala left, locked onto Shala's existence, and used teleportation again. In less than a breath, he teleported in front of Shala again. The terrifying aura released invisibly froze Shala's body, completely incapacitating the opponent. Please give me monthly votes? Please recommend votes? Please give me rewards? The artificial human chapter was passed quickly and was not interesting. Next chapter, the famous scene is here, the 18th is here, carrot. You. Absolutely shocked, Shuru was so frightened that he trembled all over. Not only his body, but also his soul was trembling. He wanted to escape, but found that he couldn't move at all. The instinct of the Zerg made him feel like he was in suspended animation, and even his breath was extinguished in an instant. If he wasn't still breathing, if he wasn't still staring, no one would doubt that he was dead. In his frightened eyes, Lin Chuan's right hand was already pointed at him. This farce should be over. You who were born in the future came to this time and space to cause trouble, and the result has already been doomed. After the words fell, a faint golden light flashed past in Lin Chuan's palm, and turned into a roar the next second. The huge dragon blasted out in a straight line. Boom! The violent energy swallowed up Shala's body in an instant, destroying every cell in his body. Knowing all Shala's methods, Lin Chuan would naturally not give him a chance to resurrect. Damn it! I am not willing to accept it. I have not yet become the perfect body. Amidst hysterical screams, Shara was Lin Chuan's infinitely destructive energy cannon was completely engulfed. Cells were destroyed to the point where it was impossible for them to continue to exist. The difference in strength is too big. Even if he doesn't transform and just uses the super energy pool, Lin Chuan can explode up to 1 billion in combat power. After dissipating the release of energy, Sela, who was swallowed up by the energy, was gone. After finishing, Lin Chuan did not forget to use his mental power to cover the entire area. It wasn't until Lin Chuan scanned the entire area and found no possibility of Shala's existence that he felt relieved. Without the threat of Shala, at this time, there was a strange movement in the space next to Lin Chuan. Taking a closer look, it was Son Goku, Son Gohan and Raditz who appeared out of thin air in his sight. It seems that I am so self-centered that I have forgotten that you will also feel the changes here. Lin Chuan was surprised when he saw the visitor. I have been traveling around the earth for the past 10 days, and I have never taken the initiative to burst out my aura. Shala made such a big noise just now. It would be really strange if they couldn't sense it. Uncle Lin Chuan. Sun Wufan greeted politely. Well, Gohan. Lin Chuan nodded with a smile. Looks like we're late. Talos, who was the enemy just now? He actually has the aura of so many of us. Raditz looked up at the general situation and guessed what was going to happen. Although he didn't see the target, he was still curious and asked. On the side, Son Goku also asked confused and curiously. Having said that, they are here too, so we can't just let it go. Lin Chuan didn't intend to hide it, so he said, you should all remember what Xioxu told me about artificial humans when she came to this era some time ago, right? Facing the doubts of the three people, Lin Chuan's explanation made them slightly stunned. If Lin Chuan hadn't mentioned it, they would have almost forgotten that this problem existed. For a moment, memories emerged in my brain, recalling the situation half a year ago. In the future, there will be some very powerful artificial humans. Could it be that the guy with the aura of all of us just now is an artificial human? Have artificial humans been created during this period? Son Goku asked in surprise, feeling a chill at the same time. They all were still thinking about cultivating and becoming stronger. He even left the Earth and went to the planet Yadetra. Little did he know that the crisis was already lurking in the dark. Looking at Son Goku, Lin Chuan then looked at Raditz and Sun Wuhan who wanted to know everything in detail. Lin Chuan told them the whole story. What is particularly important is that Dr. Gero, who made the artificial man, took the initiative to threaten Bulma, which aroused his anger and took the initiative to search for him. He also accidentally met Cell, who also came from the future world. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, the three of them showed different expressions. So, you have now killed the bug who came back to this era from the future. And then you also killed Dr. Gero, who made the artificial humans. This means that all the artificial humans in our era are still alive? Raditz was a little eager to try as he spoke. Obviously, some powerful enemies finally appeared, and it would be a pity if they disappeared. Now that he learned from Lin Chuan that those artificial humans had not been killed, he immediately had the urge to fight the artificial humans. Saiyans are naturally warlike, and in Raditz' view, powerful artificial humans are undoubtedly a tool for them to hone themselves. Of course, he wouldn't know that even if he could become a Super Saiyan, it would still be inferior to him based on his strength. Lin Chuan, do you know the specific hiding locations of those artificial humans? Son Goku obviously had the same idea as Raditz. Dr. Gero and the enemies coming in the future were all eliminated by Lin Chuan, and he also wanted to try his hand at the rest. Sun Wufan on the side said nothing, but his big curious eyes had already told Lin Chuan. He also wanted to see what an artificial person looked like. Although I found Dr. Gro's laboratory, the specific locations of other artificial humans are currently uncertain. But I guess it should be near this laboratory. If you look carefully, you might be able to find them sleeping. Lin Chuan said, looking into the distance again. I saw several figures quickly appearing on the distant horizon. The familiar smell also indicated their identity. It was Piccolo, Vegeta, Tenjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamcha. 5 people arrived at the same time, and all Z warriors were here. The scene that was supposed to happen a few years later has now been brought forward because of his relationship. Lin Chuan's eyes fell on Piccolo, with a smile on his face. Piccolo also noticed Lin Chuan's gaze, looked at each other and nodded. Piccolo knew that his changes could not be hidden from Lin Chuan's eyes, even if he deliberately hides it. After assimilating with the gods and becoming a human again, your strength has improved a lot, Piccolo. Lin Chuan communicated with Piccolo through his thoughts. Why do I sound so weird when these words come out of your mouth? However, it has indeed improved a lot. At least it is more than enough to beat Super Saiyans except you, Piccolo said with a hint of emotion. At the same time, he sent another message, by the way, don't call me Piccolo from now on, call me Piccolo. After all, although I am still me, I am no longer the same person as before. After receiving Piccolo's answer and reminder, Lin Chuan said no more. Piccolo, oh no. After Piccolo became stronger, he also had a sense of arrogance. It's more than enough to defeat Super Saiyans other than him. If Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta heard this, they would probably get mad now. What happened here? Did you get rid of that guy who had the aura of my uncle just now? Talos. Vegeta stared directly at Lin Chuan, and then looked at them one by one. Look at Son Goku and Raditz. I've just explained it once, and I really don't want to say it a second time. Kakarot, and Raditz, it's up to you to explain it again. Lin Chuan didn't want to explain it with words anymore. Son Goku on the side heard the words and took the initiative to stand up, then let me say it. As Son Goku half understood everything Lin Chuan said before, except for Piccolo and Vegeta who were indifferent, the others were obviously greatly stimulated. One wave after another, first there was the great turmoil caused by the god of destruction 2 months ago, and now, another artificial man from the future has appeared. In fact, Lin told them everything about the situation at that time, so they knew about this matter before. I just didn't expect this to happen. TCH? A bunch of worthless guys, what are they doing here now that they know they are incompetent? Are they looking for death? Vegeta glanced at a few people and said with disdain on his face. He is arrogant and has become even more arrogant after becoming a Super Saiyan. They're just a bunch of sleeping artificial humans. Just find them and kill them. If you feel uneasy or scared, there will be no shame in going back. After all, judging from your strength, you really can't help much. Piccolo said it more tactfully, but he was also telling Lin, Tianjin Fan, and Yamcha that their strength was too weak. Hearing this, the unconvinced energy in the hearts of Tianjin Fan, Lin, and Yamcha was aroused. Although their strength is indeed not as good as everyone present, they are definitely not cowards. No one wanted to leave, but everyone calmed down. Forget it, since everyone plans to stay, then come with me. There are more people and it will be easier to find. After saying that, Lin Chuan didn't mind and took the initiative to turn around and head towards Dr. Gru's research institute. Fly away. Seeing this, Piccolo, Son Goku, Vegeta, Raditz, and Son Gohan followed. After Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Lin hesitated for a moment, they quickly made up their minds and chased after them with gritted teeth and anger. Until I came to Dr. Gro's research institute again. Apart from some experimental equipment and computers for recording data, there are obviously no other special objects here. Lin Chuan was very surprised because he felt that Dr. Gro, an ordinary person, could not spare any life-saving means. Therefore, there must be a sleeping artificial man hidden here in case he encounters an enemy that cannot be dealt with. Why didn't Dr. Gero release him before? It was Lin Chuan who killed him directly without anyone having a chance to react. It is certain that the base where the artificial humans are stored must be here, but it is not in this research room. In other words, there are other secret bases of Dr. Gero nearby. Let's all look for it separately. This matter must be resolved today. Otherwise, this crisis will always be hidden around us, Lin Chuan said with a serious expression. This is a general order. It may be difficult and troublesome for him to search alone, but it may not be necessary if there are many people. At Lin Chuan's signal, everyone began to divide the work. They acted separately, each responsible for an area, looking for the whereabouts of other secret bases. Just over 10 minutes later, Lin Chuan, who was also searching, received Piccolo's message. Lin Chuan, I found a secret experimental base. The things cultivated here should be artificial humans. Okay, I'll be right over. Through telepathy, Lin Chuan replied. The next second he teleported, he appeared next to Piccolo in just an instant. This is a completely different special laboratory. There is no excessive experimental equipment, only a large intelligent computer is running. The only eye-catching thing is that the intelligent computer is connected to a large artificial culture vessel. In this petri dish, an embryo as big as a bean sprout is slowly gestating. Is this thing also an artificial human? Piccolo looked at the immature embryo in the petri dish with a complicated expression. He didn't know why, but looking at this embryo, he always felt a sense of discomfort in his heart. If my guess is correct, the guy being cultivated here should be Saiyan, who is regarded by Dr. Gero as the ultimate artificial human. Don't underestimate this little thing. It contains the cells of all masters, including your cells. The guy I just killed should be this thing. Listening to Lin Chuan's words, Piccolo suddenly realized. That's what happened? No wonder, that monster has the aura of all of them. Their cells had been collected long ago and used on this monster. So, the special time machine discovered last time was the vehicle used by Cell from the future world to the past world. Piccolo had already guessed the whole story, and murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Such a monster cannot remain in the world no matter what. It was fine if I didn't know it before, but now that I know it, I must destroy it completely. Well, let's go out first. There is no need to keep this guy, just destroy it. After Lin Chuan finished speaking, he turned around and walked towards the exit. Piccolo glanced at the immature embryo Cello indifferently, turned around and followed Lin Chuan. The two walked out of the laboratory, and Piccolo turned around indifferently, flicked his right hand, and aimed at the hidden laboratory. Energy was accumulated in his palm, and a golden energy bullet that had been compressed layer by layer shot out from his palm. Passing through the dark entrance, he accurately hit the petri dish of embryo Cello. Boom! The energy bomb exploded, and the terrifying destructive power spread rapidly. An energy bomb directly flattened several miles around, and the original hills were directly blown to pieces. This movement attracted everyone's attention, but after knowing that it was not found, everyone started looking for it again. I will continue to search this area and find other artificial humans as soon as possible. If there are any new discoveries, I will continue to inform you through telepathy. Piccolo headed towards another mountain peak without looking back. Well, let's move quickly. Lin Chuan didn't stop, turned around and headed to the other side. Time just passes by minute by minute. A full half-hour later, on the mountain where the Earth Trio is located, Tianjin Fan, Lin and Yamsha found a hidden underground experimental base. When they entered the experimental base after discussion, they saw 3 huge sleeping devices standing in front of them. The 3 of them were overjoyed, and Yamsha even took the initiative to wipe the dust off the sleeping device. They could clearly see who was sleeping inside. A handsome man with black hair. A beautiful lady with golden hair. There is also a larger device, in which sleeps a burly man wearing green armor. They are androids number 16, 17, and 18. They were not stored according to the original work, which shows that Dr. Gero was not completely disappointed with them at this time. These guys should be artificial humans. They are no different from humans. It's so real. Tianjin Fan said in surprise. How did he know that although number 16 was a purely mechanical transformation, it used the most realistic simulation technology? Numbers 17 and 18 belong to living people. It seems to be correct so far. I really didn't expect that it would turn out like this. Lin was slightly nervous, and at this time his eyes were on the face of number 18, who had his eyes closed tightly. Let him look fascinated. Let's inform everyone first. We have found the location of the artificial man, which is a great achievement. Yamsha suggested excitedly. Obviously, he wanted to take credit. Even if there is no reward. The 3 of them reached a consensus and just turned around, only to find another figure walking in from outside the door. It's Vegeta? He was flying through the sky, but suddenly he noticed these 3 people sneaking into the cave here. It seems that you have found an android, and the trash fish is finally of some use. Vegeta crossed his arms, ignoring the anger of Tianjin Fan, Krillin, and Yamsha, and walked slowly to the sleeping device of the android. Hey, you don't want to wake them up, do you? Vegeta. Lin suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. After all, this Vegeta was a sworn enemy in the beginning. In Lin's opinion, this guy could do anything. Don't mess around, Vegeta. Tianjin Fan wanted to dissuade him, but he didn't dare to act. Yamsha didn't have the confidence to persuade Vegeta. I've told you before. If you are afraid, then get out of here. After all, you idiots have already shown your value. After we find the artificial man, you won't be needed anymore. Vegeta didn't take them seriously at all. The prince's tyranny showed up, especially when Krillin and the others said this, which made him even more unconvinced and came to the sleeping device of number 17. You are afraid. I am not afraid. This so-called artificial man looks nothing more than that. Vegeta looked at it dismissively, raised his foot and kicked the cover of the sleeping device. There was an explosion of pounds, and the upper cover of the sleeping device was kicked away by Vegeta. Vegeta, this guy doesn't listen to advice at all. Krillin had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. He looked at Tianjin Fan and Yamsha and ran out of the laboratory. Vegeta wanted to die, and they didn't want to be buried with him. In their opinion, even Lin Chuan is serious, so there must be something special about artificial humans. As the sleeping device was destroyed, number 17, who had been sleeping for an unknown length of time, suddenly opened his eyes. Standing up from the sleeping device, number 17 glanced around with a confused expression. He thought it was Dr. Gero who freed him until he saw Vegeta. The information in his brain began to rotate rapidly, and information about Vegeta popped up in his retina. Are you Vegeta? Number 17 said subconsciously, expressionless. He had just woken up and was still a little confused, not knowing what was happening here. Hey, you actually know me, so I don't have to introduce myself, hehe. Vegeta smiled jokingly, and the next second, the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was activated. The golden aura swept through his body like a dragon, and Vegeta completed the Super Saiyan transformation in an instant. Looking at the transformed Vegeta, number 17 was even more confused. There is no record in his data that Vegeta can transform like this. Cyborg, let me see your strength. After saying this, Vegeta aimed at number 17 with one hand, and energy poured out in an instant. Number 17, who looked confused, was swallowed up by Vegeta's energy before he could figure out what was going on. Boom. This underground experimental base was also completely detonated by Vegeta. Klin and the others, who had fled outside, felt a chill when they saw such a terrifying explosion. Vegeta, this madman, if we were there just now, he would probably blow us up together. Krillin looked extremely angry. That guy doesn't regard us as human beings at all. He doesn't care about our life or death at all. Tianjin Fan was also filled with anger. But this anger was not directed at Vegeta, but at himself. If he was strong enough, there would be no need to look at Vegeta's face. However, he is not strong enough. Fortunately, I escaped quickly. I almost lost my life. Yamcha said happily with an expression on his face as if he was surviving a disaster. The aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions, and such a huge movement immediately attracted the attention of everyone in other areas. Raditz, who was searching for the whereabouts of the android, suddenly understood something after feeling Vegeta's explosive aura. Did that guy Vegeta become a Super Saiyan? I didn't expect that he would be the first to find the androids. Such a good opponent cannot be left to you alone. As a fighting maniac, Raditz would never allow himself to miss such a wonderful duel. After locking on to Vegeta's aura, he rushed to the battlefield without stopping. Son Goku and Son Gohan. The father and son were attracted by the momentum of the big explosion during their search. Uncle Vegeta's aura has become so strong, has he turned into a Super Saiyan? Son Gohan said after sensing it carefully. Vegeta must have discovered the androids, so he took action first. Gohan, grab Daddy's hand and I'll teleport him there. Being beaten first by Vegeta, Son Goku couldn't stand it any longer. Taking Sun Wuhan through teleportation, he rushed directly to the battlefield as quickly as possible. At the same time, Piccolo and Lin Chuan also headed towards the explosion area immediately. Over here at the experimental base, Lin Chuan, Son Goku, and Sun Wuhan arrived immediately. Because they moved through teleportation, they were the fastest. Next came Raditz and Piccolo. When the smoke from the explosion dissipated. At this time, Vegeta's figure slowly emerged, and he was confronting Android 17. The seemingly terrifying energy attack just now did not cause any harm to Android 17. Instead, it destroyed the sleeping devices of the other two androids, number 18 and number 16, causing them to wake up from their long hibernation. After waking up on the 18th, his blank eyes scanned the messy surroundings. We finally woke up, but it doesn't seem like that old guy Dr. Gero released us. Number 17, who is that guy with blonde hair? The energy on his body is amazing. Number 18 put his hands on his hips and looked for the other party's information in the database. She is cold and pretty, and her voice is very cold, but very beautiful. You're awake too, no 18. This rude guy is Vegeta, but I don't know why he turned into this golden-haired person. I was able to wake up thanks to him destroying the hibernation device. However, he looks like he wants to kill us. Number 17 treated Vegeta as if he didn't exist, and casually explained to number 18 beside him. That's it, then you have to thank him. Number 18 answered coldly. Just say whatever you have to say before you die, and you won't be speechless later. Number 17 and number 18 ignored and teased, which made Vegeta a little angry. The prince's taunting mode was turned on, and his words were extremely sharp. Hearing this, siblings number 17 and number 18 looked at each other. Number 17 took a step back tacitly. He is indeed a rude guy. He is so arrogant that no one will take him seriously. A guy like this is so arrogant, he must be taught a lesson. Number 18 took a step forward, his cold eyes locked directly on Vegeta. Woman, you said you want to teach me a lesson. Vegeta looked disdainful and even became more and more arrogant. He raised his hand and started from the 17th to the 18th and then the 16th. It's just a product assembled from some mechanical parts. Even if the three of you come together, I can turn you into a pile of junk. Vegeta's arrogant speech caused the three androids to be destroyed one after another. Offended again. His provocative voice was not loud, but it just reached everyone's ears. Lin Chuan couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth when he heard Vegeta's arrogant words. How pretentious you are now, how embarrassing you will be later. After Vegeta transformed into a Super Saiyan, he was too arrogant. In fact, he was like this in the original work, and he didn't completely change until he experienced this disaster. That guy Vegeta, after turning into a Super Saiyan, no one except you will pay attention to him. Piccolo commented. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid he would really have to swallow this breath, but this time, he kicked the iron plate. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and was already ready to watch a show. Piccolo was slightly shocked by what Lin Chuan said, and he also had a new estimate of the strength of artificial humans. What the iron plate means is that Vegeta is definitely no match for these 3 androids. At the same time, he was also looking forward to what Vegeta would look like if he was suppressed by these androids. Son Goku, Son Gohan, and Raditz did not hear their conversation, but focused on the remaining 2 androids number 17 and number 16. I can't feel the intensity of the breath at all, and I don't know how strong the strength is. It's so strange. Son Goku's brows furrowed deeper and deeper. Although he couldn't feel the breath, his keen combat intuition told him that the strength of these 2 guys must not be simple. Gohan, you stay here, leave those androids to me. Son Goku turned to Son Gohan and told him. Although Son Wuhan is not weak, the strength of these androids is still unclear, and he may lose his life if he fights rashly. That big guy seems to be very courageous. Raditz took a liking to the strong android number 16 at a glance. That burly body and plain appearance seemed easy to bully, but he realized that this was the strongest one. Raditz's intuition was indeed accurate. Number 16 was the most powerful of the 3 androids. 2 people act. The tit-for-tat atmosphere between Vegeta and number 18 is becoming more and more obvious. No 18's eyes became colder and colder. It seemed calm on the surface, but in reality there was an undercurrent. Vegeta dismissed this and even raised his index finger provocatively at number 18. Seeing this, number 18 raised his eyebrows and rushed out instantly. The speed was so fast that Vegeta felt bad for a moment. He quickly put on a defensive posture to block No 18's attack. Bang, 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 several consecutive blows sounded. Number 18 seized the opportunity and launched several attacks on Vegeta. How could Vegeta, who had experienced many battles, be suppressed so easily? After just a few moves, he figured out No 18's attack methods and launched a counterattack. A fierce battle broke out between the 2 sides, and the 2 struggled together and gradually flew away into the distance. As the battle between Vegeta and number 18 began, Son Goku and Raditz, who had long wanted to try the power of artificial humans, landed in front of number 17 and number 16 respectively. Seeing the arrival of Son Goku, number 17 and number 16 immediately cheered up. Are you Son Goku? Number 17 kept looking at Son Goku up and down with his flat eyes. Do you know me? Son Goku was slightly surprised that the other party knew his identity. When Dr. Gero transformed us, he recorded all the information about you in the database. And, our artificial humans appear just to kill you. Number 17 said the most ferocious words in the calmest tone. Really? It seems that after destroying the Red Ribbon Legion, Dr. Gero hated me deeply. However, it may not be that easy to kill me. Son Goku decisively activated the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body and transformed into the first level of Super Saiyan in an instant. There is no record of the same form as Vegeta in the database. The detector shows that after you changed into this form, your energy increased many times. No wonder you are so calm when facing me. Number 17 is curious about Son Goku's transformation, and is also looking forward to Son Goku's strength. This is his first battle after his resurrection. After meeting Son Goku, he can take this opportunity to test his upper limit of power. This is called Super Saiyan, and it is also my current full strength. What do you think if we fight in another place? Son Goku is full of confidence in this battle, but fighting here greatly limits his performance. As you like. Number 17 agreed. The 2 reached a consensus, got up and flew towards the distance. In the end, only Raditz and number 16 were left here. Hey, android, you look very strong, how about you come and fight me? Raditz grinned. The Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was activated, and he also turned into a Super Saiyan in an instant. Hearing this, number 16 just glanced at Raditz calmly, with no trace of emotion on his face. After a brief moment of silence, number 16 said coldly, the only reason I was created is to kill Son Goku. I will not hurt anyone except Son Goku. As the only android given a gentle personality, number 16 will not attack anyone except Son Goku, unless it is under absolutely necessary circumstances. Moreover, he was giving Raditz a chance. He didn't want to beat Raditz to death casually. That's unfortunate. The grandson Goku you are talking about is my brother, Kakarot. If you want to kill him, you have to get through me first. After Raditz said these words, the pair of eyes on number 16 began to look at Raditz again. The next second, under the gaze of number 16, Raditz suddenly rushed out, turned into a golden shadow, sprinted in front of number 16, and hit No 16's face with his huge fist. Bang! A strong mechanical collision sound exploded in the space. Raditz's fist landed firmly on No 16's face. Succeeded. After one hit, Raditz showed a proud smile on his face. But soon, he realized something was wrong. The smile on his face gradually solidified, and his eyes became more and more shocked. Number 16 received his unreserved punch head-on. Not only did number 16 have nothing to do with it, the shock force from the punch made his fist hurt. I see, you are Son Goku's eldest brother. Then I must defeat you first. As soon as he finished speaking, number 16 punched hard and hit Raditz's abdomen with an uppercut. The terrifying power shattered Raditz's combat uniform and severely damaged his internal organs. After suffering a heavy blow, Raditz spurted out a large amount of acid water mixed with blood. The whole person flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Raditz, who was beaten away, was filled with unbearable anger. He forced himself to stabilize his flying body and glared at number 16 with his teeth bared. I'm looking down on you. If you have the ability to take this move from me. Raditz quickly gathered his energy and fired a double destructive ray, directly hitting No 16's face. In order to ensure that Raditz was defeated, number 16 aimed his hands at Raditz. His fists were clenched, part of the joints were loose, and energy erupted, rushing out like a rocket. Two huge fists shattered the oncoming double destruction ray like rockets. What? Raditz's face changed drastically as his special attack was resolved so easily. He subconsciously put on a defensive posture, but unfortunately, it was too late. Bang, bang. Two huge fists hit Raditz's chest firmly, shattering the protective battlesuit into pieces. Pfft. Raditz suffered a heavy blow and a large mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth. In an instant, his aura dropped sharply, his transformation disappeared, and he lost his ability to fight. Damn. Holding back the pain of being shattered into pieces, Raditz couldn't believe that he had ended up like this. His strength has been greatly improved compared to 2 months ago. After becoming the first level of Super Saiyan, his combat power is at least 250 million points. But now, he was defeated so easily that there was no suspense. The gap is too big. Solved. After confirming that Raditz had been defeated, number 16 retracted his fist. He did not kill Raditz completely, but he did what he said at the beginning, only killing Son Goku. This scene deeply shocked all Z warriors except Lin Chuan. Uncle, was defeated like this? That was a Super Saiyan. Sun Wuhan, who witnessed this scene with his own eyes, took a deep breath. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would never believe it. The uncle who had mastered the Super Saiyan transformation was defeated so easily. Less than half a minute into the battle, Raditz was defeated with 2 moves. What a terrifying fighting power. Super Saiyan Raditz, was he defeated so easily? If it were me, hiss. Tianjin fan sighed, his own strength was so weak. Is this the artificial man created by Dr. Gero? It's unbelievable, it's so powerful. Klin was so shocked by the strength displayed by number 16 that he couldn't control himself. If this android is so strong, doesn't it mean that Goku is in danger? Yamcha thought of Son Goku's situation in hindsight. Since mastering the Super Saiyan, these guys have become more and more arrogant. It's not a bad thing to be defeated this time. Piccolo instead told a fact. For some reason, when he saw Raditz being beaten, he felt good. It was a good thing. After all, his strength was to crush them at the beginning, but after transforming, Raditz and Vegeta surpassed him and became arrogant. Now that I have been taught a lesson, I will reap the consequences. On the other side of the battlefield, the battle between Vegeta and number 18 became more and more intense, and it also entered the final stage. As the attacking party, Vegeta continued to put pressure on number 18, and his princely tactics showed an extremely terrifying offensive. The airtight attack tilted towards number 18 like a storm. Even for warriors of the same level, under the fierce and terrifying continuous blows, no matter how strong their defenses are, they will be shattered. But it's a pity that Vegeta and number 18 are not on the same level at all. Number 18, who has just woken up, can already perfectly control his own power with the help of Vegeta. What's wrong? Android, is this the only level of your fighting power? Vegeta attacked crazily while not forgetting to verbally provoke. Of course, this is no ordinary provocation. He wants to take this opportunity to expose No 18's flaws so that he can deliver a fatal blow. However, his constant chatter really peed off number 18. In just a moment, number 18, who no longer concealed his strength, suddenly exerted force, piercing Vegeta's abdomen with a blow, shattering his battle uniform, and even sending him flying 10 feet away. Number 18, who was not going to let Vegeta go, stormed out again. It's the last day of the month, brothers. Please beg for monthly votes, recommendation votes, and rewards. Stop being so proud. Woman. Faced with No 18's sudden attack, the pain on his body stimulated Vegeta's nerves, stimulating the potential in his body in a disguised manner, allowing him to temporarily suppress the pain. He knew that he had to regain his face, otherwise he would be really embarrassed this time. Use your hands to accumulate energy and launch a counterattack. Garrick Cannon. With a roar, white and purple energy cannons burst out from Vegeta's hands, with unparalleled power. The sprinting number 18 was not affected at all. Like a fish in the water, she easily dodged Vegeta's Gallic cannon with a sideways movement, and slid to the front of Vegeta. At the same time, a whip kicked towards Vegeta. Unable to escape, Vegeta gritted his teeth and gave up using energy, instinctively putting on a defensive posture. Bang! A sound of flesh and blood tearing was heard. No 18's whip leg hit Vegeta's left arm accurately. The terrifying force broke Vegeta's bones on the spot. Although the plot changed due to the arrival of Lin Chuan, the famous scene of Vegeta being ravaged by number 18 still happened. And this should be the biggest warning given to Vegeta because number 18 is unwilling to kill. In any case, if a person's limbs are broken, he has lost his ability to fight. This situation and scene are so terrifying. The severe pain of the right arm bone being directly broken by the kick made Vegeta look ferocious and let out a painful scream. Seeing this situation, No 18's expression remained unchanged. His face showed no mercy, just like a robot. He took action again, raising his hand and landing an uppercut on Vegeta's chin, causing Vegeta to spin in place for several times before falling heavily to the ground. Where do you, who are so weak, get the confidence to say such arrogant words? No 18's criticism brought Vegeta the greatest shame. At this moment, Vegeta was lying on the ground in a state of embarrassment. He was seriously injured, his Super Saiyan form could not be maintained, and his breath began to decline rapidly. He is still conscious and his body is still struggling. His strong self-esteem prevented him from accepting his failure. However, at this time, no matter how unconvinced he was, he could not stand up. I could only stare at number 18 with unconvincing eyes, feeling extremely aggrieved. For Vegeta, who fell to the ground, number 18 obviously had no idea of continuing to play. It seems that you really can't stand up, so this battle should end here. Your strength is far less tough than your words. After saying that, number 18 turned and left. In this case, it was like a magic spell that reached Vegeta's ears and played continuously in his mind. Damn, this woman. Vegeta was furious with impotence, his upper and lower teeth kept clashing. It can be seen how violent the mood swings are. For a man like him, losing at the hands of a woman was even more uncomfortable than killing him. Especially when this woman defeated him, but she didn't even have the desire to kill him. All these performances reveal how weak he is. From a high place, watching number 18 easily defeating Vegeta and then abandoning Vegeta like an ant, Lin Chuan had a smile on his face. In his heart, after being amazed by no 18's appearance and figure, he admired number 18 even more. If it were him, Vegeta would be so crazy that he might as well give him some color. It can also be seen from this that the number 18 in his world is also good, not the one in the future. On the sidelines, Piccolo felt strange about Lin Chuan's superficial changes. After taking a deep look, he turned his gaze to the other side. Both Raditz and Vegeta were defeated one after another, on the battlefield between Son Goku and number 17. At this time, Son Goku had obviously noticed the situation on the other two sides. Although he looked calm on the surface, there was already a turmoil in his heart. Big Brother's aura and Vegeta's aura have dropped so much all of a sudden. Even if he becomes a Super Saiyan, can he be easily defeated? How can these androids be so powerful? Son Goku's mind slightly heavy, he had a new understanding of the power of artificial humans. If Raditz and Vegeta both lost, then he would most likely lose to the android guy in front of him. The situation was quite bad for him. However, he doesn't know why. He knows that his strength is not as good as the opponent, but he is extremely excited and can't wait to fight. This is the first time since he transformed into a Super Saiyan and returned to Earth that he is so eager to fight. This area is good and suitable for your purpose? Son Goku, let me see your power. Number 17 looked at Son Goku and said in an extremely calm tone. Killing Son Goku is the meaning of their birth? And he just took this opportunity to test his strength. Vegeta and Raditz's energy index has reached that limit, and he is also curious about how far Son Goku can reach. Then let's get started. After the words fell, Son Goku's eyes became sharp. Accumulating strength in his legs, he exerted force in an instant and rushed towards number 17. Faced with Son Goku's sudden attack, number 17 was not afraid at all. He seemed to have expected it, and rushed out at the same time, swinging his fist. There was an explosion of bang. The fists of the two collided, causing a deafening air explosion. Son Goku felt the huge force coming, gritted his teeth and quickly withdrew his fist, and powerful fists began to fall one after another. Faced with Son Goku's rapid attack, number 17 remained calm. He seemed to see everything through and perfectly dodged all Son Goku's attacks. In his database, all the combat moves and fighting habits of Son Goku have been recorded. So no matter how Son Goku attacks, he can make corresponding countermeasures in the first time and perfectly cope with all attacks. This is when the strength is equal, or when his own strength is not as good as Son Goku. If his strength is far superior to Son Goku, then he will be absolutely crushed. Did he see through all my tricks? Moreover, he couldn't feel the opponent's anger at all. Is this an artificial human? After many attacks to no avail, Son Goku felt that something was wrong. When his defense was relaxed and he was distracted, No 17's heavy punch cleverly bypassed all his defenses and hit him hard on the cheek. Caught off guard, Son Goku was struck by a terrifying force and flew upside down like a kite with its string broken. Holding back the severe pain, Son Goku quickly stabilized himself by backflips several times in a row. He quickly adjusted his condition, moved instantly, and appeared behind number 17. Wanting to catch him by surprise, he gathered all his strength to whip the opponent back with his kick. What? Number 17 was shocked by the teleportation. He had no time to dodge and was hit hard. The power swept through his body and kicked him 10 meters away. Number 17 stopped, a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. There is no record of the existence of this trick in the database. It seems that the database is not completely correct. Number 17 muttered to himself. He readily accepted this fact, and from the beginning he did not assume that what he had mastered must be everything. It can be said that this number 17 is smarter and more cautious than the original number 17. It seems that you androids have completely mastered our tricks. To be honest, I was shocked by you. You are more powerful than I thought. Son Goku wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were full of fear. Since mastering the transformation of Super Saiyan, he has always thought that he has reached the point where he can compete with Lin Chuan. Even the past universe Emperor Frisia is far from his opponent. But now, the facts tell him that his strength is still weak. Even becoming a Super Saiyan is not absolute. As he learned after returning to Earth, the first level of Super Saiyan was just the beginning. A strong will to fight was born out of fear. It should be said that only Son Goku could motivate himself in such a desperate situation and let his Saiyan blood burn. After listening to Son Goku's words, number 17 was about to answer, but he heard the voice of number 18. Your speed is really slow, number 17. Do you want me to help you? Son Goku is our target. After destroying him, we will be completely free from now on. Number 18 fell from the sky and landed next to number 17. As soon as these words came out, she also explained what she meant. Although they are already free, in their subconscious minds, the elimination of Son Goku is still a hidden goal that must be achieved. If you don't do it, you will always feel like you haven't done anything. Especially, this is something they are capable of doing. Seeing the arrival of the 18th and hearing the words of the 18th, Son Goku's face became extremely embarrassed. For him, even a number 17 is difficult to deal with. If a number 18 comes next, he will almost certainly die. Sister, you are not allowed to take action. Since my opponent is Son Goku, and this is his choice, then I have to play with him. Number 17 spoke immediately, worried that his sister would cut off her hair. The beautiful eyes of number 18 looked at number 17, and then looked at Son Goku. The iris energy detector detected the energy intensity of Son Goku at this time. With the same numerical value as Vegeta, she was indeed not interested. It seems that Son Goku is not that powerful. Since you want to play, then you can have fun. Number 18 turned around and sat on a rock aside to watch the battle. She also glanced at Lin Chuan and Piccolo intentionally or unintentionally, showed a strange smile, and then looked at Son Goku again. This seems to be saying that as long as they don't move, she will not take action against them. Lin Chuan and Piccolo understood, but Tianjin Fan, Krillin, Yamcha, and Sun Wuhan were confused and didn't know the meaning of artificial human. But Lin Chuan and Piccolo didn't move, so they couldn't do anything. On the mountain, after confirming that number 18 would not take action, Son Goku breathed a sigh of relief. However, he clenched his fist unwillingly. As a Super Saiyan, he was not worth mentioning in front of these two artificial humans. Come on, let's continue fighting. I hope I can enjoy myself this time, Son Goku. With that said, number 17 took the initiative to attack, and the speed of this explosion was much faster than before. In just a short moment, he rushed in front of Son Goku and launched a fist and kick attack. Facing the attack of number 17, Son Goku defended immediately. The Kamizen Ryu fighting method that he has improved many times has almost reached perfection, with both attack and defense, and can be switched at any time. Faced with the strong attack of number 17, Son Goku could only barely resist. Or the strength gap between the two sides is too big. You know, the combat effectiveness index of Android 17 has reached at least 900 million points. As for Son Goku, in his first level Super Saiyan state, his combat power is only over 250 million points. Although there has been progress in the past 10 days, the improvement is very little. With such a gap in combat effectiveness, there is no possibility of a comeback. In just a few seconds, Son Goku's defense had been broken. At the same time, he also suffered continuous heavy blows from number 17. Bang, 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 the dull explosions came one after another. No 17's continuous attacks fell on Son Goku's body. Such a heavy fist. Oh, damn it. Severe pain like bone crushing was felt throughout his body, and Son Goku was holding himself up with willpower. It's over, Son Goku. Seizing the opportunity, number 17 showed no expression and killed with one strike. A hand knife fell on Son Goku's neck. In just a moment, Son Goku felt the coming of darkness. The feeling of powerlessness made him despair. Am I just losing like this? I'm really unwilling. The final consciousness dissipated, Son Goku's Super Saiyan state was lifted, and he himself fell into a deep coma. With the defeat of Son Goku, the three Super Saiyans were all defeated at the hands of androids 16, 17, and 18. The cruel result made the Z fighters such as Tianjin Fan, Klin, and Yamcha tremble with fear and horror. After Sun Wuhan saw his father being defeated, he felt extremely angry in his heart. This emotion was difficult to control, causing strong fluctuations in his energy, which surprised Lin Chuan and Piccolo. Looking at Son Goku who fell to the ground, number 17 raised his hand, but fell silent for a while. Defeating Son Goku so easily made him feel a little confused. What are you hesitating about? No 17. Number 18 jumped down from the rock, looked at number 17 who stopped silently, and asked in confusion. Our siblings were transformed into artificial humans by Dr. Gero in order to kill Son Goku. Now that I have defeated Son Goku, I can take his life at any time, but my subjective consciousness tells me that I refuse to carry out the order planted in our bodies by Dr. Gero. Number 17 spoke up. He was struggling and thinking about what would happen next if he killed Son Goku. They should live for themselves, not for Dr. Gero's orders. You mean, let him go? Number 18 raised her beautiful eyes and asked doubtfully. After thinking about it, she understood her brother's feelings very well. They are not Dr. Gero's slaves, let alone his subordinates. Now that Son Goku has been defeated, the mission has been completed in disguise, but their obsession makes them subconsciously want to kill each other. When hesitating, suddenly, a childish roar sounded. Don't hurt my dad. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan form under the guidance of his emotions. Because of his anger, the energy intensity he burst out was unprecedentedly powerful, and even once surpassed the trio of Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta who were defeated by the android trio. Son Gohan transformed into a Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan, Piccolo, and others didn't know about this. It surprised everyone. You have not neglected your training and have grown to this point, Gohan. Piccolo nodded with satisfaction, looking at Sun Wuhan who exploded with strength, feeling very pleased. Tianjin Fan, Yamcha, and Klin were stunned, and for a moment they felt completely useless. On the ground, number 17 and number 18, who noticed Sun Wuhan's outburst, were greatly surprised. Is that kid Son Goku's son? Number 18 was very surprised after seeing Son Gohan's face clearly. Of course, it was not an accident that Goku had a son, but an accident of his strength. The very strong energy fluctuation is even more powerful than Son Goku and the others. What exactly is this transformation? Number 17 said in great surprise. During this gap, Sun Wuhan had already rushed directly above them, his anger transformed into powerful energy. Take the move. He didn't know that androids 17 and 18 didn't have murderous intentions, so he didn't care much. He gathered all the energy in his body and condensed a super giant energy light ball. The huge size is like a small sun covering the sky. The terrifying destructive power has reached at least 500 million. Obviously he is just a child, but he can explode such a terrifying energy index. It's really unimaginable for a Saiyan. Number 17 was shocked. TCH? Number 17, why are you still standing there? We're just waiting for the terrifying power to fall. We're fine, but it's hard to say whether his father will die. This kid is crazy. Number 18 gave an order. The tone is on Route 17. I thought sister, you would do it yourself. Since you don't want to do it yourself, then let me do it. Number 17 raised his hands, and a faint green light flashed on his arms. The energy gathered and formed at an extremely fast speed, and with a wave of No 17's hands, a green circular cutting energy was released. This is also No 17's special move, the Supervoltage Burst Slash. The two energies collided, and the giant energy light ball that Sun Wuhan gathered with all his strength was ruthlessly shattered by No 17's supervoltage explosion before it could release any power, and was strangled in the cradle. The terrifying energy born from the explosion swept through Sun Wuhan himself. Just when the explosion was about to endanger Sun Wuhan's life, Piccolo took action decisively. He quietly appeared behind Sun Wuhan and took Sun Wuhan out of the central area of the explosion at extremely fast speeds. After being taken to a safe area by Piccolo, Sun Wuhan still kept resisting the explosion. It took him a long time to react, and he blinked in confusion. It wasn't until he saw clearly who the figure in front of him was that a smile appeared on his face. Your performance is very good. Go and rest aside. Leave the rest to me. Piccolo stopped in front of Sun Wuhan and said calmly, Yes, Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan nodded seriously. But I was still a little worried, and I wanted to say something immediately, but Piccolo had already gone away. In a daze, Sun Wuhan always felt that Uncle Piccolo today was different from before, but he couldn't tell what was different. It was Lin Chuan who was on the side who solved his doubts and let the Z warriors know what Piccolo's situation is now. Piccolo is no longer Piccolo, but Piccolo? Even Goku and the others lost to these androids. Even if Piccolo has assimilated to the gods, can he really deal with them alone? Krillin couldn't imagine that Piccolo would do such a crazy thing. This is completely asking for death. Even if assimilation will make Piccolo stronger, even Goku and the others have lost to Super Saiyan. Yamcha stopped talking. In his opinion, Piccolo's behavior is no different from seeking death. Moreover, he felt that none of them were opponents of the artificial man, even if Lin Chuan took action. But unlike them, Tianjin Fan noticed something unusual. As a three-eyed star, his insight is indeed far sharper than that of people on Earth. He vaguely saw the terrifying power, which made him take a breath of air. Is this Piccolo who is one with the gods? His strength has reached this level? What a terrifying power. Tianjin Fan took a deep breath and thought to himself. Having an idea, and seeing that Krillin and Yamcha were still talking, he immediately said, Don't worry, Piccolo. No, Piccolo will not lose. He is no longer the Piccolo he used to be. His words left Krillin and Yamcha in disbelief. After Tianjin Fan finished speaking, in order to confirm his guess, he turned his attention to Lin Chuan. I saw that Lin Chuan was completely watching the show. He had been looking forward to Piccolo's power for a long time. Giving Tianjin Fan a smile in response, Lin Chuan continued to look at Piccolo. Let me see how far your combat power can reach. When Piccolo takes action, number 17 and number 18 can only cope with it together, otherwise number 17 alone will never be able to fight Piccolo. The gap is quite large. Even with unlimited energy, number 17 and number 18 cannot make up for such a large energy gap. On the other side, android number 16 did not do anything to Raditz, but after making sure that Raditz was fine, he turned his attention to number 17. After all, Son Goku is also his target. When things got to this point, he also started using a detector to detect Piccolo's energy intensity. On the detector, Piccolo's energy index continued to increase, completely surpassing the three artificial humans. Number 16, with an expressionless face, immediately realized that the situation was not good. On the battlefield, Number 17 and Number 18 looked at Piccolo walking towards them, but they did not realize that the crisis was coming and did not take it to heart at all. They quickly found all the information about Piccolo in the database. The Piccolo Daimao who almost destroyed the entire Earth. You want to fight me too? I have to say that the transformation of the Saiyans was beyond our expectations, but that's it, and you are no match for us. Number 17 did not take Piccolo seriously. According to the information in the database, Piccolo's strength is far inferior to that of Son Goku. Now Son Goku is easily defeated by him. In his opinion, a mere Piccolo cannot make any waves. You seem to have misunderstood something. Piccolo's indifferent words were not mixed with any emotion. He stopped moving forward and slowly took off his weight-bearing training clothes in the air. When Number 17 saw this, he showed a nonchalant expression on his face, but soon, the expression on his face changed. Number 18 seemed to have just noticed something, and his expression turned serious. There is no doubt that Piccolo mobilized the energy in the body, allowing them to detect it. They detected a powerful energy response at the same time. I'm not here to fight you, but to completely destroy you. As Piccolo's last words fell, the violent energy accumulated in his body spewed out like a tsunami. In an instant, the momentum of terror swept across the world, and layers of storms piled up. Continuously expand with him as the center. The combat power that broke out in just an instant reached more than 1 billion points. When this breath burst out, everyone except Lin Chuan looked like they had seen a ghost. Raditz and Vegeta, who were seriously injured, were not unconscious. When they felt the almost heaven-defying pressure coming from Piccolo, their expressions froze and their eyes glazed over. How could Piccolo's aura reach such a level? When did he become so strong? Raditz found it difficult to accept this reality. Vegeta was even more stimulated, and holding on to his scarred body, he began to move towards a position with a wider field of vision. He finally became a Super Saiyan and surpassed Piccolo, but now, he was overtaken again. He doesn't know how Piccolo became so strong. Compared to their Super Saiyan transformation, it is even more outrageous. Only Lin Chuan smiled from beginning to end. The combat power of 1.5 billion points is indeed terrifying. This shouldn't be everything to you, right? You're hiding from me. Lin Chuan smiled in his heart. In this terrifying aura, there is still a feeling of unfulfilled meaning. Piccolo here. The storm continued to expand and rage around him, and when it reached its peak, it was taken back into his body. At this moment, Number 17 and Number 18 were startled by Piccolo's terrifying aura. The intensity of this energy has even reached the limit value of the detector in the body. The energy exploded in full force. Piccolo's cold eyes locked on the two of them, as if he was afraid that they would run away. The next second, his whole body burst out at a speed faster than lightning. He rushed out in less than 0.01 seconds, reached the middle of Number 17 and Number 18, and gave them a heavy blow each. Number 17 and Number 18, who had no time to dodge, were shot away by Piccolo at the same time. However, both of them are quite powerful and have unlimited physical strength. Don't be so proud. Number 17, who was knocked away, was enraged. He quickly regained control of his body and charged up his strength to attack Piccolo. His full sprint seemed so slow to Piccolo. Piccolo easily dodged No. 17's attack, and Piccolo hit Number 17 in the jaw with a powerful upper kick. An irresistible force swept through his body, and Number 17 was sent into the sky by Piccolo's powerful kick. Without any mercy, Piccolo aimed his right hand at Number 17, his eyes focused, and he quickly gathered energy. Destructive energy burst out from his palm, swallowing No. 17's body like a roaring dragon. Boom! There was an earth-shaking explosion in the sky. The scalding flames were overwhelming. This situation and scene are so spectacular and terrifying. One hit, and even if Number 17 doesn't die, he will still be seriously injured. When the hot flames in the sky dissipated, an unexpected scene appeared for Piccolo. At this moment, Number 17 was surrounded by a protective shield full of cracks. At the critical moment just now, Number 17 opened the protective shield in time, blocking him from all injuries so that he would not be killed by Piccolo. What a risk. If I had been hit by your move just now, I would have suffered a lot of injuries even if I didn't die. After removing the protective cover, Number 17 slowly descended from the sky and looked at Piccolo again. At this time, the contempt and arrogance in his eyes at the beginning were no longer there. Piccolo's strength is far stronger than he thought. He didn't know how Piccolo was so powerful, but he didn't think Piccolo surpassed him. He felt that it was his carelessness that led to him being taken advantage of. This is his self-confidence as an artificial human. He has great power and does not think that he will lose to anyone. You're lucky, Piccolo said coldly. Impolite guy, you made me angry. At this time, Number 18 on the other side came behind Piccolo. The two androids attacked Piccolo one after another, forming a pincer attack. Seeing this situation, Piccolo didn't panic at all. Even if you two come together, what will change? It is undeniable that you are strong, but I am stronger now, Piccolo said with a contemptuous smile. One can imagine how confident he is now. 10 days ago, he was left behind by Son Goku and several other Super Saiyans, which made him unwilling to accept it. Now that he is complete, he is the strongest besides Lin Chuan. Don't think that you can be arrogant just by having a little strength. An angry Number 17 aimed his hands at Piccolo and fired a series of death shots. Number 18, who is behind Piccolo, also releases death rays and attacks Piccolo one after another. Drink. Facing the inevitable death ray, Piccolo simply didn't want to hide. Terrifying energy erupted from the body, turning into a devastating shock wave that spread rapidly. The death rays attacking from the front and back were shattered by the shock wave. The next second, Piccolo jumped up again and flew straight into the sky. Number 17 and number 18 looked at each other and followed closely, catching up with Piccolo in the sky and launching a fierce attack. An astonishing wave of air arose in the sky, and the three of them fought together. Number 17 and number 18 fought together and jointly launched an attack on Piccolo, which can be said to be invulnerable. They are siblings, and even if they are transformed, they still maintain that level of connection between them. Cooperate in combat, learn from each other's strengths, and exert a single combat power that exceeds this level. However, even so, facing the powerful Piccolo can only be suppressed. The gap between the combat effectiveness of 1.5 billion points and the combat effectiveness of 800.9 billion points is not ordinary. Piccolo, who was fighting seriously, showed unusual and terrifying suppressive power. The android siblings could only barely support themselves in his hands, and were eventually shot down from midair by Piccolo at the same time. It's over. Piccolo opened his right hand, locked number 17 and number 18, and held his wrist with his left hand to fix the direction. The energy condensed, and a terrifying golden light shone in Piccolo's palm. The energy accumulated to a certain level, and in the blink of an eye, a golden energy beam that destroyed the world was ejected from Piccolo's palm. Faced with this terrifying energy, number 17 and number 18 quickly launched a counterattack. The two siblings simultaneously activated the eternal energy furnace in their bodies with maximum power, emitting energy beams with all their strength. Boom! The energy waves from both sides collided, and the destructive power spread rapidly, covering the entire island. Number 18 and number 17 tried their best to release energy and resist Piccolo's energy suppression. At this time, they finally knew that Piccolo did have the power to destroy them. But they will not give up. As long as they can persist, they feel that they have hope of winning. Because they will not be tired and their energy will not be exhausted. Piccolo's energy is indeed very strong, but after all, he is a flesh and blood body, and the energy he can release is limited. As long as they keep it up, they will win this battle. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking came to nothing. No matter how much it is, it cannot cause qualitative change. Piccolo's energy is violently advancing with overwhelming force. What happened? I can't stop it. Get away from my sister. Number 17 had a premonition that something bad was going to happen. Do you think I will let you die alone? Number 18 saw no 17's intention, gritted his teeth and persisted, overloading the eternal energy furnace in his body. The energy increased again, barely blocking Piccolo's energy advancement. Piccolo saw this and was about to increase the intensity of his energy release. The next second, he suddenly noticed something and turned his head sharply. He saw a pair of mechanical iron fists attacking him like rockets. Android 16 still couldn't stand it anymore, so he took action. Piccolo was forced to stop releasing energy and dodge No 16's rocket iron fist. Numbers 17 and 18 were also rescued. The goal has been achieved. Number 16 took back the rocket iron fist and quickly came to number 17 and number 18. Piccolo Damao's power has far exceeded the data recorded in the database. We are no match for him alone. Even if the three of us join forces, I'm afraid it will be difficult to defeat him. On the 16th, a plan for joint operations was proposed. Only in this way could he see hope of escaping. Artificial human number 16, thank you very much. Number 18 thanked number 16. If the other party hadn't come to help in time, I'm afraid she and number 17 would have died in Piccolo's hands. After all, number 16 had never met them before and didn't know them personally. Damn it! Although I hate to admit it, that guy's power has indeed far surpassed ours. Number 17 knew how unoptimistic the situation in front of him was. I originally thought that the three of them defeated three Saiyans, even if the overall situation was decided. Who knew that such a terrifying Piccolo would appear? If they want to survive, they must join forces. At this moment, Piccolo also landed in front of them. Is there another one? It doesn't matter. Even if the three of you come together, I'm not afraid. The powerful power gives Piccolo the confidence to defeat any enemy. At this moment, he was like an invincible king. It's really annoying, you guy. Number 17 secretly mobilized his energy and got ready to go. Number 16, be careful when fighting. He is very strong. If you are not careful, you will be killed. Number 18 thought that No 16's fighting ability was not as good as hers and number 17, so he expressed concern and put on a fighting posture again. Stance, ready for battle. Yay, I know. Number 16 nodded, also ready to fight. The two sides faced each other tit for tat, and Piccolo unleashed 100% of his fighting power, soaring into the sky like a mad dragon. The battle started again in an instant. The four of them fought together, and Piccolo was 1 against 3, showing his invincibility. After he became complete, his combat skills, combat ability, talent, reflexes, speed, strength, etc. all aspects have been improved. Facing the joint attack of the three androids, instead of being suppressed, he became more courageous and stronger as he fought. Just like a Saiyan. Facts have proved that as long as you are a strong person, as long as you are a being who desires to become stronger, you can become stronger and braver as you fight, as long as you have enough faith. From a close match at the beginning, Piccolo once again had the upper hand. This battle completely became Piccolo's personal show, his one-man show. This scene made all Z warriors dumbfounded. Raditz and Vegeta were especially stimulated the most. What happened to this guy Piccolo? How did his power become so powerful? Raditz felt that the world was completely crazy. Are you kidding me? I was actually outclassed by this Namekian again. What secret does this guy have? Vegeta gritted his teeth and watched Piccolo in the battle. Ever since he mastered the Super Saiyan transformation, he has never looked down on Piccolo again. But now, this strong contrast once made him think that he was dreaming. At this moment, Sun Wuhan took the unconscious Son Goku back to the safe area where everyone was. Watching Uncle Piccolo, who is invincible on the battlefield, he is full of excitement. Uncle Piccolo is still the same Uncle Piccolo he can rely on. I see. Piccolo. Oh no? Piccolo has assimilated to the gods. Son Goku had woken up before and knew the situation through Son Gohan. The gap between them was suddenly widened. The battle became more and more intense, increasingly dominated by Piccolo. At this time, Lin Chuan, who had been fishing and paddling, suddenly said something. That's almost it. It's time to stop this meaningless battle. On the battlefield, Piccolo, who became more and more courageous as he fought, has completely taken the initiative in the battle. With full firepower, he suppressed the 3 androids in all aspects. In the process of fighting, his combat effectiveness is also constantly improving. Unknowingly, the 1.5 billion node has been broken and reached 1.6 billion. It can be seen that after the assimilation is complete, Piccolo has a higher explosive potential. Bang, 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 3 dull explosions exploded. Number 16, number 17, and number 18 flew out in response. His energy is getting stronger and stronger. Number 16 analyzed expressionlessly. After fighting for so long, this guy didn't even take a breath. Is he a monster? Number 17 was filled with anger. If there is really no other way, I can only use that trick. Number 18 has already prepared for the worst. At this moment, the bodies of the 3 androids were covered with scars of various sizes and their clothes were in tatters. Without exception, it is all caused by the Piccolo. That guy is coming. Number 17 glared at Piccolo, who was approaching them 10 meters away. After fighting for so long, they couldn't even cause substantial damage to Piccolo. You can't escape, artificial people. Piccolo fired up, mobilizing all the energy in his body. The sinister white aura wrapped around him was as terrifying as the devil coming to the world. Judging from this posture, he was preparing to use his moves to kill all 3 androids at once. Damn it! If we fight with him and gather all the energy of the 3 of us together, I don't believe that we can't solve him. Number 17 knew that there was no way Piccolo would let them go. We can only fight to the end and fight to the end. The energy levels are too different. Even if we attack with fusion energy, it may be difficult to win. Number 16 analyzed with reason. Now that things have come to an end, don't worry about so much. Number 16, hurry up and gather strength. Number 18 urged. Just as the final battle between the 2 sides was about to begin, Lin Chuan fell from the sky and blocked the middle of the 2 sides. How about this battle ends here? Lin Chuan's voice was not loud, but it could be heard clearly by everyone. Piccolo was confused when he saw Lin Chuan's arrival and heard Lin Chuan's words. He wanted to ask, but he thought that Lin Chuan would not do anything for no reason, so he chose to believe it and temporarily dissipated the concentrated energy. Is it him? There is nothing in the database except his name, a Saiyan named Lin Chuan. What does he want to do? Number 17 felt extremely confused. Let's wait and see what happens. If it doesn't work, we can only use that move. No 18's beautiful eyes turned, making a decision in her heart, ready to fight to the death at any time. If Piccolo pursues them relentlessly, they won't mind fighting to the death. The worst case scenario is to blow yourself up. Let's disperse the energy we gathered. He should be here to stop this fight. Number 16 saw Lin Chuan take action. As a robot, he shouldn't be nervous, but he also had mood swings. From the beginning, he knew how terrifying this man was. In Dr. Gro's database, the existence of Lin Chuan is clearly recorded, but apart from his name and basic information, nothing else is known. Number 16 doesn't look at these, he only looks at the value he detected, which always shows unknown. Therefore, he thought that if this person wanted to take action, they might not even have a chance to self-destruct. Everyone's eyes were focused on Lin Chuan, waiting for his explanation. Are you planning to keep them? Aren't you afraid of raising tigers? Looking at each other, Piccolo guessed Lin Chuan's intention, which made him feel even more puzzled. Why leave these artificial humans behind? Leaving behind hidden threats is not like Lin Chuan's style. Raising tigers is a problem? They are far from that point. In my opinion, they do not pose a threat. On the contrary, it seems that you have been attacking without stopping. They did not kill them, otherwise Kakarot, Vegeta and Raditz would have been dead before. I think if that guy Vegeta hadn't taken the initiative to provoke the dispute at the beginning, this battle wouldn't have started at all. Listening to Lin Chuan's explanation, the 3 androids were obviously in disbelief. This Saiyan is actually speaking for them? Hearing this, Piccolo thought for a moment. According to what Lin Chuan said, this seems to be the case. Previously, because of the news brought by Lin Chuan from the future, he believed that these artificial humans were enemies that must be eliminated. Now it seems that these 3 artificial humans do not have any intention to kill, and fighting him so desperately was just for self-protection. The reason why I want to find traces of artificial humans is not to kill them, but to determine whether their existence is a threat. The previous monster cell destroyed the order of this era, so he was killed by me. Dr. Gero wanted to disrupt the future of the Earth and threatened Bulma, so he was killed by me. They are indeed artificial people, but they should also be human beings? Except for this big man, although the other 2 have no breath, their body structure is indeed human, they have just been modified. After finishing his words, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and said, "Besides, I think if I don't stop it, you should have some backup plans." Lin Chuan knew that they were about to die together just now. Number 16, number 17, and number 18 looked shocked. "You also know this?" Number 17 exclaimed. "If you don't stop us, we will indeed blow ourselves up." No 18's cold face was full of cruelty. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked. Piccolo doesn't matter. Even if he self-destructs, what does it matter to him? Seeing his disdain, number 16 added, "All 3 of us have a super bomb installed by Dr. Gero in our bodies. Although it will not destroy the Earth, if 3 of them explode at the same time, the power can completely destroy everything within 1,000 miles in an instant." The words fell, causing a wave of noise. Piccolo was still disdainful, but he also took a serious look. After all, it is indeed not a small explosion to level thousands of miles in an instant. Lin Chuan knew it, but he didn't care, and said again, "Now that Dr. Gero is dead and Son Goku has been defeated by you, I don't think you have any intention of killing him, so in the future, as long as if you don't do anything outrageous, I won't take action against you. If so, is it a guarantee?" The mood on the 17th and 18th was a bit complicated. "Can you promise not to take action against us in the future?" Number 17 frowned and asked. "As long as you don't do anything outrageous, don't destroy a city at every turn, or don't kill people at every turn, no one will care about you." Lin Chuan waved his hand and said, "That's what you said? Can you represent all of them?" Number 18 intelligently questioned. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled calmly, "I think no one here will oppose my wishes. Then it's settled, we will live peacefully in human society, and you can't deliberately target us." Negotiated with Lin Chuan on the 18th. "Of course, who would have nothing to do to target a beauty like you?" Lin Chuan smiled and teased. Hearing Lin Chuan's teasing, number 18 was slightly startled. It has been many years since she heard anyone tease her like this. Now that the matter is over, with Lin Chuan's mediation, this farce is finally over. However, just when Lin Chuan came forward to solve the situation with a few words, someone who didn't have eyes jumped out again at an inappropriate time. "Thank you to all of you for your vote support, reward support, and subscription support in the past month. A new month has begun, so let's continue asking for monthly votes, recommendation votes, rewards, and of course the most important thing is to subscribe." "Oh, N_N, oh haha, just because he agreed to you, it doesn't mean that I agree? He doesn't represent me." The scarred Vegeta walked up and stared at number 18 with anger. Obviously, he couldn't swallow the breath of being ravaged by number 18. "Cyborg, the shame you brought to me today, I will repay tenfold in the future." Before anyone could say anything, Vegeta said another harsh word, and then ignored everyone present and forcefully exploded. He was so angry that he left this place. He didn't care that his arm was broken and injured. Seeing this, everyone could only express their helplessness. "Vegeta, this guy is really stubborn." Son Goku couldn't help but speak. In fact, everyone knows what he wants to say. "This guy has a tough mouth, so let him go. Being tough means you suffer, and you still act recklessly with your hands like that. You can only blame yourself for the evil you do," Raditz said with disdain. Although he was also unwilling to be defeated, his ability to accept was obviously stronger. Over the years, his character has been getting closer to Son Goku, and he has learned from Son Goku's mentality that it doesn't matter if he loses this time, he will just win it back next time. Raditz's growth is the most significant. Now, if you compare him with his past self, you will even feel that this is not the same person at all. It doesn't matter, it won't take long for him to return to Zito, and he will ask me for fairy beans then. Lin Chuan said, then waved his hand, took out 3 fairy beans from the storage space, and threw them to Son Goku, Raditz, and Piccolo. Raditz and Son Goku were injured. I didn't give them the celestial beans just now to let their bodies react for a while. Only by giving them now can they have a better recovery effect. As for Piccolo, although he was not injured, he was still very exhausted. Eating celestial beans would also help his recovery. Finally, Lin Chuan took out 2 more fairy beans and gave them to number 18 and number 17, and said, "These are fairy beans. I believe they are also recorded in your database. Although you are already artificial humans, your bodies are still the same. It's a human being, so there is no need to recover energy, but the fairy beans can also do wonders for physical injuries." After saying that, Lin Chuan looked at number 16 again and said, "As for you, you are not a human being, so the fairy beans are ineffective against you, and you don't appear to have been hurt at all." Number 17 and number 18 were suspicious for a while and looked at each other before eating the fairy beans. Their bodies are indeed made of flesh and blood, and it is only through Dr. Gro's continuous transformation, using strengthening potions and high-intensity energy quenching that they have reached the level they are today. Otherwise, even if there is an infinite energy furnace in their bodies will not be able to support it. This is the fairy bean? It is indeed as magical as described in the database. Number 17 was the first to sigh. Number 18, who was beside him, moved his arm that was still sore before. After feeling completely better, he also showed an incredible look. Before they were transformed, they were just ordinary people. After being transformed, I learned that there are so many magical things in the world. This is also the first time I have experienced them personally. It would be strange not to be shocked. I felt a little touched because not everyone regarded them as enemies. However, number 18 is also the kind of strong woman who will not show her weak side. Even if you give us fairy beans, it's best not to expect that we will be grateful to you. As soon as she said these words, the atmosphere immediately became cold. Number 17 looked at his sister with an embarrassed look, not knowing what to say. He knew that they seemed to have nothing to do now, but in fact they were just meat on the chopping board. I don't need your thanks. However, I need you to come with me. I want Bulma to dismantle the super bomb in your body to ensure that no accidents will happen. So, I don't know what you want. How about the next one? Lin Chuan casually answered number 18, then looked at the three of them again and continued. When it came to the super bomb, the Z warriors also looked serious. After all, number 16 said before that if 3 bombs explode, everything within 1,000 miles will be reduced to nothing. This is no joke. Number 17 and number 18 frowned, because in their opinion, this was the only capital they had to negotiate with this group of people. If it is demolished, then they will be even less qualified to say anything. Number 16 was different. He took the initiative to stand up. I can go with you, but I hope you won't embarrass them. As a caring and nature-loving man, he has always been wary of the huge threat of super bombs. Even though that was his ultimate move, in his opinion, even Lin Chuan and Piccolo couldn't be defeated by their strength. Even if this super bomb stayed, it would only destroy the beautiful nature. Number 16, aren't you afraid that they will kill us again without the super bomb? Number 18 asked suspiciously. Women are suspicious, and trust cannot be easily established. Number 18 always felt that Lin Chuan had a conspiracy. We have no right to choose, and even if the super bomb on us explodes, it won't kill them. He asked us to dismantle it in order to protect the Earth. Number 16 had no expression, but there was emotion in his words. Number 16, didn't you just say? Number 18 wanted to say something else, but at this time number 17 reached out and grabbed her, telling her to shut her mouth. I agree to the conditions? But are you really sure you won't deal with us again? Moreover, that Vegeta just said that he would come to us for revenge. If he takes the initiative to provoke us, we can't act inappropriately every time. Is something going on? Number 17 said his heartfelt voice. It was the latter that worried him most. He was not afraid of not being able to restrain himself, but he was afraid that others would take the initiative to provoke them, and they would have to swallow their anger because of the existence of Lin Chuan and Piccolo. If that's the case, it's better to kill them. Don't worry, I only defused the bomb in your body. Think about it for yourself. There is a super bomb in your body that may explode at any time. I'm afraid it won't be comfortable, right? This bomb should not only be used to give you a special attack, but Dr. Gero is trying to restrain you. As for the fact that you are worried that Vegeta will take revenge on you, I can tell you clearly that he will not. Maybe he will be unwilling and resentful now, but when he is far more powerful than you, then you will, as far as he is concerned, it has become a thing of the past. After saying that, Lin Chuan also looked at Piccolo, Son Goku, and Raditz. Not to mention the Piccolo, Son Goku and Raditz now regard the artificial beings as their formidable enemies, even rivals to be surpassed. But after they break through their limits and strengthen themselves, they will move towards higher goals instead of looking back to deal with their previous opponents. Number 17 frowned, obviously not expecting Lin Chuan to answer so directly. This means that this group of people will surpass them sooner or later. Number 18 probably understood, and was very unconvinced. He was no match for Piccolo. This Lin Chuan was even more unfathomable and unable to get angry. Finally, after careful consideration, number 17 and number 18 accepted Lin Chuan's request. Because the matter was over, the group of people also said goodbye and left one after another. All in all, he must take away numbers 16, 17, and 18. Dismantling the bomb is one, and the other is leaving behind the artificial man number 16. Number 16 in the original work is considered miserable, but now that he has intervened, his ending can be changed. Number 16 yearns for peace and nature, which makes him stay in the manor Inzito to avoid being disturbed by worldly things. Now they have no intention to kill Son Goku, which means they will be free in the future. And as long as he stays, for this family, it will be a free labor force to act as a bodyguard. As for number 17 and number 18, Lin Chuan has no intention of restraining them. It can only be said that dismantling the bomb is for their own good and to ensure that no accidents occur. In addition, Bulma was asked to take a look at their modified ingredients to see if they could be strengthened, or if the technology could be mastered, and then mass-produced in disguise. Something happened here. Just as the group of people left one after another, Lin Chuan also used teleportation to take number 16, number 17, and number 18 away. At the same time, in a shadowed corner of the island, two figures of a man and a woman appeared. They are uninvited guests. It does not exist in this era, but comes from the future across time and space. They are the complete cell and android number 21. The battle between the Z warriors and the androids just now was watched by all of them. It's just that they didn't dare to show up directly for the first time. Instead, they lurked in the darkness, observed carefully, and waited for the opportunity to come. After all, that man is too powerful and incredible. In the known world of future time and space, this man is an invincible existence. They came across time and space and came to this earlier era in order to investigate and see how powerful Lin Chuan was in this era. You cannot show up and take action easily. If you are not absolutely sure, you must be patient. Because if they fail to succeed but attract a powerful enemy, they will suffer in the end. Number 21. Do we need to be so cautious in our actions? The current era was 20 years ago. Logically speaking, with the power of my complete body, even if I am defeated by him, but with your power, I want to kill him. Isn't it easy to kill him? Complete Shalu asked with a puzzled look on his face. He knew how terrifying Lin Chuan was, but it was too timid to deal with Lin Chuan in this era. What is the purpose of going back to the past era? Isn't it just to regain face? Kill this enemy by the way? Now the opportunity is right in front of us. The Z warriors have not grown up yet. How strong can Lin Chuan be, no matter how strong he is? Don't think that after you achieve a higher form, you can be on par with that man. Shalu, even if he is Lin Chuan 20 years ago, he must not be underestimated. After all, in the future, his strength will surpass that of the god of destruction. No one knows which era he started to rise from. If you want to erase his existence in this era, every step must be calculated. Moreover, in this era, we need to use the resources of this era to further strengthen ourselves. Different from the anxiety of the perfect Sara, No 21's careful thoughts think of more factors. If they can transcend time and space, so can others. If you are too anxious and do something outrageous, even if you succeed, it may be counterproductive. Okay, everything will go according to your plan. After hearing what number 21 said, Complete Shalu nodded. Come with me. First go to Dr. Gro's laboratory and take away copies of all the important information. Number 21 turned around and revealed her first step plan. Western Capital. At this time, Lin Chuan did not expect that there were two super bosses hidden on the island. After returning home, he took number 16, number 17, and number 18 to find Bulma and explained some details to her. After knowing the situation, Bulma was not afraid of these three artificial beings. Instead, she felt sympathy for these three artificial beings who looked like living creatures and had their own thoughts. They were installed with such super bombs, which made her feel very sympathetic. Of anger, Dr. Gro has completely become a madman in her mind. This lunatic will do anything for himself, even treating other people's lives as a joke. Number 17 and number 18 were obviously touched by Bulma's sincerity. Number 16, on the other hand, said nothing and had no idea what his computing system was thinking. Frankly speaking, the prototype of number 16 is the son of Dr. Gero. Although he is not the real son of Dr. Gero, he is also endowed with related memories and some emotions. He could understand Dr. Gero, but he could not identify with the creator. It is precisely because of his gentle and kind character that he is not recognized by Dr. Gero, and he is considered an uncontrollable failure. To disarm the self-explosion device, Bulma also asked her father Breve to help. But even so, this cannot be dismantled casually. It is necessary to conduct comprehensive inspections on the three people first and understand the internal structure and all the data before a perfect solution can be sorted out. The matter has been settled and Lin Chuan will not be anxious. Anyway, there will be basically nothing going on in the next period of time. On the other hand, number 17 and number 18 originally felt that they were temporarily restrained and unable to leave here. Later, with Lin Chuan and Bulma's explanations, they were temporarily relieved. At least they are free now, and there will be no shortage of food and drink for them here. They just need to cooperate with Bulma to understand their situation. After the bomb is dismantled, the sky is high and birds can fly, and they can go wherever they want. It should be said that after they had longed for the future, over the next few days, they gradually integrated into their current lives. During this period, perhaps the only unsettling thing was that Vegeta always showed great hostility towards the androids, intentionally or unintentionally. He didn't know why Lin Chuan let these artificial people live, but it was impossible for Vegeta to have a good impression of these artificial people, especially since he had to live in the same place. If it weren't for the fact that the gravity training room couldn't be taken away, he would definitely not stay. To put it bluntly, this guy was really tough talking and endured a broken arm for nearly a day before he came back. By then it was already swollen like a big pig's hoof. The fairy beans were still very effective, completely curing his injuries, and at the same time, he once again got rid of a wave of Saiyan bugs that enhanced his ability to heal serious injuries. It's just that the strength enhancement is still limited, not too outrageous. Just like that, without realizing it, about 20 days had passed since the artificial man crisis was completely resolved. During these 20 days, the bombs in androids 16, 17, and 18 were all defused by Bulma. At the same time, as Lin Chuan expected from the beginning, number 16 stayed in the ecological park behind the manor and lived peacefully. As for number 17 and number 18, they are somewhat special. These days, number 18 has developed a good relationship with Bulma, and the two have become good friends and will go shopping together. Once a common language is established between a woman and a woman, they will quickly develop into best friends. In particular, one woman is strong and the other is super rich. When these two women came together, it was like they were even more powerful, and each got what they wanted. Number 18 needs money to satisfy her inner vanity, beautiful clothes, and jewelry. Bulma was absolutely protected here on the 18th, and she no longer had to worry about being suddenly attacked by strange men when she went out. In other words, for Bulma, there is nothing she can't do to spend some money on number 18. She has more money and she can't spend it all. Whenever he saw two people coming back from outside, Lin Chuan was always the bigger one. Lots of big and small bags. Although he didn't mind having a beauty like number 18 living at home, she was hanging around in front of him every day, and even made him extremely embarrassed several times. Number 18 is so indifferent to the occasion, so Lin Chuan suddenly felt that after this woman was transformed, she no longer had the concept of being a woman. It's really hard to imagine how the original Krillin and number 18 came together. It can only be said that because of his existence, it is absolutely impossible for Krillin and number 18 to survive. Let's talk about the 17th. He gradually integrated into this circle. Instead of thinking about going outside to see the world as in the original work, he recalled being defeated by Piccolo and his lack of strength, which made him want to become stronger. Even though he was an artificial human, Lin Chuan gave him enough advice so that he could try to practice and become stronger. It is worth mentioning that with Bulma's improvements, number 17 has become stronger, at least comparable to number 16. However, it is still very early. It should be noted that number 17 in the original power conference is quite terrifying. Everything happened and developed in an orderly manner. The Earth has always been in a very stable period. The Z soldiers devoted themselves wholeheartedly to their training. Especially the three Saiyans, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, they were greatly stimulated by the artificial humans. And not only did he lose to the artificial man in the battle, but he was also completely surpassed by Piccolo. It can only be said that once you have a goal, you will be more motivated. Lin Chuan doesn't know the specific training of Son Goku and Raditz, nor is he particularly clear about it. But Vegeta has been practicing by his side, and his strength can be said to be changing day by day. Today's normal combat power is as high as 7 million points. Where is Lin Chuan? Naturally, this time was not wasted. Although he had to delay for a while because of the artificial man matter, it also indirectly made him more powerful and one step closer to becoming a Super Saiyan. At this moment, it is located in the center of the lakeside on the outskirts of the manor. Lin Chuan sat cross-legged, suspended above the lake. At this moment, he is maintaining the second level of Super Saiyan. Blue-white electric arcs exploded all over the body from time to time, and the energy and breath in the body did not leak at all, maintaining the most perfect state. Finally completed the final breakthrough. This is the most perfect second level of Super Saiyan state. Feeling the majestic energy in his body, Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile. Finally, he has cultivated the second level of Super Saiyan to this point. Next, you can hit the third level of Super Saiyan. Because the three states could not activate the system to upgrade again, the only thing Lin Chuan thought of was that by completing the 4 realms of Super Saiyan transformation, the system might be able to be upgraded to level 4. After all, Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, and Super 4 are all transformations and sublimations of the power of blood. However, for now, it is not the time to devote oneself to cultivating the third level of Super Saiyan, because on this basis, he still has important things to do. This matter has been delayed until now, and it is time to complete it. Let's find King Kai first. Maybe he can help me get to the Supreme Kai world. Unconsciously thinking of King Kai, Lin Chuan immediately put away his breath and returned to normal. It was still early at this time, so he used teleportation in a single thought and disappeared from the earth. The underworld. The King Kai star above the end of the snake path. King Kai, who had nothing to do, was driving as usual to pass the boring time. Day after day, year after year, these days have become more and more depressing. By the way, that boy Lin Chuan hasn't been to my place for a long time. I haven't seen him for a while, and I still miss him a little. King Kai's thoughts drifted away and he sighed repeatedly. He was used to Lin Chuan coming to see him all the time and bringing him a lot of good things, but now that they were gone, he felt that he couldn't adapt. He was grateful to Lin Chuan. Firstly, the arrival of Lin Chuan improved his quality of life. Secondly, the training method provided by Lin Chuan, combined with the training method of their Kai Wen, came up with a more effective training method, which also made him suffer because of Sealing Bojack and his gang. The strength that had declined over time was restored. My thoughts are getting further and further away. Just when King Kai kept sighing, a figure suddenly appeared in front of his house, causing him to quickly stop the car. Lin Chuan. King Kai thought he had made a mistake, so he took off his sunglasses and wiped them before putting them on again. Confirming that it was Lin Chuan, he got out of the car and walked forward quickly. I haven't seen you for a few days, King Kai. You are driving again. Lin Chuan glanced at King Kai and said hello with a smile. Yeah, what's the matter with you coming to me? King Kai said with a sneer. Although he really wanted Lin Chuan to come and relieve his boredom, he still couldn't show it. Before this, you seemed to have changed a lot. Lin Chuan asked curiously, noticing that King Kai at this time was different from the previous King Kai. His perception is so terrifying. At this time, King Kai's body is filled with majestic life energy. It seems that all aspects of energy and spirit have been sublimated. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes and understood it personally, Lin Chuan would not believe it. Coupled with the data provided by the system panel, King Kai's strength far exceeded his imagination. A combat power of over 100 million. Is this the true strength of King Kai? I have to thank you for my changes. If it weren't for the cultivation method you provided, combined with our discussion and research, I'm afraid my strength may not be able to recover in another 1,000 years. King Kai smiled. Recover. Lin Chuan was slightly surprised and confused. The memories in my mind were rolling, and just when I was about to find the relevant plot, King Kai's words also sounded. I can't remember exactly how many years ago it happened. At that time, a group of very cruel and powerful galactic thugs appeared in the universe. They did all kinds of evil, and their behavior was so despicable that it even surpassed the Frozen Demon clan. The 4 major galaxies have all been damaged by them to varying degrees. In the end, in desperation, in order to stop the losses in time, the 4 kings of our realm secretly calculated and jointly sealed them on a planet on the border of the universe. After sealing them, the strength of our 4 realm kings was greatly reduced. Even to this day, they have not been able to recover. Fortunately, you sent that special training method. King Kai's explanation made Lin Chuan understand. Unexpectedly, the plot in the original Gaiden plot also happened in this world. But speaking of which, the 4 realm kings do have some strength. Otherwise, the 4 of them would not be able to seal Bojack and his gang. Not to mention Bojack's men, Bojack's strength is at the level of a complete cell. I didn't expect you to have such a story. Lin Chuan naturally couldn't say that he knew about this matter, so he pretended to sigh. If it had been said before, he would have really been interested. But now, Bojack is an ant to him. Getting back to the subject, you know my story. What about you? The King Kai star who came to me didn't come to see me, right? King Kai was a little narcissistic and went straight to the point. Then I won't beat around the bush. I'm here to ask you if there is any way to send me to the Supreme Kai world. Lin Chuan blurted out the words, and King Kai was suddenly startled. Suddenly, Dan's cold sweat broke out on his face. Sure enough, although I guessed that Lin Chuan would not be a peaceful master, I didn't expect that this time he would go to the Supreme Kai world. 3 months ago, he just had a fight with Kampa, the god of destruction from the universe next door, and now he is eyeing Supreme Kai. Although he didn't know what he was going to do, he couldn't reach it, let alone help. Sorry, if you want to go to the Supreme Kai world, I'm afraid I can't do anything. My level is too low, and I am not qualified to see a supreme existence like Lord Supreme Kai. Moreover, as a king of the realm, although we all know the existence of the Supreme Kai realm, we do not know the specific location of the Supreme Kai realm. King Kai said bluntly. After hearing such words, Lin Chuan thought in his heart. In the original Majin Buu chapter, although King Kai watched the battle between Supreme Kai grandson Goku Vegeta and Majin Buu through his own abilities, but that should be because of the media, right? And at that time, Supreme Kai officially appeared on the stage. King Kai must have met Supreme Kai in advance, so he knows some things that he didn't know before, such as really knowing where the Supreme Kai world is. After all, Son Goku was allowed to return to Earth, and Supreme Kai happened to go to Earth to meet Son Goku. Everything smelled like an arrangement. It seems that I still have to rely on myself to perceive it. Lin Chuan frowned, and there was no other way at the moment but to use his own means to perceive the higher realm. The original Son Goku can go to the Supreme Kai world by sensing Sun Wuhan's aura, so he should be able to do the same. Just find an area that is not the lower universe or the underworld. I can't help you, but there is a being who may be able to help you. King Kai suddenly spoke again. Huh. Lin Chuan became interested, sounded surprised, and then looked at King Kai with doubtful eyes. My boss, the great Kai-Osama. King Kai said. When Lin Chuan heard this, the image of the great Kaio emerged in his mind, an old man with a white beard who loved rock music to show off. Once upon a time, I really wanted to go to the great Kai Wang to meet this highest level god who appeared in the early stage. But as his strength continued to improve and things happened one by one, he gave up the idea of meeting the Great Realm King. Now, it seems that I have to go to the Great Realm King. On the Great Realm King of the Underworld. As the territory of the Great Kaio, the Great Kaio is not only home to Kaio, but also has many powerful beings from the 4 major galaxies in the southeast, northwest, and northwest. These powerful beings are all masters who have saved the world. Because of his outstanding achievements during his lifetime, he was judged by King Yama after his death, and carefully selected by the 4 kings of the realm, and finally came to this holy land of cultivation. In an empty training ground, a blonde strong man was trying his best to push himself. He grabbed the extremely heavy black dumbbells with both hands and lifted them again and again, repeating this action. He is none other than the most powerful warrior in the Peking University galaxy. Oliver? The first group of training is completed, let's start the second group. Oliver was just about to start the next round of training. With his keen insight, he suddenly noticed someone coming behind him. Oliver turned around and saw Lin Chuan and King Kai appearing in his sight. Master King Kai. Upon seeing the visitor, Oliver put down the dumbbell in his hand and greeted him respectfully. After that, he set his sights on Lin Chuan. There have been no newcomers here at Baida Galaxy for a long time. I haven't seen you for a long time, Oliver. How have you been during this time? Has your strength improved? King Kai put his hands behind his back and looked at Oliver up and down. When the other party was alive, he was the most outstanding warrior of Peking University Galaxy. He has always thought highly of him. In order not to disappoint you, Lord King Kai, I have been practicing hard. I can accept your examination at any time. Oliver answered with a sonorous and powerful answer, neither humble nor arrogant. Seeing this, King Kai was even more satisfied, and turned back to look at Lin Chuan. How is it? My Oliver from Peking University Galaxy, he is pretty good, right? Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded slightly. It is indeed not simple. This kind of strength is really rare. Lin Chuan's comments made King Kai chuckle for a while Oliver was a little puzzled. After looking at Lin Chuan carefully for a long time, he finally saw something strange. There is no ring on Lin Chuan's head. This man is not dead, he is alive. Don't be nervous, Lin Chuan is currently our Baida Galaxy, no, even the best warrior in our entire universe. I brought him here this time to meet the Great Kaio. King Kai did not, he explained hurriedly. I see. After hearing King Kai's answer, Oliver nodded immediately. He looked at Lin Chuan more carefully. For King Kai to comment like this is extraordinary. And in his eyes, Lin Chuan couldn't see through it at all, as if Lin Chuan was covered with a layer of fog. His intuition told him that this person was very dangerous. Oliver was looking at him, and Lin Chuan had naturally seen his combat power value through the system. 550 million points? If he is still alive, looking at today's era, he is indeed the overlord. The Frozen Demon clan, even cooler, is no match for him. Hey, isn't this King Kai? I haven't seen you for a while, and I didn't expect to meet you on the Great Kaiwang planet. At this time, a sarcastic voice came from behind King Kai. Hearing this familiar voice, King Kai's expression immediately changed. King of the West, you are also on the Great Kaio. A ball of anger was brewing in King Kai's chest, and there was a tendency to explode at any time. When the two most incompatible realm kings meet, a war of words is inevitable. The King of the West, who was about to mock King Kai, suddenly noticed Lin Chuan. I originally thought that the opponent was just an ordinary warrior brought by King Kai, but when I took a closer look, I was immediately dumbfounded. This is a living person. King Kai, you actually brought a living person to the Great Kaio. Aren't you afraid of being blamed by the Great Kaio? King Kai of the West takes this opportunity to harshly accuse King Kai. It's none of your business who I bring to the Great Realm King. Do you know how much Lin Chuan has contributed to the entire universe? I'm telling you, he was the one who destroyed the Frozen Demon clan. King Kai was not used to the King of the West and started to show off loudly. King Kai of the West doesn't care about that much, he just taunts and disdains King Kai. Oliver on the side smiled bitterly. He was used to the quarrel between King Kai and the King of the West. Lin Chuan simply ignored the quarrel between the two realm kings beside him, and his eyes fell on the warrior who came with the West Realm King. This warrior is none other than Pork Rib Rice, also known as the Green-Skinned Frog. In the original historical trajectory, Lightning Cell wanted to cause trouble in Hell, but he was killed instantly with a kick. This shows how powerful the fighting power of Pork Rib Rice is. Perhaps there is a special connection between strong men, and Pork Rib Rice is also looking at Lin Chuan at this moment. The two top experts looked at each other, and the aura generated invisibly made the surrounding space become oppressive. King Kai and King Kai, who were still arguing, felt something was wrong and stopped at the same time. I saw a strong aura forming with Lin Chuan and Pork Rib Rice at the center. In the sight of others, the space around the two of them underwent visible deformations. King Kai and the King of the West stepped aside in tacit agreement, watching this scene without saying a word. The battle between the two sides' momentum lasted for more than 10 seconds before it subsided. You are very strong. Pork Rib Rice looked at Lin Chuan again and said, you're not bad either. Lin Chuan praised. I saw the combat power value of the Pork Rib Rice. A full 6 billion points? No wonder he has the ability to kill Lightning Cell instantly with a surprise kick. Let's go, Spare Ribs Rice, we won't waste time here. Seeing that the momentum competition was over, the King of the West came to the Spare Ribs Rice without saying a word and ordered. I obey, Lord Western Kai Wang. Pork Rib Rice followed closely behind Zi Kai Wang. Before leaving, he took a deep look at Lin Chuan, as if he wanted to fight Lin Chuan, but he had no choice but to do so. TCH? You're a pretentious guy, King Kai said very unhappily. He was so confident in Lin Chuan that he couldn't even get benefits from his fellow god of destruction in the universe next door. There's no comparison to the Pork Rib Rice from West University Galaxy. Let's go, I'll take you to see the Great Realm King. King Kai asked Lin Chuan for his opinion. The two of them moved forward quickly, with Oliver following behind. The momentum battle just now made him realize how terrifying Lin Chuan's strength was. On the way to the Daikaya Palace, Lin Chuan also saw many masters on the Daikaya planet. It's no wonder that Gaku, the grandson of the original novel, was unwilling to be resurrected after his death. For him, there is no place more suitable for them to practice than the Great Realm King. On this planet, the weakest combat power has reached tens of millions of points. It can be seen that if you want to reach the Great Realm King, you need to reach a certain threshold. After a while, under the leadership of King Kai, Lin Chuan arrived in front of the palace of the Great Realm King. King Kai was about to open his mouth to see the Great Realm King, but saw the palace door open directly. It seems that a great guest has arrived on my Great Kaio planet. Please bring him in, King Kai. The voice of the great Kaio came from it. King Kai was shocked, but he didn't ask any more questions. After glancing at Lin Chuan, the two of them also entered the palace of the Great Realm King. Because it was a separate interview, Oliver and other warriors from the Northern Galaxy had to wait outside. As they entered, the palace doors closed. In the palace of the Great Realm King, it doesn't look like much from the outside, but once you really get inside, you realize there's something special inside. Lin Chuan was also shocked by the size of the internal space through his perception. This strange space is at least 5 times the size of the Earth. Soon, the fashionable Daikaio wearing a tall hat, goatee, and sunglasses appeared in front of them. I have met the great king of the realm. King Kai asked respectfully. No need to be polite, King Kai. The person next to you must be the Saiyan named Lin Chuan, right? The King Kai seemed to have known about Lin Chuan's existence for a long time, which surprised both King Kai and Lin Chuan more or less. However, Lin Chuan quickly figured out that this old guy was considered a voyeur in the original work. Therefore, he is probably aware of what he experienced some time ago. Yes, he is Lin Chuan, the Great Realm King. King Kai replied. I didn't expect that you already know my existence. In this case, it will be much easier to communicate. Lin Chuan said straightforwardly. This time there is no need to beat around the bush. The news of your battle with the God of Destruction has caused shock in the entire universe. You are the first one in this world who dares to fight the God of Destruction and defeat the God of Destruction in disguise. As the Great Realm King talked and laughed, his words revealed his appreciation for Lin Chuan. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have a living guest here. Come with me and let me entertain you. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that there is a flattering meaning in the words of the King of the Realm. Although he is the Great Realm King, Lin Chuan is far more powerful than him. He was wily and scheming, thinking that getting to know more powerful beings like Lin Chuan might come in handy in the future. Lin Chuan could naturally see what the Great Kai Wang was thinking, so he did not refuse and followed the Great Kai Wang to the other side of the palace. What about King Kai? He took out a handkerchief from his pocket, wiped the cold sweat on his face, and followed. I didn't expect that the Great Realm King would have known about Lin Chuan's existence for a long time. It seems that I have been worrying too much. I am afraid that the Great Kaio-sama has been paying close attention to the incident with the God of Destruction just like me. Soon, under the hospitality of the Great Kaio, Lin Chuan tasted the delicacies of the Great Kaio. While enjoying the food, Lin Chuan also revealed the reason for his visit. Is it possible that you don't even know the specific location of the Supreme Kai world? Lin Chuan noticed the hesitation on the face of the Supreme Kai King and asked. These days, the Supreme Kai world has really declined to the point of non-existence because there is only one Xian. This is 5 million years. I don't even know what that trash Supreme Kai is doing. Even though it has nothing to do with Lin Chuan, Dong Supreme Kai really has the resources of a universe, which is not easy to develop. If it were him, in 5 million years, he would at least become a being no weaker than the God of Destruction. I know where the Supreme Kai world is, but I don't have the authority to take you there. Moreover, since the big crisis that happened 5 million years ago, there has been no news from the Supreme Kai adults. After all these years, we have never received an assessment for our internship at Supreme Kai. So, I can't take you to the Supreme Kai world without permission from my superiors. Even I can't enter the Supreme Kai world without special permission. Please forgive me. The King of the Realm answered slightly hesitantly. He is a great king who abides by the rules and is unwilling to break the rules for anyone. Even if it is Lin Chuan, he hopes that he will not embarrass this old man. He would be content to stop being the Great Realm King in his lifetime. After hearing what the Great Realm King said, Lin Chuan's mind turned around and he seemed to have figured out something. The Great Realm King seemed to refuse so tactfully, but in fact he was telling him something. The thing is that he is the king of the Supreme Kai, so you cannot take him there just because he wants to go to the Supreme Kai world. However, if he doesn't take it with him, Lin Chuan will go by himself, which has nothing to do with him. It doesn't matter, you just need to guide me in the direction of Supreme Kai. I can go there by myself. In this case, you don't break the rules. Lin Chuan said knowingly after listening to the words of the Great Kai. If you know exactly where it is, that's it. Even if the Great Realm King doesn't know about it, then he really has to use his own strength to find it. If I just tell you the direction, that's fine. Seeing that Lin Chuan understood what he meant so quickly, the Great Realm King felt more and more that Lin Chuan was a talent. Idiots would definitely ask him for help. Only the truly smart will look for loopholes and find their own solutions. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. Holy place? This is an independent space. A small star field that looks like the lower universe is actually a realm built on top of the universe. Supreme Kai world? This extremely huge planet exists in the center of this space, and there are several huge stars attached to it in the surrounding space. It seems to be a complete ecosystem. The only difference is that there is no night in the Supreme Kai world, only day. At this moment, it is near the Supreme Kai spring in the Supreme Kai world. There was a sudden slight fluctuation in the space, and then, a figure appeared here out of thin air. Is this, the Supreme Kai world? The visitor was none other than Lin Chuan, who came from the Great Realm King. Under the guidance of the Great Kai Wang, he sensed the existence of the Supreme Kai world and arrived here by establishing a long-distance space mark. To be honest, it is just his own strength that cannot establish a spatial mark in the air. Thanks to the Great Realm King, with his help, Lin Chuan improved his teleportation in disguise, and was able to establish directional spatial imprints and then travel through them. In other words, even if there are no people now, as long as his perception can spread there and successfully establish a spatial mark, he can use the spatial mark to travel. It's getting closer and closer to Supreme Kai's teleportation. It can only be said that although the teleportation granted by Barunga has improved capabilities, it still has great potential for development. As his strength improved, Lin Chuan gradually realized that many things that he thought were impossible before now seemed to have better possibilities. He just needs to keep trying. Lin Chuan took a deep breath of air and let go of his senses to feel the Supreme Kai world. As the realm of the Supreme God, the Supreme Kai world is indeed far from being comparable to any planet in the lower world. Whether it's the intensity or the environment, being called a sanctuary is indeed something special. It's such a huge space. In comparison, the space inside the palace of the Great Kaio King is not worth mentioning. In the entire Supreme Kai world, the main star under our feet is much larger than the sun. The entire space is 10 times larger than the solar system. No, even bigger. In shock, two breaths soon appeared within the range of perception. They seemed to have noticed his arrival and were approaching quickly. Is it Dong Supreme Kai Xian and the divine servant Jobit? With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan turned around and looked into the distance. Just over 10 seconds later, the two men fell from the sky one after the other. Looking at Lin Chuan, the two of them were stunned. You are mortal. How is this possible? A mortal actually came to the Supreme Kai world? How did you get here? Dong Supreme Kai Xian and God Servant Jobit exclaimed at the same time. Mortals appear in this realm of gods that only Supreme Kai can reach. This has never happened before, and in their opinion, it is absolutely impossible. However, now this impossibility is happening in front of them. I'm relieved to hear you say that this is the Supreme Kai world, otherwise I would still doubt whether this is the world. Lin Chuan looked at the two of them and said in a pretentious manner, even if he knows everything, he still has to show off. After all, he could not know their true identities without meeting them. With just one glance, Lin Chuan saw through them completely. I've known that I was weak for a long time, but I didn't expect that I would be so weak. It can indeed crush Frisia to death with one finger as they said in the original work, but it's not that powerful. After hearing Lin Chuan's words, Dong Supreme Kai and Jobit looked at each other. Their shocked eyes and incredible expressions made them look particularly solemn at this time. This matter is extraordinary and must be faced seriously. Especially, we still don't know whether we are friends or foes. Ahem. Regardless of how you came to the Supreme Kai world, mortal, you have crossed the line. This is the realm of the Supreme God. It is a holy place that no one is allowed to enter except Lord Supreme Kai and my servant. You, a mere mortal, are not qualified to enter. Before Dong Supreme Kai could say anything, Jabit coughed twice to calm down, and asked Lin Chuan in a condescending manner. If you blurt out such words and have that self-righteous expression, even if you come with a friendly attitude, you can't help but feel uncomfortable. Dong Supreme Kai did not stop Jabit. It seemed to him that as the Supreme God, there was no problem for Jobit to question a mortal on his behalf. Coming to the world of Supreme Kai without permission is indeed like breaking into your home without saying hello. However, I also ask you, the attendant, to straighten your posture. You are indeed the attendant of Supreme Kai, but this is not the case. You can show off your power to me. Before coming here, I was somewhat looking forward to meeting the Supreme Kai of our universe. Now I am really disappointed. A servant can say such self-righteous words. It shows that you, the Supreme Kai, are indeed not very good. His eyes glanced at Jobit, and Lin Chuan's remaining goodwill dissipated. A wave of coercion burst out from Lin Chuan's body, and in just a moment, Jobit felt an extreme chill spreading throughout his body. You, how dare you be so rude? Lin Chuan's breath made him break out in a cold sweat, and he took an uncontrollable step back. How could Lin Chuan know him the same way? If he was about to take action after just a few words from such a being, then his state of mind would be too bad. Supreme Kai, do you mean what your subordinate said? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and turned to look at Dong Supreme Kai Xian, who looked cautious. I am used to being aloof and look down on ordinary people from the bottom of my heart. This is not only true for JB, but also for Eastern Supreme Kai. When they appeared in the original work, Supreme Kai and Gabit had such high self-esteem that they had no idea that they were actually frogs in the well. Being questioned in turn by a mortal, Dong Supreme Kai was obviously not in a good mood. In the tens of millions of years since he became Supreme Kai, except for the Majin Buu incident 5 million years ago, he has always been the god of creation worshipped by countless beings. Nowadays, a mortal came to the Supreme Kai world through some unknown means and said such blasphemous words to him. My attendant Jobit's words are indeed a bit extreme, but you are only a mortal after all, so there is nothing wrong with asking about your purpose of coming and explaining the situation. Tell me why you came to the Supreme Kai world. As Supreme Kai, I am not an unreasonable being. If you can give me a reason that is acceptable to me, I can leave your trespassing and rude remarks unpunished. Dong Supreme Kai's attitude made Lin Chuan feel like he was watching a clown perform. Sure enough, if you don't experience pain, you won't realize how embarrassing and weak your existence is. In terms of status, he is indeed the supreme god of the universe, but his weight is pitifully low. Is this your attitude? That's fine. It seems that the aura I revealed just now is not enough to make you understand the cruel reality. In that case, let me show you something good first, and then see if you can talk well. As the words came out, Lin Chuan showed a hint of contempt on his face. Dong Supreme Kai's expression that he thinks he can make fun of all sentient beings really deserves a beating. If he doesn't know his strength, that's fine. He clearly knows how much strength he has. With this little strength, he can play the trick of being supreme. Not even the god of destruction is so self-righteous. What did you say? Dong Supreme Kai was irritated by Lin Chuan's words and immediately frowned, becoming even more angry at Lin Chuan. To put it in his heart, it was just a mere mortal who dared to utter arrogant words in front of him. He was tired of living. However, these words will not have the opportunity to be spoken. The next second, he felt a fatal threat, his body felt instinctive fear, and his pupils suddenly shrank. The aura around Lin Chuan changed sharply, and violent energy began to emanate from the inside out. I didn't plan to transform at first. When I arrived, everyone said hello and negotiated calmly. Even if he was questioned about the purpose of coming, it didn't matter. After all, he was the one who broke in here. However, whether it was Jebit or Dong Supreme Kai, the expression on his face was the most awesome, and the attitude that you had to lie on the ground to reply was like trying to judge Lin Chuan, which Lin Chuan could not accept. Not to mention their lack of strength, the problem is that the gap in strength is huge. Lin Chuan can kill them instantly with just one look. Why are you pretending to him? The energy pool of the Super Saiyan was mobilized, and Lin Chuan's overwhelming aura spread out without any shackles. The golden aura shot straight into the sky, and the terrifying pressure swept across the entire Supreme Kai world in an instant. It's just the first level of Super Saiyan at full power. Just like that, Lin Chuan's combat power has reached 10 billion points. Even without the help of the system's combat power improvement, Lin Chuan used his previous training to increase his normal combat power by 5 million points in a short period of time, now reaching 125 million points. Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit's expressions changed completely. This extremely terrifying power made them unable to think of any resistance, and their eyes were full of fear. This feeling of powerlessness even made Dong Supreme Kai Xian recall the nightmare of his life. Majin Buu, Dong Supreme Kai and Xian were all frightened like this, let alone the mere servant of God Jabit. Both the master and the servant were shocked by Lin Chuan's power. They could not imagine and could not understand how a mere mortal could have such a powerful power. They are like ants in front of this person. Can we talk properly now, Supreme Kai? His absolutely strong eyes suppressed everything, with a faint smile on Lin Chuan's face, as if to say, where was your arrogance before? You, who are you? What do you want to do when you come to the Supreme Kai world? Trying to control his emotional fluctuations, Dong Supreme Kai asked in fear. As Supreme Kai, it's not like he has accomplished nothing. At least he still has a bit of the magnanimity of being a god. Not directly because of Lin Chuan's powerful strength, he even gave up his dignity. I have to say, compared to the god of destruction, this Supreme Kai of yours is really useless. Without answering Dong Supreme Kai's question, Lin Chuan said tentatively, and then removed the Super Saiyan's ability. Transform. A demonstration is enough, now we can have a good conversation. Otherwise, Lin Chuan wouldn't want to keep looking up at Dong Supreme Kai's nostrils. What god of destruction? Do you know what you are talking about? Dong Supreme Kai frowned, with a puzzled look on his face. At the same time, I was very angry inside. In other people's hearts, I, Supreme Kai, was no different from trash. With this answer, it was enough for Lin Chuan to know a lot of details. It was just a guess before, but now it's confirmed. Supreme Kai really doesn't know anything about this thing. If the old Supreme Kai didn't exist, I'm afraid he would be completely useless in the future. You are the one who is ignorant. You don't even know about the god of destruction, let alone angel, grand priest, and Xeno above the universe. You are really unqualified as Supreme Kai. Forget it, there's no point in telling you so much. It's just a waste of my time. Someone will tell you later anyway. Let me introduce myself, my name is Lin Chuan, and I am a Saiyan. My purpose in coming to the Supreme Kai world is very simple, to pull out the Supreme Kai sword in this holy land. After some rhetoric, Lin Chuan revealed his intention. When Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit heard this, they were even more confused. What god of destruction? What angel? What grand priest? What Xeno? Dong Supreme Kai is doubting life, and JB is numb. In the end, although they were full of doubts about Lin Chuan's words, they could only boil it down to the last point. Pull out the Supreme Kai sword? It is located next to the cliff in the middle of the lake where the Supreme Kai sword is. Standing on the shore and looking up at Lin Chuan on the top of the cliff, Dong Supreme Kai and JB were extremely worried. Jebit, who do you think this person is? Is it really possible to pull out the Supreme Kai sword? Dong Supreme Kai asked questioningly. He is still in a very chaotic state, and what he experienced today is really outrageous. It left him confused and unable to see clearly the past and the future. To be honest, he was really looking forward to Lin Chuan pulling out the Supreme Kai sword. After all, the legend of this sword has been circulating for an extremely long time, but to this day, no Supreme Kai can pull out the Supreme Kai sword. If it is pulled out, it means that the legend will come true. I think you are worrying too much, Lord Supreme Kai. The existence of the Supreme Kai sword has continued from the ancient times to the present. The Supreme Kai of all generations have tried to pull out the Supreme Kai sword, but they all failed in the end. He is just a mortal with a little strength. Even if he is really powerful, he is not even a god. How can he pull out the Supreme Kai sword? Jebit strengthened his inner belief. In his opinion, Lin Chuan, a mortal, was indeed very powerful, but mortals were still mortals and were fundamentally different from gods. How can a mortal pull out something that even gods cannot pull out? He always felt that pulling out the Supreme Kai sword had nothing to do with the strength. Is that so? Dong Supreme Kai murmured. On top of the mountain where the Supreme Kai sword is sealed, Lin Chuan is standing here looking at the Supreme Kai sword inserted here. It looks very simple on the outside, nothing special about it. However, after using mental power to sense and scan, I found some clues. Not only this Supreme Kai sword, but also the entire mountain is surrounded by a layer of special power. It's the power of God. Continuing to sense it carefully, Lin Chuan felt a little familiar with this energy. The life energy in the body is indeed similar to it. Although they are different, they can be related. Not surprisingly, this is the divine power seal imposed here by Beerus, the god of destruction. As someone who has fought against the god of destruction, Lin Chuan has some understanding of the god of destruction's power. Although this divine power is very different from the divine power of Kampa, the god of destruction, it is undeniable that this is divine power. I am certain that the seal set by the god of destruction cannot be broken without any strength. However, when Sun Wuhan was able to pull it out later in the original work, it was not because his strength was up to par, but because the power of the seal became weaker and weaker as time went by, and this gave him a chance. Thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Chuan immediately held the hilt of the sword with one hand. It is difficult for others to crack, but it is not difficult for him. Not only can he do it with his current strength, but also with the blessing and catalysis of life energy in his body, it is only a matter of time before the seal is broken. Let me try it myself, the seal set by Beerus, the god of destruction. After the words fell, Lin Chuan exploded with all his normal power. He kept exerting force to pull the Supreme Kai sword upward, but failed to shake the Supreme Kai sword at all. Sure enough, mere normality will definitely not work. In that case, let's use the energy of the Super Saiyan to support it. As Lin Chuan spoke, he mobilized the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body. The next second, golden flames surrounded the whole body, causing the atmosphere of Supreme Kai to follow. The power of the first level Super Saiyan is fully activated, and tens of billions of energy is released instantly. Boom! The majestic aura expanded in all directions, and Lin Chuan's overbearing power doubled, trying to pull out the Supreme Kai sword in one go. However, even at the first level of Super Saiyan with full power and full fire power, his terrifying power has begun to affect the Supreme Kai world, but he still cannot shake the Supreme Kai sword in the slightest. It is indeed a seal set by Beerus, the god of destruction. As the years have passed, so much seal power has been gained, but it is still not something I can shake in my super state. If Super 1 full power doesn't work, then try Super 2. Transform again and increase the release of power. Lin Chuan decisively used the ultimate power of the second level of Super Saiyan, and his combat effectiveness once again surged. An even more terrifying power swept across all directions, causing violent tremors for thousands of miles around. But even so, it only caused the Supreme Kai sword to tremble, but did not completely pull it out. This situation made Lin Chuan frown. Originally, he thought that as the ultimate Super 2, he should be comparable to Super 2 Son Gohan in the original Majin Buu arc. Now it seems that either it is still inferior, or the current sealing power is stronger than that in the next 10 years. Otherwise, it would be impossible to pull it out. Fortunately, I saved my life, otherwise I would have been very embarrassed this time. Lin Chuan also got angry. Since the second level of Super Saiyan is not enough, then he will go to the fourth level of Super Saiyan? In one thought, the blood power in Lin Chuan's body was completely activated, and his combat power increased explosively in an instant. He also transformed from the blonde and blue-eyed Super Saiyan level 2 to a tall, muscular, and beast-like red-haired monkey. The Super Saiyan level 4. It exceeded 10 billion, exceeded 100 billion, and the final value was fixed at the 400 billion node. It seems that there are only 400 billion, but in fact the power of the Super 4 bloodline has broken through the boundary of hundreds of millions and entered the unit of trillions. The power of a trillion level caused quite a lot of turmoil. The Supreme Kai sword trembled violently. Come out. With a sharp look in his eyes, Lin Chuan only raised it with one hand. Boom. With the explosion of the power of the fourth level of Super Saiyan, an unprecedented super earthquake occurred in the entire Supreme Kai world. Due to the violent vibrations, the ground within a radius of dozens of miles had numerous cracks and signs of collapse. The cliff where the Supreme Kai sword was sealed collapsed. The seal set by the god of destruction Beerus was forcibly broken by Lin Chuan with absolutely domineering power. Under the power of the fourth level of Super Saiyan, the Supreme Kai sword was pulled out. With this continuous outburst, and the Supreme Kai sword finally being pulled out, East Supreme Kai and Gabit were so frightened that their eyes widened. A bolt from the blue suddenly exploded in their minds. He actually pulled out the Supreme Kai sword. He already possesses the strongest power in the universe. Dong Supreme Kai opened his mouth wide and kept wiping his eyes, repeatedly confirming whether he was dreaming. Jabit, who thought Lin Chuan would fail just now, was even more shocked by this cruel reality and was speechless. My face was already burning with pain. Now he only feels that this world has become strange, and it is no longer the world he knows. Midair, Lin Chuan holds the Supreme Kai sword, as if the god of war descended to earth. The heavy sword body exudes the divine power all the time. The weight is indeed unexpected. It is indeed the Supreme Kai sword. The weight alone is beyond the reach of ordinary people. And this divine power. Lin Chuan expanded his understanding and began to carefully feel the extraordinariness of this divine power. This is a rare opportunity for him. Maybe he can get some inspiration from this divine power again. Unfortunately, before he could sense it for long, this divine power dissipated out of thin air. At the same time, destruction in the world of gods. Angel Weiss is trying a new dessert recipe. Since tasting the delicacies of the earth, he has been conducting new research and development. Now there is only the last step left to perfect the new dessert. At the critical moment when his work was about to be completed, the scepter beside him suddenly flashed with light, and a special ancient message was transmitted. This sudden news made Weiss' hands pause. He felt a little strange, because his scepter had not emitted such light independently for countless thousands of years. This light is the message conveyed by the changes in certain marks left in the past. Putting aside the work of perfecting the desserts, Weiss picked up the scepter and began to explore the source of the news. A green light shot out from the black magic ball at the top of Angel's scepter. This green light turned into a clearly visible projection, showing what happened in the Supreme Kai world. In the projection, Lin Chuan is seen holding the Supreme Kai sword in a Super 4 posture, invincible like a god of war. Weiss, who had never been interested in things other than food, also showed a meaningful smile at this moment. Yeah, you really don't want to stop for a moment. You had a fight with Lord Kompa not long ago, and now you're targeting Supreme Kai. Moreover, the seal set by Lord Beerus has now been broken. Speaking of which, that one has not been out and about for a long time. How long exactly? It seems to be almost 100 million years. Weiss said to himself, and then stopped worrying, turned off the projection, and continued to devote his energy to making new desserts. In the palace of the God of Destruction. The God of Destruction, Beerus, who had been sleeping for many years, seemed to sense something subconsciously and opened his eyes without warning. Looking at this posture, it seems that he is about to wake up. However, less than 2 seconds after he opened his eyes, heavy sleepiness came over him again and he continued to fall asleep. Supreme opens the world. Pulling out the Supreme Kai sword, Lin Chuan landed smoothly and released the 4th level of Super Saiyan transformation in an instant. Without the Super 4+, there is no divine suppression on the divine sword, so the current Supreme Kai sword is just a slightly heavier sword. Dong Supreme Kai and Gabit walked up to look at it carefully with blank expressions on their faces, and the shock in their eyes could not be concealed. It is said that if you pull out the Supreme Kai sword, you will gain the strongest power in the universe. Now that you have succeeded, how about it? Do you feel a steady stream of power surging in your body? Dong Supreme Kai asked eagerly. He was even more anxious than Lin Chuan, eager to know whether the legends passed down from ancient times were true or false. Jabit, on the other hand, kept his mouth shut very wisely. It was no longer his turn to speak here. After hearing Dong Supreme Kai's words, Lin Chuan raised his eyes and looked at him. He naturally already knew the truth. The number one power in the universe? I didn't expect that the dignified Supreme Kai would believe such a mythical legend. I'm very curious. After you, the Supreme Kai, have lived for so many years, have you really been wasting your time? Lin Chuan looked at him with pity. Check out Supreme Kai East. Time is so precious, but as a result, they don't cherish it properly. The truth behind the Supreme Kai sword is unknown until now. It's really hard for the old Supreme Kai who was sealed in the sword. If only a Supreme Kai knew the truth, he would have been released long ago. You mean, the legend of the Supreme Kai sword is fake? Dong Supreme Kai felt that his worldview had collapsed. The legend is false. Doesn't that mean he is a fool? When I touched the Supreme Kai sword just now, I noticed something was wrong. The reason why the Supreme Kai sword is difficult to pull out is not only because of its own weight, but also because of the seal set by the very powerful divine power. I guess that there should be a very remarkable person sealed in this sword. The legend you know is probably passed down by the person in this sword. Lin Chuan said. Use his understanding and his language organization skills to express this fact in disguise. What nonsense. If this is a seal, then how could the previous Supreme Kai not know about it? How could he not see it? Jabit couldn't help but jumped out and retorted with reason. If you don't speak, no one will think you are mute. Whether what I said is nonsense will be verified soon. As for why you can't see the past Supreme Kai you said, I can only say that they are all rubbish. Lin Chuan sneered and said. You. Jabit was about to argue, but Supreme Kai Dong stood up and stopped him. At this moment, he had already realized that Lin Chuan was not an ordinary person, not only with great strength, but also with the Supreme Kai sword drawn out. Regardless of whether the legend is true or false, what is the result? Lin Chuan pulls out the Supreme Kai sword, and that is the person destined to be. Your Excellency Lin Chuan, Jabit didn't mean to offend, please forgive me. Dong Supreme Kai started to make peace. Changes are indeed rapid. After being slapped in the face repeatedly, I realized that there was indeed something wrong with the way I did things. I don't have to lose my temper with an ant, but if I do it again, I wouldn't mind teaching him a lesson. Lin Chuan snorted coldly and ignored Jabit. In response to such verbal suppression, Jabit dared not speak out in anger, and his face turned red with anger. He knew that he was defeated by Lin Chuan, so what could he do? He could only find a sense of presence in language. Your Excellency Lin Chuan, if there is really a very extraordinary being sealed in this sword, then, is there any way to release him? Dong Supreme Kai seemed to have something at this time. A special feeling. This feeling told him that the person sealed inside should not be a villain, but a very important existence in their Supreme Kai world. The method is very simple. Just destroy the sword. Lin Chuan said straightforwardly. Hearing this, Dong Supreme Kai's brain shut down instantly, and Jabit was even more frightened by Lin Chuan's words. Destroyed the Supreme Kai sword? Are you kidding? After all, this is a sacred object in the Supreme Kai world. It would be too hasty to declare its destruction so easily. Lin Chuan would not give them a chance to say anything. He grabbed the hilt of the sword with his right hand and the sword body with his left hand. Super hardening is activated, the muscles in both arms expand, and the Super Saiyan energy pool is mobilized. Without the blessing of divine power, the Supreme Kai sword is too fragile. Kaka, bang. Under Lin Chuan's powerful power, the Supreme Kai sword broke. Dong Supreme Kai, Jabit, how is this possible? The master and servant were stunned for a moment, their mouths opened wide enough to stuff a watermelon. Although the legend about the Supreme Kai sword is false, it is still a sacred object in their Supreme Kai world. Was it so easily broken by Lin Chuan, with his bare hands? If they weren't so awake now, they would have doubted whether they were dreaming. Supreme Kai sword, really broken. Dong Supreme Kai was so frightened that he couldn't speak clearly and couldn't control himself for a moment. He was at a loss and his expression was extremely exaggerated. The holy object was destroyed like this. Jabit's expression was extremely complicated. As for Lin Chuan, he squinted and threw the broken Supreme Kai sword on the ground like garbage. After a while, Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit finally recovered and accepted the fact that Supreme Kai's sword was broken. Their eyes swept around and found that even after the Supreme Kai sword was broken, there was no sign of the seal being lifted. But just when they were about to question it, suddenly, a voice that seemed to have experienced endless vicissitudes of life sounded. How many years have it been? I have been trapped in this broken sword for countless years, and now, I have finally come out. The three of them looked towards the source of the sound. Behind Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit, a wretched old man wearing a long-lasting Supreme Kai costume was standing there lamenting life. This old guy is none other than the old Supreme Kai. Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit also came to their senses at this moment, and they never thought that Lin Chuan's guess was true. During the years when I was sealed, the world of Supreme Kai has undergone a lot of changes. Even Supreme Kai has declined to the point it is now. I thought it was a Supreme Kai who released me, but I didn't expect that it was a mortal. The old Supreme Kai sighed repeatedly, his words full of anger. I thought it would be hopeless to come out in this life, but I didn't expect that today would be the day he breaks the seal and comes out. Old sir, may I ask who you are and why you were sealed in the Supreme Kai sword? Dong Supreme Kai didn't understand the situation yet, so he plucked up the courage and asked. Jabit, who was on the side and didn't dare to breathe, noticed the ancient clothes worn by the old Supreme Kai, and he had vaguely guessed the old man's true identity. Times have changed. I have been sealed for too long. It is normal that you don't know me. If you really want to talk about it, I should be regarded as the Supreme Kai 15 generations before you. The old Supreme Kai pretended to be profound. He said with a testing look. What? Are you the Supreme Kai from 15 generations ago? Dong Supreme Kai was so frightened that he almost stopped breathing. What the hell, he is a super ancestor? Jabit was also frightened. He had thought that the identity of this old man was not simple, but he did not expect that the other party's existence was so ancient and long-lasting. When I was in the Supreme Kai sword, I have been observing you, kid. I have to say that you are the most useless Supreme Kai I have ever seen. You have been wasting your time for 5 million years. Old Supreme Kai is so cool his eyes were staring straight at Dong Supreme Kai Xin. As an old monster who has lived for who knows how many years, his identity and the intimidation in his eyes immediately suppressed the inexperienced Dong Supreme Kai. Dong Supreme Kai was in a panic at the moment, and the servant JB beside him was even more panicked. After staring at the two descendants for a long time, the old Supreme Kai shook his head in great disappointment. Finally, he shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Chuan. The mortal who released him was no ordinary mortal. Hello, old Supreme Kai. Lin Chuan greeted politely. You don't seem to be shocked at all by my appearance. You have such strength at such a young age. Not only can you see the seal on the Supreme Kai sword, but you can also break the restriction that sealed me. Looking at the entire universe, I'm afraid can't find a few. The majestic life energy in your body must be from practicing the incomplete divine power cultivation method, right? Old Supreme Kai saw Lin Chuan's situation at a glance. As expected of the old Supreme Kai, as you can see, I have indeed practiced the incomplete divine power cultivation method. Lin Chuan said frankly without hiding anything. If what I expected is correct, you should have known that I was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword, and you want to get the complete divine power cultivation method from my hands, right? Supreme Kai said methodically. Now that he was completely seen through, Lin Chuan nodded directly. Exactly, I hope the old Supreme Kai will make it happen. Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit listened to the conversation between the two and remained silent in a wise manner, but they were so shocked that they didn't know how to express it. Lin Chuan and the ancestors all said something they couldn't understand. I do have a complete method of cultivating divine power here. For the sake of freeing me, I can give you the complete method of cultivating divine power. However, compared to the power of God cultivation method, I have a more terrifying ability, which can deeply tap into the potential abilities within a person's body. I don't know, which one do you want? Old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back, waiting for Lin Chuan's answer. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled. Only children take multiple choice questions, and of course adults do all. I want both. Lin Chuan replied with a bad smile on his face. Well, then, what? You want it all? Old Supreme Kai blinked in confusion after hearing Lin Chuan's words clearly. Whether it is the cultivation method of divine power or the tapping of potential abilities, they are extremely precious things. If you want them all, it doesn't seem impossible. Lin Chuan just waited quietly for the old Supreme Kai to think, not in a hurry. If you want to have both, it's not impossible, but I have a condition. I was sealed in the Supreme Kai sword by an extremely evil guy. It was because of him that I was trapped for so long. After I have discovered your potential abilities, I hope you can fight that evil guy for me one day in the future and help me regain some face. How about that? After being sealed for so many years, the old Supreme Kai has always been holding back a bad breath in his heart. He has to vent no matter what. Since he can't beat that guy, he should cultivate an existence that can fight against that guy. No matter what, let this bad breath out. Although he knew that he could not cultivate a being who could defeat the god of destruction, he still wanted to defeat Beerus. If I guess correctly, the guy you asked me to deal with is the god of destruction, Beerus, right? Lin Chuan said calmly. Huh? You even know this? Old Supreme Kai was shocked. No one knows this secret except Angel Weiss and the god of destruction Beerus. Where did this mortal know this? You don't have to worry about this. I have a way of knowing. I promise you that when I become strong enough in the future, I will help you regain your face. Lin Chuan promised swornly. Old Supreme Kai looked at Lin Chuan, who was full of confidence and couldn't help feeling worried for this kid. Are young people these days so aggressive and confident? Having confidence is a good thing, but blind confidence can cost you your life. Since you know the existence of Beerus, the god of destruction, you should also know his terror. Why did you agree so simply? Is it possible that you are sure of defeating the god of destruction? The old Supreme Kai always felt that there was something fishy in it. The god of destruction is indeed very strong, and he is an existence that I cannot defeat now. But if he is not my opponent now, he may not be able to do so in the future. To tell you the truth, I fought against a god of destruction named Kampa not long ago. Although the opponent's power was suppressed, I won that battle. Lin Chuan dropped a bombshell to the old Supreme Kai. What? You said you defeated the god of destruction of the 6th universe. Upon hearing this, the old Supreme Kai immediately felt that Lin Chuan was bragging. But then I thought, something is wrong. Kampa is the god of destruction in the 6th universe. How could he be in the 7th universe? How to fight against Lin Chuan, a mortal? Seeing the old Supreme Kai's look of disbelief, Lin Chuan told the old Supreme Kai the situation at that time. Old Supreme Kai suddenly realized. Dong Supreme Kai and Gabite on the side had expressions like where am I? What am I doing? Who am I? What on earth are they talking about? For them, the worldview has been completely refreshed, and now a large amount of information is transmitted to them through the old Supreme Kai, which they have to accept and think about. All of this was something they had never been exposed to in the past. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. After listening to Lin Chuan's story, the old Supreme Kai felt like he was in a trance. He didn't expect that things would be so complicated. I see, so we won with the same combat power. Old Supreme Kai's face seemed calm, but in fact his heart was still turbulent. Even if Kampa, the god of destruction, did not use his full strength and was suppressed by Angel Sama, he is still the god of destruction. Lin Chuan won, but this kind of win was not considered a real win. Old Supreme Kai is not stupid, he also realized the loopholes in Lin Chuan's words. There was definitely something inside that he didn't know about, and Lin Chuan didn't say it. Between smart people, there is no need to speak too clearly. Old Supreme Kai saw the clues, and Lin Chuan also had a smile in his eyes. How could Lin Chuan tell him that he only took advantage on the premise that Kampa did not use the law of destruction? Kampa hadn't had any good fighting exercise in many years, so he took advantage of him. If it were another god of destruction, I'm afraid this battle wouldn't be so simple. Then, the deal between us is concluded. Lin Chuan and old Supreme Kai looked at each other and smiled. This conversation in the form of a transaction is over. Dong Supreme Kai, Xian, and JB were stunned as they listened. The amount of information contained in a short period of listening is really huge. They are not on the same channel at all. Obviously, they are like products that have been eliminated by the times. As gods, they have no understanding of this world. Time flew by and nearly half an hour passed. Located on a high ground in the Supreme Kai world, Lin Chuan and old Supreme Kai sat cross-legged face to face. Let go of your mind, and I will teach you the cultivation method of the power of God. After saying that, the old Supreme Kai closed his eyes and prepared to pass the cultivation method to Lin Chuan through the transmission of mental information. Hearing this, Lin Chuan nodded, closed his eyes at the same time, and freed his mind. A communication of ideas started between the two. The complete divine power cultivation method has an extremely huge amount of information. Even for someone like Lin Chuan who already has a certain understanding of the divine power cultivation method, it will take a lot of time to fully digest it. When all the information was transmitted, the old Supreme Kai, who was sitting cross-legged on the ground, opened his eyes, stood up slowly, and patted the dust on his body. Lin Chuan also opened his eyes, having a deeper understanding of the cultivation of divine power. It turns out that the real power of God cultivation method involves so many aspects, which I can't imagine. No wonder I can't successfully transform life energy and cultivate the power of God no matter how much I practice. After accepting all the divine power training content provided to him by the old Supreme Kai, Lin Chuan's realm has been improved again. In the past, I have been pursuing how to become stronger and how to make life energy qualitatively upgrade again. In fact, it is not a simple qualitative change that can upgrade life energy into divine power. If you are not a god, it is difficult to possess divine power. In other words, Lin Chuan is just a mortal from beginning to end, and is not allowed to possess divine power under common sense and rules, unless Lin Chuan's body is a special carrier. To use the description of the cultivation method, Lin Chuan needs to reach the realm of a god first, and then he can cultivate his divine power and then become a god. Of course, with the current situation, life energy is the only way to temper one's body. Only after one's body becomes a special carrier can one cultivate and accumulate divine power. What's more, after gaining divine power, you become a god. The cultivation of divine power pays attention to step-by-step and fate, rather than extreme pursuit to achieve the goal. Divine power does not become stronger the more you practice. The deeper your understanding of the realm is, the stronger your divine power will be. Lin Chuan was indeed on the right track, but although it had been effective, it had little effect, which led to him not paying much attention to constantly trying to temper himself. Now that I know the correct method, in the next period of time, as long as I continue to hone myself and let nature take its course to reach a sufficient level, I can cultivate divine power. It seems that you already understand. With your talent and the correct cultivation methods, it is only a matter of time before you master divine power. Then, I will start to tap your potential power next. The old Supreme Kai watched Lin Chuan's transformation and listened to Lin Chuan's soliloquy. For him, he had never seen a mortal as talented as Lin Chuan. Even the best in Supreme Kai in the past were completely outclassed. Immediately, after expressing his emotion, he also changed the topic and wanted to develop Lin Chuan's potential. He wants to know what level Lin Chuan's strength will reach if his potential is developed. If you want it, then come. Without getting up, Lin Chuan said a word to the old Supreme Kai and saw him start to move. There are many rituals to tap potential, just like the old Supreme Kai in the original novel developed Sun Wufan's potential. I saw him spinning around in a weird and funny dance. Not far away, Dong Supreme Kai Xian and Jiabite had many questions in their minds, but they didn't know how to ask them, so they could only look at them in a daze. Time passes minute by minute. Before I knew it, 3 hours had passed. The old Supreme Kai also stopped the potential development ceremony for Lin Chuan. At this moment, he was out of breath from exhaustion. His eyes looking at Lin Chuan became serious from the natural look at the beginning. In the process of developing potential power, he not only discovered that Lin Chuan's potential was unfathomable, but also gave him an even stranger feeling. That is, Lin Chuan seemed to be getting stronger every moment. It is obvious that the limit of potential must be touched every time, but every time after reaching this value, Lin Chuan's body will emerge with greater potential. This made it impossible for him to continue. Otherwise, this old fate will be handed down here. The potential power of this Saiyan named Lin Chuan is more terrifying than I thought. Even if I try my best to dig out, I can only dig out such a small part. God knows where the limit is. Old Supreme Kai sighed in his heart with lingering fear. After living for hundreds of millions of years, this was indeed the first time he saw an existence like Lin Chuan that he could not fathom. If you can fully tap out all the potential power, I'm afraid even the god of destruction Virus can really fight. The potential development was over, and the old Supreme Kai breathed a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to speak, Lin Chuan opened his tightly closed eyes as if he sensed something. Is it over? Lin Chuan asked, glancing sideways at the old Supreme Kai. Well, it's over. Although it has not developed its full potential, I have tried my best. With your ability, you should be able to feel the extra power in your body. As for the remaining potential, you have to cultivate and tap it yourself. Nodding, the old Supreme Kai stood up again, and then breathed a sigh of relief. Lin Chuan stood up and felt the changes in his body and the increase in strength within his body. According to what the old Supreme Kai said, Lin Chuan's full strength induction confirmed that his strength had indeed been greatly improved, and the corner of his mouth rose. Looking at the system panel again, at this time, his combat power has reached 500 million points. This is 500 million combat power? Even though the improvement is very different from that of the original Son Gohan, after the original Son Gohan developed a mysterious form, he could no longer transform into a Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan is different, he is the development's normal combat power. Let me try it. How about turning my current power into a Super Saiyan? With a command, Lin Chuan directly mobilized the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body. Wait a minute, the old man is still here. Realizing that something was wrong, the old Supreme Kai hurriedly persuaded Lin Chuan to stop, but unfortunately it was too late. Boom! The arrow was on the string and had to be fired. Extremely violent aura spurted out from Lin Chuan's body. The storm of breath released in just a moment blew the old Supreme Kai away. With Lin Chuan as the center, the earth within hundreds of miles was trembling under the pressure of powerful force. The old Supreme Kai was overthrown, but at the critical moment it was Dong Supreme Kai Xian and Jabit who caught him. Okay, I'm saved. This BD didn't even notice that I'm still around. Old Supreme Kai shouted angrily. He still had the divine demeanor from before. At the same time, an even more violent aura storm swept through at an extremely fast speed. The old Supreme Kai, Dong Supreme Kai and JB who were still complaining had no choice but to resist this terrifying aura storm. After tens of seconds of storm sweeping across, everything gradually returned to calm. At this moment, Lin Chuan was calm and contained all the energy overflowing around him back into his body. When he was in the full power state of the first level of Super Saiyan, his aura was thicker, stronger, and calmer than 3 hours ago. Is this my current power? Lin Chuan sighed with emotion after completing his transformation. At this time, his combat power has reached a terrifying 40 billion. This is just super full power. Drink. With a muffled cry, Lin Chuan transformed again, and in an instant, he completed the ultimate transformation of the second level of Super Saiyan. The normal nearly 200-fold increase in combat power raised his combat power to a terrifying 100 billion points. In the past, this was a value that could not be easily achieved. It was a realm that could only be crossed by exceeding 4. It was just a potential development. After the 5-fold increase, Lin Chuan was no longer the same as before. Dong Supreme Kai, Xian, and Jabit, who were watching not far away, were completely frightened by this extremely terrifying power. After your ancestor developed his potential, his power has increased so much. Just this golden-haired transformation is the same as his previous beast-like transformation. Dong Supreme Kai Xian was deeply afraid of Lin Chuan's power. He is Supreme Kai, but now he can only be afraid. The shadow of the pink monster appeared in his mind involuntarily. Majin Buu? Perhaps only Majin Buu can match his power? What about Jabit? He no longer dares to comment on Lin Chuan without permission. Lin Chuan's terror was beyond his cognition. Both of you both look a bit like gods to me. Even though this kid is indeed very powerful now, he is still far behind when compared with other supreme gods. The old Supreme Kai's eyes were so vicious. He also said something that made Azuma Supreme Kai and Jabit breathe a sigh of relief. Could it be that the ancestor is talking about the god of destruction? Dong Supreme Kai asked. Jabit also pricked up his ears. Seeing them like this, the old Supreme Kai put his hands behind his back and began to tell them about some areas that they had not been exposed to before. Other side. After Lin Chuan completely broke out, he stabilized his state. Is this me who is the second level Super Saiyan? This power is getting closer and closer to that state. Lin Chuan murmured to himself, and at the same time, he seemed to sense it. What? A new form beckoned to him. That was none other than the third level of Super Saiyan. Haha, let me try to see if this hunch is correct. The corners of his mouth rose again. As he spoke, Lin Chuan clenched his fists, and the nearly infinite S-cells in his body were circulating. The golden aura emanates from the inside out. The fighting power began to expand to the extreme. Lin Chuan's hysterical roar echoed through the sky. A more violent force than before swept through the Supreme Kai world like a tornado. The golden light was so strong that it shot straight into the sky. In the distance, Dong Supreme Kai, Xian, Jabit, and the old Supreme Kai cheered up again. The old Supreme Kai no longer talks about those secrets to Dong Supreme Kai and Jabit. The three of them looked in Lin Chuan's direction with disbelief. At this moment, Lin Chuan was completely enveloped in golden aura, ushering in sublimation and transformation. You can vaguely see that his appearance is changing. The raging golden hair lengthened little by little until the waist, eyebrows disappeared, and the brow bones were lowered. He has an indifferent expression, waist-length hair like a waterfall, and a cold gleam in his emerald green eyes, as if a wild beast is roaring. This form is the third level of Super Saiyan, known as the Eyebrowless Hero. Under the potential development of the old Supreme Kai, the shell of potential possibilities was broken, and Lin Chuan took the opportunity to master the transformation of a higher state. The normal 400-fold increase has allowed Lin Chuan's combat power to soar to 200 billion units. The invisible sense of oppression made the three Supreme Kai nervous. It was as if a big hand had grasped their throats invisibly, making it difficult for them to breathe. Before, Super 4 only appeared for a short time and did not explode much. Now Super 3 explodes with full force, which is terrifying. Is this really a power that mortals can possess? It's incredible. Jabit exclaimed in disbelief. Dong Supreme Kai was overjoyed. The power Lin Chuan showed at this moment made him feel that even if Majin Buu reappeared in the world, it would be like that. If it's him, maybe he can really defeat that monster of Majin Buu. Dong Supreme Kai's face became excited when he thought of this. Although I don't know how powerful the Majin Buu you are talking about is, but I can tell you that if this alone can make you think this way, then it means that Majin Buu is nothing more than that. 15 generations ago the old Supreme Kai has seen too many strong winds and waves. Majin Buu is just an unknown person to him. Yes, he has lived for hundreds of millions of years, while Majin Buu has only lived for millions of years. A lewd smile appeared on old Supreme Kai's old face. When Dong Supreme Kai heard this, his pupils shrank in astonishment. At this moment, I think of the red-haired monkey form that Lin Chuan transformed into when he pulled out the Supreme Kai sword. Indeed, it is not the other party's full strength yet. Lin Chuan sighed. At this time, Lin Chuan was already in a state of extreme excitement. There is no other reason. After reaching Super 3, all 4 forms of Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, and Super 4 were successfully cultivated. The conditions were met, and the system was directly upgraded from level 3 to level 4. The combat power is superimposed every second, reaching 1000 points. 1000 points per second, which means that he can accumulate 86.4 million combat power points every day from now on. His own strength has increased and his protection is even greater. Facts have proved that there is nothing wrong with coming to the Supreme Kai world and pulling out the Supreme Kai sword to liberate the old Supreme Kai. Not only did he obtain the divine power cultivation method and achieve a breakthrough in realm, but he also achieved Super 3 and upgraded his system. After being excited for a long time, Lin Chuan finally calmed down. On a whim, Lin Chuan opened the system to extract combat power. In 3 months, the stored combat power index has reached nearly 800 million points. Extract 500 million combat power to strengthen itself, and also try it to see if the increased combat power added after the system upgrade will cause an uncontrollable situation. With the addition of 500 million combat power, the normal combat power has soared to 1 billion points. This breath of strength transformation made Lin Chuan feel like he had entered heaven. The body has undergone extreme sublimation, as if it has been reborn. And with the blessing of the system's combat power, there really is no sign of going berserk. What also improves is one's own realm. This is my current strength. A 400-fold increase in the 3rd level of Super Saiyan at 1 billion. The combat power has reached 400 billion, which is even comparable to the previous Super Saiyan 4. I have to say that there is a huge difference between Super 3 and Super 2, but although it consumes a lot of energy, it seems like that's all. Feeling the majestic energy in his body with his heart, Lin Chuan murmured to himself. In the past, the knowledge of Super 3 was limited to the performance of the original Son Goku. Now that he has unexpectedly reached this state, it is different from what he knew. It is said that the Super 3 consumes a lot of energy, and may even shorten the time it takes to maintain its form due to air leakage, making it impossible to gather energy. In his opinion, these situations are all nonsense. The increase in power is indeed much lower than that of Super Saiyan 4th level, but in terms of consumption, Super 4 is still far superior to Super 3. It should be said that each form of Super Saiyan consumes energy, and Super 3 is especially significant for Super 2 and Super 1. Son Goku's inability to gather energy under Super 3 should also be the reason why Son Goku cannot gather energy. Because he has no tail, his body is like a bucket with a hole in it, which consumes more energy. In fact, in the original GT world, the old Supreme Kai explained part of the reason. He was not sure before, but now Lin Chuan is sure. But speaking of it, after having a higher level of transformation, Super 3 is indeed not advisable. Whether it is the GT world or the Super era, the 3rd level of Super Saiyan transformation is gradually fading out of the stage. It is completely because there are better Super 4 and Super Saiyan gods to use. Withdrawing his mind, Lin Chuan once again gathered the S cells in his body and prepared to transform into Super 4. Now, he has completed the 3rd level Super Saiyan transformation, and perhaps he can also usher in an ascension in the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation. As Lin Chuan actively activated the power of blood in his body, an ancient and pure power flowed out of his body in an instant. Winds and clouds surged between heaven and earth, just like the sky was falling apart and the earth was cracking. The air pressure changed drastically, the sky was shrouded in darkness, and golden lightning bared its teeth and claws like a roaring dragon. Lin Chuan's breath rose rapidly. In just an instant, his combat power value officially broke through the unit of 100 million and entered the realm of trillions. A full 3.2 trillion. It's not over yet? With the addition of Super 3, Lin Chuan's 4th level Super Saiyan has obviously become more perfect. The power of blood in the body has evolved again, unleashing the true power of the 4th level of Super Saiyan. An immeasurable aura enveloped the entire Supreme Kai world, even breaking through the dimension of the Supreme Kai world and spreading into a higher dimension. Lin Chuan's combat power index also soared to 5 trillion at this time, or even higher. Destroy the world of gods. Weiss, who had delayed the production process because of Lin Chuan's liberation of the old Supreme Kai, finally completed the final steps of the new dessert. Just as he was about to enjoy his own uniquely created food, suddenly, his hand stopped moving. Glancing into the distance, a meaningful smile appeared on his face, as if everything was under his control. The next second, he ignored the breath coming from across dimensions and began to enjoy the food. Supreme opens the world. Lin Chuan sighed. After transforming into the 4th level of Super Saiyan, I clearly felt that something in my body seemed to have become more perfect. The Saiyan's blood surged like never before, flowing through his body like lava. This is the true 4th level of the almighty Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan clenched his fists, excited. The temperature of the golden aura flowing irregularly around the body has reached a level that is comparable to that of the sun. This is the true initial sign of cultivating the 4th level of the black-haired Super Saiyan to the extreme. Weak people are not even qualified to approach the 4th level of Super Saiyan. This trip to the Supreme Kai world is so profitable. The next second, Lin Chuan took the initiative to cancel the 4th level Super Saiyan transformation and returned to his normal state. The goal has been achieved, and there is no need for him to continue trying. Knowing where you are now also determines the path you want to take in the future. Next, Lin Chuan spent several days in the Supreme Kai world. Without wasting any time, he tried his best to stabilize his state and at the same time make bolder guesses and actions. It wasn't until a month later that Lin Chuan was ready to leave. At first, Lin Chuan naturally went back. After all, he's not the kind of person who goes out without saying hello. For his further training, Bulma was very supportive and did not stop him. Located near Supreme Kai Spring. After Lin Chuan finished his final meditation practice, he stood up. Since they had already said they were leaving, Eastern Supreme Kai, JB, and Old Supreme Kai were already waiting here. During this period of time together, everyone has come to understand each other and understand each other well. Lin Chuan no longer looks down on Dong Supreme Kai and Jobit as he did at the beginning. After all, their respect for him has increased day by day. Until now, they call him Sir. Although he didn't catch a cold, they had let it go, so there was no need for him to hold on to it. Moreover, these two idiots have been studying very hard after receiving the guidance of the old Supreme Kai, and the progress is visible to the naked eye. Congratulations on completing the final training, your strength has grown even further. Old Supreme Kai said proactively. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled slightly. It's not bad, but unfortunately I still haven't developed the power of trance. In 1 month, I have broken through several realms in a row, and my cultivation of the Super 3 realm has also reached a certain level. What disappoints him is that there is still no big breakthrough in the cultivation of divine power. After all, it is divine power. This cannot be cultivated overnight. Once you have accumulated enough, you can transform? I am looking forward to what you will look like after you become a god. Old Supreme Kai said with meaning. The old man's eyes were full of scheming, which made Lin Chuan doubt whether this old guy knew everything. In other words, does he also have the ability to predict the future? Then just wait and see. Sooner or later, I will become the Super Saiyan God. Lin Chuan smiled and simply made it clear. Eastern Supreme Kai and Gabit were surprised because they didn't know about the Super Saiyan God. They won't ask, because after a month of study, they know that there is too much knowledge that they don't know, and they need to absorb it step by step. After some exchanges, Lin Chuan did not intend to stay in the Supreme Kai world. After saying goodbye, Lin Chuan disappeared directly into this holy land through teleportation. Earth. Western capital. In the backyard of Capsule Company, Lin Chuan returned to Earth through teleportation. As soon as he returned to Earth, he sensed two quite powerful auras fighting each other. Raditz and Vegeta? Are these two guys facing each other again? They haven't seen each other for a month, and their strength has improved so much. Curious in his heart, Lin Chuan's mouth undulated, wanting to take a look. Now he used teleportation again and disappeared here. Located in the wasteland of the Great Plains of Zidu, Raditz and Vegeta compete with each other and taunt each other. Raditz, I admire your courage. Do you really think you are still my prince's opponent now? Vegeta showed a contemptuous smile. Since becoming a Super Saiyan, and because of the recent period, Vegeta has with his strength greatly increased, he did not take Raditz seriously. In one thought, the energy pool of the first level Super Saiyan was activated, and in just an instant, he changed from normal to the first level Super Saiyan. The combat effectiveness is so strong that it has reached 500 million points. There is no doubt that in 1 month, his normal combat power has reached 10 million points. Vegeta, you are still as self-righteous as ever. Raditz was not used to Vegeta, and after taunting him, a terrifying aura erupted from his body. Not only did it perfectly offset the terrifying aura released by Vegeta, it also fought back. He is also the first level of Super Saiyan. In terms of combat power, he is not inferior to Vegeta in any way, and he has also reached 500 million points. In a tit-for-tat atmosphere, the two people's breaths began to collide with each other, sparking electric sparks in the space. The next second, the two of them attacked at the same time, heading towards each other. A fierce battle is about to break out. Dozens of roars exploded in the sky. According to the instinct of the body, both sides use their best to suppress each other. Attacks with fists and fists set off layers of horrifying sonic booms in the space. The aftermath of the battle devastated the earth and shook the space. The two attacked without mercy. They used as much force as they could. At this time, Lin Chuan arrived at the battlefield through teleportation and watched the two of them fight. Without going through the system's ability, Lin Chuan could tell at a glance how strong these two people were. Not bad, it has only been a while, and the normal level has exceeded 10 million points. After exceeding 1, it has reached a combat power of 500 million points. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and acted as a crowd. Above the sky, the fierce battle between Raditz and Vegeta gradually heated up. Both sides intertwined their fingers and used their powerful strength to press towards each other. In terms of strength alone, the two are evenly matched. You're quite capable, Vegeta, you're quite powerful. Raditz said softly. Humph, you're just a waste among superior warriors. It's an honor for you to be able to compete with this prince. Vegeta suddenly withdrew his hands and retreated not far away. The two sides looked at each other, and Raditz looked at Vegeta with a sneer. He, are you giving in? Vegeta, Raditz said with a smug smile. You are so complacent, Raditz. I was just playing with you. Do you think this prince is still a month ago? This prince will let you say the power that surpasses the Super Saiyan. The corners of Vegetas' mouth raised evilly, veins popped up on his forehead, and his strength began to increase dramatically. In a hysterical roar, Vegetas' energy increased rapidly, and his body muscles also swelled due to the surge in energy. What? Sensing Vegetas' soaring aura, Raditz' eyes flashed with surprise. I didn't expect this guy to reach this point. When the breath expanded to a certain level, Vegetas stopped erupting and became a super macho man with explosive muscles. His combat power has also reached 600 million. This form is no longer an ordinary Super Saiyan, but the first and second stage of Super Saiyan. Humph! You must be shocked by the power of this prince, Raditz. This is how I surpassed the power of Super Saiyan, and now you are facing Super Vegeta. Vegeta said extremely arrogantly, and showed his classic shrinking gesture. Raditz looked disdainful. TCH? I thought it was some kind of transformation, but this is it? It's no big deal. I've already achieved it a long time ago, Raditz said with an unruly look on his face, while mobilizing the energy in his body. Like Vegeta, his energy was increased, his muscles all over his body expanded, and he entered the first and second stage of Super Saiyan. What? Seeing Raditz also enter this form, Vegeta was shocked, but he quickly regained his composure. Even if you reach this level, you will never be able to defeat me, Vegeta said extremely arrogantly. Which one is strong or weak will only be known after the fight. Vegeta, let me help you get rid of that princely character. Putting on a fighting stance, Raditz smiled confidently. They are both in the first and second form of Super Saiyan. He doesn't think he will lose to Vegeta. On the contrary, he thought he could defeat Vegeta. The arrow was on the string, and just when the two were about to attack again, a burst of applause attracted their attention. Ba-bang bang. As a spectator, Lin Chuan applauded the two men. I didn't expect that after just over a month of seeing each other, your strength has improved to this level, and you have also completed the first and second stages of Super Saiyan. It's really unexpected. Lin Chuan praised. Raditz and Vegeta exclaimed at the same time. Talos. X2. Hearing the sound, Lin Chuan showed a half-smiling expression, and the interest in his eyes was very strong. Lin Chuan was also curious about who would win in the end of this battle. Without stopping them from continuing to fight, Lin Chuan acted as the referee. Vegeta and Raditz did not refuse, because Lin Chuan's words meant that they were really different. As a result, Lin Chuan couldn't even laugh or cry, because the two of them lost strength and fainted at the same time, losing their ability to fight at the same time. Should they say it or not, the two of them have now become enemies. They have been fighting each other, and they have never been able to tell the winner. Time flies. Nearly half a year has passed since Lin Chuan returned to Earth from the Supreme Kai world. In the past 6 months, apart from the battle between Vegeta and Raditz, some minor crises had occurred. There are two big things worth mentioning. The arrival of the Evil Star, and the galactic thugs Bojack and his gang are trying to break out of the Border Star. About a month after Lin Chuan returned to Earth from the Supreme Kai world, the Evil Star was affected by a mysterious force and appeared on the Earth. Because the arrival of the Evil Star brought a strange dark force, a kind of demon race such as Kalik II took the opportunity to come back and attempted to demonize and transform the Earth. In this way, they can escape from the Evil Star and stay on the Paradise Earth forever. Turn everyone on the Earth into demons. If it were the original work, they would have been half successful, but unfortunately, they came at the wrong time. Today's era is no longer the weakest moment of the original Earth. Small minions like the demons, even Karak 2, are just ants. Lin Chuan didn't even need to take action. Piccolo, who lived in the Temple of Heaven, easily solved all the crises by himself. Not only did Kalik 2 and the rest of the remnants return to the Evil Star, but they also completely destroyed the entire Evil Star, cutting off the thread of the Evil Star from the source. You said, isn't Karak 2 immortal? Indeed. However, Piccolo's power destroyed the Evil Star, causing a black hole to appear again in the origin of darkness, completely swallowing Karak 2 once again. That guy doesn't know if he will be lucky enough to encounter another Evil Star. If you can't meet it, you will be wandering in darkness forever. Let's talk about Bojack and his gang. About 2 months after Karak 2 made a comeback, King Kai suddenly contacted Lin Chuan, hoping to use Lin Chuan's help to completely put away Bojack and his gang. Seeing that King Kai had helped him with a lot of things, Lin Chuan naturally would not refuse, agreed to King Kai's request, and under his guidance came to the Border Star where Bojack and his gang were sealed. Without any hesitation, Lin Chuan attacked with force and directly blew up Bojack's gang and the entire planet to pieces. Poor Bojack and his men didn't even know who killed him, so they went to the underworld to report to the Demon King for no apparent reason. Of course, after they died, they found out that it was Lin Chuan who killed them. Because they were causing trouble in hell, Lin Chuan had to step in to calm them down. Let's talk about other little farces. For example, Vegeta trained for a month after the battle with Raditz, and after his strength greatly increased again, he went to find an android to avenge his past humiliation. I don't know if he succeeded in taking revenge, but he lost half his life when he came back. It was with the help of Lin Chuan that his injuries were treated. Since then, Vegeta has been taciturn and always walks around when he encounters androids. Then there are Son Goku and Raditz. Unlike Vegeta, they will also go to androids to compete with each other to improve their strength. All in all, number 16, number 17 and number 18, who live in the capsule company's manor, have become the targets of the Z warriors in disguise to test their strength. Lin Chuan was also surprised as to why they were so keen on challenging artificial humans. Instead, he left a stronger being like him alone without looking for him. Lin Chuan would never have thought that he was so powerful that no one would want to cause trouble. Except for asking about the realm of strength, I would not come to him. Today is a very special day. The day of Lin Chuan and Bulma's wedding. After discussing it for a year, no real preparations were made until Bulma became pregnant half a month ago, so the matter was put on the agenda. Lin Chuan didn't want to hold a wedding at all, so Bulma gave birth to his daughter. In his opinion, this is also a level that must be passed. However, Lin Chuan's original idea was to have a simple one, and then he would take Bulma on his honeymoon. As a result, the Bulma family is the number one plutocrat in the western capital, no, even the number one plutocrat in the world. After the news of the wedding spread, the commotion became unprecedented. Not only the Z warriors and their family members participated, but also the business partners of the Universal Capsule Group, as well as celebrities and wealthy families from all over the world, all sent congratulatory gifts in advance. Lin Chuan didn't want to get involved in business matters. Lin Chuan wouldn't even care about the interactions between wealthy families. This world is not just about having money. This is a world where the jungle is strong and strength is the most important thing. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't care, but Bulma, Breve, and the others couldn't take it seriously. The wedding has not officially started yet, and all the staff and service personnel are very busy. This wedding unknowingly became the wedding of the century, and the witnesses were all famous people on Earth. At this time, in the master bedroom of the main house, Bulma changed her usual makeup with the careful dressing up of Bulma's best friends Angel, number 18 and makeup artists. With her already peerless appearance and the help of exquisite makeup, she now exudes unique charm like an angel. Is this really me? Bulma looked at herself in the mirror, who was completely different from before, and was also shocked. Number 18 and Anji looked at each other and nodded. This is their joint masterpiece. Bulma, now that you're dressed up, let's go down. I believe your husband will be very surprised when he sees it. There was a hint of joy in Angel's words, as if the person getting married was not Bulma but her. I won't go down. The lively atmosphere is not suitable for me, number 18 said. She has always been like this, and everyone is used to it. Actually, you should change your character. You are obviously a beautiful woman, but you are afraid of the crowd. Bulma couldn't say anything and could only nod in agreement. Then, he followed his best friend and makeup artist out of the room. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. The sky is clear and the birds are singing and the flowers are fragrant. At this time, Lin Chuan was wearing a formal groom suit, exuding a unique charm. Although all Saiyans are muscular men, at times like this, their excellent bodies become absolutely perfect clothes hangers, and they can look particularly powerful and handsome in almost anything they wear. Coupled with his already handsome face, Lin Chuan had attracted the attention of countless girls just by standing there. Regarding Lin Chuan, apart from the Z warriors, how do ordinary people know who he is? Therefore, almost all visitors, whether they are business partners or children of wealthy families, are very curious about Lin Chuan's identity. I thought to myself, what kind of man is this, and what kind of identity does he have, that he can actually get Bulma, the leader of the Universal Capsule Group? Who is Bulma? It is an existence that countless wealthy families want to curry favor with, and a goal that countless men want to pursue. Although Bulma is no longer a girl, this still cannot change her status in the hearts of men. What's more, Bulma not only has wealth and status, she is also a real beauty. This age is the time when she exudes her unique charm. To put it bluntly, it's just a bunch of men who are unconvinced. Everyone thinks that they are the protagonist, but when they know that they will be compared with an unknown pretty boy, who will be willing to do so, ordinary people only think that having money is absolute. In their opinion, Lin Chuan is the kind of person who rises to power by relying on his figure and face. After having some conclusions, some unsighted guys will feel that they are outstanding and deliberately look for trouble and a sense of existence. It's just that most people can only use words to show off their abilities, and few people will take the initiative to provoke them. Of course, it was not impossible. Lin Chuan had already met many people, who were full of hostility towards him. But Lin Chuan wouldn't care. It's like a swarm of ants crawling around you. Do you need to care about them looking at you? At this time, a bold person came forward. His face was full of disdain, and his contemptuous eyes were already threatening Lin Chuan. The meaning is obvious. You, a pretty boy, just had some bad luck to be able to climb the high branches of Bulma's family. But even if you climb up, you have to bow your head and behave like me. Low-class people are low-class people, and you are not even worthy of carrying their shoes. Don't think that you can show off your power by marrying Bulma. Lin Chuan was not angry after seeing the playful expression in his eyes. Instead, he looked at this person like an idiot. It is strange to say that Lin Chuan would have an impression of this guy. He seems to be a fanatic pursuer of Bulma. The mocking look on Lin Chuan's face was like looking down at an ant, which made the man suddenly startled, but soon he showed an angry look again. What do you mean to this guy? How dare you look at me like that? What do you mean? You, a pretty boy? How dare you look down on me? Do you know who I am? Bulma has to speak politely when she sees me. As soon as the words came out, there was an explosion here. This scene was also seen by Bulma and Anchi, who came down from the second floor. Just as she was about to get angry, Bulma was pulled back by Angel and muttered something softly. Obviously, Bulma is the bride now and cannot go out and make a big deal out of this matter. If Bulma walks out at this time, then the originally perfect wedding will be stained because of this person. Anchi was thinking about Bulma, but Bulma was worried that if Lin Chuan didn't hold back, he would definitely bleed. She didn't want to make a big deal, but ended up being pushed away. Well now, the thing she least wanted to see happened. Anchi, I know what you are worried about, but I should have told you a long time ago that the world is much bigger than you think, so you cannot treat my man with common sense. He not an ordinary person, do you understand? Bulma replied to Angel. Anchi had an I know look on her face. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she would never believe it. But she had no choice but to follow Bulma and walk out. However, at this moment, unexpected people got involved. Vegeta, who came from the gravity training room at the back, appeared. At this moment, Vegeta was standing behind the troublemaker. Lin Chuan naturally saw Vegeta with a smile on his face and ignored the idiot in front of him. Get away, Ant. Vegeta's cold voice was filled with strong murderous intent. Hearing this shout, Lewis was startled. When he turned around suddenly and saw Vegeta, the anger in his heart became even stronger. Little dwarf, are you talking to me? Do you know who you are? You dare to tell me to get out of here? Such contemptuous words were so explicit. At this time, even Lin Chuan felt that this guy was going to die. He would not be angry with such things, but Vegeta was different. He is a proud Saiyan prince. Ever since I came to Earth, I have been holding back a lot of anger. As expected, Vegeta's eyes flashed fiercely at this moment, and the terrifying aura contained in his body began to emerge. How dare you mock this prince, a mere useless person on Earth? He's seeking death. With a stern look in his eyes, Vegeta's body erupted with fierce energy. In an instant, he raised his hand and waved it, turning into a hurricane, flying Lewis a dozen meters away. It wasn't until Lewis crashed into the flower bed pool that the hurricane dissipated. Vegeta was already merciful, otherwise Lewis would have been completely reduced to ashes and disappeared. This scene stunned everyone present. Even the Z warriors on the other side looked like they were about to cry after seeing Vegeta do this. Lin Chuan didn't care. Although Vegeta took action, he didn't really do it. Obviously, he knew that today was a special day and it would not be good to see blood, so he endured it. Ignoring all the stunned guests around him, Vegeta walked slowly to Lin Chuan's side. With his arms folded across his chest, he looked solemn and mighty. Don't get me wrong. I'm not helping you, nor am I trying to get the limelight. It was that guy who blocked my way and made rude remarks. I gave you face, otherwise, that kind of trash would have been shattered to pieces. After Vegeta finished these two sentences, he bypassed Lin Chuan and headed towards the area where the Z warriors were. As for the injured Lewis, he was carried away by security personnel. Lin Chuan smiled. He naturally knew Vegeta's character. This arrogant prince never tells others his true thoughts. Vegeta wouldn't know that it was his decisive actions coupled with his resolute and terrifying methods that indirectly made a beautiful woman interested in him. This beauty is none other than Bulma's best friend Angel. Vegeta is quite reliable, Bulma whispered, and then he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, the matter is not serious, otherwise, it would really cause a big trouble. Vegeta solved that Lewis in this way, which can be regarded as preventing Lin Chuan from taking the initiative. Is his name Vegeta? Your husband's friend? Angel next to Bulma asked proactively. The discerning Bulma seemed to notice something strange about her best friend, and immediately smiled secretly. This is the first time you have shown such an interested expression towards a man. He is Vegeta. He is my husband's friend. Many things are difficult to explain. You will know it later. In short, he has been living here for a long time. When Anchi heard this, a strange color appeared in her beautiful eyes. So, he is also one of the extraordinary people you once said. Yes, and he is still single. His previous identity was a prince. Bulma emphasized Vegeta's identity and singleness. Upon hearing this, Anchi trembled all over. Her strong expression showed an eagerness to try, which showed that she had an idea. Excuse me for a moment. After saying this, Anchi walked away quickly. Bulma chuckled and didn't care. How could she not know what this best friend was going to do? They are all of the same age and have never gotten married because they just don't have a suitable partner. In simple words, how can ordinary people get into their eyes? People like Vegeta are targeted by Angel as prey. A farce, a near miss. While the wedding was going on, Bulma held Lin Chuan's arm and walked around the manor. Lin Chuan is cooperating with Bulma. Although the Universal Capsule Group has stabilized its position on the Earth, it still needs to deal with many business partners and wealthy families. Lin Chuan was not interested in these things, but he couldn't let Bulma lose face. After entertaining everyone, Lin Chuan and Bulma held the most important wedding ceremony. Afterwards, Bulma and Lin Chuan came to the back garden where outsiders were not allowed to enter at will. This is where the Z warriors are. In order to allow these true friends to spend a good day, Bulma arranged this place as a special reception place. When they arrived here, Lin Chuan and Bulma first received congratulations from everyone, and then they had the opportunity to rest and eat some food. Although getting married made him happy and excited, it also made him very tired. Frankly speaking, the cumbersomeness of human relationships is really troublesome. However, I am enjoying it. After traveling through time and coming to this world, in addition to improving his strength, he is now so excited. This can be regarded as fulfilling his long-cherished wish in his previous life. He is no longer a mere commander and finally has a real wife. Moreover, this wife will give birth to a daughter for him in the near future. Huh? That guy Vegeta is gone. Lin Chuan couldn't help but be curious for a while. Turning around, she found Bulma snickering. She quickly put her thoughts together and suddenly realized, Sigma, your best friend and Chi is really bold. I didn't expect it to happen so quickly. That's it for Vegeta. Sensing the breath, he discovered that Vegeta and Bulma's best friend were getting together. This was really unexpected. However, Lin Chuan can also understand. Vegeta is a boring ST, and as long as a woman takes the initiative to provoke him, it is equivalent to a combination of fire and wood. Who says it's not? I don't know what Angel sees in Vegeta. Speaking of which, I actually think Raditz is a more suitable partner. Bulma joked. She didn't say this randomly. Compared to Vegeta who only cares about himself, Raditz is obviously better at taking care of others. At least, he handled the problems of getting along with his younger brother, his sister-in-law, and Sun Wufan very well. Originally, she intended to introduce her best friend to Raditz, but accidentally she was abducted by Vegeta. Raditz on the other side obviously didn't know about this matter yet, otherwise, he might have another fight with Vegeta. Listening to Bulma's words, Lin Chuan did not answer. Because without his appearance, Bulma and Vegeta would get together. Of course, the original work is the original work, and the real world today is the real one. It was while eating and resting that Lin Chuan felt a mysterious power. This feeling, can you say? Lin Chuan was suddenly startled and hurriedly concentrated his energy. The next second, in the sky, a bright rainbow light descended on the open space. The visitor is Angel Weiss? His visit was unexpected by everyone. Ho ho ho, I haven't seen you for a while, Mr. Lin Chuan, Mrs. Bulma. Today is your wedding, and I came here from the God of Destruction realm to congratulate you. Happy wedding. Weiss greeted them politely and gave Lin Chuan and Bulma his blessing. Lin Chuan and Bulma naturally welcomed this. What's more, the arrival of Weiss is the highest blessing in the universe. Just ask, who in this world can get Angel's blessing? Moreover, this is a kind of halo, a halo given by Angel. Neither Lin Chuan nor Bulma knew what Weiss did, but both Lin Chuan and Bulma saw it. His angel scepter tapped Bulma's belly. The mystery he spoke of was his gift to the unborn little one. Now that it's so clear, do you still need to dig deeper? There's absolutely no need. Angel is inherently mysterious, and everything they do may be intentional. It's an honor for us that you, Angel, have traveled hundreds of millions of miles from the God of Destruction to come to Earth to attend Bulma and I's wedding. Although Weiss's arrival was unexpected, we have to say that the visitor is a guest. Even the God of Destruction Beerus is here. As long as he is not here to cause trouble, he must be welcomed. Don't you want to part with just one meal? The arrival of Weiss can also be said to have set off a small climax because of his special status. On the other hand, Son Goku took the extra initiative because of the arrival of Weiss, and no longer just ate. The protagonist is the protagonist. Even though the protagonist's halo has been obviously lost after Lin Chuan's arrival, he is still him. Also because of his carelessness, Weiss had a good impression of him. I don't know if it was intentional or unintentional, but he said some words of guidance to Son Goku. While the banquet is going on. Because the main game was over, the guests were leaving in an endless stream. Most of the people who attend the wedding are just going through the motions. The rich people on Earth and the children of wealthy families just show their faces, and then use Bulma's wedding to expand their connections. Time, so unknowingly arrived in the afternoon. The gathering of Z warriors in the back garden is still going on, and games and various activities have not stopped. This is a real banquet to entertain true friends, unlike the external banquet, which looks grand but is actually just a show. At this moment, near the deserted research institute, there was a sudden movement in the space, and then, a time machine with the logo of the capsule company landed here. As the door of the time machine opened, a man wearing an orange martial arts uniform with a smile on his face jumped out. He is Sun Wuhan. It's Sun Wuhan from 20 years in the future? Coming to this familiar yet unfamiliar environment, future Sun Wuhan looked around, then let go of his perception, confirming that he had successfully traveled through time. 20 years ago today was the day Uncle Lin Chuan and Aunt Bulma got married. I don't know if they can recognize me. Future Sun Wuhan smiled, then turned the time machine into a capsule and put it in his pocket, determined the direction of the breath, and walked forward. At this time, because the banquet had reached a certain point, everyone no longer tasted delicious food, but started talking to each other. It was a rare gathering, and no one wasted precious time. What's wrong, husband? After chatting with Shishi and the others for a while, Bulma saw Lin Chuan's suddenly serious expression and asked, "A very special person is here." Lin Chuan felt something and looked into the distance. On the side, is the Piccolo? He also came to this banquet, and was chatting with Lin Chuan just now about what he had learned from his cultivation over the past few days. This aura is Gohan? How is that possible? Piccolo's expression was full of shock. How could he not recognize this familiar aura? After making eye contact with Lin Chuan, he then looked at Son Gohan sitting next to Son Goku. After confirming that Gohan was here, he shifted his gaze to the other side. The breath is getting closer and closer, and it is becoming more and more obvious, with no intention of hiding it at all. This also made everyone aware of the arrival of this energy. The aura is exactly the same as Gohan's. What's going on? Raditz was puzzled. Is it possible that the guy with our genes is still alive? No, it shouldn't be. He was eliminated by Lin Chuan long ago. Son Goku thought of Shala, who was killed by Lin Chuan, but he quickly denied this possible. At this time, the visitor arrived and showed his body shape. The face that was very similar to Son Goku and Sun Wuhan shocked everyone and made them all stunned. If others don't know him, how can Lin Chuan not know him? Looking at the young Gohan in front of him, even Lin Chuan was stunned for a moment. Who would have thought that on this day, the future Sun Wufan would come to this time and space? Future Sun Wuhan looked at everyone present with a smile, and finally focused on Lin Chuan. Gohan in the future world. Lin Chuan remained calm and asked. As soon as these words came out, it was like an explosion, making everyone even more unbelievable. Are you really Gohan? Piccolo was shocked beyond words. As expected of Uncle Lin Chuan, he recognized me at a glance. As you said, I am Gohan from 20 years in the future. Uncle Piccolo, look at you, are you so unbelievable after seeing me? Haha. Sun Wuhan scratched his head and said with a smile. I originally thought of creating a mystery, but my identity was immediately revealed. It's you, boy, you've grown up very well. After confirming that the visitor was not an enemy, Lin Chuan joked. After all, there are too many enemies in the future world, and even Sun Wuhan may be evil. Hey, you're flattered. Although future Gohan's character is as humble as the current Gohan, there is also a hint of jumpiness in his words. It can be seen that the future Gohan is not a nerd. To be honest, Lin Chuan was extremely shocked. Because he cannot sense the depth of future Sun Wuhan's aura, but the level 4 system gives him the ability to see the future Sun Wuhan's combat power. A full 1,000 yuan. Billions of dollars? This is the power of the 7th dimension. Lin Chuan's current normal situation is only 2 billion. Although there is still combat power stored in the system that has not been withdrawn, this is all the results of his practice in the past 6 months. Compared with the future Sun Wufan, there is a huge difference. Even if it becomes Super 4, it is still less than a fraction. The era 20 years later was truly a glorious era that Lin Chuan had never expected. It can be seen that future Gohan did not waste his training. It's today that Bulma and I get married. You should not just come here to congratulate me. Lin Chuan did not ask future Gohan's purpose immediately, but asked in a roundabout way. Hearing this, future Gohan smiled knowingly. I came to this point in time, firstly, to congratulate Uncle Lin Chuan and Aunt Bulma, and secondly, when talking about business, future Gohan suddenly stopped. This made Lin Chuan and Piccolo, who were at the closest distance, feel itchy. It's my fault that this guy Son Goku didn't take the opportunity to come up and talk, interrupting future Gohan's story. You are really the Gohan of the future world, your power, hiss, so strong. Son Goku's emotion was also the emotion of others. None of them could sense the depth of Sun Wuhan, not even Lin Chuan could see it, but the vague energy revealed really proved that he was extremely powerful. Is he really the Gohan of the future world? This strength. Raditz looked at the future Son Gohan and came to the same conclusion as Son Goku. The unfathomable strength, even though he is now, can only detect a hint of it. And just such a small amount of skin made him deeply afraid. If it weren't for this, my future eldest nephew would be scared. Gohan in the future world, so the future Gohan will look like this. By the way, Gohan, will you become a scholar in the future? Shishi, as Son Gohan's mother, also ran away at this time. Come out and ask impatiently. As soon as these words came out, everyone was stunned. Shishi is so concerned about Gohan's achievements in the future, and the little Gohan of this era is also standing next to Shishi. It can be said that when the past and future selves meet, both Sun Wufan and Sun Wufan have a strange feeling. Although there are some things that cannot be said, it doesn't matter. My mother in the past will become a scholar in the future. Future Gohan said. With these words, Shishi burst into tears, as if this also proved that she was right to pay so much for Gohan. For a while, there was a continuous flow of inquiries and exchanges. Only Lin Chuan and Piccolo felt depressed. Is this the time to make daily routines? Let future Gohan first tell you the second purpose of coming to the past. This is the key. While a group of people were talking, Angel Weiss was sitting on a seat not far from here. He was still tasting various delicacies, but at this time he also concentrated. Because people from the future go back to the past era, which is a violation of the universe's time law. It seems that the future world is very interesting. This is already the second person to blatantly transcend time. First Lin Chuan's daughter, now Goku's son. Moreover, the future Gohan's strength is indeed extraordinary. Angel Weiss narrowed his eyes slightly as he thought about it. Countless thoughts flashed through my mind. Finally, as if he saw something in Sun Wuhan, the corners of his mouth rose slightly. It seems that the future me also allows it. Forget it, just pretend that I didn't see it. Ah. After thinking, Weiss continued to taste the newly cooked food. For him, Angel, nothing is as attractive as eating delicious food. Where is future Gohan? In fact, he also saw the existence of Weiss while his eyes were wandering. It's just that he didn't take the initiative to talk to her, but continued to communicate with relatives of this era. He thought that he would have a good chat with the Weiss of this era later. After all, there were some things he had to tell the Weiss of this era. This is also what the future Vesto will do. It was late in the evening, and then, under the instructions of Lin Chuan and Piccolo, future Gohan said the second thing he wanted to do when he returned to the past era. Lin Chuan didn't expect that this kid's purpose was to deliver medicine to Son Goku. In the near future, Son Goku will pass away from viral heart disease. In the memory of future Gohan, the past he knew was that after the death of Son Goku, everyone used the Dragon Balls from planet Namek to resurrect Son Goku. It's just that there is a special medicine in the future, and they have discussed in the future that since they want to ensure the stability of time and space and prevent future enemies from invading the past, they might as well come to this era to avoid this happening. After all, Son Goku died in great pain. Ensure the stability of space and time? That's right. Because some unstable factors have caused some special beings to cause chaos in the future world across time. This time the time machine is driven here to ensure that there is no chaos in this time and space. Everyone understood what Sun Wufan was going to do, and at the same time, everyone also mentioned the artificial human creature Celyul who arrived from the future more than half a year ago. After knowing that Nasero had been killed by Lin Chuan, future Gohan also breathed a sigh of relief. This is exactly what I fear will happen. Sun Wuhan was not completely relieved, because since enemies from the future have come to the past, it means that there may be some enemies hiding in the dark. Lin Chuan and Piccolo could see his worry. Others don't realize the seriousness of the matter at all. On the contrary, everyone learned that Son Goku would die due to illness, which was really unimaginable. To be honest, if the plot of the original work hadn't been like this, Lin Chuan would have been surprised as to why Son Goku got this disease. Although he is a time traveler, all he knows are descriptions from rumors. None of these can be verified. We can only say that various factors come together. At night, because of the arrival of Sun Wufan in the future, this banquet lasted longer. After explaining all the purposes of his arrival, future Sun Wuhan also took the initiative to find Weiss and negotiate. No one knew what they said. After all, this is a message between angels from the past and future. However, through this message, Weiss reminded future Sun Wuhan of some things, making him more aware of the seriousness of the matter. So, you have known for a long time that there are some bugs hiding in the dark, but as an angel, you are not allowed to interfere at will, right? Future Sun Wuhan asked. Weiss smiled and said nothing, obviously answering that future Sun Wuhan was right. A bit of coldness flashed in his eyes. After getting the exact information, Sun Wufan also had plans for the future. He originally crossed time to eliminate the threat, and now he came at the right time. Excuse me, since the matter started in the future, it should be solved by me. Thanks to your reminder, otherwise, I really wouldn't have discovered it. Future Sun Wufan thanked Weiss, and then found an excuse, leave this back garden. Still, only Lin Chuan and Piccolo noticed the changes in Sun Wuhan in the future. But they don't know what's going on. You can't ask Weiss. If you could let them know, they would have heard it directly just now. Want to know what's going on? You'll have to wait. A large villa next to the back garden of the capsule company. Sun Wuhan walked here, his eyes narrowed, and his aura rapidly expanded and locked. The breeze blows, and the flowers and trees rustle from time to time. It seems ordinary, but in fact it is unusually quiet. Not even the chirping of insects. After hiding for so long, is it time to come out? Future Sun Wuhan said coldly. The next second, a humanoid monster walked out from the hidden dark corner behind him. This person is none other than Shala, who also comes from the future world. Moreover, it is the complete Cell. He returned to this time and space from another future time and space and spent more than half a year. He has been hiding in the dark, exploring information. I thought the first one to discover me would be that Lin Chuan guy, but I didn't expect it to be you, the Sun Wuhan from the future. Full Shala was no stranger to the future Sun Wuhan. Hearing this, future Sun Wuhan remained calm and looked at the complete body of sorrow. Very curious, I'm very strange. Which time and space did you come from? Logically speaking, you can't appear in this era. Listening to the future Sun Wuhan's curiosity, the perfect sorrow showed a strange smile. Even if you know, what's the point? You are going to die after all? You came to this era and discovered my existence. If you don't kill me I'm afraid I'll wait for Lin Chuan from the future, right? Actually, you could have survived. Because as long as you leave obediently, I won't show up. Perfect Shalu said arrogantly. At the same time, he directly burst out the power in his body. Just a momentary burst of breath stirred up dozens of blue-white arcs that wrapped around the body. This cell is not only a complete body, but also a lightning cell. Moreover, it is a lightning cell that is countless times stronger than the original lightning cell. This terrifying aura burst out instantly, making all Z warriors aware of his presence. Now that I've been discovered by you, I don't need to hide anymore. This period of time has really frustrated me. Your arrival is just in time to be my opponent and have a good fight with me. You from another future time and space. I don't think he's weak enough to be easily killed by me. Lightning Cell challenged future Sun Wuhan with a sarcastic look on his face. Hearing such words, a look of disdain appeared on future Sun Wuhan's face. It seems that you have also obtained Uncle Lin Chuan's cells, but at this level, I can get rid of you without even transforming. Future Sun Gohan didn't take Lightning Cell seriously at all. You arrogant guy is looking for death. Lightning Cell didn't intend to talk nonsense to future Sun Wuhan. I saw his right hand quickly accumulating energy, and fired 3 compressed air bombs in succession to attack future Sun Wuhan. Seeing this, future Sun Wuhan raised his hand and lightly drew the space in front of him. The energy in the body moves according to the heart, turning into a ring-shaped barrier, shattering all 3 compressed air bombs. Huh? Can you neutralize my attack so easily? I underestimate you? Looking at future Sun Wuhan, Lightning Cell became more serious. After some testing, he knew that Sun Wuhan was definitely not weak in strength. If we fight here, it will ruin the wedding of Uncle Lin Chuan and Aunt Bulma. Let's move to another place. Future Sun Wufan said, turning into an afterimage and disappearing in place. When he reappeared, he was already behind Lightning Cell. What? Future Sun Wuhan burst out at such a fast speed that even Lightning Cell was startled. In just one breath, future Sun Wuhan teleported behind Lightning Cell and placed his right hand on Lightning Cell's shoulder. Feeling the touch on his shoulder, Lightning Cell secretly thought something was wrong. Transform and change scenery. As the future Sun Wuhan finished his words, he and Lightning Cell were teleported away from the western capital by a mysterious force in an instant. It happened suddenly. All the soldiers were a little unable to react, but Lin Chuan and Piccolo understood what was going on immediately. The next people to react were naturally Son Goku, Raditz, the returning Vegeta, and the still young Son Gohan. By the way, androids 16, 17 and 18 naturally noticed the anomaly. God knows, there is an enemy hidden in the darkness that they don't know about. If Sun Wufan hadn't discovered it this time, they might have been kept in the dark, and they might all have suffered in the end. On the Great Plains of Zidu, Lightning Cell and future Sun Wuhan came to this deserted area. Being thrown away, Lightning Cell immediately distanced himself from future Sun Wuhan. Are you teleporting? No, teleportation requires sensing the breath before jumping. What kind of trick are you doing? Lightning Cell frowned and asked sternly. With many powerful cells, he can naturally move instantly, and he understands the principle. It's just that future Sun Wuhan's move, which allows him to jump at a fixed point without using breath, really surprised him. It's just a little trick that doesn't make sense. Does it scare you just like that? Future Sun Wuhan is gearing up and moving his limbs. Boom. The white aura was boiling like boiling water, lingering around the future Sun Wuhan. Energy exploded, and future Sun Wuhan assumed a fighting stance. Feeling the ferocious aura erupting from future Sun Wuhan's body, Lightning Cell raised his eyebrows and was shocked by this terrifying energy. But soon, he calmed down. This power can indeed be equal to his current strength, but he is far from using his full strength now. Hey, you know nothing about true power, Sun Wuhan. Right now, I'll let you feel how terrifying I am as the ultimate artificial human. Lightning Cell's whole body was filled with golden aura, and the shadows of many Z warriors flashed on the surface of his body, and finally he assumed a fighting posture exactly like that of future Sun Wuhan. He wants to use the future Sun Wuhan's fighting method to defeat the opponent to show his strength. The battle has not yet begun, but the auras of both sides have already started the first round of collision. Just the exchange of breath stirred up dozens of penetrating electric sparks in the space, shooting up the earth and shaking the space. What's wrong? Attack quickly, Sun Wuhan. Lightning Cell continued to challenge. Okay. Sun Wuhan's eyes changed dramatically. The next second, the whole person turned into a polar shadow and shot out, sprinting in front of Lightning Cell in an instant of 0.01 seconds. The attack was as fast as thunder, and future Sun Wuhan charged up and punched Lightning Cell in the abdomen. Immediately afterwards, another uppercut hit Lightning Cell's jaw and overturned it. Lightning Cell, who received 2 heavy blows in succession, seemed to be suppressed, but in fact he did not suffer any damage at all. Seeing Sun Wuhan attacking again, the corners of Lightning Cell's mouth curled up slightly. In an instant, he threw out a backhand punch. Bang! The space shook as a result, and the body of future Sun Wuhan, who suffered a heavy blow, retreated rapidly. In pursuit of victory, the tips of Lightning Cell's 10 fingers flashed with golden light at the same time, but in his breath, 10 strands of destructive energy rushed toward the future Sun Wuhan. With the explosive energy stabilizing his body, future Sun Wuhan looked at the dozens of destructive energy coming towards him and snorted softly. The body's reflexes and combat intuition have reached extremely terrifying heights, predicting the attack trajectories of all energy in advance, and sprinting forward in front of Lightning Cell. That's all you have. With a cry, the future Sun Wuhan's fist was brewing with extremely terrifying power. This punch was devastating, reaching an intensity that far exceeded the 6th dimension and reached the level of the 7th dimension. It can be seen that Sun Wuhan used all his strength in this state. A devastating punch fell suddenly. Lightning Cell clearly felt the power of this punch. He gritted his teeth and struck back with the strongest punch. Boom! The ultimate destructive power spread rapidly in all directions like a planet explosion, and the invisible coercive wind destroyed everything. The destructive force tore the Earth apart and even caused ripples in space. The Earth with a radius of hundreds of kilometers continued to shake. Even if the battlefield was deliberately moved here, the Western capital was still greatly affected. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. A unit of 100 million in the 4th dimension can reach the level of a star explosion. The units of the 5th dimensional sign can shake the space, and even summon different dimensions to come and oppress the world. The unit of Yuanjing in the 6th time destroyed the world with every move. Destroying the stars was as insignificant as eating and drinking water. The units of the 7th dimension Guy are capable of breaking through space. They appear to be ordinary, but in fact, their actions carry the power of destruction. They can destroy everything with a wave of their hands. After the collision, future Sun Wuhan and Lightning Cell distanced themselves. The two sides were 20 meters apart, looking at each other from afar. Future Sun Wuhan already knows the strength of Lightning Cell, and Lightning Cell was afraid of the future Sun Wuhan in front of him. His strength is not comparable to that of ordinary beings. He comes from another main line of time and space, and is almost invincible in his time and space. Later, by chance, he learned that besides his time-space world, there were other parallel time-spaces, so he followed Android 21 and began to fight in other parallel time-spaces. It was not until Lin Chuan was defeated in a certain future time and space and almost died several times that he and Android 21 came to this time and space. Your strength is indeed beyond my expectation, what a pity. Even so, you are not my opponent. With a ferocious look on his face, after Lightning Sara said a word, his whole body momentum increased rapidly. He's getting serious. Seeing this, future Sun Wufan curled his lips and sneered. You said I am not your opponent? Haha, you are too confident. After all, the aura of Sun Wuhan in the future is becoming more and more terrifying. The invisible auras of the two collided, and a terrifying sense of oppression swept hundreds of miles around in an instant. Under the dark night, their bodies gradually lit up with special colors. Surrounding Cell are bursts of golden light, and future Sun Wuhan's body is filled with bursts of silver light. At this time, Western capital. In the back garden of the manor, everyone, including Lin Chuan, had dull eyes and looked terrified. This is not a dimension at all. The aura currently erupting alone is even more powerful than when Lin Chuan fought with the god of destruction, Kampa. This absolute disparity in strength made it difficult for everyone to hold their heads high. Even Lin Chuan could only feel shocked and unable to make any changes. The gap is too big. How can Guy's unit be comparable to their current one? Over the past 6 months, Lin Chuan's strength has been improving, and it can even be said that he has improved rapidly. Then, even if all the 15.765 billion combat power points stored in the system are extracted and added to the body, nothing will be changed. The deep feeling of powerlessness made Lin Chuan realize that he must become stronger faster. This time, it was because of future Sun Wufan that he resisted an unknown enemy. But what if Sun Wufan doesn't come in the future? Maybe all of them will be plotted, and I'm afraid they will all die in the end. The only thing I'm thankful for is that I established a little connection with Weiss early in the morning. Although Angel is not allowed to meddle in the affairs of the universe at will, time is involved. Once the other party makes an excessive move, Weiss will definitely not sit idly by and ignore it if he knows about it. So good, so strong, so scary. What kind of monster is Gohan fighting in the future? It gives me a feeling that is both familiar and strange. Son Goku's the sound also affected everyone's inner emotional changes. It's certain that I have mixed feelings, because when it comes to the future, the big guys in the current era can't help at all. If my guess is correct, I'm afraid the opponent Gohan will face in the future will be another Cell, right? Raditz answered. Now they can't pursue it and wait and see, they can only stay here. The field change at that moment was obviously the future Sun Wuhan and the unknown enemy actively moving the battlefield. If it was said to be done by Sun Wufan in the future, then they could not help in the past, but only added trouble. Damn it! Just the fluctuation of chi has reached this level. Kakarot's son can actually have such fighting power in the future. Vegeta clenched his fists. My heart was shocked to the extreme. Looking at Sun Gohan in this era at this time, Vegeta suddenly had a strange thought in his heart. Sun Wuhan's terrifying potential is no trivial matter now. Super Saiyan, that is the goal that they have been pursuing for so long, but this kid can easily achieve it. Could it be said that after we Saiyans and Earthlings combine, the children born out of the union will really have such incredible talent and potential? With a thought in his mind, Vegeta suddenly became short of breath. He thought again about the fierce fire he had with Enchi before. If possible, he would like this woman to give birth to a child for him to see what his talent potential is. Vegeta is trapped in his own fantasy world. Son Gohan of this era is standing next to Piccolo. I can't believe that I can be so powerful in the future. He is still young now and knows nothing about the future. Naturally, he cannot imagine how powerful he will be in the future. His body was trembling, and at the same time as his character changed, Piccolo's big hand fell on his shoulder. It seemed to be giving him a harbor to rely on. Uncle Piccolo. Sun Wuhan raised his head and glanced at Piccolo. Don't be nervous, and don't be affected. Remember, you are who you are. Piccolo understands Son Gohan's terrifying potential better than anyone else. Son Gohan, who is only 6 years old, is no less powerful than Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. If it grows up over time, its power will be far beyond what anyone can catch up with. Even though it was Piccolo himself, he felt that he was far inferior to Sun Wuhan. The only one who can compare with Sun Wuhan, in Piccolo's opinion, is Lin Chuan. At least Lin Chuan's power is still a mystery. He only learned that it was very one-sided. It's a pity that I can't see this battle with my own eyes. Even I can't get close. Future Gohan deliberately moved the battle area because he was worried that we would be affected. Lin Chuan said to himself the way. It was certain that he was feeling itchy at this time, but even he couldn't disturb Gohan's battle in the future. If you want to see it, I can let everyone see it. Weiss stood up at this time. The angel's scepter was struck everywhere, and the next second, the jade on the top of the angel's scepter projected a scene on the battlefield. Everyone focused their attention, especially people like Klin, Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Yamsha, and Kame Senin who have some strength but cannot fully perceive it clearly. The others, Bulma, Shishi, and Bulma's best friend Angel, they are all ordinary people, so they can only truly feel it when they see it with the naked eye. For Enchi, this was her first time to formally integrate into this circle, so she was already shocked and speechless. There are also numbers 16, 17, and 18. Is it really cellulite? As expected, this should be the complete cellulite. Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes and revealed the identity of his enemy this time. After everyone heard this, they sighed again, and then they all fell silent and watched the battle progress. I don't know where this cell came from, and I don't know how this cell became perfect. On the battlefield. In the future, Sun Wuhan and Lightning Cell are really competing this time. After the two sides tested their momentum, their figures quickly shuttled through the space. The battle area is constantly shifting. Fists and flesh collide, round after round. You attack and I defend, you advance and I retreat, you retreat and I attack, constantly deterring. It is worth mentioning that the offensive methods and offensive rhythms of both sides are almost the same. The fighting methods used were similar, so no one could take advantage. Useless Sun Wuhan? I also have your cells in my body. Not only can I know what you can do, but I can also do what you can't. Don't think you can escape from this range. I can know all your moves, even how you want to attack in the next second, in advance. While Lightning Cell was attacking and defending, he continued to shout. As a master with countless strong cells, Celu is also a warlike person. Is this really true? Then why can't you suppress me? Cell. Future Gohan sneered and continued to attack. Sharu heard this and was not affected. In line with the idea of showing off his skills, after fighting with future Sun Wuhan again, he retreated tens of meters in the next second. Try your own tricks. This is my special enhanced version of Magic Flashlight. As Lightning Cell shouted, he quickly joined hands and fired out destructive energy, heading straight for him. Future Sun Gohan. Use my moves to deal with me, do you think it's useful? Magic Flash. Future Sun Wuhan's eyes narrowed, as if he had expected it, and he quickly condensed the Magic Flash to respond to Lightning Cell. Boom. The two sides' special moves collided, and the resulting explosion seemed to destroy the world. It was like a nuclear bomb with a yield of tens of millions of tons exploding. The Earth was instantly torn apart by the aftermath, and space was distorted by the extremely powerful storm. With such terrifying energy, if even a tiny bit of it really attacks the vital points of the Earth will fall apart. At this moment, no one thought that Angel Weiss was secretly taking action to increase the strength of the Earth. Otherwise, the mere aftermath of the explosion would probably not be spared for thousands of miles around, including the western capital hundreds of kilometers away, which would be destroyed by hurricanes and earthquakes. Once you reach Guy's unit level, your life level and combat strength will undergo earth-shaking transformations. Let alone Qian Guy level strength now. Even if it is only one guy, it is so terrifying that only Weiss can fully understand it in this era. After all, Weiss is an angel, and the strength data in the original work has reached the unit of Ganges sand in the 15th dimension. Only for Angel Weiss, the intensity of the 7th dimension is no different from the petty fights of kindergarten children. Even Beerus, the god of destruction from the 10th dimension, is just an older elementary school student in his eyes. Thick smoke filled the battlefield, and after most of the aftermath of the fire explosion dissipated, two figures reappeared. Lightning Cell is still extremely arrogant. He has tested out the full strength of future Sun Wuhan. That's all. It scared him, and he thought that this kid had the ability to compete with him. This also made him more confident, convinced that he could completely ravage this future Sun Wuhan. Sun Wuhan, if you only have this level, then this battle will be over. Instead of wasting time, it is better to become a Super Saiyan quickly so that I can have more fun fighting. Lightning Cell's arrogant attitude is very similar to the scene where he teased Sun Wuhan's transformation in the original work. I have to say, it deserves a beating. Future Sun Wuhan was amused and immediately smiled softly. Since you are so anxious to die, then I will not continue to waste time. But forget about the Super Saiyan transformation, I haven't used it for many years. As he said that, the smile on future Sun Wuhan's face changed. The moment the words fell, a more terrifying force than before suddenly erupted. The penetrating snow-white aura swept in all directions like a huge wave, drowning everything in the world. With the release of this power, Sun Wufan's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. This is not just a great increase in strength, but an improvement in dimensional realm. From the unit of the 7th dimension Guy, we have entered the realm of the unit of the 8th dimension Zi. He has jet black hair, a hairstyle only found in the 2nd level of Super Saiyan, and is surrounded by blue and white lightning. His explosive muscles are filled with power enough to destroy most of the universe. This form is exactly the mysterious state. And it's still a mysterious state at its peak. The future Sun Wufan can enter this realm at will. It is powerful and does not affect the space. Regarding the control of power, Sun Wufan has also achieved almost perfect control in the future. This scene shocked everyone as far away as the western capital. After all, he didn't become a Super Saiyan, but he achieved a substantial improvement in strength. Although everyone does not know what level future Son Gohan's strength has reached, it is obvious that they all realize that future Gohan has transformed. Only Lin Chuan and Angel Weiss clearly realized what this was. On the battlefield, Papa. Faced with the strange transformation of future Son Wuhan, Lightning Cell applauded after seeing this scene. As the one facing him, Cell obviously knew what height Son Wuhan had reached. If he didn't show some skills, he would really be compared now. This future Son Wufan was an eye-opener for him. Come on with your true abilities, Cell. Otherwise, I will kill you completely next. After stabilizing his mysterious form, future Son Gohan's cold eyes stared at Lightning Cell, with a cold voice. Not a trace of emotion could be heard in it. Wrong? There are still feelings, but they are murderous intentions. He. What a perfect transformation. Not a Super Saiyan, but stronger than a Super Saiyan. But unfortunately, Son Wuhan, even if your strength reaches this level, you are still not my opponent. I will let you know why I am so confident. Feel honored, Son Wuhan, because you will be the first person to witness my final form. Lightning Cell's skill in talking is evident. A golden light flashed in his eyes. The next second, the energy in the body experienced explosive growth. Not just a sudden increase, but a qualitative change and sublimation. The majestic golden energy surged out of his body. With Lightning Cell as the center, his momentum continued to multiply. After only a short time, the terrifying power made the entire Earth tremble. Not only the Earth, but also the universe, and even all the planets in the entire solar system were affected, changing their original trajectory. The power that Lightning Cell bursts out is not the power of God, but a real aura, so strong that it can make even the same level fear him. Everyone in the far west capital had their hearts beating faster and their expressions were horrified. How terrifying is this scene? When their companions become stronger, they will be shocked. Now that the enemy can reach such a terrifying level, it will naturally make them fearful and worried. Lin Chuan looked at this scene and his pupils couldn't help but shrink. He thought of the scene in the Super Era plot when Frieza transformed into Golden Frieza. This cell was far more powerful than he knew. Could it be that he has mastered Frieza's golden form transformation? Such a plot could only be seen in novels before. Even if Cell has cells from the Frozen Demon clan, this is too outrageous. Lin Chuan secretly thought in disbelief. Could it be that guy is going to become a Super Saiyan? Son Goku didn't know the existence of the golden form, so what he thought of at this time was that Cell, a future creature, has their Saiyan human cells. It's possible, damn it. It's just our Saiyan cells that can transform. Raditz gritted his teeth and made the same guess. Not to mention, if Lin Chuan hadn't known the plot of the original work, he would have suspected that Cellule was transformed into a Super Sailor. After all, the Super Saiyan transformation involves turning into blonde hair, and Cell has no hair, so it makes sense for his body to turn blonde, right? Damn it! Damn monster! It's completely tainting us Saiyans. Vegeta, who was stimulated again, let out the deepest cry in his heart. This world is getting more and more chaotic. He once thought that the Super Saiyan was invincible universe. Now he discovers that Super Saiyan is just the beginning. As the terrifying energy in his body was fully activated, Lightning Cell's whole body ignited with raging golden fire. The aura storm became more and more frightening, and the ever-expanding pressure caused the surrounding space to continuously distort. The whole world is trembling because of Cell's sudden change. Future Son Wuhan, who was in a mysterious state, also showed a dignified look after feeling this terrifying aura. He didn't expect that Shalu's strength would reach this level. Judging from the breath alone, the intensity of this breath is not much different from that of him now. In his mysterious state, he has reached the 8th dimensional level. Drink. With a roar, Lightning Cell's life level increased again. The originally green skin shone with golden light, and from the outside it looked like it had been coated with a layer of golden paint. There was a scarlet light in those eyes, and the evil aura expanded to the 8th dimension unit. He. It's so perfect. How do you feel, Son Wuhan? This is the state I am in now as the ultimate android. Today, I have become the ultimate life form standing at the apex of the universe. According to your Saiyan naming habits, let's call him Ultimate Golden Cell. His strength increased dramatically, and Golden Saru's face was filled with an evil smile that penetrated his bones. This is the capital that he dares to be unscrupulous, and the golden form is his trump card. It is true that according to the level of strength of Golden Saru, he is absolutely invincible in this era. Its combat power is terrifying, with thousands of units in it. It can be seen that the blessing of the golden form reaches tens of thousands times. This allowed him to directly cross a large dimensional level. With his current strength, even if Frieza is resurrected beyond time and turns into a golden form, he will only be tortured. In this era where the god of destruction cannot appear, there is no problem in walking sideways in the universe. The only one who can suppress the current Cell is the god of destruction. Ultimate Golden Cell? Haha, in my opinion, it's just an illusion. Faced with Cell in his golden form, Son Wuhan still remained calm in the future, and his contemptuous words completely angered Shalu. I want to see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. Being despised, Golden Cell had a dull face and gathered all his strength to one point. In an instant, he came to the future Son Wuhan like a wild beast. The extremely sturdy iron fist was waved out. Son Wufan seems to have predicted the future, and he pumps out his fist decisively and sharply. Bang! The muffled sound shook the world. The fists containing the ultimate destructive power collided, setting off a wave of destruction. Upon seeing this, Golden Cell became even more angry and shot death rays from his demonic eyes. Future Sun Wuhan moves freely and dodges perfectly by turning sideways. The sneak attacks were all dodged, and Golden Sorrow was furious. The destructive fist and kick attacks were so fast that there were countless afterimages, and he attacked Sun Wuhan from countless directions. There was a sound of the air being torn apart in the space, and Golden Sorrow's attacks became more and more fierce. However, he has never been able to touch a single hair of the future Sun Wuhan. No matter how he attacks, he can't even touch the corner of future Sun Wuhan's clothes. How can you accept such a result? Impossible? My combat power should be stronger than yours? Why is it always so far behind? Golden Sorrow didn't want to believe it, and launched an even crazier offensive. The mind was confused, and the rhythm of the attack became chaotic, and at the same time, fatal flaws were revealed. Bang! Future Sun Wuhan kicked Golden Cell into the sky with a heavy kick. Space will even be torn apart. This was not over yet. Sun Wuhan aimed at the Golden Cell in midair with one hand, and the energy in his hand flew out like a pear blossom needle in a rainstorm. Dense and fierce energy bombs attacked Golden Sorrow from multiple different directions. In midair, the inevitable Golden Cell instinctively put up a defensive posture, and countless energy bombs were all bombarded on him. The fire was overwhelming and the explosions were continuous. There were more and more injuries on Golden Sorrow's body, and the pain continued to increase, which made him unbearable. The energy barrier opens, cancelling out all incoming energy attacks. Without the attack of energy bombs, Golden Cell did not hesitate. He waved his right arm and turned it into a sword finger, quickly condensing a demon-piercing light-killing cannon to attack the future Sun Wuhan. The spiral-shaped magic-piercing light-killing cannon has the ultimate penetrating power, and it is no exaggeration to say that it is invincible in the same realm. It's just a trick. Future Sun Wuhan snorted disdainfully. This was a trick created by his uncle Piccolo, who had also taught him this trick a long time ago. However, when he raised his hand, future Sun Wuhan released a soft aura from his hand, which collided with the demon Guang Guang killing cannon. An incredible scene happened. The demon-piercing light-killing cannon disintegrated the moment it was about to land on the future Sun Wuhan, turning into starlight floating in the space. Destroy? No, this is not destruction, but a technique that can disintegrate energy, that's all. Future Sun Wuhan snorted. The next second, his eyes changed, because Golden Sorrow had used teleportation to arrive in front of him, and the fistful of rage hit him, with extremely terrifying power. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion sounded. The destructive white light spread in all directions, and the surrounding space was filled with air waves. The terrifying aftermath directly tore the earth into an abyss of 10,000 meters. When the white light dissipated, Golden Sharana's fist, which gathered all its power, hit Sun Wuhan firmly in the face. Ha ha ha. It's very uncomfortable, Sun Wuhan. The destructive power of my fists can break even the earth into pieces in an instant. Now, can you no longer hear my voice? After the attack reached 10%, Golden Sorrow showed the villain's signature smile. However, he was stunned the next second. With such a painless fist, what will happen even if it hits? Cell. Future Sun Wuhan's plain voice sounded. Hearing this, Golden Sorrow's pupils shrank, and a huge drop of cold sweat flowed from his forehead. After noticing Sun Wuhan's cold eyes, Golden Sorrow's body began to retreat uncontrollably, and his body started to tremble. You're, liar, right? You guy, how could there be nothing wrong with you? My power is definitely superior to yours. If you are hit by my full blow, even if you cannot be directly defeated by me, you should still be severely injured. Golden Sorrow showed a ghostly expression. Above me? What are you thinking? A sarcastic smile appeared on future Sun Wuhan's face. He casually wiped away the blood stains from the scratched skin at the corner of his mouth, and the teasing look in his eyes became more intense. You seem to have misplaced your position from the beginning, Shalu. Your strength is indeed very strong. It is almost the same as me in this form, but my strength is far more than that. What seems powerful to you is worthless to me. I have to say that your golden transformation did surprise me, but now that I have had enough fun, I will let you see my true strength, and let you understand. Having had enough fun, Sun Wuhan began to actively mobilize the energy pool deep in his body. In an instant, a terrifying aura full of cruelty, domineering and savagery erupted from his body. The silver-white evil energy shoots straight into the sky, breaks through the earth, penetrates the galaxy, and reaches higher dimensions. In just a short period of time, the entire Baida galaxy was shaken by Sun Wuhan's power. At this point, everyone in the western capital was once again greatly stimulated. God knows that when the future Sun Wuhan reaches this point, he will have even more unimaginable power. This is the shock caused by the worldview being broken again and again. Even Angel Weiss, who had always maintained a normal attitude towards any existence, had a hint of surprise in the depths of his eyes. This level of strength has transcended the 8th dimension and reached the unit of the 9th dimension. Golden Sara, who is closest to the future Sun Wuhan, is in terrible shape at this time. Under the pressure of extremely terrifying power, he seemed to have endured an extremely huge planet, Sun * 100 million, making him unable to move. His soul was roaring with fear, and this threatening sense of oppression once made him instinctively have a death crisis. The limbs are even more inoperable, and the body has lost the right to control. This power, how is it possible? You, who the hell are you? I also have your cells in my body. That's not what it should be. I can do everything you can do, and I can also do what you can't do. How is it possible? How is it possible that there is such a huge power gap? What kind of transformation are you doing? Golden Sorrow was completely panicked. This was the first time in his life that he felt fear except for that person. With Sun Wuhan as the center, the silver radiance drove the boundless momentum to shrink rapidly. Silver and red arcs of electricity lingered around his body. In the future, Sun Wuhan stood in the void with a new attitude, his breath exploded, and he set off layers of sonic booms. Golden Sorrow looked at the extremely powerful figure in the energy center with a face full of fear. When all the energy was gathered back into the body by future Sun Wuhan, his wild figure was completely stable. At this moment, the future Sun Wuhan is like a beast that has awakened from the ancient times, with every move carrying a ferocious and terrifying barbaric spirit. Beast? That's right. Super Saiyan Beast? A transformation unique to Sun Wuhan. At this time, Golden Sorrow still had the arrogance and domineering energy he had at the beginning. The coercion that Beast Sun Wuhan exuded from just standing there made him unable to think of resistance. Do you understand the gap between us now, Cell? Beast Sun Wuhan smiled coldly. After advancing to the state of Super Saiyan Beast, the outcome is already determined. This Shiro must be completely killed by him. Western Capital. After everyone saw the future Sun Wuhan's beast form through Weiss's projection, they all showed expressions of disbelief. It was shocking before, but now I doubt it was a dream. Only Lin Chuan knew what it was. Super Saiyan Beast, what a terrifying aura. 20 years in the future, will Gohan be so powerful? If he is like this, how strong will I be in the future? Lin Chuan looked at the beast Sun Wuhan in the projection, and secretly thought of something else. In fact, after Sun Wuhan turned into a mysterious form, the system could only display the ultimate combat power of 9,999 Gai. Because the system level was not high enough, only this peak value could be seen. But Lin Chuan knew that in the future Gohan's combat power had already surpassed that of the 7th dimension, and now it was more likely to surpass that of the 8th dimension. This is another new transformation? Could it be that this is also a Super Saiyan? The world view was refreshed again, and Son Goku shouted. The future is indeed full of possibilities. This kind of transformation, this kind of power, could this be the true power of the Saiyans? Raditz looked at the beast Son Gohan in the projection, his eyes wide. It revealed the meaning of pursuit. Just the pressure that spread out made him yearn for it. Stop joking, Raditz. I'm afraid it's because this kid is a hybrid of Earth and Saiyans, so his transformation will be different from us pure Saiyans. Vegeta almost said. The words were spoken through gritted teeth. Is this like this? Little Sun Wuhan opened his mouth wide. He didn't even know what he had experienced in the future. As Sun Wuhan's life mentor, Piccolo looked at Sun Wuhan with even more doting eyes. His Gohan is indeed unparalleled in the world. Being able to see the achievements of future Sun Wuhan at this time, he, the master who leads the way, feels full of accomplishment. On the battlefield, in the beast form, Sun Wuhan walked slowly through the void, approaching the frightened Golden Cell. Golden Cell could no longer control himself. He wanted to escape, but regretted appearing in front of Sun Wuhan, only to find that he could no longer act. His body was firmly locked by Sun Wuhan's aura. When the beast Sun Wuhan walked in front of him, he was completely panicked. Stop, stop. I'm still valuable, don't kill me. Golden Cell didn't want to die yet, so he begged for mercy loudly to the beast Sun Wuhan. But unfortunately, the beast Sun Wuhan didn't want to listen to his nonsense at all, and the terrifying energy condensed in his palm was suddenly released. Boom. The roaring energy swallowed up Golden Cell's body in an instant, and continued to push into the distance, and finally flew straight out of the earth. When this ball of energy completely enters the universe space, the energy completely explodes. Dazzling white light burst out from outside the universe, and the entire earth trembled for half a minute before it calmed down. In the perception, the aura of Golden Sorrow has completely disappeared. Under the power of the beast Sun Wuhan, and under the suppression of the 9th dimensional level, not a single cell was left. In this way, the crisis of the past era has been resolved, but where did this Shiro come from? I was so eager just now that I forgot to ask. Beast Sun Wufan took a deep breath and immediately released the transformation of Super Saiyan Beast. This transformation is extremely powerful, but if it is not controlled well, uncontrollable situations will occur. Forget it, since it has been solved, let's go back first. After confirming that Shara was dead, future Sun Wuhan stabilized his energy and used the apparition to change scenery and left the dilapidated battle area. In the future, Sun Wuhan will not know. Just after he left, in a dark space on the other side, android number 21 appeared from another space as if he had been granted amnesty. When the battle started, she had been lurking in the dark quietly, until now. What a self-righteous guy. I've warned you a long time ago not to mess around, but it's a pity that you haven't listened. I really think that I can be arrogant after completing the golden form. It's ridiculous. But your death is not in vain. At least it provided me with useful information. On the retinas of Android 21's eyes, the mechanical values are constantly changing. She successfully collected all the battle data of future Sun Wuhan. Soon, Android 21 plunged into darkness again and disappeared without a trace. As an intelligent android, her brain is not comparable to that of Cell. After this incident, she will act more cautiously. She will only show up when her power is strong enough to absolutely control everything. Western capital. The future Sun Wuhan who came back shocked everyone again. This method looks very much like teleportation, but it is not. Everyone has very complicated feelings about the future Sun Wufan. If he wasn't sure it was Gohan, who would dare to face him? The night is getting deeper and deeper. It wasn't until a few hours later that all the words were finally said, and future Sun Wuhan also said his farewell words. Are you just leaving like this? You won't stay for a few more days? It shouldn't affect you, right? Son Goku still has many things he wants to ask his future son, but his obstruction will not leave future Gohan behind. My purpose of coming to this time and space this time has been completed. Moreover, the threat hiding in the dark has also been eliminated. Although I also want to stay longer, Aunt Bulma from the future told me that after I complete some things you must leave, otherwise the world will be affected by me and go in an even more unknown direction. After future son Wuhan explained, his eyes fell on Angel Weiss, who was on the edge. Future son Gohan sneered, and then said, furthermore, the reason why I can stay in this time and space for so long is because of Mr. Weiss's permission. If Lord Beerus wakes up, I'm afraid I would have been kicked out long ago, gone. After all, traveling through time is a felony. Future Sun Wuhan changed the subject, and everyone's eyes flashed with shock. They had known Weiss's identity for a long time, but they had never thought about it. Ho ho ho, don't worry, I didn't see anything. Angel Weiss smiled calmly, very satisfied with future Sun Wuhan's approach. Know how to measure. If you continue to stay in this time and space, it will indeed cause quite a change. Uncle Lin Chuan, can you hear my voice? Seeing Weiss's stance, future Sun Wuhan smiled lightly and at the same time communicated with Lin Chuan through his mind. I can hear you. Is there anything you can't say to your face? Gohan. Lin Chuan felt puzzled and asked seriously. Something I can only say to you is that in the distant future, a conspiracy against you has begun. Someone wants to completely erase your existence from the distant river of time. Shara, who I just killed, is probably just a pawn among them, so please be careful in the future. Future Sun Wuhan reminded Lin Chuan extremely carefully. Because of their special status, people like them in the future cannot enter the past world rashly. After hearing this, Lin Chuan completely understood. This time when Sun Wufan arrives in the future, I am afraid that delivering medicine is just a pretense to ensure his safety. I thought it was something. I received your reminder. As for those bastards from other time and space, just let them come. If you can't beat me in the future, you can't beat me now. I'm really looking forward to the future. Only with their presence can I become stronger. As the saying goes, when soldiers come, they will block the water and cover it with earth. No matter how many forests and rivers come, they will not be afraid. Moreover, not all beings can do whatever they want. There are law enforcers in every time and space, otherwise the hidden Sharo would have taken action long ago. It must be something he is afraid of. As expected, it is you, Uncle Lin Chuan, so I can rest assured. At this point, the communication between the two people is considered over. Thanks to Kakai for standing up and giving 10,000 points of support, the first helmsman of this book. Thanks also to all the readers who gave tips. Please give me monthly votes, recommend votes, and reward. The plot is advancing, and the original plot will be next, and it will make a big jump. In the future, Sun Wufan will arrive and start a new era. He pretended to be cool in front of future Sun Wuhan. To be honest, Lin Chuan regretted it somewhat after he said the words of ignoring the future BD. I have to say that saying this kind of thing feels good for a while, but when I look back, isn't this just digging a hole for myself? However, words spoken are like water poured out. After seeing off the future Sun Wufan, Lin Chuan's mind was still echoing Sun Wufan's words, you are indeed Uncle Lin Chuan. His character will never change in this life. Perhaps because he is a time traveler, Lin Chuan has always taken the initiative to shoulder everything. The whole thing has come to an end, and today's wedding and the major events that happened have been remembered by everyone. Especially Son Goku. He holds the hand of the special medicine for heart disease very tightly and seems to have a clearer goal for the future. Unknowingly, at this time, a group of people also stayed in the manor tonight under Bulma's arrangement. Bulma was not stingy, so she even invited Yamcha over and arranged a room for him. In fact, the relationship between her and Yamcha is the longing for love between boys and girls at the beginning of their love affair, thus seeking a sense of love from each other psychologically. Nowadays, times have changed, and when everyone has matured, some memories of the past will be considered as a sign of immaturity. After Bulma came together with Lin Chuan, she truly understood what she wanted and what she was pursuing. Everyone was arranged, but Weiss took the initiative to reject Bulma's kindness. This was also within Lin Chuan's expectation. I'm Angel, so it's good to be able to attend the wedding. Even Lin Chuan believed that Weiss knew that Sun Wufan would arrive in the future and that Cell from the future was hidden in the dark, so he came to the wedding to prevent any unexpected events. The wedding is over, and the farce is over. Although I am very grateful to Mr. Lin Chuan and Mrs. Bulma for arranging a room for me to rest, as an attendant of the God of Destruction, I must go back to the God of Destruction. Congratulations again on your happy wedding, and thank you for your hospitality today. By the way, I have already repaired the damage to the Earth caused by this time and space turmoil in secret, so you don't need to worry about the safety of the Earth in the future. It is not difficult to hear from Weiss's words that because of his relationship, the Earth was not destroyed by the war. Lin Chuan and Bulma are not stupid, and they both know what wise means. In that case, we won't keep you here. But you are welcome to visit us often in the future, and I will arrange the most delicious food on earth to entertain you. Bulma is a genius, how could she not know about Weiss? How much does it weigh? I started to make my own calculations. Oh, that's great. I won't bother you anymore. Weiss did not refuse. After accepting Bulma's kindness calmly, he looked at Lin Chuan again. What happened this time is somewhat unexpected. Unexpectedly, Mr. Lin Chuan must hurry up and become stronger in the future. The future Gohan has brought a lot of news. I am looking forward to how strong you can be in the future. If possible, when Lord Beerus wakes up, I would like to invite you to become the candidate for the God of Destruction in our 7th universe. After the words fell, Lin Chuan was stunned. Another candidate for the God of Destruction. It was Vados who said this to him more than half a year ago, and now it's Weiss. If he hadn't known how valuable a candidate for the God of Destruction was, he would have suspected that this thing was a piece of shit. When other people present heard this, especially Vegeta, they became uneasy. God of Destruction, that's it? Let's talk about it. Next time you see me, I should be better. At least I won't be like this again, so weak that I don't even have the courage to watch the battle. Lin Chuan couldn't make any guarantees. Able to agree casually. We will see you later, Mr. Lin Chuan. And everyone, with your talents, I believe you will grow up soon. Weiss smiled, as if he had revealed the big secret of the future. Then with a thought, Angel's power was released. Just for a moment, the colorful rainbow light suddenly appeared and turned into a beam of light and left the earth. As Weiss left, the soldiers still here fell silent and remained silent for a long time. The atmosphere was very quiet, and no one took the initiative to break it. There is only one thought in everyone's mind at this moment. That is becoming stronger. Become stronger at any cost, surpass your own limits in the shortest time, and enter a higher dimension? However, if you want to become stronger, how should you become stronger? This is a big problem. If it were so easy to become stronger, they would not stop at this level and could not easily go any further. In fact, for them, the situation has become much stronger in the past half year, but the comparison goal is different, so it is different. There was no other way, so everyone could only focus on Lin Chuan. There is no doubt that Lin Chuan is still the strongest among them all, and is far ahead of them. Although Lin Chuan is not as good as the future Sun Wufan and that special cell who came to this era this time, but putting the future aside, Lin Chuan is the strongest. Just when everyone fell into silence, Son Goku suddenly had an idea in his mind, and seemed to have thought of a good place to go. Everyone, I do know a good place to practice and become stronger. However, the former gods and Piccolo have assimilated into the current Piccolo. I wonder if that place still exists. If it exists, then undoubtedly going there will give us more time to practice in the shortest possible time. As Son Goku's words came out, everyone's attention was attracted. Especially Lin Chuan and Piccolo were stunned involuntarily. The two of them undoubtedly thought of the spiritual time room. 1 year of training inside is equivalent to 1 day outside. Son Goku's words blurted out again, and once again aroused everyone's amazement and disbelief. Especially Raditz and Vegeta, who had never heard of it. Of course, there is Sun Wufan. On the contrary, Tianjin rice, Yamcha, Kellen, and dumplings, they also went in and practiced for a period of time in the past. So we roughly know what Son Goku is referring to. 1 day outside, 1 year inside. There is no doubt that for these people, time is money. What's more, the inside of the spiritual time room is an absolute place of cultivation. Damn it! So this is why you got stronger in the first place? Why didn't you say it earlier when there is such a good place, Kakarot? Vegeta suddenly became furious and shouted angrily. He was completely unaware that his emotions were over the top. But yes, if he had known about such a precious training ground, he would have entered it long ago. A day outside is a year inside. It's equivalent to spending a few days in it to improve your skills. This time I stand with Vegeta. Kakarot, it's a bit unkind of you to hide such a good training place. Raditz agreed from the side. He came to Earth earlier than Vegeta and integrated into this group earlier without knowing anything about it. This younger brother, it was hard for him to hide it. Haha, brother, do you think I am that kind of person? I just suddenly remembered that there is such a place, and I have not been exposed to the spiritual time room for a long, long time. I remember that at the beginning, I just went into practice. I couldn't stand it for 2 months. As Son Goku told all his experiences, everyone felt relieved. Speaking of which, Piccolo should be the one who suffered the biggest blow. Son Goku said that, there is no doubt that when he lost to Son Goku, it was because this guy went into the spiritual time room to practice for 2 months. Although the old guy from the celestial god has been assimilated by me, the spiritual time room of the celestial god's temple will not disappear. Piccolo suddenly said. As soon as these words came out, everyone was overjoyed. Who doesn't want to become stronger? As long as there is an opportunity, you must not miss it. That's great. I'm also worried that without the Lord God, the spiritual time house will also disappear. Son Goku looked excited. He had forgotten that there are limits to the spiritual time room, and there is no limit to anyone who can enter it casually. Seeing that you are so excited, I still need to remind you, and by the way, I also want to tell you all that the spiritual time room still exists in the Temple of Heaven, but only 2 people can enter at a time, and each person can stay in it for a limited time. It can't be more than 2 years. That is to say, according to the time ratio, each person can only stay in the spiritual time room for a maximum of 2 days. If this time limit is exceeded, the exit will disappear and the people inside will be locked up in the spiritual time room forever. There is no way to get out of the other dimensional world of the time house. As Piccolo explained all the pros and cons of the spiritual time house in one breath, everyone learned more about it. Even Tianjin Fan, Dumpling, Yamcha, and Klin, who knew about the existence of the spiritual time room, only knew some basic information and had entered it before, and were not told that there were such big restrictions. Such news is not good. For Raditz and Vegeta, they both fantasize about going in for 10.5 days, spending 10 or 20 years in there and then coming out. As a result, he could only practice for 2 years. 2 years, something is better than nothing, isn't it? Son Goku was open-minded. After saying this, everyone calmed down. Indeed, something is better than nothing. Although I can only stay there for 2 years, if you give me another 2 years, I will definitely become stronger. Super Saiyan beyond Super Saiyan is not a problem. Raditz made up his mind. This time it is imperative for him to practice the spiritual time room. I want to be the first to go in? Tell me where it is? Kakarot. Vegeta was impatient, obviously not wanting anyone to get the first step. He was lagging behind in many aspects before, but now he just wants to be ahead. I should be the first one to go in? Vegeta, haven't you changed your prince's temper yet? Do you think you still have the final say now? Raditz would not give Vegeta a chance to stand up. If Vegeta really goes in first, then when he comes out, he still has to talk to him with his nose arrogantly? What did you say? Raditz, do you still want to be beaten? Vegeta was angry, with veins popping out on his forehead. You're the one who got beaten, right? I don't know who lost half a move to me last time. Raditz's words were full of provocation. These words made Vegeta even more furious. Don't be so proud. If I hadn't consumed some of my physical strength in training last time, could you have taken advantage of me? Moreover, is the record 2 months ago worth showing off? An excuse is an excuse, and if you lose, you lose. Raditz showed no mercy. The line between the two people opened up, and everyone felt the collision of momentum between them. Oh, forget it, there is no need to get angry because of this matter. Anyway, 2 people can go in at the same time. If you want to go in first, then just go in together. Son Goku said magnanimously. There was no one at this time. A little bit of a fight for it. After listening to his words, the relationship between Raditz and Vegeta relaxed a little and got off the ground. However, the rivalry between the two of them never stopped. Vegeta snorted coldly, cursing secretly in his heart that he would definitely throw away Raditz after this training. Chi, who was beside him, looked at Vegeta with a worried expression. This man fascinates her, and she wants to help, but her abilities are limited and she doesn't have access to that kind of field. The only thing he could do was to stay by Vegeta's side. In this wave, it was Vegeta who gained blood and crushed Raditz severely. Raditz's face turned green when he saw that Vegeta had even taken down Bulma's best friend, and then when he saw that there was no one around him and he was alone. Good luck, Vegeta. Very good, just wait, I won't fall behind. If you find one, I will find 2. In Raditz's mind, another decision has been made. He really doesn't want to lose to Vegeta in any way. It is also the career of a subordinate for more than 20 years before the anger. There was no further dispute between the two, and everyone began to talk about it. It's all about the spiritual time room. Gohan, do you want to go to the spiritual time room to practice with your father? Son Goku was still making a choice for his sparring partner. After both Piccolo and Lin Chuan refused, he set his sights on his son, Sun Wuhan. At this time, thinking of the powerful fighting power displayed by Sun Wufan in the future, he wanted to see if his son could develop his hidden potential during this training in the spiritual time room. It would be a great thing if his son grew up ahead of schedule. Moreover, Gohan's strength is not weaker than him now, so it is perfect for him to be his sparring partner. The father and son are also closer than others. If dad goes, I will go too. Sun Wuhan nodded decisively. After seeing himself in the future world, Sun Wufan yearned for it. He also wants to become so strong, and he also has that transformation that seems to be exclusive to him. Seeing that his son was willing, Son Goku showed a happy smile on his face. Then he turned his eyes and looked at Lin Chuan. Then, if you and Piccolo are not in a hurry, after Vegeta and Big Brother come out, Gohan and I will go into practice first. After saying that, Son Goku reached out and rubbed his son's little head. Where is Shishi? She didn't object this time. It seemed that after meeting future Gohan, she confirmed that everything was correct, so she naturally agreed to her husband's approach. If you want to go, go ahead. I hope you can open my eyes after you come out. Lin Chuan said. For him, the spiritual time room is indeed a must to enter. But not now. Lin Chuan has his own plan. After hearing Lin Chuan's answer, everyone had their own plans. Piccolo was not in a hurry. He seemed to have his own ideas, so he turned his attention to the others. What about you? Tianjin Rice, Dumplings, Kellen, Yamcha. The 4 of them looked at each other. They were all excellent martial artists. Although they had been eliminated by the times, they still had a heart to become stronger. Even if Yamcha has begun to fail, if he can become stronger, he will still be willing to try. It's just like money. Who would complain about having too much money? No one will think that he is too strong. After Goku and Gohan come out, I also want to go in with the dumplings to try. Tianjin Fan said his decision. Indeed, this era is no longer what it was a year ago. Since the advent of the Super Saiyan era, his strength has fallen to the bottom, and it seems that no matter how hard he tries, he can't catch up. But even so, he still has to catch up, because he is not the kind of person who is willing to give up. Tianjin Fan and I have the same idea, Yamcha, how about we team up and go in and practice again? It took 2 months last time to go in and practice, and now our strength has reached the point where it is now, so we should be able to stay longer. Krillin extended an invitation to Yamcha. That's what I had in mind, but it's a pity that we can't go in together. Otherwise, if the 4 of us are together, we may make greater progress. Yamcha said. As soon as his words came out, Bobo walked out from the crowd. This time, Bobo and Dende also came to attend the wedding, but they never had the chance to speak. Now the opportunity has come. Actually, as long as Master Tianjin and I work together to modify and upgrade the spiritual time house, although we cannot extend the time we can stay in it, we can allow more people to enter together. Bobo said. These words made everyone even more surprised. Can this still be done? In fact, it can indeed be done. The later spiritual time room in the original work has been renovated and upgraded more than once. Is it really possible? That's great. However, it's better for Gohan and I to go in alone. Sometimes it's better to practice without more people. Although Son Goku is happy that the spiritual time room can change the rules, he still keep the original idea. If all the people who enter are those who are holding back, it's better to practice on your own. Although Vegeta's words are very straightforward and offending, I have to say that they make sense. In this way, after a group of people discussed, the order and time for entering the spiritual time room were decided. Because you need to make preparations, you can't just go if you want to. After all, you also need to survive in the spiritual time house. If you don't prepare enough food and water resources, you are seeking death. 3 days is the fastest limit. Moreover, Bobo also needs to teach Dende to upgrade the spiritual time room. Back to business. The wedding was concluded successfully. Everyone went to the arranged rooms to rest, while Lin Chuan and Bulma returned to the main house. There is a change in status. Although the relationship has been established before, this time they are a real couple. Lin Chuan held Bulma in his arms from behind, breathing in the scent that belonged only to Bulma, and the Saiyan's blood began to boil unconsciously. Seemingly aware of Lin Chuan's little move, Bulma stretched out her hand and patted her. You are dishonest again, don't hurt your daughter. Don't worry, it won't be the 4th level of Super Saiyan this time. 100,000 words are omitted below. I believe all of you don't like to watch junk emotional action dramas. Time flies. 3 days passed quietly. Because of the agreement made 3 days ago, Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz, and Vegeta came to the long-lost Celestial Temple as agreed. Naturally, neither Son Goku nor Son Wuhan will go in, they just come to see the situation. Vegeta and Raditz dove into the spiritual time room. For them, this is a new beginning. Looking at the closed door of the time room, Son Goku and Son Gohan looked forward to Vegeta and Raditz coming out 2 days later. Not only them, Piccolo, Dende, and Bobo are also looking forward to it. I don't know what level they will reach after they come out. Piccolo, Gohan and I have been staying here for the past 2 days. Let's discuss it by the way. It's been so long since we last played against you, and we are no longer the same people we were before. To be honest, I have always wanted to find an opportunity to compete with you. So this time, let me feel how strong your cultivation is now after assimilating with the old god, right? Son Goku said. This is also one of the reasons why he came here earlier. Where is Son Wufan? He also wants to see his father and Uncle Piccolo fight, because the more he sees, the more he can learn. When Piccolo heard this, he smiled softly. Then you have to be mentally prepared. Don't completely lose your belief in becoming stronger after being ravaged by me. Son Goku. Hey, that's not necessarily true. I haven't made any progress in the past 6 months. Son Goku rubbed his nose with a smile. Here, practice begins. On the other side, Lin Chuan returned home after accompanying Bulma on a 3-day honeymoon trip. After that, he explained his thoughts to Bulma and went out to practice for a while. Bulma has always been very supportive of him in this regard and has always been his solid backing. Ever since, Lin Chuan used teleportation to randomly find a dead star in the universe. The size of this planet is about twice the size of the Earth. Because there is no sign of life, it is most suitable for Lin Chuan to break out here. Originally, Lin Chuan planned to suffer for a while, but after what happened 3 days ago, he didn't plan to wait any longer. Let's improve our strength first, and then think about future matters after our strength improves. System, extract 16 billion combat power points. Ding! Combat power index successfully extracted, 16 billion points. The remaining combat power index that can be extracted, 25 million points. As the system's mechanical prompt sounded, in an instant, Lin Chuan felt that his body was filled with an explosive force. Originally there were only 2 billion normal combat power, but after the addition of 16 billion stored combat power, even though it seemed to have been cultivated over many years, his mind was still greatly affected and changed for a while. The body's muscles swelled due to the sudden increase in strength, and the endless energy was like a volcano that was constantly erupting. By Lin Chuan's shouts. In an instant, it reached nearly 20 billion units of energy, which continued to expand like the Big Bang of the universe, covering the entire star field in a short time. This is my power now. Very strong, but not enough. Clenching his teeth, feeling the surging and explosive power in his body, Lin Chuan took a deep breath and suddenly activated the power of blood in his body. Now, his normal state has reached 18 billion points. The power after transformation directly helped him cross a dimension. Just at the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan, his combat power climbed straight from 18 billion points to 1.44 trillion points. This strength, even if Majin Buu breaks out of the seal, Lin Chuan can easily suppress him with the full power of the first level of Super Saiyan. Of course, this is not over yet. Lin Chuan's outbreak has just begun. Otherwise, combat power can also be extracted on Earth. The transformation is sublimated again. The second level of Super Saiyan is the ultimate state. As the electric arc wrapped around his body, Lin Chuan became more heroic and handsome. The normal 200-fold increase in combat power raised Lin Chuan's combat power to 3.6 trillion points. The transformation has not stopped yet. After Super 2, it will naturally become Super 3. The rising energy severely damaged the dead star from the outside, causing the already extinct planet to undergo large-scale collapse. Since reaching Super 3, Lin Chuan has cultivated the third level of Super Saiyan to the ultimate level in half a year. From the normal 400-fold increase, to the peak of 600-fold, and then to the extreme of 800-fold. At this moment, Lin Chuan's combat power has expanded to 14.4 trillion. Is this the end? No. The deeper blood power was activated, and the shadow of the giant ape flashed across Lin Chuan's body, and the roaring sound of the beast swept through the entire star of death. It was this beast's roar that caused the entire dead star to completely disintegrate, turning into countless super-large fragments that separated and floated in the universe. There was no explosion. It was completely suppressed by the momentum and pressure until it disintegrated. Is this the power I hold at the fourth level of Super Saiyan? Unfortunately, it's still a little short of it. For units that have reached the fifth dimension, this is just the beginning. The power of the constantly beating blood in his body made Lin Chuan excited, but he still felt helpless. With the combat power blessed by the system, which can even increase the combat power by 1000 points per second, it is too difficult to reach the sixth dimensional level in a short time. His fourth level of Super Saiyan has also been cultivated to the extreme of black hair. A 5,000-fold increase, and the combat power value reached 90 trillion? Even if the combat power number does not represent everything, the value does not even reach 100 megabytes. How can it compare with the sixth dimension? Jing's unit, I'm afraid even blowing his breath will make him die without a place to bury him? With his current strength, he still couldn't watch the battle between Sun Wuhan and Unknown Cell 3 days ago. He wants to become stronger. Unfortunately, although the cultivation of the power of God has begun to take shape, but it is still not fully cultivated, and it is still a little bit behind. According to the upgrade of the system, perhaps only those who can achieve the Super Saiyan God only when you transform will you upgrade again. The next level is to increase combat power by 10,000 points per second. If it doesn't work, just use the original method. The current Vegeta and Raditz should be able to do it, right? Plus Son Goku and Son Gohan, and my unborn daughter. He secretly thought in his heart that Lin Chuan was also making some kind of decision. After all, every upgrade involves transformation. Super 1, Super 2, Super 3, and Super 4 have all been completed. Even though Super 4 has not yet reached the red hair boundary breakthrough, this should have nothing to do with the system upgrade. Only by entering a larger realm, such as the fifth level of Super Saiyan, may the system meet the conditions for an upgrade again, but it probably won't be the conditions for upgrading from level 4 to level 5. After all, Super 5 is no ordinary transformation. This feeling is. At this moment, Lin Chuan suddenly felt a strange feeling in his heart. An even more surging blood power was surging rapidly, making his body extremely hot. Strength, breakthrough? It shouldn't be. But now it feels like he is on the verge of a breakthrough. After calming down, Lin Chuan let out a cathartic cry in the next second. It was unbearable to make a sound, unlike the previous independent cry. The restless blood power in his body caused the muscles all over his body to expand greatly. This was something that had never happened after Super 4. The golden energy emitted from the body from the inside out was gradually replaced by blood-colored energy at this moment. Boom! In the dark universe, a bloody light and shadow suddenly appeared and penetrated the stars. With Lin Chuan as the center, extremely terrifying power was completely released, destroying everything within light years. Reaching such a magnitude, Lin Chuan's invisible burst of power was enough to destroy a galaxy. The bloodline is sublimated again. It's not that the red-haired Super 4 has broken through, but that it's on the verge of breaking through. Lin Chuan's black hair had a faint hint of red light. It's a pity that it's just a little short. It's completely consistent with my original idea. It needs the blessing of God's power as the final help to break through the boundary. Lin Chuan stood in the starry sky and said with emotion. Therefore, next he must reach the realm of Super Saiyan God. The combination of divine power and bloodline power breaks through the boundaries? Where do these breaths come from? Wait. My perception has broken through to such a large range. What is going on? That unknown territory is other universes. When countless breaths came from his mental perception, Lin Chuan opened his mouth with an unbelievable look. The next second, a bright light flashed in his eyes. He can sense the breath of the universe next door. This does not mean that his teleportation can establish coordinates. He can even directly use the breath perception to break the constraints of space and travel there. The distance is really extremely far, but with his current strength, he can indeed achieve it. Would you like to go over and have a look? I don't know which universe it is, or maybe it's another new world. Lin Chuan suddenly had a bold idea in his mind. His senses quickly locked onto the aura over there, and Lin Chuan took a deep breath, making sure that he had left enough spatial imprints here to ensure his return. The next second, he disappeared into the 7th universe. At the same time, in the God of Destruction realm of the 7th universe, Angel Weiss, who was feeding the prophet fish, was suddenly shaken. He seemed to have noticed something and showed a strange expression. What's wrong, Weiss? Prophecy looked at Angel Weiss eagerly and asked in confusion. It seems that something unexpected happened again. Weiss did not answer immediately because he was not completely sure yet. Using the ability of Angel's scepter to investigate, Weiss was stunned until he confirmed the accuracy of the matter. Lin Chuan actually used his own power to break away from the shackles of the universe and went from the 7th universe to other universes. Is it this Saiyan again? Is he really that special? Weiss, the prophecy fish asked again. After hearing this, Weiss seemed to know Lin Chuan's whereabouts and breathed a sigh of relief. He is very special. This time, even I didn't expect that he would go to the 6th universe. It seems that more unexpected things will happen in the future. At this moment, Lin Chuan is here. Through the instantaneous space transfer, he came to an unfamiliar starry sky. He didn't realize that he was in the 6th universe. In fact, it is because the 6th universe and the 7th universe are adjacent and are twin universes that he can penetrate the spiritual power perception. Is this the universe beyond the 7th universe? Lin Chuan glanced at the starry sky that had not changed much, and Lin Chuan remained vigilant to prevent mistakes. Such a long-distance spatial transfer consumes a huge amount of energy. But Lin Chuan is not worried because he can sense the spatial imprint of the 7th universe. After taking a fairy bean, Lin Chuan recovered the power he had consumed and immediately let go of his senses. In the God of Destruction of the 6th universe. At this moment, Kampa, the God of Destruction, is practicing under the supervision of Vados. Since losing to Lin Chuan at the same level more than half a year ago, Vados has been yin and yang to Kampa, so much so that Kampa became so angry that he made lofty ambitions. This resulted in him living an inhumane life for the past 6 months. Of course, although life was very difficult, Kampa has truly returned to his peak. At least being fat will no longer affect his performance. If there were another battle at the same level at this time, Lin Chuan would definitely not be Kampa's opponent. Come on, Kampa-sama, there is only one last lap left for today's running exercise. I run 100,000 laps around the God of Destruction realm every day. I think I can upgrade it again. How about 1 million laps? Maybe after increasing the amount, Kampa-sama will become even more powerful. Angel Vados teased Kampa, who was running huffing and puffing while tasting the dessert. Ha ha ha, stop making random rules, Vados. At this time, Kampa, the God of Destruction, was already tired. It would be fine if he was just running laps normally, but the problem is that he still has to carry an extremely heavy broken knot. This thing was something Vados used to train him before he became the God of Destruction. I thought that after becoming the God of Destruction, he could be free and do whatever he wanted. Who would have thought that one day he would wear this thing again? Although, running around with this thing for 10 or 100 times is nothing to him, the God of Destruction. But now it's 100,000 laps? Accumulated every day, until today, he couldn't even count how many times he had circled the God of Destruction realm. I'm really exhausted. After the last lap, the knots in his hands disappeared, and the God of Destruction Kampa fell backwards without caring about his face, gasping for air. After exercising, I experienced brief hallucinations. His mind was filled with nothing but delicious food. Seeing that Kampa had completed today's exercise goal, Vados floated to Kampa's side with a smile on his face. The angel scepter in his hand was gently tapped on Kampa, and the angel's power was activated. In just a moment, Kampa's fatigue was swept away and he returned to his peak state. Who? This god is alive again. Kampa stood up eagerly and let out a cry of liberation. Today compared to yesterday, Mr. Kampa, you finished 1 minute faster. You deserve praise. So I also prepared generous food to reward you, Vados said with a smile on his face. The next second, she raised her hand and waved it, and tables and chairs appeared out of thin air, along with a table of delicious food. Seeing this, how can Kampa care about his face? TCH? This level of cultivation, For me, it's just child's play. Kampa said, pretending while eating. Era Allah? Since Lord Kampa is so confident, how about we double our practice tomorrow? 1 million laps is indeed too much. If it's 200,000 laps, I believe Lord Kampa can do it. Vados teased. Let's forget it. Hearing this, Kampa, who had just finished showing off, refused with great embarrassment. Is he shameless? If this really cannot be accomplished, it will be a huge disgrace. Even if only Vados knows about it, it won't work. Okay. Vados was not the kind of imprudent angel, so he immediately stopped teasing. Everything must be done in a certain degree, and going too far will not do. Buzz. At this moment, Vados's angel scepter suddenly heard a strange sound, and the black jade on the top flashed with bright green light. Huh? That's really weird. Vados was surprised. What's going on? Could it be that something big happened in the lower universe? Kampa, the god of destruction, swallowed the bird meat in his mouth and asked with a confused look on his face. Vados didn't listen to his words because she already knew what was going on. This really surprised her. The next second, without hesitation, Lin Chuan's projection was directly released. This Saiyan appears in the 6th universe? It's him. How did he come to the 6th universe? It is impossible for Kampa to forget Lin Chuan. The reason why he is in so much pain every day is because of Lin Chuan. Vados, besides him, is there anyone else coming to the 6th universe with him? God of Destruction Kampa asked doubtfully. Logically speaking, it is impossible for Lin Chuan to have the ability to travel through the universe at will with his strength. Because even he, the God of Destruction, has not mastered this skill. No, it seems that he came to the 6th universe with his own power. Appreciation flashed in Vados's eyes. This Saiyan is really unexpected. Please give me monthly votes, please recommend votes, and please give me rewards. Aduza's interest in Lin Chuan is getting bigger and bigger. Since ancient times, it has been rare for mortals to cross the universe with the help of their own strength. You said he came from the 7th universe with his own power. How is this possible? Even if he had the ability to teleport like Supreme Kai, he still wouldn't be able to do it. He's still so weak. God of Destruction Kampa is unwilling to accept this fact. In his opinion, how could a human like Lin Chuan do what he couldn't do? He crossed the universe without permission, and I destroyed him now, so it doesn't break the rules. He escaped by chance last time, but he won't be so lucky this time. Between words, Kampa thought of something again, with an evil and cunning smile on his face. He did not realize that the universe law stipulates that gods from different universes are not allowed to enter other universes without permission. But there are no relevant regulations for mortals. Because it has never been possible for mortals to cross the universe, there is no corresponding method. Well, Lord Kampa, it is actually a good thing for Lin Chuan to come to our universe. Have you forgotten? Last time we thought he could come to the 6th universe with us to help our universe improve the average index. We almost moved the Earth at that time. Although he rejected our invitation, this time he came by himself, so we have a new opportunity, right? When we reach our 6th universe, even if Weiss comes out and says something now, it's us who have the final say. Fixing his eyes on Lin Chuan in the projection, Vados laughed. In those bright eyes, it seems that you can see the future. When Kampa heard this, although the fire in his heart did not disappear, it also faded a lot. He was only angry because Lin Chuan took advantage of him last time. What do you mean? Kampa asked, staring at Vados. What I mean is that since he has taken the initiative to come to our 6th universe, we might as well go and greet him. It will not only show our sincerity, but also enhance our relationship with each other. As long as we have a good relationship, it will not only be him isn't this person, as well as the delicacies of the universe Earth over there, all at your fingertips. Vados said meaningfully. Relating to the delicacies of the 7th universe Earth, Kampa DC Halazi. After reacting for a long time, until he saw Vados showing him an I understand expression, Kampa coughed, ahem. It's okay not to destroy this kid. I'm not doing it for the delicious food, I'm doing it for the average of our universe. Index. Yes. Master Kampa, if the average index of our universe increases significantly due to the relationship between the Saiyans, then you can also show off in front of the gods of other universes. Vados answered with a smile. Would she still not know the temperament of her own god of destruction? Just don't expose it. In the lower universe, Lin Chuan stands in the starry sky world, constantly using his spiritual perception to feel the universe. To put it bluntly, it is nothing more than looking for some powerful breath. Lin Chuan has a general understanding of the situation in the 7th universe. Which universe this universe is still unknown, so he wants to see how powerful the masters in this universe are. Until a long time ago, Lin Chuan had not collected much information. 2. Even now, if he wants to directly cover the entire universe with his perception in one breath, that would be a fool's errand. So the range he perceives now is a diameter distance of about 100 million light-years. Don't underestimate these 100 million light-years. There are countless planets inside. Lin Chuan only scanned them lightly to see which planet has extremely powerful masters. Although I have sensed the existence of many powerful auras, the most powerful of these auras is a unit with a combat power of over 100 million, which is too weak. Lin Chuan opened his eyes with his eyes closed and murmured to himself. Breaking 100 million. In fact, it is very powerful for most life forms in the universe. But for him, it is really not worth mentioning. It can only be said that the era of the universe emperor is over, and the combat power of over 100 million is no different from fighting the 5 scum. Let's find a planet to check the situation here temporarily. With an idea in mind, Lin Chuan chose a planet among countless planets with a relatively large amount of life. About to use teleportation. The next second, in his mental perception, something suddenly came towards him at a speed he could not imagine. This familiar feeling, is this universe's angel and god of destruction. Damn it, I just came here and I was discovered already. Lin Chuan couldn't help complaining. He immediately locked onto the space mark of the 7th universe and prepared to escape, but for just a moment, his body seemed to be locked. boom, was accompanied by vibrations in the space. A bright rainbow of light broke through the space and landed directly in front of Lin Chuan. When the light beam dispersed, Angel Vados and the god of destruction Kampa appeared in front of Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan, who was originally facing a formidable enemy, was still cursing in his heart that he was in trouble this time. As a result, what I saw was them. Immediately I had the answer in my mind, this was actually the 6th universe. It's you, so this universe is the 6th universe. Remaining calm, Lin Chuan spoke first. It's amazing to cross the barrier between universes with your own power, Mr. Lin Chuan. Even Master Kampa can't do this ability to cross universes. Vados praised Lin Chuan with a smile in his eyes. And your current strength? I haven't seen you for a short period of time. It seems that Mr. Lin Chuan's strength has improved a lot, Vados said, narrowing his eyes slightly. As an angel, her eyesight was terrible, and she could tell at a glance that Lin Chuan at this time was much stronger than Lin Chuan half a year ago. Even though this kind of power is nothing to her, she knows how to measure it. Excuse me, it's just a small achievement. Without restraint, Lin Chuan breathed a sigh of relief and said perfunctorily, TCH? You said a few nice things about you and you're even more modest. Do you really think you're great? I don't think you've changed at all. Kampa was full of words. Facing Lin Chuan, he couldn't help but want to get angry. This kid failed him last time. This time, he couldn't help but tease him. Hearing this, Lin Chuan didn't care at all. It's true that Kampa is the god of destruction, but the real owner is Vados. Vados didn't say anything, even if the domestic cat barked, it would just be like that. That's right. In Lin Chuan's eyes, Kampa has already become Vados's cat. Getting back to the subject, I'm afraid you don't know that traveling through the universe at will without permission is against the laws of the universe, right? Seeing that Lin Chuan ignored him, Kampa continued angrily. His words caused Vados to raise his eyebrows, his eyes showing helplessness. Really? If it violates the universe law, then I'm really sorry. But no one is innocent if I don't know. I just sensed the aura of the universe here during the breakthrough process, so I used teleportation to take a look out of curiosity. So far, I didn't do anything to damage the 6th universe. At this point, Lin Chuan was ready to use teleportation to return to the 7th universe. It's obviously not a good thing to get into trouble with Angel, the god of destruction here. You can't mess around here anymore, because once he shows up, Angel will definitely know about it. Otherwise, how could it have come so quickly? Wait a minute. Fearing that Lin Chuan would teleport away, Vados stopped him and then glanced at Kampa angrily. Actually, Mr. Lin Chuan did not violate the universe law, Master Kampa. After speaking, Vados corrected Kampa's understanding of the universe law. After some explanations, Lin Chuan also took the opportunity to understand that there were so many rules and regulations in the universe law. What shocked him most was that these regulations were not for mortals, but for gods and angels. So, I've been making mistakes all along. Kampa's cheeks were red, and he couldn't hold on to his face anymore. He is a god of destruction who has existed since the birth of the 6th universe. As a result, he did not fully understand the universe law. Yes, Master Kampa. The universe law was originally established to prevent malicious competition between gods in the universe. However, although the constraints on ordinary life forms are not large, it is not without them. It just does not involve destruction. The development of other universes is not a violation. Vados nodded and said again. After hearing these words, Kampa's eyes changed when he looked at Lin Chuan. Finally, I had a reason to suppress this Saiyan boy, but in the end, I still didn't understand it. However, it was a mistake. As the god of destruction, he had no intention of apologizing. He turned his face away and whistled, as if this had never happened at all. Since it's not a violation, that's fine. However, now that I know this is the 6th universe, I won't set foot there easily again. After all, God knows if this Lord of Destruction will accuse me of anything. Lin Chuan he didn't pursue it, but expressed his fears. As soon as these words came out, it also meant that he was going back. Just kidding, he is a lamb to be slaughtered here. Once the God of Destruction kills him if he is unhappy, there will be no place to cry. And this angel, who looks like a harmless beauty, is actually a rose with thorns. The setting in the original work is that of an eldest sister, who is not only scheming, but also full of schemes. To describe it in the simplest terms, you never know what Vados is thinking. Alala, Mr. Lin Chuan is already here, why bother leaving in such a hurry? Besides, it's not against the rules for you to come to the 6th universe. This is also the 2nd time we've met. I accepted your hospitality last time on Earth, so this time you might as well come to the God of Destruction in our universe as a guest. Also, since we are all here, Mr. Lin Chuan, don't you want to meet the Saiyans of our 6th universe? I know that the Saiyans of the 7th universe have become extinct, and even their home planet has been destroyed. As Vados' words came out, what Lin Chuan was most worried about also happened. Reject? This is not the right time. After looking at Vados and then at Kampa, Lin Chuan nodded and changed the subject. Okay, since we are here, let's take a look at the God of Destruction in the 6th universe. Seeing that Lin Chuan agreed, Vados showed a satisfied smile on his face. What about Kampa? He still looks extremely conceited. Then put your hands on my shoulders, and Mr. Kampa, don't always look reluctant. Mr. Lin Chuan treated us to so many delicious delicacies last time. Vedos's speaking skills are superb, and at the same time soothed Kampa's unbalanced psychology. TCH? I'm not reluctant. Kampa said casually, came behind Vedos and put his hand on Vedos' back. Lin Chuan came to Kampa's side and put his hand on Vedos' shoulder. Angel's power was activated, and a bright rainbow of light suddenly appeared, completely surrounding the three of them. Lin Chuan felt something in his heart after bathing in the power of Angel with his Super 4 posture. This was a feeling that he had never experienced before, different from the power he had cultivated. It was as if everything was born from this power. Is this Angel's power? It's really magical, Lin Chuan thought secretly in his heart. Boom. The next second, the three people turned into rainbow beams and disappeared, and the universe space set off a wave of ripples visible to the naked eye, entered another realm. Lin Chuan looked at the surrounding scene in great surprise. Angel has been seen traveling through the universe with the god of destruction in the original work. But when I see it again, and now I experience it personally. This kind of speed can no longer be described as speed. This is crossing a boundary, just like traveling through the realm of time and space. In an instant, it is billions of light years. Not long after, the god of destruction in the 6th universe. A rainbow of light suddenly appeared, breaking through the dimensional barrier and landing on the ground of the god of destruction. When the light dissipated, the figures of Vedos, Kampa, and Lin Chuan appeared. We are here, Mr. Lin Chuan. This is the god of destruction in our 6th universe. Vedos chuckled and introduced. Kampa on the side put his hands on his hips because he had returned home, as if this was my territory. Is this the destruction god realm? It's not much different from what I imagined. Lin Chuan sighed. The 6th universe and the 7th universe should be twin universes, so there is not much difference between the two worlds of destruction. Even though Lin Chuan has not seen the god of destruction in the 7th universe with his own eyes, he has seen it in his previous life. Following the footsteps of Vedos and Kampa, Lin Chuan came to the palace of the god of destruction. Be entertained and sample 6th universe food. Although he was indifferent, since everyone had said they wanted to entertain him, he couldn't refuse anymore. After a delicious meal, Lin Chuan also revealed the details of how he broke through the universe and reached the 6th universe under Vedos' inquiry. This has indeed never happened before. The main reason is that Lin Chuan's strength is still too weak and cannot meet the standards for traveling across the universe. In the end, Vedos could only conclude that perhaps the point where Lin Chuan was before belonged to the nearest intersection between the two universes, so he could cross the universe. Since we have arrived at the 6th universe, we might as well stay in our universe for a while. As agreed last time, I can even give you some pointers on how to practice and make you stronger. Of course, if you want to go back, I can also send you back to the 7th universe. Vedos said with a smile. To retreat is to advance, and the means are clever. Lin Chuan understood and roughly understood what Vedos meant. I'm afraid they are asking him to guide the Saiyans in this universe. Before he could answer, Kampa on the side seemed to have heard something incredible and his eyes widened. Hey, Vedos, are you kidding? You want to teach this Saiyan boy how to practice? Kampa shouted in disbelief. This kind of preferential treatment has never happened before. Angel can only teach the god of destruction how to practice. Well, I'm just saying casually, Master Kampa, don't worry. Vedos' smile did not diminish, and he looked at Lin Chuan as if he were looking at a big treasure. This made Lin Chuan feel embarrassed. It's a dream to get Angel's guidance. Since you said so, if I still leave, I will really miss this opportunity. Lin Chuan said. Between one person and one angel, they communicate with each other verbally and secretly with their eyes, which makes Kampa a little angry. He is a god of destruction, and now he can't get a word in. In the blink of an eye, 3 days passed like this. After 3 days of rest and reflection, Lin Chuan's strength has been improved again. 3 days ago, 16 billion combat power was extracted. The insights brought by this wave of improvement are extraordinary. Simply put, areas that were previously unperceivable are now within reach. And he also took advantage of this opportunity to conduct deeper mental training in the god of destruction realm, and then used the divine power training method to try to cultivate his own divine power. Needless to say, it is indeed the realm of gods. The god of destruction is more suitable for cultivation than the supreme Kai realm of the 7th universe. After only 3 days of living here, he clearly felt the effect of practicing here, even more than a month of hard training on Earth. At this moment, Lin Chuan was standing on a huge boulder. He was sitting cross-legged, condensing more pure life energy and quenching himself according to the power of God cultivation method. His hands drew an elegant arc in the space. In front of him, a Saiyan energy pattern was rotating clockwise. This is exactly the life energy map in his body. Lin Chuan is using a special method to sublimate the life energy for the second time. In the past, Lin Chuan would not have known this method. This is what Vedos said intentionally or unintentionally to remind him, letting him know that he can still come like this. There is only the last step left to temper the body into a carrier suitable for carrying the power of God. Lin Chuan clenched his fists and muttered to himself. At the same time, the scene of him practicing the power of God was also watched by Angel Vedos. In the past 3 days, Lin Chuan has been making progress. Vedos saw it and was surprised in his heart. At this time, Lin Chuan ended her practice for the day, and she walked out slowly. I didn't expect you to improve so quickly. Think about it, at the same age as you, Master Kampa was far behind you. I believe that in a short time, you will be able to transform yourself into a carrier suitable for carrying the power of God by yourself. Speaking of which, I really don't know why you have to do this. With your Super Saiyan transformation, if you continue, you should be able to become stronger. Vados praised and asked curiously. She has asked many times, but Lin Chuan has never told her the real reason for cultivating divine power. In fact, after she was sure that Lin Chuan must cultivate supernatural power, she once again extended an olive branch to Lin Chuan. As long as Lin Chuan nods, she can directly make Lin Chuan a candidate for the god of destruction, and then the practice of divine power will be more effective. With her personal supervision and training, Lin Chuan's strength will definitely improve by leaps and bounds. Vados imagined. MJGZNDKWMZCYNTI3 New Jersey M2NZA4OJQ equals. Millennium? No, 100 years at most? With Lin Chuan's qualifications, he can compete with Kampa. But Lin Chuan still rejected her kindness without hesitation. In Lin Chuan's view, if he really wanted to surpass Kampa, why would it take 100 years? 10 years at most is enough. Strength needs to continue to accumulate to be completely full. Ignoring Vados's praise, Lin Chuan recovered his mind, said something to himself, and then got off the boulder. Then he looked at Vados and said, "You came to me all of a sudden to say these things, right? If you need my help in any way, I will be happy to repay your advice." Ho ho ho, you are really serious. Well, here's the thing, Master Kampa is going to the lower world to destroy the planet. Do you want to come with him? By the way, let's see the difference between the 6th universe and the 7th universe. For example, I can take you to meet the Saiyans of the 6th universe this time. Vados' words made Lin Chuan feel a little special. Not only can you see the god of destruction destroying planets, but you can also meet the Saiyans of this universe. Although Vados should have done this specially, he would have to meet him sooner or later, which could be regarded as repaying Vados for his guidance. After staying here for 3 days, I really want to visit the lower world. Since you took the initiative to invite me, it would be foolish of me not to go. Lin Chuan nodded, accepting Vados' invitation. Then let's go, Lord Kampa is already waiting. Vados was smiling all over his face, and Lin Chuan was used to this expression. He didn't even understand why Vados always had such a strange smell in his eyes when he looked at him. It's like, I fell in love with him. But how could an angel fall in love with him? Blink. In the Nether universe, under the leadership of Vados, Kampa began to perform his work as the god of destruction. As a bystander, Lin Chuan witnessed countless planets being destroyed by Kampa's hand. The power of the god of destruction is so terrifying that destroying planets is basically the same as eating and drinking water. With just a move of your fingers, you can destroy every last bit of the entire planet. After traveling in the universe for more than 3 hours, Kampa has accumulated work for a period of time, and this is finally coming to an end. And this last thing that needs to be destroyed looks like a planet, but it is not a planet. The volume is as huge as several Earths, but it is a strange energy collection. What is this? Lin Chuan was curious, standing in the starry sky. This mass of energy was constantly squirming like a living thing. It seemed to be in a gaseous state and also in a liquid state, causing his senses to feel a chill. The breath that this ghost thing invisibly exudes seems to be extremely polluting, and even he will feel uncomfortable if it is contaminated even a little bit. In the simplest terms, this thing is a collection of negative energy floating in the universe. Speaking of which, this is the first time I have seen such a huge collection of negative energy. Fortunately, it was discovered in time. If we left it alone, I'm afraid countless planets would be contaminated by this thing. The danger of negative energy, whether it is the planet or life, will fall into an uncontrollable state once it is contaminated. Vados patiently explained for Lin Chuan. A collection of negative energy. Hearing this, Lin Chuan immediately thought of the evil dragon that appeared in the original work. In the plot of GT Time and Space, it was because of the excessive negative energy in the Dragon Balls that an existence capable of destroying the universe was born, the evil dragon. Now this collection of negative energy has signs of lifelike activity. If you really let it go, it will evolve intelligence after absorbing more negative energy, and thus evolve into a more terrifying existence. TCH? No matter how big it is, I can destroy it easily. Kampa took a step forward with his hands behind his back. He showed disdain and even yawned out of boredom. This large group of negative energy was completely ignored by him. For Lin Chuan, it was indeed the first time to see it, and it was incredible. But for Kampa, this kind of scene is indeed so common that he doesn't care at all. I saw his right hand raised, aiming at this huge negative energy aggregate. Destruction. After the words fell, the terrifying power of destruction burst out from the hands of the god of destruction, Kampa. Just at this moment, the power of the god of destruction exploded. Ouch. As if feeling the destruction coming, this supergiant negative energy aggregate roared like a living creature. Its momentum was so huge that it shook the void and stirred up thousands of huge waves in the universe. In Lin Chuan's opinion, this is life. Such terrifying pressure undoubtedly exceeds the unit of trillions. Opening the system, Lin Chuan also saw the system's digital description of this energy. Target, negative energy aggregate. Combat power index, 5000 Gai. Gai's unit? Unimaginable. However, even though this negative energy aggregation is extremely terrifying, it cannot escape the fate of being destroyed by the divine power of destruction. As the turmoil became smaller and smaller, this huge collection of negative energy was completely destroyed. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, remained silent. This time he truly saw the horror of the god of destruction. Even if it is a unit-level energy aggregate, there is no room for resistance in the face of the power of destruction. In fact, even units that have reached the 8th dimension, or even units that have reached the 9th dimension, may not be able to resist in the face of destruction. The job of the god of destruction is to maintain the balance of this universe. Things that can be destroyed include but are not limited to planets. Anything that threatens the balance of the universe is within the scope that the god of destruction needs to destroy. Vados noticed Lin Chuan, who was deep in thought. Make a final explanation for it. I finally understand how heavy the work burden of the god of destruction is. Destruction that seems boring is actually extremely important. The existence of the god of destruction is to enable the universe to develop better. I have to say that for the first time, I felt a little respect for the god of destruction. Today, Lin Chuan's eyes were opened. In the past, he just believed that the god of destruction was powerful enough, and in order to maintain the balance of the universe, he needed to destroy everything that did not need to exist. It's actually not as simple as he thought. Okay, there is no need to worry about accidents in the next period of time, and I can take a good rest. I have consumed so much energy, and I must make up for it with a good meal later. After completing the arrangement, after all the work, Kampa stretched and felt much more relaxed. In fact, he felt very happy when he heard Lin Chuan say that he had some respect for the god of destruction. It's just that he didn't show it. Then our next destination is the planet Sarada where the Saiyans live. Vados said with a smile on his face. Planet Sarada? In that case, let's go. Kampa understood Vados's intention. Soon, under the leadership of Vados, the three disappeared into the starry sky. About 5 minutes passed. On a planet whose surface is completely red when viewed from outer space. We've arrived. The planet below is planet Sarada. Before entering planet Sarada, let me introduce you to Lin Chuan. The Saiyans in our universe are also a race that calls themselves a fighting nation. It's just that they are different from the Saiyans in your 7th universe. The Saiyans in our universe, he loves peace so much that he even spontaneously founded an organization to maintain peace in the universe. As Vados told about the achievements of the 6th universe Saiyans, Lin Chuan actually already knew it, but he still nodded, expressing surprise. A warrior of justice? Quite the opposite of the Saiyans of our 7th universe. Lin Chuan said. So this is why the Saiyans in your universe were exterminated. This heinous group should be exterminated. Kampa's words were very explicit. It's just that he won't know the inside story. To say this is just to show that the Saiyans of the 7th universe are different from the Saiyans of the 6th universe, so they were wiped out. The Saiyans in our universe, forget it, there is no point in saying so much. The past is the past, the present is now, and the future is the future. Lin Chuan did not argue with Kampa, but these words made him laugh. Vados and Kampa on the side were stunned. They always felt that Lin Chuan was going to say some breaking news, but in the end he stopped telling it, which made them feel itchy. Then, let's go to planet Sarada and have a look. Just in time, Lin Chuan, you should also take a look at your hometown here. Vados mentioned his hometown intentionally or unintentionally. Okay, he nodded. In this way, the three of them entered a metropolis on the planet Sarada. Hide your identity and walk on the streets of planet Sarada. Not everyone of the Saiyans on planet Sarada is a warrior, there are also old, young, women and children, as well as ordinary non-combatant Saiyans. It's almost the same whether it should be said or not. The only difference is that the Saiyans in this universe have no tails. If it were Vegeta or Raditz who came here, they would be very excited, right? After all, they only have the concept of hometown for planet Sarada. As a time traveler, even though I know this life, my hometown is the planet Sarada, so I don't have any feeling. On the contrary, the Earth is my hometown in my concept. Looking at the Saiyans all over the street, Lin Chuan sighed secretly in his heart. At this moment, let's feel the strength of the Saiyans in this universe. I have to say, it is really too weak. It can only be said that the Saiyans in the 6th universe have not yet grown up during this period, and the strongest ones have barely reached 1 million points of combat power. Of course, it is much more powerful than the 7th universe a few years ago. The reason why the 7th universe is progressing so fast is that firstly, as the plot progresses, there are only a few Saiyans, and secondly, it is due to his changes. The strongest aura should be at the level of tens of millions of points of combat power. Is this universe the king of Saiyans? Lin Chuan felt something. Because the place where this strongest Saiyan is located is in the palace. Those three little guys are. Suddenly, Lin Chuan's attention was attracted by the three children playing in front of him. 2 women and 1 man. That look, that hairstyle, plus this time. Could it be that they are? 3 figures suddenly appeared in Lin Chuan's mind. During the Super Era, during the Tournament of Power, the 3 Saiyans from the 6th universe appeared. Gabe, Caulifla, and Kel. All 3 are Saiyans with super monster talents. Mirai also emerged as the strongest Saiyan in the 6th universe. Leaving aside Gabe and Caulifla for the moment, Kair has the power of transcendence in his body. I didn't expect that I would meet them. Is this considered fate? At this time, these 3 little guys were still only 5 or 6 years old. Of course, although he is young, his fighting ability is impressive. Lin Chuan can sense their strength and weakness without using the system's ability. The strength of the three people is around 500,000 points. If converted to the 7th universe, someone with such strength at this age would be considered a Sun Wufan. Due to excessive attention, Vados on the side noticed Lin Chuan's performance. It seems that these three little guys are very different, and they can be valued so much by you. Secretly thinking in his heart, Vados had a bold idea. With Angel's eyesight, Vados seemed to have seen something incredible, and even she stared. That timid and cowardly little girl contained an extremely terrifying power within her body. It is full of the aura of violence and the aura of destruction. It's really incredible. A child has such great potential. Lin Chuan, are you attracted to this little guy? Vados pointed out with a smile. Although Gabe and Caulifla also have strong talent potential, she is an angel, which is not enough for her to take seriously. Kair is different. That power has a certain magnitude. Once it grows, it will definitely not be simple. After hearing what Vados said, Lin Chuan's expression changed slightly. It seems that you can see it too. However, I am not only attracted to this little guy, I am also very interested in the other two. I promised you, so before I leave, I will pass on some knowledge. Whether it can happen or not depends on their ability to accept it. As soon as he finished speaking, Lin Chuan had already made a plan. Originally, I was thinking about how to promote the progress of the Saiyans in this universe, but now Gabe, Caulifla, and Kale have appeared, and they are the best disciples. I need to stay here for a while. Of course it won't take too long, half a month is enough. He didn't want to waste too much time on this. Lin Chuan had planned from the beginning that he could not stay in the 6th universe for more than a month. Otherwise, Bulma will definitely be worried when the time comes. Then, Master Kompa, since Lin Chuan has made a decision, we might as well stay on planet Sarada for a while. As Vados said these words, the matter was settled. Lin Chuan was not in a hurry, but first had a thorough understanding of the current situation of the entire Salada planet with Kompa and Vados, as well as the current situation of the Saiyans. It wasn't until the next day that Lin Chuan found an opportunity and established a relationship with Gabe, Caulifla, and Kel. However, he did not reveal his identity, but pretended to be Saiyans who had returned from aliens. Seeing that they had good qualifications, he decided to accept them as his disciples. Except for Kair, the three children, Gabe and Caulifla, were arrogant little devils at this time, so Lin Chuan naturally used strong methods to let them see a broader world. At this point, after successfully recruiting disciples, they began to train them, teach them the way to practice so that they can become stronger, and of course the transformation of Super Saiyan. What Lin Chuan couldn't believe was that not long after training them and teaching the three Super Saiyan transformations, Caulifla and Gabe successfully transformed. As for Kair, although he did not succeed, under Lin Chuan's deliberate teaching, he became no longer timid, and became more confident. This is what Lin Chuan hopes to see. He believes that she will be able to control her power when she transforms in the future. At the same time, he also looks forward to how high their achievements will be in the future. Just like that, the deadline of half a month has expired in the blink of an eye. Bid farewell? Doesn't exist? Lin Chuan left directly, leaving planet Sarada with Kompa and Vados. In the universe space. Lin Chuan, are you deeply impressed by this trip to planet Sarada? If those three little guys know about your kindness in the future, they will definitely be very grateful to you. Vados said, I don't need their thanks. To be honest, teach them Super Saiyan. How far they can go in the future depends on themselves. Lin Chuan was not proud, but answered calmly, I am looking forward to it. What glorious heights will the Saiyans of the 6th universe reach in the future? Kompa on the side heard this and said something nice this time. I thought you would hide your secrets, but I didn't expect you to teach so generously. I underestimated you? After he finished speaking, he turned away again. After a while, he found that he no longer hated this kid. On the contrary, I still have a little admiration for Lin Chuan. Then, let's go back to the God of Destruction realm. There's nothing going on in the lower realm. Vados said with a smile. Go back and destroy the God realm? Lin Chuan suddenly said, actually, I am very curious about the strength of the masters of the 6th universe. After finally coming here, I would like to compete with the masters of your universe. Huh? Aren't you afraid of being kicked? The masters of our 6th universe are no better than your 7th universe. God of Destruction Kompa raised his eyebrows as if to demonstrate. As the God of Destruction of the 6th universe, he would never tolerate being compared to other universes in his own universe. The Saiyans had already lost in comparison, and he didn't want to be slapped in the face again by Lin Chuan. If I can really find an opponent who can defeat me, I'd really like it. I'm afraid. As he spoke, Lin Chuan pretended to sigh. He naturally knows who the masters of this universe are, especially the killer hit, and he wants to have a try. They have lived for thousands of years. But he couldn't say it clearly. He could only use this method to stimulate Kompa and ask him to help him find some opponents. Such disappointment made Kompa, the God of Destruction, blush with anger. What the hell, you're slapping him in the face again without being aware of it? Unconvinced, Kompa gave Vados a look. Vados understood instantly. Then, let me find some opponents for Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan left the planet Sarada with Vados and Kompa. There is no nostalgia or sadness. After all, the third child is just a small part of his life. Not long after Lin Chuan left, he was on the highest peak of the Vasco da Gama mountains. In front of the wooden house, Gabe, Caulifla, and Kyle were carrying a pile of food in their hands. Master, We brought you the most delicious barbecue in Dawes City today, Caulifla shouted at the wooden house in front of her with a carefree voice. The voice is still a little immature, not as rough as later generations, but there is already a slight tendency to develop in that direction. However, after waiting for a long time, there was no reply, leaving the three of them stunned and confused. Are you still sleeping? Master, we are here, Gabe shouted. Even after he shouted, there was still no movement in the wooden house. Realizing that something was wrong, the three of them walked quickly to the wooden house. First, they leaned against the crack in the door and looked inside. After finally confirming that no one was in the house, the three of them pushed the wooden house away. In the empty room in front of them, there was no trace of Lin Chuan anywhere. Even the situation in the room was exactly the same as before they left yesterday, without any change. After waiting for a long time, Sang Xiao finally accepted the fact that Lin Chuan left. Master, has he really left? He said he was leaving 2 days ago. He was not joking. After confirming that Lin Chuan left without saying goodbye, Kair looked like a little girl who had lost something important. He said with tears in his eyes. Although I had long thought that Master would leave, I never thought that Master would leave without saying goodbye so soon. I still have so many cultivation questions that I want to ask, and I have no chance. Califuela's character prevents her from showing sad things on her face, but she is indeed very sad in her heart. This master taught them for half a month, allowing them to truly understand what a Saiyan was. Scenes of Lin Chuan teaching them and getting along with them began to appear in her mind. No, there must be a chance. I believe Master will come back. Gabe's performance was much more mature than Caulifla and Kale, and his next words also gave Caulifla and Kair a precise target. In order not to disappoint Master, I will work harder to become stronger. Just like Master said, Super Saiyan is just the beginning. What we have to do is to continue to surpass the limit and surpass Super Saiyan. Gabe's words stimulated the two women. Yeah, Gabe is right. Count me as the one who can surpass the Super Saiyan. Next time I see Master, I will definitely give him a big surprise. Caulifla clenched her fists and made eye actions that can definitely be done. Tao. Kair's eyes were also firm. I will definitely master the power in my body, and then perfectly become a Super Saiyan. No. I will also surpass the Super Saiyan like my sister and Gabe. The three little ones have visions for their future. Lin Chuan would never have thought that when he saw the three little ones again in the future, they would become extremely powerful. In the universe. I don't know how much time passed, but Lin Chuan arrived at the first target planet with Vados and Kampa. Lin Chuan was surprised, because the first opponent Kampa and Vados found for him turned out to be Bodemo, who appeared in the original Super Era 6th Universe and 7th Universe martial arts competition. Should I say it or not, if Lin Chuan didn't know Bodemo's strength, he might not be able to do anything to him for a while. At any rate, they also have a certain level of strength, at least with a combat power level of tens of billions. However, after knowing his characteristics, he was an easy target for Lin Chuan to defeat. The reason why Bodemo in the original book can take advantage of many in the game is because his body structure is special, which can help him absorb and rebound impacts that are several times or even dozens of times greater than his own strength. Any physical attack hitting him is almost useless. Later, Bodemo's strength was even more impressive. Not only physical attacks, but even energy attacks could be rebounded by him, as long as the level did not reach the limit of what he could rebound. Value, it is absolutely impossible to harm him. Speaking of which, Bodhidharma is actually somewhat similar to Fat Majin Buu from the 7th universe. Of course, in real comparison, Bodhidharma is not worth mentioning. Kampa was very pretentious and boasted, but naturally his boast was broken. Due to the oppression of the god of destruction, Bodemo and Lin Chuan fought against each other. Naturally, Lin Chuan easily made a move and directly lifted Bodemo away. Not only that, it even made Bodama unable to fight anymore, and at the same time revealed all Bodama's weaknesses. It is true that in this world, innate advantages are always one of the keys to one's own strength, but to be truly powerful, you still need to have truly powerful power. After Bodemo lost, he benefited a lot from Lin Chuan's words. Kampa was originally so angry that he wanted to destroy the unsatisfactory Bodhidharma, but Lin Chuan said a kind word and let him stop. He was destroyed at every turn, and they didn't offend him, it was just that he lost to him in the competition. Although Kampa is very powerful, he is still a god with certain professional ethics. He wouldn't really destroy anyone for no reason, he would just scare them. Defeat Bodama and bid farewell to Bodama. In order to regain face, Kampa will naturally not let it go. Lin Chuan is still saying that the masters of the 6th universe are just that? How can I swallow this breath? Immediately, he asked Vados to find a stronger master in the 6th universe. Then, a group of 3 people arrived at another planet. It is also an unexpected and familiar character for Lin Chuan. The Iron Warrior of the 6th universe in the original work, Walter Maggot? I'm somewhat confused, is there no one else in the 6th universe besides these later generations of players? What I want to think about in my heart cannot be expressed on the surface. In short, Lin Chuan knew exactly who the ultimate target was. Now, there is no harm in walking through this cutscene. Wotai Magetta's strength is indeed much stronger than Bodemo's. At least, his strength is a trillion unit, and because his body is unimaginably tough, even if the opponent has a Jing level combat power, it will be difficult to defeat him. This also made Lin Chuan want to understand why the original Vegeta was still unable to completely suppress Walter Maggot even after becoming Super 2 Ultimate. After all, Vegeta had already transformed into a god at that time, and his normal combat power was extremely tough. Not to mention his transformation into Super 2 Ultimate, which increased his power by 200 times and was blessed by divine power. You said it was still more than 10 years ago. Wouldn't Walter Maggot be even stronger in more than 10 years? Unlike ordinary life forms, Vadima may be stronger than now in the future, but not Wota Mijita. Even though he is a machine life form, or an artificial human in disguise, like number 16 of the 7th universe, he can only be transformed and upgraded at best. Under a lot of boasting from Vados and Kampa, Lin Chuan completely ignored them. Knowing Walter Maggot's weakness, Lin Chuan didn't even take action. He just pretended to be happy before the battle, saying that a scrap like Walter Maggot didn't need to transform. Can be defeated. These 4 words, broken copper and broken iron, immediately allowed Walter Maggot to break through his defense. In the end, victory without a fight. This dramatic scene was hard for Kampa to accept. The opponent I looked for so carefully was defeated inexplicably. In comparison, Bodemo was actually quite powerful, at least it allowed Lin Chuan to take action. And this steel warrior, who was said to have invincible defense, was completely destroyed by just one scolding. Alas, I didn't expect that this kind of thing happened by mistake. Lord Kampa, Walter Maggot, although they have a body of steel, their hearts are extremely fragile. Lin Chuan's unintentional insults and injuries when it reached Wota Mijita's heart, his psychological defenses collapsed and he lost his ability to fight. Vados couldn't laugh or cry. As an angel, she naturally knew Walter Maggot's weaknesses. But she didn't expect Lin Chuan to act like this. It's okay if he doesn't explain it. Once he explains it, Kampa becomes extremely angry and his face turns red. In his opinion, what is this if not waste? Damn it! Let's go, Vados, next. The unconvinced Kampa, with his forehead full of veins, signaled for Vados to find another opponent for Lin Chuan to practice with. Vados sighed and nodded. Actually, I did it unintentionally. I didn't expect the robots of the 6th universe to be so fragile. To be honest, this guy does have some strength. I even need to become Super 3 or above to fight against him. If he doesn't have this flaw, right. If it's Bulma, it should be possible to make him not have this flaw. Words flowed from the mouth. Just saying this casually, Lin Chuan would never have thought that he would have a super bodyguard in his family in the future. Not long after, Vados and Kampa visited the 7th universe again under the pretext of transforming Walter Maggot in order to taste the delicacies of the 7th universe Earth. In the blink of an eye, another brief 10 minutes passed. Under the leadership of Vados, Lin Chuan and Kampa came to a very remote planet on the border of a large galaxy in the 6th universe. Here, Lin Chuan met the 3rd opponent selected for him by Vados. As Lin Chuan predicted at the beginning, he is another character who will appear in the Tournament of Power. Frost is known as the Messenger of Justice. In fact, he is a clown with an extremely dark and evil heart. What surprised Lin Chuan was that the name of Kampa, the god of destruction, was so resounding that no one knew it after he said it. Unlike the 7th universe, when it comes to the god of destruction, I'm afraid not many people really know about it. The hypocritical Frost confirmed the identities of the god of destruction and angel, and bowed respectfully. Wearing the cloak of false justice, he looks polite and extremely gentleman. But in fact, this guy's evil deeds and actions are so bad that there is no bottom line. King Frisia is a true gentleman after all. He does everything openly. This guy only plays tricks on you. Okay, you don't have to be afraid. This god is looking for you to fight as a warrior of our 6th universe. Have you seen this guy behind me? Use your strength to fight him and finish him off. While Kampa spoke majestically, he raised his hand and pointed behind him. Vados had already talked about Frost's record before coming, so Kampa had some confidence. He doesn't know that Frost's strength is actually not that good. Lin Chuan also saw its strength at a glance. It was just a unit with a combat strength of less than 100 million. That's it. Arrange him as the 3rd opponent? Lin Chuan felt that Vados did it intentionally. It seemed that he wanted to use him to mess with Frost, who seemed to be doing one thing but was hiding something behind his back. Otherwise, in terms of a simple unit of 100 million, it would not even be as good as Bodhidharma, let alone Bivotai Mijita. Oh, is that just like this? Lord God of Destruction. Upon hearing what Kampa said, Frost showed a look of surprise on his face. In his mind, calculations had already begun. Before he could continue to ask, or before Kampa could say anything else, Vados gave a slightly meaningful smile and introduced, our universe's justice warrior Frost. The security and stability of the universe over the years is also thanks to his maintenance. There is something in Vados' words. Lin Chuan couldn't help but rolled his eyes. If you didn't know what kind of guy this guy was, you probably wouldn't have understood the true meaning of Vados' words. Lin Chuan said nothing, and Vados' smile grew stronger. Kampa crossed his arms and became provocative. What? Still not satisfied? I don't want to say whether I am satisfied or not, but I really feel like you are fooling me with crooked melons and cracked dates. Lin Chuan glanced at Kampa and then looked at Frost. Crooked melon and cracked date? After hearing this, Frost's heart obviously darkened, but he still pretended to be kind on the surface. Hello, I am Frost from the Universe Guards. Although I am surprised why the God of Destruction asked me to come. I will defeat you, but please rest assured that I will not do anything harsh, and I believe that the god of destruction will not force me, a warrior on the side of justice, to do anything that hurts others. After saying this, Frost pretended to be a gentleman and asked for advice. Such words and expressions made Lin Chuan laugh. If this guy doesn't play tricks, he really doesn't intend to target him. But playing scheming with him is really too young. I think you should stop pretending like this in front of me. The more you talk about justice, the more hypocritical you are. And you can fool ordinary people, but you can't fool me. Especially the smell on your body has nothing to do with justice. Let's put it this way, no matter how good you pretend, you can't hide the darkness in your heart. Lin Chuan's criticism was heartbreaking, making Frost's face extremely ugly. Disguise? I don't understand what you are talking about, Your Excellency. Although he didn't know how the other party knew his true situation, Frost still remained calm and refused to admit life or death. This is in front of the god of destruction and angel. He also wanted to take the opportunity to perform well. If he admits it, then his price will drop. Vados on the side showed a satisfied smile after hearing that Lin Chuan had exposed Frost's disguise. She was thinking that she was worthy of being the one she took a liking to, and her keen insight was extraordinary. What she said just now was a test of Lin Chuan's ability to distinguish right from wrong. 3 opponents. In fact, every opponent is considered deliberate by Vados. Hey, you guys just come up and talk like this, and you're just trying to be evasive, aren't you? Let me tell you, Frost is the defender of justice in our universe, and you can't slander others casually. Kampa worried that Lin Chuan would repeat his old tricks. He interrupted. It was okay if he didn't speak, but when he spoke, Lin Chuan looked at him like a fool, which made Kampa always feel guilty. It was as if Lin Chuan didn't panic. Ahem, Lord Kampa, in fact, what Lin Chuan said is absolutely correct. Not only is Frost not the embodiment of justice, on the contrary, he is the big devil of the universe who secretly plans countless disasters. So far, all his rescue operations and the actions of heroes of justice have been done secretly by himself, and then he stepped forward to solve the problem. So, he does appear to be a righteous warrior of the universe guards, but in fact he is the one who planned the disasters. Vados didn't want to see his god of destruction make a fool of himself anymore, so he immediately told the truth. What did you say? Kampa's head was filled with questions. This is completely different from what was introduced before. He doesn't know anything about feelings? Kampa's face darkened. The pressure of the god of destruction cannot be underestimated. After Frost was completely exposed, he didn't panic when he saw the god of destruction so angry. Instead, a sinister smile appeared on his face. The false code of justice was torn, so he simply stopped pretending. I must say you are truly worthy of being Lord Angel. That's right, all the catastrophes that have happened in the universe so far have been planned by me, including the planet massacre that shocked the entire universe. I also planned it. After killing all those stupid aborigines, we can then develop their land and resources in the name of justice to gain huge profits. This is how I conquer. Lord God of Destruction, you don't need to look at me like this. In fact, compared to your destruction, what I did is nothing. I'm afraid the planets I destroyed are not even a fraction of what you destroyed. Frost cleanly admitted his true side. After no longer covering up, his courage to speak has changed, and he still dares to compare with the God of Destruction. Stimulated by Frost's arrogance, Kampa's brows jumped wildly. I was about to raise my hand to destroy this trash fish. Lord Kampa, have you forgotten that he is the opponent I found for Lin Chuan? Vados reminded Kampa when he was about to take action. Hearing this, Kampa gritted his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. Humph, arrogant and ignorant guy, if I wanted to, you would no longer exist now, but I can give you a chance to live forever. As long as you defeat him, I can treat what just happened as if it never happened. Angry words, it can be seen that Kampa is now on the verge of explosion. What I want. Frost, who has completely liberated his nature, was already determined to die. Now that there is a chance to kill Lin Chuan, the blood of the frozen demon clan in his body boils. I will hold this person back until I die. The energy in his body spurted out, and the surging energy caused Frost's strength to increase rapidly. His form also became the same final form as Frisia. This is what he really is. Since the god of destruction has told me to defeat you, then this game of deer begins. The resentful Frost wanted to torture Lin Chuan to death. He took the initiative to attack Lin Chuan with murderous intent. Huh? You don't overestimate your capabilities. Lin Chuan looked disdainful. The moment he saw Frost take action, he moved. The body loomed like a phantom, passing through Frost's body. What? The attack failed and did not touch the entity. Frost was stunned for a while. The next second, a fierce attack like a violent storm exploded on his body. Bang, 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 bang. In just a few seconds, Frost's body suffered dozens or hundreds of crushing blows released by Lin Chuan's aura. In just an instant, he suffered severe injuries. Blood spurted out of his mouth, his whole body twitched, and he collapsed to the ground with scars. Instant kill, no suspense. Garbage is garbage. Now do you think what I said before was a lie? Vados, you just used some crooked melons and cracked dates to fool me. Lin Chuan crossed his arms and ended domineeringly. Looking down at Frost who was lying on the ground dying, Lin Chuan could not see any emotion in his eyes. What about Kampa? Seeing Frost being killed instantly, He was so disdainful that he was not even in the mood to destroy it. Is this kind of trash worthy of letting him take action? Let's go and find the next capable guy to be his opponent. This time, you'd better not mess with such a useless player. As you command, Master Kompa. I already have a target candidate. Vados chuckled and nodded. She suddenly felt that Master Kompa had also grown up. In the past, Frost would have been destroyed, but it didn't happen this time. The next second, Angel's power was activated again. Zalongxing. This is a very special planet. It is shrouded in darkness all year round, and the climate is extremely harsh. There is basically no life living here. The original Zalong star was actually not like this. It was just after a catastrophe that the planet was no longer suitable for life. At this moment, on a high mountain on the planet, a man in a black coat is standing in front of a tombstone. He is none other than the legendary killer of the 6th universe, Hit. Looking at the tombstone in front of him, he showed no emotion at all. After staring at it for a long time, he reached out and swept away the dust on the tombstone. It's time to carry out the next mission. Hit turned around and left. This is what he must do before each mission. In the tomb is the most important person in his life. Just when he was about to leave, suddenly, he instinctively felt something, raised his eyes, and looked towards the dark sky. I saw a bright rainbow light breaking through the space and landing in front of him at an unimaginable speed. This scene evoked memories deep in Hit's mind. He remembered that many years ago, two supreme beings appeared in front of him in this form. When the light dissipated, just as he had predicted, Vados and Kompa revealed their true forms. God of Destruction. Angel. Seeing the God of Angel, the expression on Hit's face changed slightly. He also restrained the murderous aura in his body immediately. At the same time, Hit saw Lin Chuan with his peripheral vision. Lin Chuan's eyes happened to collide with his peripheral vision. Assassin. Hit, so weak. After meeting this most extraordinary character in the 6th universe, Lin Chuan opened the system and saw the opponent's combat power. 100 trillion? Hit, turned out to be only a 100M level existence. For a moment, Lin Chuan was a little disappointed. The original Hit should not be so weak. Even though Hit in the comics is very sexy, his strength is at least comparable to that of the 6th Genkyo, right? Long time no see, Hit. It's been 100 years since we last met. Vados greeted him friendly. I wonder why Lord God of Destruction and Lord Angel came here to find me. Hit obviously didn't mean to joke and went straight to the point. No, have you seen this guy next to me? He is a master from the 7th universe next door to us. He has defeated 3 masters from our 6th universe along the way, so I am looking for you to let you defeat him. Kompa didn't he can beat around the bush and talk bluntly. People from the 7th universe. Hit heard this and was shocked, with a strange look in his eyes. The pair of deep blood-colored eyes locked directly on Lin Chuan. Unexpectedly, the God of Destruction and Angel came to him today, asking him to defeat the masters of the 7th universe. I wonder if this Hit can meet your battle requirements? Lin Chuan. Vados joked with a smile. She believed that Lin Chuan had discovered that Hit was different from the previous 3 warriors. If you had brought me to him from the beginning, maybe it wouldn't be so boring. At least he is much more presentable than the previous 3. After giving Vados the answer, Lin Chuan smiled softly. Introduce yourself, I am a Saiyan from the 7th universe? You can call me Lin Chuan. After saying that, Lin Chuan did not hesitate and directly activated the power of blood in his body. The golden aura was released from the body, immediately setting off an unstoppable momentum. Come up and transform? Because Lin Chuan saw the contempt for him in Hit's eyes. Feeling Lin Chuan's explosive growth in strength, a different look flashed in Hit's eyes. He underestimated people. Lin Chuan from the 7th universe was not as unbearable as he thought. TCH? Have you finally transformed? Kompa put his hands on his hips and finally gained some confidence in his words. Even if it's just Chei, that's still a change. Alas, this battle should last for a while. Lord Kompa, would you like to watch the battle while eating snacks? Vados looked at Kompa, and then took out 2 boxes of snacks from the Angel's scepter space. Just in time, I'm hungry too. After taking the snack, Kompa said to Hit, Hit, you'd better defeat him, otherwise, I won't spare you. After finishing speaking, Angel quickly walked to a suitable place to sit in the distance. After hearing Kompa's order, Hit frowned, but couldn't do anything. I don't know why the Lord God of Destruction asked me to defeat you, but since it is an order from the Lord God of Destruction, I have no choice but to carry it out. Hit looked serious. After hearing these words and feeling the sense of crisis coming from Hit, Lin Chuan took a deep breath. A golden light suddenly appeared, super full power just to see Hit's changes. Now that he really wanted to fight, Lin Chuan did not dare to be too bold and directly took out the 4th level of Super Saiyan transformation. Although Hit only has 100 megabytes of data, but Super 1 is obviously not enough to fight. Super 2, Super 3, let alone Super 2. Only the powerful physical blessing of the 4th level Super Saiyan can give Lin Chuan absolute confidence. After all, Flash Toki is no joke. Hit's weak point attack is also a special attack highlighted in the original work. Is this kind of transformation to transform yourself into a beast to enhance your strength? Saiyan of the 7th universe, you do have some tricks. Lin Chuan, who was in the 4th level, surprised Hit. But at the moment, he quickly corrected his attitude. Maintaining absolute calm is the quality of being an excellent killer. He put his hands in his pockets, seemingly full of flaws, but in fact it was impeccable. If you don't take the initiative, why don't you wait for me to take the initiative? Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes slightly and saw Hit's intention. At this moment, get into a fighting stance and remain fully vigilant in the Super 4 state. This battle is an evenly matched battle? He couldn't relax even a little bit. After all, knowing Hit, once his flash attack succeeds, he will be hit by Hit's full strength in an instant. The confrontation time passed by like this. Hit remained silent, and Lin Chuan's frown became tighter. In an instant, Lin Chuan took the lead. The Super 4 wild body shot out and rushed straight towards Hit. Extremely fast speed. But it's over. In just 3 words, Hit declared the end of this battle after seeing Lin Chuan's actions. A killer never gives his opponent a chance. A killer will always use only one sure kill method. The flash time skill was used, and the jump flash lasted for 0.1 seconds, and the weak point attack was used, and an uppercut went straight to Lin Chuan's weak spot. There was a loud bang of bang. To Hit's expectation, his weak attack was actually blocked by Lin Chuan. What? The attack was blocked. This unprecedented situation shocked Hit. Your offensive methods are eye-opening to me. Drink. Brutal power broke out, and after Lin Chuan said a word, he instantly knocked Hit out without giving him a chance to react. Both are 100 megabytes? Lin Chuan will not lose to Hit in terms of strength. Taking advantage of the victory, Lin Chuan released dozens of coquettish tracking air bombs in his hand, killing Hit. Hit, who was blown away by the momentum, quickly stabilized his body and faced the dozen energy bombs without making a defensive posture. In a flash, his body seemed to have entered another space. All the tracking air bombs passed through his body strangely and landed on the ground behind him, setting off a huge explosion. Perfectly dodging Lin Chuan's energy attack, Hit's entity returned to the world again. At this moment, Lin Chuan could not see his actions. Teleport to Hit's right side, charge up a roundhouse kick and attack Hit. Hit, who was on guard, sensed the approaching danger with his killer instinct, and put his body into a defensive posture. There was a muffled sound of bang. A thrilling muffled sound exploded, and Hit withstood the heavy blow, his feet embedded in the ground, and he slid dozens of meters away. Feeling the heartbreaking pain on his arm, Hit frowned slightly, gaining a new understanding of Lin Chuan's strength. His eyes also became solemn, no longer as slack as before. Are you finally willing to look at me? Lin Chuan's mouth froze, and his golden eyes burned with a feverish fighting spirit. Opponents of the same level are too rare. The Hit in front of him was, without exaggeration, the strongest enemy he had fought so far, except for Kampa. You are very strong, the strongest person I have ever seen. Hit praised with a cold expression. You're not bad either. Speaking of which, since I reached this level, you are the first master that I can challenge seriously. Let's have a good fight. Lin Chuan twisted his neck and made a crackling sound, gearing up and ready to attack at any time. Neither side took the lead, and both continued to look at each other. Hit took out his hands from his pockets and assumed a unique fighting posture, which also meant that he was serious. In a flash of lightning, he moved. His figure suddenly began to move rapidly, approaching Lin Chuan at a strange angle. The moment he approached Lin Chuan, he activated his time-blinking skill to jump time and directly attack Lin Chuan's weak point. Lin Chuan had already been prepared for Hit's sudden attack. His ability to foresee the future allowed him to accurately see all of Hit's attack directions, and he blocked all of Hit's weak points with a raised hand. Flash forward and foresee the future. This is really a way to restrain each other? And this is also the biggest bargaining chip for Lin Chuan to be confident in defeating Hit. The attack was blocked again, and Hit's heart trembled. If it was a fluke to block his flashing skill just now, then this time, he is really powerful. Just after watching it once, you know his way? Quickly withdrawing his fist, Hit launched several flash time attacks in succession, attacking Lin Chuan from multiple directions. Bang, 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 bang. More than 10 dull explosions sounded one after another. All of Hit's attacks during the flash were perfectly blocked by Lin Chuan, who had already anticipated them. Drink Through the ability to foresee the future, Lin Chuan once again captured Hit's future movements and punched out with great force. Hit seized this opportunity and activated the flash time kung fu again, hitting Lin Chuan with a heavy blow. Bang! Pound! The fists of both sides landed on each other's chests, and the powerful force exploded, knocking each other away at the same time. Lin Chuan fell back more than 10 meters, and so did Hit. Exciting! Feeling the severe pain in his chest, Lin Chuan was excited. The militant factors in his body surged crazily, and his blood began to boil. Warmth flowed through his body, and Lin Chuan's strength grew stronger as he fought. Hit looked at the fist mark on his chest and was extremely surprised. How did you see through my time flash kung fu? Could it be that you also know how to flash time kung fu? Hit stared at Lin Chuan with his sharp eyes and asked. I don't know how to flash time, but you are not the only one who can play with time. Hearing Hit's question, Lin Chuan smiled and gave the answer. This sentence not only shocked Hit, but also shocked Kampa and Vados. No wonder he can perfectly predict all of Hit's actions, and suppress Hit's time-drifting skills in combat skills. It turns out that he also has a secret skill that can see through time. I understand. With the answer in his heart, Hit stopped asking any more questions and put all his energy into the battle. If you want to win this battle, it is impossible not to use 100% of your strength. Seizing the opportunity, Hit aimed his right fist at the space and blasted the invisible air fist towards Lin Chuan's face. Foreseeing the future, Lin Chuan just turned his face slightly and dodged Hit's attack. Using his air fist to divert Lin Chuan's attention, Hit sprinted in front of Lin Chuan and attacked Lin Chuan again in a flash. Anticipating Hit's attack again, Lin Chuan sidestepped the attack and responded with a heavy punch. The strange thing is that this time his attack passed through Hit, as if it hit the shadow, without the slightest touch. Lin Chuan was not surprised by this scene. Hit had already transferred his body into the flash space, trying to confuse his eyes with the projection projected onto the real world. Silently, Hit came behind Lin Chuan and was about to launch an attack. Lin Chuan turned around and whipped his leg through Hit's body again. This is still a ghost. What happened? A creepy feeling spread throughout his body, and Lin Chuan knew that he had fallen into Hit's trap. Although predicting the future is useful, it is not absolute. At that moment, Lin Chuan activated his super hardening ability, and the surface of his Super 4 body flashed with the sheen of special energy, greatly increasing his defense power. Hit's flash time skill is already in place. It seems that my flash time technique has come in front of you. With these extremely cold words, Hit launched more than a dozen secondary blows within 0.1 seconds. Bang, 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 bang. After 0.1 seconds, all the vital points on Lin Chuan's body began to flash white and purple of light. There is no doubt that these places have withstood Hit's terrifying power. Is this your full strength? Indeed, I was hurt. Even with super hardening, I was still hurt. To be able to block so many critical blows, your physical strength is beyond my imagination, but even so, your body will reach its limit at some point. You can't beat me. Hit put his hands into his pants very coldly. In the bag, he once again escaped into the flash space. Can't beat you? A self-righteous guy, just taking advantage once and showing off. Lin Chuan couldn't help but smile, and the aura flowing around him continued to accelerate. Next, it will not be so easy for Hit to hit him. Hearing this, Hit did not speak and remained calm. The next second, he launched another attack, as if he wanted to let the facts speak for themselves. Living in the flash space, he began to attack Lin Chuan from a distance. Do you want to repeat the same trick? It works the first time, but it won't work the second time? Super hardening and crushing blow. Lin Chuan's eyes were solemn and he launched a counterattack. The arrogant power shattered all the chi fists. Even if you can crush my attack, you still can't attack my body, Hit said coldly. It's better not to be too confident. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan fully activated the power of blood in his body. The 4th level Super Saiyan has the ultimate black hair and full firepower. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and rewards. Comments. Previous Super 4 power, completely exploded. Suddenly, the whole planet was turbulent and the earth was shaking. The terrifying bloodline power in Lin Chuan's body continued to spread in all directions. Wasting energy to show off your strength? No, Lin Chuan would not do such meaningless things. The power of the bloodline explodes rapidly, causing an invisible momentum impact to strike the surrounding space. It is no longer difficult for a unit with a trillion-level strength to shake the planet space. Hit was still complacent, thinking that he would be fine if he hid in the flash space. It would be impossible for an ordinary person to do anything, but Lin Chuan had many ways to deal with him. Knowing the plot of the original work and knowing what Hit's methods were, Lin Chuan had already made plans for this battle. Otherwise, he might not be able to defeat Hit now. The extremely powerful impact of pure breath continued to expand, and finally, it seemed to have touched a critical point in the space. Finally, tiny cracks appeared on the surface of the invisible space, just like the shattering of tempered glass. Extraordinarily shocking. This space is undoubtedly the flash space where Hit hides. At this moment, Hit in the flash space was already shocked. He did not expect Lin Chuan to be so direct and use this method to impact his flash space. Immediately, he could only release his power and try his best to maintain the stability of the flash space. Found you? Hit. Super hardening space shock. With a loud shout, Lin Chuan gathered his strength in an instant, and the power of blood gathered on his right fist, blasting towards the flash space with enough power to shatter the space. There was a loud bang of pound. The ultimate destructive power hits the flash space. Crack. There were bursts of cracking sounds in the flash space, and the next second, under Hit's unbelievable gaze, the flash space completely collapsed. The fragmentation of space is like a mirror completely shattered. But this is not a mirror, but a space barrier. This situation should be said to have surprised even Kompa and Vados. They all knew that Lin Chuan was very strong, but they didn't expect that Lin Chuan was so strong that he could even break through space. Hit himself appeared, his face full of disbelief. For him, he had never encountered anyone who could crack his flash space, and in such a direct way. Now, can you still say what you said before? Seeing Hit appearing, Lin Chuan gave an order. Locking his breath, he moved instantly and landed in front of Hit. This time, he changed his fighting style. Hit, who had a premonition of the approaching crisis, quickly put on a defensive posture. Lin Chuan could only say hee for this kind of defense. It was full of flaws, but it was nothing to him. Hit's strength lies in his ability and his fighting style that is unique to killers. The original hit was extremely powerful because of this on the one hand, but also because of this, he was restrained and unable to break through the boundaries. Because of Son Goku's relationship, Hit did transform a lot later, but Hit still did not break out of the circle that restricted him. The attack fell instantly, and when Hit was at his weakest, he launched a ferocious and terrifying offensive like a violent storm. Every move is as fast as lightning, with the power to collapse mountains and crack the earth. Exposed to such a terrifying attack, Hit continued to bear the attacks brought to him by Lin Chuan. Just 3 short seconds later, his whole body flew out upside down. Stop! Lin Chuan would not do such a thing that only an idiot would do. Continue the attack and catch up with Hit, who is flying upside down. The pressure continued to put on Hit. He suffered more and more injuries, and his injuries became more and more serious. It's not that Hit didn't fight back during this process, but even if his critical blow successfully hit Lin Chuan, a single attack would not be able to cause much damage. Damn it! Is this guy a lunatic? Hit was frightened by Lin Chuan's desperate fighting style. Even though he has met countless masters over the past 1,000 years, compared with Lin Chuan, they are nothing compared to the giants. He has never encountered such a difficult opponent. He couldn't bear to trade injury for injury. How can an assassin killer compare to a warrior who has been practicing hard all year round? Forced into a desperate situation, Hit felt unprecedented pressure. This feeling that he was about to lose also made him feel unwilling. He just lost to someone else, and he was a warrior from another universe. Although Hit is a killer, he also has righteousness. He knew that at this time he was not only fighting for himself, but also fighting on behalf of the 6th universe. The potential hidden in the deepest part of the body surged, and even Hit himself didn't know what was going on. His own skill broke through the limit under Lin Chuan's pressure step by step. Sublimation in a desperate situation. Although his strength has not improved, his abilities have evolved significantly. A thrilling sound of bang exploded. Under Lin Chuan's fierce offensive, Hit's flash broke out. In the 0.2-second gap, his fist struck out continuously, hitting Lin Chuan's lower abdomen with faster and harder targeted blows. The terrifying impact force penetrated Lin Chuan's body dozens of times. The aftermath was terrifying, shattering everything behind him. Lin Chuan was forced back more than 10 meters by this sudden attack. Holding back the severe pain in his abdomen, Lin Chuan remained calm and stared at Hit, who was also covered in bruises not far ahead, but maintained his shooting posture. If my guess is correct, the time of your jump flash should have been increased, right? Lin Chuan's eyes became more cautious. If he couldn't feel it, then Lin Chuan would be too useless. That's right, thanks to the pressure you brought to me, you let me know that I still have room for improvement. My time blinking skill has evolved during the battle with you. Now the time I can jump has been increased from 0.1 seconds to 0.2 seconds. And, in just 0.2 seconds, I launched nearly 50 critical blows to you. Hit took a deep breath and spoke. Although he was bruised, he felt extremely comfortable physically and mentally at this time. The feeling of becoming stronger is so wonderful. At the same time, he also cared more about Lin Chuan. This opponent of the 7th universe was regarded by him as a medium for him to become stronger. Especially, the nearly 50 times he struck at the same position just now, he only forced the opponent back. If it were an ordinary master, it would be enough to make him lose his fighting ability, or even kill the opponent. Seeing the conceded Hit, Lin Chuan raised the corner of his mouth slightly. Very good. Looking for a breakthrough in battle, you have the potential to become a warrior, but even if your flash time reaches 0.2 seconds, I am not afraid. Is a flash time of 0.2 seconds very strong? Lin Chuan didn't think so. If he really uses foreseeing the future, he can see everything that happens between 1 and 10 seconds in the future. Even in a high-intensity battle, where the details are down to 0.01 seconds of action, he can at least be able to see everything clearly within 3 seconds. Since you didn't take it to heart for 0.2 seconds, then I will go to the next level. I still have room for improvement. A flash of light flashed in Hit's eyes, and his fighting posture changed. It is no longer the little girl's little show-off before, but it is similar to Lin Chuan, open and close. You know that the previous attack methods were useless, so you started to learn my fighting style? Then let me see how much you can learn. His eyes changed again, and Lin Chuan let out a loud shout. The next second, the blood power in the body surged again, the breath increased sharply, and the body muscles expanded greatly. The damage caused by the previous battle was now wiped away. The auras of the strong pull each other together, forming a unique field. Suddenly, Hit launched an attack and fired an invisible air bomb at Lin Chuan. Lin Chuan sensed it immediately and fired a chi fist that collided with Hit's invisible air bomb. Boom! The invisible collision made a violent explosion. In an instant, the fierce battle started again. Hit seized the opportunity to attack again, his body looming and appearing around Lin Chuan in a blink of an eye. Almost at the same time, countless invisible air bombs were fired by Hit, blocking all escape spaces, leaving Lin Chuan to face them. Do you think this boring method will be useful to me? The seemingly unavoidable attack is actually full of flaws. Even the flash time allows Hit to launch attacks from dozens of directions in 0.2 seconds. In a certain sense, they are launched at the same time, but in fact they are not at the same time. There is always a sequence. Hit launched an attack, and Lin Chuan also used the perfect ability to foresee the future to see all of Hit's attacks. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't know how to avoid anything. Using the power of his own blood, Lin Chuan formed an absolute energy defense around his body. Even if it is bumped by invisible air bombs dozens of times, as long as he has a careful defense, there is no way to hurt him. Is that all? Blocking all attacks, Lin Chuan looked up. The previous attacks didn't work, so what about this move? A fatal blow. Seeing that Lin Chuan easily withstood all the invisible air bombs, Hit appeared just above Lin Chuan's head in the space. There was a sound of boom that broke through the air. Directly above Lin Chuan, a fatal air fist with extremely destructive power fell from the sky. This attack is much stronger than the previous attack. It was even more terrifying than the dozens of secondary blows added together. A special move? This move is indeed amazing. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan did not hesitate. As he raised his hand, he concentrated the energy bullets in his right hand and pressed it directly upward. Boom! The energy exploded, setting off a thick fire that covered the sky. Thick smoke filled the air in all directions, but after a short moment, it was blown away by Lin Chuan's explosive breath. Hit's attack is indeed powerful, but as long as he resists it with the same level of strength, it can be offset easily. Is your attack over here? Next, it's me who should take action. Smiling slightly, after Lin Chuan said these words, his whole body quickly became transparent, and finally assimilated with the surrounding space and disappeared without a trace. Disappeared? No, invisible. The target disappeared from sight. Hit was startled and frowned slightly. The qualities of a killer prevent him from being too affected by anything, so even though he is surprised now, he only has a slight change in his expression, and quickly returns to his paralyzed face. Although invisible, the sharp intuition and physical instincts developed by the killer allow him to react at critical moments even if he cannot see where the enemy is. The atmosphere became strange, and the surroundings were eerily quiet. As time passed by, Hit's expression suddenly changed. He felt a severe chill coming from his back. He turned around without hesitation and struck out with a heavy punch. Bang! A muffled sound came from the space. After this loud noise, it was not Hit who hit Lin Chuan, but Hit's attack that was dodged by Lin Chuan, and hit by Lin Chuan's punch and flew backwards. Lin Chuan, who was invisible, was somewhat surprised by Hit's perception. The next second, explosive chi caught up and punched Hit in the face. Hit instinctively crossed his arms to form a defense. Bang! Although he blocked Lin Chuan's blow, Hit continued to fly backwards. Is the attack over? No, it's just begun. In just a few seconds, Hit's body had suffered dozens or hundreds of attacks from Lin Chuan. Logically speaking, if it were another opponent of the same level, he would probably be seriously injured even if he were not dead. However, Hit was able to remove as much of the attack power as possible every time he was attacked, while also avoiding the vital points. As a killer, has your body been tempered to such an incredible level? Although it is not the same state as the ultimate self-consciousness and the ultimate self-consciousness, it is very similar, and the body reacts automatically. While thinking, Lin Chuan made a higher evaluation of Hit. Found you. Suddenly, Hit's voice sounded, making Lin Chuan slightly startled. In his invisible state, he had restrained all his aura, and only used his physical strength to attack. Hit's counterattack began. After withstanding this wave of suppression, the flash time of the flash skill once again broke through the limit, reaching 0.3 seconds. Lin Chuan only felt that his eyes were blurred, and he didn't even have time to predict the future. Boom, 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 boom. Continuous super blows hit Lin Chuan's body. It wasn't until 0.3 seconds later that Lin Chuan's invisible body appeared and flew upside down for tens of meters, with a streak of blood hanging from the corner of his mouth. Have you made progress again? It really opened my eyes. How long was it just now? 0.3 seconds? Or 0.5 seconds? Lin Chuan asked after holding his breath. After hearing this, Hit couldn't calm down. He struck with all his strength and struck nearly 100 times in 0.3 seconds, but only caused Lin Chuan such a small amount of damage. 0.5 seconds. Lin Chuan's words opened another window for Hit. He found that 0.3 seconds was not enough to defeat Lin Chuan, he had to reach at least 0.5 seconds. I'll let you see it. A 0.5 second flash. Hit stood still and seemed to be making some decision. Originally, he was quiet, but suddenly he clenched his fists and bent his arms. Haya! A cry came out of his mouth, and then a deep breath came out of his body and enveloped his body. Explosive energy? Increased strength? No? This weird situation stimulated Lin Chuan, and reminded Lin Chuan of the scene in the original book where this guy suddenly exploded when facing Son Goku. Previously it was accepting pressure to progress in combat. Now I am taking the initiative to break through and want to take another step forward? Try your best to break through. Let me take a good look at the limit of flash time. With solemn eyes, Lin Chuan stabilized his energy. His strength has also improved because of this battle. Although the numerical value is not obvious, the battle with Hit has indeed improved his combat ability a lot. Facing Lin Chuan's expectations, Hit suddenly felt that if he failed, not only would he feel unwilling to do so, but even his opponent would be disappointed with him. Hit is growing. Lin Chuan became a bystander, and Kompa and Vados were also judging Hit. Hit is very strong and has been a very outstanding presence in the 6th universe in recent years. Nowadays, because of Lin Chuan's relationship, Hit's strength is also constantly improving. This situation is a good thing for the 6th universe. Because as long as the powerful existence of the sixth universe becomes stronger and stronger, the average index will naturally increase. I really didn't expect that Flash Shi's move could continue to evolve. The leap of 0.3 seconds before was already extraordinary. I don't know if I could defeat this kid in 0.5 seconds. Compa said. As for Lin Chuan, Compa really wanted to see him suffer. Not for anything else, just to win publicity. But he also realized that Lin Chuan did have his own tricks. Thinking back to his battle with Lin Chuan, he suddenly realized that if he didn't have to destroy his divine power, this kid's abilities would come out in endlessly, and he really couldn't handle it. We will see soon. Hit is very strong, but he is obviously still bound by his identity as a killer. Without this shackles, he will become stronger. Vados commented with a smile in his eyes. You mean, Hit will still lose? Compa understood the meaning of Vados' words. Not necessarily. After all, if Hit can grow enough to display a 0.5 second flash, then no matter how strong Lin Chuan's physical fitness is, he may not be able to withstand it. Vados said. After hearing this, Compa's face looked a little better. Just fight if you can, but I'm afraid the battle will always be like this. It's like Lin Chuan took the initiative to help Hit improve his strength, and Hit was no match for him at all. With the continuous explosion of aura, Lin Chuan finally waited until Hit completed his breakthrough. The tense atmosphere originally created by the shouting began to become extremely quiet without Hit's shouting. At this moment, it was just like the previous confrontation between Lin Chuan and Hit. There is no sound, just a pin falling on the ground can attract everyone's attention. Long wait. Hit seemed to be used to the strength after the explosion, and stared at Lin Chuan again. Hearing this, and seeing Hit's eyes at this moment, Lin Chuan showed a bright smile. It seems that you have succeeded in breaking through. A flash of 0.5 seconds. As you said, I did achieve it. I won't let you down next time. Hit's expression was serious, and he once again established his self-centeredness. With his breakthrough in strength and growth in ability, he was sure that he could instantly kill his previous self, so he thought that fighting against Lin Chuan would no longer be a problem. After hearing this, Lin Chuan's smile grew thicker. Come on then, what are you waiting for? Waiting for me to take action. I hope you can be prepared, because my 0.5 second flash time is different from before. Once I take action, I will never show mercy, and I am a killer. You should understand. Hit's eyes a hint flashed through. He was telling Lin Chuan that once he really used the 0.5 second flash, he would never stop. When the time came, I accidentally killed him because I couldn't control it perfectly for a while. If you can really kill me, then why don't you give it a try? The moment the words fell, Lin Chuan's aura became stronger and stronger. The power of his body evaporated rapidly, and the power of his blood continued to boil. Not only does it allow the power of blood to explode, but it also adds extreme life energy to enhance the strength. At the same time, there are also super hardened abilities to enhance defense. The passiveness of foreseeing the future allowed Lin Chuan to see everything that would happen next. Hit's flash time kung fu is activated. In an instant, the entire space entered a state of stillness, and the world seemed to be frozen. With a flash time of 0.5 seconds, he summoned the flash time space and attacked Lin Chuan. Hit came to Lin Chuan, and at the moment when his fatal blow was about to be struck in the next 0.01 seconds, a scene that shocked him happened. Not only Hit was shocked, but also Compa and Vados, who were watching the game and were not affected, were also shocked. In the flash space, no one can move except the caster. However, Lin Chuan moved. 0.5 seconds. Lin Chuan and Hit fought in the flash space, and the strength he showed even suppressed Hit. It seems like 0.5 seconds, but in fact it seems like a lifetime ago. Until the 0.5 second flash, the space was completely broken by the power. In the real world, Lin Chuan let out a fierce cry. Trade injury for injury without hesitation? Lin Chuan learned Vegetas Prince fighting technique, because if he had to fight against the current Hit, it would be impossible to defeat him without injury with his current strength. You, how on earth did you manage to break through the time limit in an instant? Hit, who was forced to retreat, couldn't believe it. Seeing him showing such an expression, Lin Chuan's expression remained unchanged. I said, you are not the only one who can play with time. Although I can't jump time, I can see the future. After knowing how you will attack, if I don't even have the ability to react, then I would be too weak. Hit's eyes were full of shock, so you didn't really act in my flash space, but you relied on your own means to see how I would attack in the future, and let your body do it in these 0.5 seconds. Out of all the action, aren't you afraid that you will make a mistake? If I didn't have even this little bit of self-confidence, I wouldn't stand in front of you. With these firm words, Lin Chuan faced forward and sprinted to the front of Hit. This speed is so fast that it cannot be seen by the naked eye. At the moment when Hit sighed, he flashed for 0.5 seconds again. The same situation happened again. Even because of Hit's hesitation and trying to change his attack method, Lin Chuan could force him back more easily. Twice, 3 times? By the 4th time, Hit had been cornered. He suddenly discovered that Lin Chuan's existence seemed to exist just to restrain him. He can jump through time, but he can see the future. It seems you have run out of moves now, so use this move to decide the outcome. Not wanting to continue humiliating Hit, Lin Chuan also didn't want to waste time. The power of the bloodline was fully activated, and the golden flames swept through the world like a wild dragon. Energy of this level, can actually expand to this level. Hit's expression changed drastically when he felt the suppression of Lin Chuan's explosive aura. In this case, he also knew that he had to give it a try. No longer relying on flash, Hit exploded with all the power he had accumulated. Even, perform beyond the limit at any cost. He raised his right hand high, purple light flashing in his palm, forming an energy bomb with extremely destructive power. This energy bomb filled him with everything. It is also his last hope. Both sides used their special moves, their auras rising steadily, and the storm they formed continued to destroy the ground beneath their feet. If Angel hadn't been in charge, this place would have been razed to the ground long ago. When the battle reached the final moment, Vados and Kampa were both alert and focused on this scene. Thunder, shattering cannon. With a loud shout, Lin Chuan shot out violent golden energy beams from the palms of his hands. Block up everything I have? This is everything I have. Hit shouted loudly, and he threw out the ultimate energy bomb accumulated in his palm. Boom wrong. The special moves collided, and the power of the explosion stirred the world, and the aftermath spread rapidly. The rich fire light engulfed the land. But at this moment, Lin Chuan resisted the overwhelming pressure and once again relied on his super 4-power posture to cross the thick fire and attack Hit. With the ultimate life force blessing and super hardening to strengthen himself, Lin Chuan's heavy punch hit Hit's abdomen, causing absolute damage to him. Blood spurted out of Hit's mouth, and his face turned pale from the unimaginable pain. Unable to fight anymore, he slowly knelt on the ground, right in front of Lin Chuan. This battle, from the beginning to the present, has been a continuous ultra-high-intensity output. In fact, he has already reached his limit and his physical strength has already bottomed out. If it weren't for his own mental support, he would have fallen in the previous battle. It's over, Hit. It's true that you are very strong, and the flash time skill really opened my eyes, but in the end, I was the better. Raising his hand, Lin Chuan faced Hit in front of him, holding his hand in his hand. The power of Super 4 bloodlines was condensed. The absolute suppression also made Hit personally admit defeat. Otherwise, this battle is not over yet. Feeling the energy emanating from Lin Chuan's hand that could threaten his life, Hit gritted his teeth and gasped. After a final struggle, he breathed a sigh of relief. Although he lost, his strength has also been greatly improved. Various abilities have evolved several times, and his flash time has even exceeded 0.5 seconds. This made him realize that he had been stuck in a rut before, but actually there were many possibilities. I lost? The Saiyans of the 7th universe? Kill me. Closing his eyes, Hit seemed to accept his fate. This made Lin Chuan slightly stunned. He quickly understood Hit's mood. It is true that this battle was just a battle from the beginning, but for Hit, this is a battle that must be won. There was no other reason, it was an order given to him by Kampa, the god of destruction. Hit is not an ordinary person. He has a super high IQ, so it is better to just let go and seek death now than to be destroyed by the god of destruction. At least, he died at the hands of his opponent who defeated him. Lin Chuan withdrew the energy in his hand. Killing you won't be a big deal. You don't have to worry. Kampa will probably not punish you for this. As the saying goes, victory or defeat is a common thing in military affairs. I hope you will become stronger. When the time comes, let's have another fight. Unless, of course, you think that's it for you. Such words made Hit unbelievable and raised his head to look at Lin Chuan. It took a long time for him to react. He has never met anyone like Lin Chuan. Want to fight again? If you give me time, I will become stronger. But, even if you don't kill me, the god of destruction will definitely destroy me. Life without existence value has no need to exist. Hit's words were very cold. He sees the world of killers more thoroughly than anyone else. As soon as these words came out, helplessness flashed in Lin Chuan's eyes, and he happened to see Kampa and Vados walking over in the distance because the battle was over. Hey. When did I, the god of destruction, make you feel so unreasonable? Although you lost, you still showed the majesty of our 6th universe? I won't lose because of a competition. I will destroy you. Kampa felt the meaning in Lin Chuan's eyes and said with a proud look. Even if you lose, you still have to be dignified. In fact, what he said about the flowers was somewhat duplicitous. He said words to show his majesty, but in fact, he was very unhappy because Hit lost again. However, he really doesn't know how to do things like destroying Hit. After all, they are really good at fighting, and they are much better than the previous 3, who told Mr. Kampa to tell Hit at the beginning that he had better win this battle, otherwise, he would not look good. He. Vados did not forget to make trouble. Hearing this, Kampa's face collapsed. Do you think you can talk like that? Vados? I'm trying to motivate you? Do you understand motivation? Lord Kampa's encouragement is really special. Vados continued to tease. Such a picture actually made the originally cold atmosphere lively a lot. All in all, Hit never expected that he would lose this battle and the god of destruction Kampa would not destroy him. The way he looked at Lin Chuan also completely changed. I am very curious and want to know what kind of person Lin Chuan is. He was even more surprised that since Lin Chuan was from the 7th universe, why did he come to the 6th universe and have such a relationship with the god of destruction and angel? It's messy, but Hit is a smart man. He knows what he should know and what he shouldn't know. Okay, now that this battle is over, it's time for us to leave. I just don't know, Lin Chuan, are you satisfied with the fight? Vados suddenly spoke. These words made Compa PK up his ears, look at Lin Chuan, and no longer pursue the matter because Vados teased him. That's it. After the battle with Hit, I have a great understanding. It may take some time to break through, and I need to continue to disturb you, Lin Chuan said. Continue to look for opponents? It's no longer necessary. Hearing this, Compa breathed a sigh of relief and seemed to no longer want to continue this kind of thing. 4 of his universes were abused in a row, and he felt that it was necessary to rectify his universe in the future. However, when he thought that Vados said that Lin Chuan was the one who defeated him at the same level, he felt relieved. After all, they have even defeated him, the god of destruction, and defeating the master of his own universe is not an exaggeration. If Lin Chuan loses, he will lose even more face. Because he lost half a move to Lin Chuan at the same level, this means that anyone who beats Lin Chuan can beat him. Then let's go. I've been out for a long time this time, so it's time to go back. Compa urged with a big belly, completely ignoring Hit on the other side. Vados nodded in agreement, and Lin Chuan nodded accordingly. Before leaving, he naturally did not forget to say goodbye to Hit, and agreed to fight again next time he had the chance. This guy is really a good opponent, but it's a pity that he is still too weak now. I believe that if you give him a little more time, he will be stronger in the future. At least, it is definitely much more powerful than in the original work. Lin Chuan left with Vados and Compa. Hit stood there and didn't come back to his senses for a long time. In his mind, a sentence given to him by Lin Chuan echoed, if you play with time, you will also be played by time. This tragic defeat made him realize that he relied too much on his abilities and completely ignored his other shortcomings. A truly strong person is one who cannot find fault in any aspect. Just like Lin Chuan. Regardless of attack, defense, speed, moves, skills, etc. They are all beyond his reach. Time passed in the blink of an eye for more than 10 minutes. Destruction in the world of gods. A rainbow of light passed through the space and landed at the door of the God of Destruction's palace. After all the matters in the lower realm are taken care of this time, I can have a good night's sleep. The divine power consumed today will probably be difficult to replenish if I don't sleep for 10 days and a half. The God of Destruction, Compa, stretched as he spoke. There was a tired look on his face, and his sleepy eyes seemed as if he could sleep until the world was destroyed as long as he was given a bed. Vados naturally knows why the God of Destruction needs to be dormant. Lin Chuan also knew some general information because he was a time traveler. This time Compa destroyed many planets, including that huge negative energy. Obviously, the consumption of divine power of destruction must be very huge. Of course, it shouldn't matter if you don't sleep. But Compa said that it is definitely easier to recover by sleeping, and there must be a special reason for it. Watching Compa go away, Vados did not follow, and Lin Chuan said nothing. It wasn't until Compa entered the palace and disappeared that Vados shifted his gaze and looked at Lin Chuan. How do you feel? Is the 6th universe more interesting than your 7th universe? You should not be able to find anything in the 7th universe. Can powerful beings compete with you? In our 6th universe, there are still many strong ones who can be on par with you. So, do you want to consider staying in the 6th universe from now on? How about becoming a member of our universe? Vados looked at Lin Chuan jokingly. It's good if you can stay, but if you can't, there's nothing you can do about it. Although I am very interested in the masters you mentioned, I am a Saiyan from the 7th universe? And even if I want to stay, I'm afraid it's not that simple. With my current status and situation, I am now the angel of our universe. Wes must have discovered that I am not in the 7th universe. Your angel's ability is so powerful that it can do anything. I think Weiss must know that I am in the 6th universe. So, it's okay to stay in the 6th universe for a while, but forget about becoming a member of the 6th universe. Besides, my wife and unborn child are also on Earth in the 7th universe. Lin Chuan's words made Vados fall silent. She really liked Lin Chuan and even wanted to force Lin Chuan to become a candidate for the God of Destruction. But what Lin Chuan said was indeed correct. It is not what she wants to force others to do what they want. After getting along with him for half a month, she clearly realized that Lin Chuan was not a person who would rely on others to become stronger. Otherwise, he could come and ask her many questions about cultivation, but he never took the initiative to come to her. She gave me several pointers on her own initiative. Maybe, just to not owe her any favors. Since you have already planned this, then so be it. Of course, you can continue to stay in the God of Destruction realm of the 6th universe. After all, Master Compa has also agreed. If you want to leave, you can tell me and I can give you a ride. Vados nodded and said to Lin Chuan. The words have reached this point, so there is no need to continue. Of course now is not the time for me to leave. After this trip, I have a lot of insights, especially about time, that I need to absorb. In addition, I have reached the limit in condensing life energy. Maybe before I leave, I can break through and develop my own divine power. Lin Chuan slowly explained his situation. You can't leave yet, otherwise there won't be such a good place for cultivation. Although there is still a spiritual time room after I go back, the spiritual time room is still inferior to this place, that is, it only has more time. After communicating with Vados for a long time, Lin Chuan returned to the residence arranged by her. Not to comprehend and practice immediately, but to rest. After all, his own consumption is not small. Even with Vado's treatment and recovery, he still needs to recover mentally. Time flies. It was the next day. Although there is no difference between day and night in the destruction god realm, Lin Chuan's calculation of time is very accurate. After regaining his energy, Lin Chuan came to the training place after having breakfast. Reflect on all the gains during this period, especially the combat experience brought by the battle with Hit. Meditation practice is the most appropriate method at this time. It can absorb it the fastest and can also fill in your own shortcomings. As far as the battle with Hit was concerned, Lin Chuan discovered no less than 10 weaknesses in himself. He seems to be very strong and does not fall behind in any aspect, but in fact he is very weak. If he hadn't had the ability to foresee the future, he might not have been able to defeat Hit. Ability is of course the key to strength. But strength is still the top priority. Without strong enough combat power, no matter how powerful the ability is, it can be restrained and cracked. It was precisely because of this that Hit lost to him. Please recommend votes, monthly votes, and rewards. Time passes. The eyes opened, closed, and opened again, as if they were in another world. Counting the days, it has been a month since I arrived in the 6th universe. Even after defeating Hit and returning to the God of Destruction, more than 10 days had passed. Lin Chuan has been staying here to practice, improve himself, and break through the realm. It was also after a heart-to-heart talk after returning that Lin Chuan never heard any words from Vados about wanting to keep him. It seemed that he knew his plan and what kind of person he was, so Vados no longer had such thoughts. Angel is angel, they will look at it better than anyone else. After all, it seems that she really wants to keep Lin Chuan in the 6th universe, but in fact, she is only interested in Lin Chuan. Because of Lin Chuan's appearance, her originally boring life suddenly had a strange brilliance. Angel has existed for an unknown number of years. It is so rare to be able to let them have real emotions in these endless years. Today, Lin Chuan did not continue practicing. Not only has he absorbed all the insights and greatly increased his strength, he has also reached a certain level in the cultivation of divine power. Divine power? Finally cultivated it? The first feeling of divine power made him particularly excited, because this power was indeed extremely powerful, and it could assist and promote each other with the power of blood. Facts have proved that what he has been pursuing is not wrong. With his current normal combat power level of 20 billion, if it is used with the help of divine power, it can at least double the surface combat power. Having divine power and not having divine power are indeed two concepts. At this time, he recalled the battle with Kampa. If he hadn't forcefully forced the power of his blood to transform, coupled with his own methods, and Kampa's power was also greatly restricted, I'm afraid he would never have been in Kampa's hands. Go through a few moves. It's time to go back to the 7th universe. The goal has been achieved, and a month has passed, and Lin Chuan has the idea of leaving. It goes without saying that practicing in the God of Destruction world will improve your cultivation. If it were in the lower realm, it would probably take at least 10 times longer to get a return. In addition, I have to thank Vados for his intentional and unintentional verbal guidance, otherwise the divine power would not have been successfully cultivated so quickly. Even if he got the divine power training method from the old Supreme Kai. To put it bluntly, the old Supreme Kai's divine power training method is only a basic version, and in Angel's eyes, it is nothing. Although the divine power has been cultivated, for the realm of Super Saiyan God, you still have to enter the spiritual time room to try to break through. Thinking secretly in his heart, Lin Chuan slowly stood up. Lin Chuan did not want to achieve the breakthrough of Super Saiyan God in front of others, let alone complete it here. He has always been too reckless and exposed all his trump cards. As things happened one after another, Lin Chuan realized the uncontrollability of the future. God knows, are there any enemies hiding in the dark? God knows, if he breaks through and becomes a god here, what kind of disturbance will he cause? Today's Lin Chuan, especially after experiencing the future Sun Wufan and future Golden Sorrow incident a month ago, made him realize that it was a very unwise choice for him to expose himself too much. Future? It became weird and unpredictable, no longer just what he knew. First, his future daughter arrives and tells him about the future. This future may also be Sun Wufan's future. But if not, it would be even more terrible. Another thing that has always puzzled Lin Chuan is that since he exists in the future, why doesn't he show up? Lin Chuan is more curious, will his future self also have a system? What is certain is that if he travels through time and space and returns to the past of this line, then he has a system, and his past self must also have a system. However, what has been experienced will not change. For example, he has not seen his future self in the 27 years since he traveled through time, which means that even if he travels through time and space and goes back to the past, he will go to another time and space. That person may not have a system. Presumably, my future self also had this idea, so I did not travel through time and space, but relied on the future Sun Wufan to travel through time. In the future, maybe something like this will happen again. As the saying goes, when you play with time, time is also playing with you. Time is the most incredible. Both exists and does not exist. There are only things that happened, and things that didn't happen. In front of the palace of the God of Destruction, Lin Chuan found Vados to say goodbye. Since the last time he came back, Kampa has not woken up from his sleep. Lin Chuan also learned from Vados that once the God of Destruction falls asleep, he will not wake up for almost a month, so he doesn't pay much attention to it. Speaking of which, isn't Beerus from Universe 7 the same? After the Super Era plot began, although the long sleep ended, short-term sleep appeared several times. Are you really sure you want to leave, and you don't need me to send him off? Looking at Lin Chuan, Vados suddenly felt reluctant to leave. Although they had only been together for a month, it had to be said that Lin Chuan's appearance had made her boring life much more fulfilling. At least, she no longer only revolves around the god of destruction, and the god of destruction is no longer sleeping. She is just guarding. Lin Chuan's presence can help her pass the time. The 1-month deadline is also the restriction I set on myself back then, and I have achieved some success in my practice. It's time to go back. Looking at Vados, Lin Chuan added, there's no need to give it away. My teleportation can allow me to return directly to the Earth of the 7th universe. Although it will cost a lot, it is bearable for me now. Teleportation across the universe. Vados smiled, you have such attainments in teleportation, and now that you have developed divine power, you can directly do Supreme Kai. Forget it, you know I'm not interested in the god of destruction or Supreme Kai. The purpose of practicing divine power is just to make myself stronger, Lin Chuan said. Upon hearing this, Vados smiled even brighter. She just liked the way Lin Chuan seemed to have no desires, but still longed for powerful power. One person, one angel communicated for a long time. Finally, under Vados' farewell, Lin Chuan used teleportation and disappeared directly into the god of destruction. The future is getting more and more interesting. It won't be long before we meet again, Lin Chuan. After staring at the position where Lin Chuan was for a long time, Vados turned back and looked at the palace of the god of destruction. 7th universe. Use teleportation to return across the universe. Moreover, it directly senses the space imprint of the Earth. After looking at the familiar surroundings and confirming that there was no accident, Lin Chuan put down his vigilance. After returning home, the consumption was indeed not as high as usual. After all, the shuttle was originally conducted in another star field, and the Earth was obviously further away. In his normal state, his combat power is as high as 20 billion, and with the blessing of divine power, a single journey through the universe consumes more than half of it. Of course, compared to the first time of teleportation across universes, the consumption is much smaller. This is also related to the improvement of one's own realm and the addition of divine power. At the same time, in the god of destruction of the 7th universe, as Lin Chuan's return triggered a certain information chain, Weiss, as Angel, immediately received the news of Angel's scepter response. It wasn't until he saw Lin Chuan's safe return that Weiss felt relieved. For a month, he had been worried, deeply afraid that his sister would not uphold martial ethics and forcibly detain Lin Chuan. Unexpectedly, his sister actually put Lin Chuan back and seemed to help Lin Chuan improve his strength. Did you develop your divine power in just 1 month? Even with the previous accumulation, it's still incredible, Weiss said lightly. Not seeing it with his own eyes, but just seeing it through the projection screen, he had a rough idea of Lin Chuan's current level of strength. If it were anyone else, he would be really shocked, because a person's strength can improve so quickly. Earth, the Western capital, and the manor. Lin Chuan immediately found Bulma, who was researching in the research institute. After not seeing each other for a month, Bulma's resentment can be said to be quite heavy. After all, when Lin Chuan said he would leave to break through his cultivation, he only said it would take 3 to 5 days at most, and he would be back on the same day at most. A period of comfort was certain, plus Bulma was 3 months pregnant, so her temper was much louder than before. After comforting him, Lin Chuan used the simplest way to tell what he had experienced this month. Bulma felt a lingering fear in her heart, because she knew from Lin Chuan's past introduction and her own understanding what kind of existence the god of destruction and Angel were. If Lin Chuan hadn't come back safely now, by her side, she would have been worried that her husband would not come back. Promise me, if something like this happens again in the future, can you not take any more risks? You are already so powerful, even if you can't compare to God and Angel, as long as we don't provoke them, nothing will happen, right? Bulma expressed her worries. After becoming pregnant, she felt that life was even more precious. She supports Lin Chuan to become stronger, but she also hopes that her man can be safe and sound. After hearing these words, Lin Chuan's heartstrings were touched. Don't worry, it won't happen again in the future. At the same time, his mind couldn't help but recall what his daughter had said to him. In the future, he will go to a special place and never come back since then. I'm afraid Bulma also knew about it through her daughter, right? Otherwise, she wouldn't be so worried just because something like this happened. After embracing each other for a long time, Lin Chuan and Bulma chatted about something else. Lin Chuan told her some about the 6th universe, and then changed the topic to the research Bulma was doing. To Lin Chuan's expectation, Bulma was actually upgrading the eternal energy furnaces number 17 and 18. In addition, she also accepted No 16's request, hoping that she could transform him and enhance his strength. The reason is naturally the battle between future Sun Wuhan and Golden Cell that happened more than a month ago. If the strength of the 3 artificial humans can be improved quickly, Lin Chuan feels that he can improve it as much as possible. Times are constantly advancing, and today's plot has long been changed. Lin Chuan doesn't know what the future will be like, so having stronger strength is the greatest guarantee. I thought so too, so I agreed to their request. By the way, in the months since you left, Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta have come to ask me where you have been. I didn't know how to answer, so I didn't give them an answer. Looking at their anxious looks, it seems like something is urgent. Bulma started to work while mentioning Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz. Hearing this, Lin Chuan was a little surprised. But the reason was quickly discovered. The period between leaving the 7th universe and entering the 6th universe happened to be the time when they entered the spiritual time room to practice. If what he expected was correct, the three of them should have made a huge breakthrough after practicing. There are only two possibilities to find him. The first is to challenge him and want to fight with him. The second one should be for a higher level Super Saiyan transformation method. Apart from that, he really couldn't think of any other possibilities. I know, I will ask them later. After nodding, Lin Chuan looked at Bulma, who was studying seriously, and concern came to his heart. You are 3 months old now, even after the last wish. Your physical fitness is different from ordinary people, but you must also pay attention to rest. Hearing Lin Chuan's concerned words, Bulma felt warm in her heart. It's only been 3 months. Besides, the physical work is done by robots. I'm just using my brain. It's not in the way. Okay, then I'll go back and wash up first. After leaving the research institute, Lin Chuan returned to the master bedroom of the big round house. His and Bulma's rooms were on the top floor, considered independent, and only he and Bulma could enter. After simply cleaning his body, Lin Chuan came to the restaurant and asked the home robot to make a lot of delicious food for him. Although I haven't gone hungry in the 6th universe these days, the food there is really not delicious, so I just feel full. After reluctantly appeasing his stomach problem, Lin Chuan let go of his feelings. The first is to understand the current situation of the Earth. After all, we have been away for a month. Of course, the most important thing is to sense the changes in the Z warriors. After all, they have entered the spiritual time room. It is impossible for them not to become stronger. Not just curious about the strength of Son Goku, Son Gohan, Raditz and Vegeta. I am particularly concerned about people like Piccolo, Tianjin Fan, and Klin. Of course, Yamcha and Dumplings are no exception. Under the mental perception, even without the help of the system's ability, one can perceive the strength of these people. You said you can feel the breath even if it is hidden? With Lin Chuan's current strength, he could already detect the bottom line. It's as if a person with a combat power of over 100 million is in front of Angel. Even if he hides himself, he will be clearly seen. It's really beyond my expectation. Did Tianjin Fan and Klin's combat power exceed 10 million points? A month ago, their combat power seemed to be only 1 million points. But it's understandable that Dumpling's combat power is only a few 100,000 points, but Yamcha's combat power is less than 1 million. Although, I guessed it somewhat. But when I really felt it, I was still a little disappointed. Tianjin Fan and Klin's strength breakthroughs show that they have practiced hard. The inability to improve Dumplings is explained in the original work, so it is understandable. Because of his physical condition, he could only practice towards superpowers, and his own strength could not be greatly improved. Yamcha is completely useless. He definitely practiced, but he definitely didn't have the intention to practice hard. To be honest, Yamcha in the later period of the original work even defeated Oliver and the pork rib rice on the Underworld King planet. Not to mention Oliver, Lin Chuan seriously suspected that the pork rib rice was released into the sea. Shifting his attention, Lin Chuan relaxed his body and walked outside the house while thinking. He raised his head and looked in the direction of the Temple of Heaven. Is Gohan also in the Celestial Temple? His strength has reached this level, and it is much stronger than I expected. Lin Chuan smiled slightly and continued to sense Piccolo's aura. What he didn't expect was that Piccolo's strength didn't increase much. Did Piccolo not enter the spiritual time room? It seems that you have been waiting for me to come back. Since establishing a friendship with Piccolo, his relationship with him has been the best among all. After Piccolo asked for his opinion last time, he told Piccolo his thoughts, so Piccolo talked about entering the spiritual time room with him. This time Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz all went in and out, and he could still hold it back. This also gave Lin Chuan the idea that if you believe in me, I won't let you down. He shifted his gaze and looked to the other side. Under the mental perception, he was surprised. Vegeta was also on Baizai Mountain, and seemed to be talking about something with Son Goku and Raditz. I just entered the spiritual time room once. After such a month, has my strength achieved such a big breakthrough? Unexpectedly, Vegeta was on Baizai Mountain, and Lin Chuan was even more surprised by their strength. In the original book, when they were fighting against Cell, their normal state had reached tens of millions. Not to mention 3 years earlier, their current combat power has reached hundreds of millions. A month ago, their normal combat power was only 10 million points. This is a tenfold improvement? Although it was nothing compared to his improvement, this breakthrough was not yet considered a Super Saiyan transformation. I don't know if they can become the second level of Super Saiyan now? I finally understand why you are so anxious to find me several times. It is because your strength has improved to this level that you have the confidence to fight me. There was an expectant smile on his face. With a thought in his mind, Lin Chuan deliberately released a breath. Baizai Mountain. Several people who were discussing something suddenly became stunned and looked in the same direction at the same time. That's Zidu? Is this Talos's anger? He's back. Feeling Lin Chuan's aura, Vegeta immediately said in surprise. The next second, his mood became excited. That's right. It's him. Finally he's back. It's been a long wait for us. Raditz's face was full of excitement. Lin Chuan's return is really a great thing for him. After holding it back for so long, it's finally time to verify the results of my practice. I don't know where this guy Lin Chuan went, and he has been away for so long. I wonder how strong he is now. Son Goku is not as cautious as Vegeta and Raditz. After all, although their strength is much stronger, they are still far inferior to Lin Chuan in the Super Saiyan transformation. If you want to know, just go over and ask him. Come on, Kakarot, use your teleportation to take us there. Raditz urged. He couldn't wait to fight, and his blood was boiling. Upon hearing this, Vegeta also looked at Son Goku. On the Temple of Heaven. At this time, both Sun Wuhan and Piccolo noticed the appearance of Lin Chuan's aura. One large and one small stood on the edge of the Temple of Heaven, sensing the past and overlooking the situation in the lower realm. It's really this guy, It makes me wait so much. Piccolo was a little emotional. He had already made a decision. If Lin Chuan didn't come back, he would really go into the spiritual time room alone. Now that Lin Chuan is back, it just suits his liking. It has been torture for a month. Son Goku, Vegetaritus, and the others surpassed him again, especially when Vegetaritus and the others came out with their self-righteous attitude. They did not take him seriously at all, which made him so arrogant. How could the Lord endure it? Uncle Piccolo, Uncle Lin Chuan is back, and you can also enter the spiritual time room to practice. I believe that your strength will rise to unprecedented heights by then. Sun Wufan on the side was happy for Piccolo. At the same time, he is also looking forward to how much stronger his Uncle Piccolo and Uncle Lin Chuan will be after entering the spiritual time house. Western capital. Lin Chuan waited in the backyard for the arrival of third young Master Saiyan, Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. After seeing the three of them with his own eyes, Lin Chuan also had the rare opportunity to use the system to see their combat power index. Target, Son Goku. Combat power index, 150 million points. Target, Raditz. Combat power index, 140 million points. Target, Vegeta. Combat power index, 145 million points. The difference in strength is 5 million points. If this were at the tens of millions level, this gap would be enough to kill the opponent instantly. But after the combat strength exceeded 100 million, the difference in combat strength of several million was nothing. After communicating with the three for a while, Lin Chuan fully understood their situation. At the same time, Lin Chuan also revealed his movements this month, but did not go into details because Raditz and Vegeta could not wait to take action. Lin Chuan would not refuse this kind of challenge, and he also felt itchy. How about he wanted to experience their improvement in strength for himself? As a result, the four of them moved to the far north together. Looking at the entire Earth, there is no place more suitable for war than here. In this icy and snowy area, there is no life at all for thousands of kilometers. Even if there is, it is pitiful. Come on. Do you plan to challenge me one by one? Or do you want to do it together? Standing on the top of the iceberg, Lin Chuan glanced at the three of them and said, "Since we have decided to have a big fight, let me go first." Hehe. Son Goku, who was still cautious before, seemed to be a completely different person when the battle was about to begin. With high fighting spirit, he seemed to have been prepared to explode with all his normal strength, and without waiting for Vegeta and Raditz to speak, he directly attacked Lin Chuan at full speed. Too despicable, Kakarot. Damn it, I should be the one to fight Talos first. Raditz and Vegeta looked indignant. How could Son Goku care about their dissatisfaction? His fists contained extremely powerful destructive power and struck directly at Lin Chuan's face. Seeing this, Lin Chuan had a teasing smile on his lips. Son Goku really can't get rid of this bad habit. Even though he knew that his strength was superior to his, he still dared to test with normality. This is when one's confidence in one's own strength has increased to a certain level. Your strength has indeed improved a lot, but your overconfidence is also your biggest flaw. You alone cannot defeat me. Seeing the fist approaching, Lin Chuan just turned sideways and easily dodged it. Hit. And he charged up a kick and kicked Son Goku hard in the stomach. In just an instant, a huge force swept through Son Goku's body, causing him to scream miserably. The next second, he flew out like a cannonball until he hit an iceberg in the distance, stirring up ice flowers all over the sky. Kakarot, this idiot, dares to be so careless when facing Talos? He is so brainless. Raditz couldn't help but criticize. From the beginning, they have always thought about how strong Talos is. Therefore, even though his strength increased greatly after coming out of the spiritual time room, he desperately wanted to challenge Talos, but he never thought about normalcy or defeating Talos alone. Golden flames burst out from Raditz's body, and in just a moment, Raditz directly transformed into the first-level Super Saiyan full power state in front of Lin Chuan. Taros, and me. As if to prove himself, Vegeta also transformed into the first-level Super Saiyan full power posture, exploding with Raditz, rushing towards Linear Sichuan. Attacking from left to right, this fighting method shocked Lin Chuan for a moment. Raditz and Vegeta joined forces. The combat power of both of them has reached the level of over 10 billion. But even so, it was still not enough to shake Lin Chuan. Under normal conditions, Lin Chuan has a combat power of 20 billion, plus an increase in divine power. This is the power they all look up to after their transformation. Drink An angry shout came from the distance. Immediately afterwards, the iceberg that Son Goku hit earlier shattered. Golden chi flames swept across all directions, exceeding full power. Son Goku concentrated the turtle Kigong wave with all his strength, and teleported to behind Lin Chuan. This scene made Raditz and Vegeta stunned for a moment. Brother, Vegeta, get out of the way. Son Goku roared, and the turtle-style Kigong waves gathered in his hands exploded instantly. Raditz and Vegeta saw this scene and hurriedly used super speed movement to escape. Boom! The roaring energy engulfed Lin Chuan's body, triggering a super explosion that destroyed the world. More than 12 billion combat levels of power. Not to be underestimated. Hehe. Being hit by my turtle-style Kigong wave at such a close distance, Lin Chuan, even you wouldn't feel bad. Goku, the grandson of Chei, rubbed the bridge of his nose and said confidently. The move just now was indeed sudden and powerful. But at this level, it is not enough to break my protective barrier. You are happy too early, Kakarot. Lin Chuan's voice started from the explosion. Came from the thick smoke. Hearing the sound, the smile on Son Goku's face stopped abruptly. Frightened, he hurriedly distanced himself from Lin Chuan and returned to the ranks of Raditz and Vegeta. When the thick smoke dissipated, Lin Chuan's intact figure appeared. He crossed his arms and glanced at the three of them with a playful look. Come on with all your strength. Just like this, it shouldn't be enough for you to have the confidence to challenge me. Lin Chuan's tone suddenly changed. Hearing this, the three of them looked solemn. Although they didn't say a word, they silently activated a deeper energy pool in their bodies. In an instant, the golden light flourished. The three Super Saiyans broke through at the same time. This scene was so shocking. Bathed in golden light, three furious Super Saiyans appeared accompanied by arcs of electricity. Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta stood in the space like invincible gods of war. Lin Chuan's eyes narrowed slightly, and the smile on his face became more complete. At this moment, their combat power has reached a height of 20 billion. It can be seen that they have reached a certain level of Super Saiyan level 2, and they are only one step away from reaching the ultimate level. The second level of Super Saiyan, and at this level, no wonder you have the confidence to challenge me. Looking at the three people in front of him, Lin Chuan secretly improved his power to stabilize himself at the peak of normality. Even if the combat power of the three people reaches more than 20 billion points, he can easily deal with it. Divine power is not cultivated in vain. This is all I have. Don't you plan to become a Super Saiyan now? Lin Chuan. Son Goku said, and the invisible pressure began to expand rapidly. Taros, I admit that you are very strong, but facing us now, if you don't become a Super Saiyan, wouldn't you be too confident? Raditz narrowed his eyes slightly, and at the same time, the aura superimposed on Son Goku's aura and pressed towards Lin Chuan. While there is still a chance, transform quickly, Talos. Vegeta also burst out with his own power and pressed towards Lin Chuan. Facing the terrifying coercion of the 3 second-level Super Saiyan peaks, Lin Chuan stood in the air, unmoved. Feeling the increasing pressure on his body, Lin Chuan smiled calmly. Fighting without pressure is too boring, and this is just right. It's just the second level of Super Saiyan. Do you think you can surpass me now? Your strength has indeed improved a lot, but in my opinion, it's still far from enough. As soon as he said this, Lin Chuan's eyes flashed, and his white aura erupted like an erupting volcano. There was a loud bang of boom. In just a moment, Lin Chuan's terrifying aura reached the sky. Sensing this aura that was far superior to them, the expressions of Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta suddenly changed. The aura that the three of them exploded together was instantly suppressed by Lin Chuan's aura. Can you burst out with such a strong energy without turning into a Super Saiyan? You can actually be evenly matched with us who turned into the second level of Super Saiyan. Son Goku's eyes filled with fighting spirit and he exclaimed at the same time. Huh? I've already predicted it, so there's no need to let other people's ambitions destroy your own prestige. Raditz became even more excited after feeling this aura. TCH? Don't look down on me, Vegeta. Vegeta was not afraid of Lin Chuan's burst of anger at all, and looked indomitable. The three of them increased the release of their auras, and at the same time started a battle of momentum with Lin Chuan. The auras of the four people collided, and instantly the wind and clouds surged, and the earth shook. Centered on the four of them, the sky within a radius of more than 10 kilometers was shrouded in darkness. Boom! The breath collision reached the critical point and exploded. The dazzling white light expanded rapidly, and Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz seized the opportunity to take action. The three people formed a pincer attack, attacking from directly above Lin Chuan and from both sides. Lin Chuan had already foreseen their next move and took action before them. He disappeared in one breath, leaving behind an afterimage that was hard to distinguish between true and false. I saw Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta locking Lin Chuan's position, condensing energy as quickly as possible, and releasing a special move. Turtle-style Kigong Wave. Twin Destruction Ray? Garrick Cannon? The triple destructive energy collided towards Lin Chuan's afterimage, and finally penetrated Lin Chuan's afterimage, and the three energies collided. Boom! 3 layers of destructive energy exploded at the same time, and the flames of the explosion swept across the world. The three of them held their breath and stared at the center of the explosion, waiting for Lin Chuan to appear. No, our attack didn't hit him. At this time, Raditz, who was more perceptive, discovered something was wrong. At this moment, Lin Chuan had quietly appeared behind him. As soon as these words came out, the expressions of Son Goku and Vegeta changed drastically, and the next second they sensed Lin Chuan's aura. They turned their heads suddenly and saw Lin Chuan arriving behind Raditz at some point. Idiot! He's behind you! Vegeta shouted loudly. Brother, be careful! Son Goku shouted loudly. Raditz didn't have time to react. Until Lin Chuan's long voice sounded in his ears, a chill ran down his spine. The insight is good, but it's a pity that the perception is still a little bit poor. You have to go back and practice more, Raditz. Lin Chuan clasped his hands together and aimed at Raditz's back. There was a loud noise of bang. There was a muffled sound in the space, and Raditz, who was hit hard, fell from the sky like a meteor, smashing into the ice, stirring up thousands of meters of ice and snow. After shooting down Raditz, Lin Chuan turned his eyes and saw Vegeta sprinting in front of him with all his strength. A fierce attack of fists and kicks poured down on him like a violent storm. Bang, 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 bang. Several dull explosions sounded in the space. Vegeta's attacks are as fast as thunder and have overwhelming power. It can be said that his aggressiveness is fully activated. But at the same time, it also exposed its biggest flaw. Once the enemy cannot be completely crushed in terms of offense, what will greet Vegeta next is endless suppression. Vegeta understood this deeply, so when he was in the spiritual time room, he further strengthened and improved his fighting methods. But even the prince's strategy, which was further strengthened, was still full of flaws in front of Lin Chuan. Impossible. All attacks were resolved by Lin Chuan, which made Vegeta tremble. His fighting style was completely seen through by Lin Chuan. You are distracted, Vegeta. This is a taboo in battle. Lin Chuan chuckled, and hit Vegeta accurately with a charged blow. Poof. Vegeta's energy and blood surged after suffering a heavy blow. Acid water mixed with blood spurted out from his mouth, and he flew backwards. After knocking Vegeta away, before Lin Chuan could continue his action, Son Goku came behind Lin Chuan, and the infinitely destructive turtle-style Kigong wave headed towards Lin Chuan again. Lin Chuan, who had foreseen this scene with the help of foreseeing the future, did not dodge or dodge. There was an explosion of bang. The energy of the turtle school Kigong wave collapsed the moment it hit the invisible aura around Lin Chuan, turning into blue energy particles floating in the sky. What? Son Goku, who witnessed his special move being destroyed by the aura, was so shocked that he couldn't help himself. This time, he thought he would be able to successfully sneak attack the turtle Kigong wave, but he didn't expect Lin Chuan's strength to be so terrifying. Just the invisible aura released under normal conditions blocked his full blow. This is just normal. If you become a Super Saiyan, how strong will you be? They all underestimated Lin Chuan and were too confident in themselves. It is true that they have made progress by entering the spiritual time room first, but even if Lin Chuan has not entered the spiritual time room yet, they are getting stronger this month. Kakarot, can you only do sneak attacks? Lin Chuan turned around casually and stared at Son Goku with an arrogant attitude. Hearing this, Son Goku smiled bitterly and could not answer. Lin Chuan's strength is so terrifying, he knows full well that he can't win in a head-on confrontation. He originally planned to use Vegeta and Raditz's attacks to find Lin Chuan's flaw, but he didn't expect that the opponent didn't even have this flaw. At this time, Raditz and Vegeta, who had been repelled by Lin Chuan, rushed out again and landed on both sides of Lin Chuan. Together with Son Goku, they once again surrounded Lin Chuan. Taros is so powerful. Facing the attack of the three of us, he doesn't even need to go Super Saiyan. Raditz muttered in his mouth. Although he was very reluctant, he had to admire him. Lin Chuan's strength. I don't believe it, you really don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan, ha 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 ha. Vegeta, who didn't want to believe it, let out a hysterical cry. The energy pool of the second level of Super Saiyan is fully stimulated, and the golden aura lingers around the body like a swimming dragon. With Vegeta's first statement, Raditz and Son Goku also exploded with energy in their bodies. The energy pool in the body is activated to the limit, and the second level of Super Saiyan is fully fired. When the three people's fighting power reached its peak, the next second, the three people rushed out at full speed, surrounded Lin Chuan, and launched an attack at the same time. Since it's not possible to fight alone, then three people will attack. Well done. Faced with the siege of three people, Lin Chuan was not afraid at all, but became more and more excited. The ability to foresee the future was activated invisibly, and he responded to the three attacks with ease. Bang, 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 bang. Harsh sonic booms were heard one after another in the space. Four figures shuttled rapidly through the space, and wherever they passed, the space was constantly turbulent. Vegeta, Raditz and Son Goku are obviously teaming up for the first time, but they can perfectly fill each other's shortcomings. The three of them took turns attacking and defending, and the attack was airtight. It truly proves the saying, the person who knows you best is often not yourself, but your opponent? Facing the simultaneous attack of three people, Lin Chuan, who had always been strong, could only defend passively. As the pressure came on, Lin Chuan became more and more excited and began to enjoy the feeling brought by this battle. Asking for recommendation votes, asking for monthly votes, and asking for rewards. Previous. Next. The battle became more and more intense. The entire far north has become a battleground for Lin Chuan, Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. At the same time, as the battle progresses, perceptions from all over the earth are being covered. The owners of these auras are undoubtedly Z warriors with certain strength. Less than a month has passed since everyone entered the spiritual time room to practice, and this happened. Although everyone expected that this battle would happen sooner or later, they never expected that this battle would be between Lin Chuan and 3. Before entering the spiritual time room and after entering the spiritual time room, they are completely two concepts. 2 years in the spiritual time room not only greatly increased everyone's strength, but the combat effectiveness of Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz reached unprecedented heights. But even so, Lin Chuan was still able to defeat 1 against 3. Gaixian Island. Turtle Immortal's face was solemn, and his eyes under his sunglasses were full of fear and horror. Krillin and Yamcha stood on both sides of Kame Sennin, with different expressions. As for Klin, he has been staying on Gaixian Island all year round, so except for occasionally going out to practice, he lives on the island. Yamcha was different. He happened to be passing by today, so he took a look at Krillin and Pool, and by the way, Kame Sennin, the nominal master. Unexpectedly, this battle suddenly occurred. Saiyans are indeed monsters. Compared with them, we are like ants and dinosaurs. Even if we do the same training, the gap will become wider and wider. Krillin looked ugly, so what if he was unwilling? Never compares. He has never given up on practicing, but even though he also entered the spiritual time room to practice, the huge gap is self-evident. It's okay if the Saiyans don't transform. Once they transform, as an Earthling, even if his current strength is not what it used to be, for Vegeta, Terratus and Son Goku, just like ants. Practicing hard did not narrow the gap, so Klin began to wonder if he could retreat to the second line. On the side, Yamcha understands Krillin's feelings very well. He had long since let go, smiled bitterly, and said, Kellen, can you finally understand how I felt back then? This is also the reason why I gave up practicing. It's not that I don't have the belief to become stronger, but even if I practice and become stronger, I will still be worse than Goku and others. It's not that we are too weak, but that they are too strong. This world is no longer the same as when we were still competing in the world's best martial arts tournament. I think you should feel it too. After finishing his heart-wrenching words, Yamcha seemed to have put down his pretense and looked at the blue sea and sky. After hearing his words, both Klin and Turtle Immortal cast a special look at him. Although it sounds pessimistic, it seems to be the case. Klin was caught in a tangle, while Kame Sento looked more broadly. He looked at the sky, and then said, don't question your achievements because of others' strength, and don't let your beliefs be compromised just because of other people's words. Collapse? Everyone has his own way to go, so what if you are strong? So what if you are weak? If you don't fight or grab, if you have no desires or demands, you will naturally not be affected. It's not just Krillin, you are also Yamcha. Looking back on the past with our current strength, we are actually already so powerful that it was unimaginable for you at the time, right? It's better to compare with yourself than to compare with others. Turtle Immortal's words seemed to give Klin an enlightenment, and also made Yamcha look stunned. Master, I understand. Klin nodded as if he suddenly understood. His understanding is not low, and he understood the master's good intentions in just a moment. Yamcha nodded vaguely understanding. In fact, what Gaixianren wants to express is nothing more than not to compare. If you compare yourself too much with others, then there will always be a world outside of you. Krillin feels that he is not as good as Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. In fact, for Goku, Raditz and Vegeta, aren't they comparing with Lin Chuan? Deep in the western continent, Tianjin Rice and Dumplings stopped practicing and stood on a bare mountain, looking into the distance. With their strength, how could they not know what is happening on Earth? This is Goku who turns into a Super Saiyan and fights. Does Raditz still have Vegeta? With such strength, Lin Chuan can actually fight 1 against 3. Tianjin Fan said. There was a bitter expression on one side of his face. After practicing in the spiritual time room, he finally regained some confidence in his own strength. But he is the same as Krillin Yamcha. If Goku and the others don't transform, they can still fight with them. But once they transformed, he would be an ant at their mercy. The difference in strength is too big. This is a world of difference in dimensional realm. However, to be discouraged is to be discouraged, and to be disappointed is to be disappointed. Tianjin Fan has always maintained his mentality. Even if he is not strong enough, he has a firm belief. Continue to become stronger and continue to surpass yourself. He believes that he can reach a higher level. Just as Kame Sennin told Klin and the others, after Tianjin Fan came out of the spiritual time room, he no longer compared himself to others, but compared himself to his past self. To develop without desires and pursuits, and to move towards the goal of being a martial arts master. It can be said that the current Tianjin Fan has realized in advance the concept that he will realize in the future of the original work. Temple of Heaven. So strong. Dad, Uncle, and Uncle Vegeta joined forces, but they couldn't force Uncle Lin Chuan to become a Super Saiyan. Watch here, Son Gohan can not only sense the breath changes can even be seen on the battlefield. His words resonated with Piccolo. He knew that Lin Chuan had always been very strong, but he never thought that the current Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta, the three of them fought with power beyond the Super Saiyan, but still could not force Lin Chuan to become a Super Saiyan. Asians. You don't even need to transform into a Super Saiyan, you can suppress Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta at the same time. What kind of exercise did you do during the time when you disappeared? You probably wouldn't have been able to do it a month ago. Piccolo tried his best to calm down his heart. Beside them, there are Dende and Bobo. No matter how dull they were, they now understood what major events had happened on the Earth. Located on the edge of the battlefield, a long-haired woman wearing a white down jacket is standing on an iceberg. The cold wind came towards her, but it couldn't shake her in the slightest. She is Android 21. Since the perfect body of Celial was killed by the future Sun Wuhan, she has been hiding even more secretly, fearing that there will be other beings in the future who hide deeper than her, waiting for her to show her flaws, and then kill her. In order to ensure that her research plan was not discovered, she even came to this far north. Unexpectedly, after hiding and hiding, I was eventually affected. Even if she was not discovered, her research had to be terminated. In a short period of time, the strength of this group of people has improved by leaps and bounds. If this continues, it won't take long before the future of this time and space will develop to a point where I can't intervene. Where should I go in the future? Or should I just show up and have a good relationship with them in this time and space, cooperate, so that I don't need to live this kind of wandering life anymore? Android 21 spoke one after another. Looking back now, she had forgotten when she formed a feud with the Z Warriors. It seems that she has done nothing to harm the Z Warriors, harm the Earth, or harm the world. Inexplicably, he directly became an enemy. The central area of the far north. On the battlefield. The battle became more and more intense as the battle progressed, and the cooperation between Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta became more and more perfect as the battle continued. In just 2 or 3 minutes, they had already launched tens of thousands of punches and kicks against Lin Chuan. But despite this, it still failed to cause effective damage to Lin Chuan, let alone force Lin Chuan to become a Super Saiyan. This shows how terrifying Lin Chuan's strength is. What's wrong? Is this the only strength you three can have? Is it over here? Lin Chuan, who was so excited, could not hope that this battle would end. At that moment, extremely powerful energy burst out from his body. When this situation is deadlocked, you should take the initiative to stimulate the other party. The violent shock wave generated by the energy volatilization forced the three people back. At this point, the fighting ushered in a brief pause. To raise this battle to another level, they need to react and surpass their own limits again. Damn it, even if the three of us attack at the same time, we can't hurt him. Lin Chuan, what the hell is this guy? How did you practice to be so strong? Son Goku sighed as he panted heavily. Talos. Raditz was unwilling. Such a huge gap in strength made him disappointed with his own strength. The original self-confidence was completely shattered, and no dignity was left at all. I don't believe you can really escape unscathed. Look at my move. Vegeta, who was greatly stimulated, did not have negative emotions like Son Goku and Raditz, but planned to launch his own the latest super move I learned. The aura exploded, and Vegeta soared into the sky. I saw his hands open wide, the muscles all over his body tensed, and the surging breath energy spurted out like a tsunami. Is this guy Vegeta planning to use that move? Seeing this familiar posture, Raditz secretly thought something was wrong. He had witnessed Vegeta use this move with all his strength. Even he had to avoid the edge when faced with all his strength. Lin Chuan, can you stop him? No, he can definitely block it. However, if the normal state does not change, it should be unstoppable, right? Is Vegeta crazy? If released from this angle, the entire Earth will be affected. Son Goku looked up at Vegeta for a long time, and finally looked at Lin worriedly. Chuan, after discovering that Lin Chuan was not moved at all, the distracting thoughts in his heart suddenly dissipated. He knew how dangerous this move was, and Lin Chuan wouldn't know it. In other words, Lin Chuan was absolutely sure to block it without harming the Earth. At this time, Lin Chuan completely ignored Son Goku and Raditz. The aura released by Vegeta was enough for him to face up to his normal state. Looking at the sky, he stared unblinkingly at Vegeta, who was constantly condensing energy to explode. As the golden light became more intense, Lin Chuan felt more and more oppression. This is no longer the level of 20 billion, but the intensity of nearly 30 billion. Talos, since you are so confident and have the ability, you can take over my move yourself? In the end, flash. Vegeta's hysterical roars came from the sky, and the energy that destroyed the world surged again in an instant, which was extremely terrifying. The super-giant golden energy flash cannon is so huge that it is like a world-destroying beam of light. If this energy completely explodes, not to mention the Earth, even the entire solar system will be destroyed. It's a good special move, but it's a pity that it's not powerful enough to deal with me. Facing Vegeta's final move, Lin Chuan said indifferently. The next second, the energy pool in the body is stimulated. A white aura surrounded Lin Chuan's body and soared into the sky, clinging to Lin Chuan's body as if it had turned into indestructible armor. Boom! The final flash of light hit Lin Chuan's energy flame. In an instant, the momentum reached its peak. The boundless storm raged in all directions, and all the icebergs within a radius of dozens of miles collapsed. Faced with an attack of this magnitude, Lin Chuan was not shaken and stood as steady as a mountain in the void. And the energy in his body is also rising steadily. This scene shocked Son Goku and Raditz. Vegeta in the second level of Super Saiyan state gritted his teeth and used all his strength to activate the final flash, unwilling to admit defeat. I don't believe you are really invincible. A continuous roar came from Vegeta's mouth. In an instant, the energy pool of the second-level Super Saiyan sublimated, causing Vegeta's power to increase again, and the energy of the final flash increased again. The sudden increase in energy did have an effect, but it only broke the first layer of aura defense around Lin Chuan. After this, there are 2 more floors? Blocked? Such a powerful attack, just the breath barrier blocked Vegeta's final flash. Son Goku stood in the distance, looking at this thrilling scene, feeling deeply powerless. Damn, what are you doing standing still? Kakarot? This is the best time to take action. At this time, Raditz's roar reached Son Goku's ears. I saw that Raditz was already accumulating energy at this moment, and his ultimate move had also been condensed. Brother? You. Son Goku was shocked again when he saw Raditz condensing energy. They are not fighting a life and death battle. There is no need to go to this point, right? Such an idea was shattered by Raditz's words as soon as it was born. Don't you understand? This is our only chance to defeat him. Even if it's just to defeat his normal state, that's enough. Ultimate, Destruction, Ray. Raditz released his special move at full power, and a purple energy beam flashed with radiant light, erupted from his hands, and turned into a terrifying energy cannon to attack Lin Chuan. At this time, Lin Chuan was still resisting Vegeta's final flash, when a sudden pressure of energy came from behind him, making him raise his eyebrows slightly. Without looking back, Lin Chuan knew what happened. The pressure increased again, and he smiled instead of getting angry. That's what makes it interesting. This is the battle. Raditz, your consciousness is much higher than that of Son Goku. You know that you can't defeat me without the determination to kill me. Lin Chuan was attacked from both sides. Lin Chuan did not panic at all, no matter what the 2 of them did. Even attacking him cannot break his defense. In the aura defense, Lin Chuan has already used divine power to assist. That's it. If that's the case, then I won't be polite. As if hearing Lin Chuan's words, Son Goku completed his transformation at this time and came to the other side of Lin Chuan. In his hands, there was condensed a group of dark blue energy that was no less destructive than the final flash. The energy in his body was completely released by him, and Son Goku also broke through his own limits. The energy of the 2nd level of Super Saiyan broke through the constraints and reached a higher level under pressure. Super Turtle Pai Qigong Wave. With thunderous shouts, Son Goku released the strongest Turtle Pai Qigong Wave in history. Well done, let me see what the 3 of you can do together. Lin Chuan could feel that the blood in his body began to boil. His fighting spirit was high and his fighting spirit was truly aroused. Vegeta and Raditz's joint attack couldn't break his aura defense. Can it be done with Son Goku in the mix? If possible, that would be great. As Son Goku's turtle-style Qigong wave was unleashed with all his strength, it landed on Lin Chuan's aura barrier, and a scene that destroyed the world took place. The energy that was originally in balance instantly lost its balance due to Son Goku's attack and became extremely chaotic. The energy of 3 different origins blended and repelled each other, impacting each other, and an extremely terrifying phenomenon was born. This also caused the destructive power to increase by another order of magnitude. The energy increased strangely, the power rose to 100 billion levels, and Lin Chuan's body began to glow with a golden aura. The destructive power was still rising, and Lin Chuan's original expression was quickly replaced by seriousness. Vegeta, break it. Raditz, give me all my energy. Son Goku, hey. As the 3 people continued to exert force, an unprecedented super explosion occurred. Boom. The entire Earth has ushered in a huge turmoil. The destructive energy seems to engulf everything. In the center of the far north, an unimaginably terrifying explosion soared into the sky, reaching a height of hundreds of thousands of meters. The aftermath spreads and sweeps across the entire Earth. As a region carrying energy explosions, the far north has completely changed the surface. Lin Chuan, who was at the center of the explosion, was engulfed by the energy fire. At the same time, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz could not escape the fate of being affected by the energy. The moment they suffered the energy backlash, the 3 of them flew upside down in the midst of destruction, vomiting blood. Even if the transformation is forcibly stabilized, the combat power has dropped significantly due to the release of energy and serious physical injuries. At the critical moment, a mysterious force appeared from the center of the explosion, which not only pulled back the rapidly expanding energy, but also resolved the super terrifying destructive energy from the inside out. When the light dissipated, Lin Chuan appeared in the sight of the 3 people with an attitude of being invincible in the world. The aftermath of the explosion just now has been completely resolved by him. This incredible thing simply shouldn't happen. It's like stepping back in time, but it's not like we're going back in time. Lin Chuan used some kind of ability in an instant to forcibly trap the burst of energy, and then gathered it back to disperse it. The whole body was shrouded in a golden aura, and at this time, Lin Chuan was already in a state of super full power. Of course, it only lasted for a while before Lin Chuan released his transformation. Damn, the power I am proud of, still completely lost. Vegeta in the sky gritted his teeth after seeing this. At this time, he was still seriously injured. His vision suddenly went dark, and a huge sense of powerlessness invaded him, causing him to lose control of his body and fall. The same is true for Raditz and Son Goku, because the release of power exceeded the limit, excessive physical exhaustion, and the backlash of energy, leaving them unable to recover. At this point, the battle has been decided. Finally, it finally gave me a big surprise. Being able to force me to become a Super Saiyan shows how much progress you have made. Lin Chuan sighed while slowly falling down. Psychic perception locked onto Vegeta, Son Goku, and Raditz. As he raised his hand, 3 emerald green energy balls were condensed by him. This energy light ball is not destructive, it is pure life healing energy. As the healing energy submerged into the bodies of the 3 people, the condition of the 3 people whose breath had dropped to freezing point improved, their breath gradually recovered, and the 3 people also woke up from their coma. But when they woke up, they felt a huge sense of powerlessness and exhaustion in their bodies and minds, making it difficult for them to even speak. A full 10 minutes passed. After adjusting their condition, Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz stood in front of Lin Chuan with complicated expressions. Failed miserably. At the second level of Super Saiyan, they couldn't even force Lin Chuan to transform. Even if it was done in the end, they didn't think it was forced by them. Instead, the energy of the 3 people converged and turned into a super explosion. Lin Chuan transformed in order to prevent it. You 3 are a blessing in disguise. The big explosion just now has allowed you to reach the second level of Super Saiyan. It won't be long before you can reach the ultimate level. At that time, it will be possible to break through to the third level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan looked at the 3 autistic people and stimulated them in his own way. That's what I say. But we haven't even fully mastered the second level of Super Saiyan. We want to become the third level of Super Saiyan. We have no feeling. I've been looking for you all this time to ask you about the training methods of the third and fourth levels of Super Saiyan, but you just came back. Although this battle was lost, it was also valuable combat experience for us, Son Goku said. Although Raditz and Vegeta on the side did not speak at this time, their longing eyes had already shown that their current thoughts were the same as Son Goku's. Simple, you just want to witness and experience the third and fourth levels of Super Saiyan up close. Then I will show you. How much you can understand depends on you. Lin Chuan smiled slightly, no rejection. Anyway, it is something that has been exposed a long time ago, and they will reach it sooner or later, so it is better to teach them generously. Maybe they can really have a good fight with him soon. The blood power in his body was activated, and in just a breath, Lin Chuan transformed into the first level Super Saiyan full power state. It's not to go directly to Super 3, but to Super 1 to full power, and it's step by step, so that they can feel it clearly. The breath is restrained and almost perfect, without any leakage. Stimulating the S cells in his body again, Lin Chuan exploded with blue-white lightning all over his body. His whole body was wrapped by arcs, and his golden hair became more erect. Super Saiyan Level 2 Ultimate. It is also perfectly mastered, without any leakage of breath. This scene cheered up Son Goku, Vegeta, and Raditz, and soon they reached the third level of Super Saiyan. Then next, Lin Chuan suddenly exerted his strength, and the energy around him increased explosively. In an instant, the invisible momentum expanded in all directions, and the whole world seemed to have changed due to Lin Chuan's transformation. Feeling the pressure generated by Lin Chuan's transformation at close range, the 3 of them were terrified. They dare not blink for fear of missing any details. Under their gaze, Lin Chuan's golden hair slowly extended to his waist, his eyebrows disappeared, and his face became extremely cold. Seeing the third level of Super Saiyan, the 3 of them opened their mouths. Is this the third level of Super Saiyan? Is this your true strength? No? You still have more powerful power that you haven't used yet. Son Goku carefully felt the aura on Lin Chuan's body. It was so strong. The energy that he had to look up to made him even feel like how he could catch up. He kept the scene of Lin Chuan's transformation firmly in his mind. For future breakthroughs, he knew it would play a vital role. You look a lot like me, but I have eyebrows. Raditz looked at Lin Chuan carefully and came to this conclusion. Vegeta on the side ignored Raditz's complaints. He had already memorized Lin Chuan's transformation process. Your hair is too long. If I didn't know better, I would have thought you had mastered the third level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan joked with a smile. Hearing this, Raditz looked embarrassed. The gap between his Super 1 and Super 2 and Super 3 is still very big. The 3 of them stared at Lin Chuan's third level Super Saiyan, and at the same time realized the difference between this form and the previous 2 forms. Chao-san has already seen it, so what's next? Lin Chuan's face straightened, and the power of blood in his body was further activated. The ancient power bursts out from the body. That original power is so powerful that it is suffocating and oppressive, just like an emperor. Is this feeling about to become the fourth level Super Saiyan? Son Goku guessed as he felt the restlessness of the blood power in his body. Super Saiyan Level 4. Raditz cheered up. Compared to Super Saiyan 3, he cared more about Super 4. That red-haired monkey form was what he had dreamed of. Lin Chuan can use this to fight against the god of destruction in the universe next door. Vegeta clenched his fists and his eyes widened, fearing that he would miss something crucial. As the power of blood was activated, a storm of breath emerged around Lin Chuan. The body muscles expanded rapidly, and bright red hair grew under the release of energy, and the waist-length golden hair also turned black and became thicker. It's so hot, so hot. Son Goku, who was burned by his breath, backed away repeatedly. Why is the temperature so high? Raditz also hurriedly stepped back. It's just an invisible aura, can't I stop it? Vegeta stepped aside, eager in his heart for the transformation of Super 4. Watching Super 4 closely, the 3 of them felt more and more incredible. The image of this red-haired monkey is simply that of a small giant ape. Wait, giant ape? If you want to break through to the 4th level of Super Saiyan, do you have to use the Great Ape? You must have guessed how the 4th level Super Saiyan became. Yes, it's exactly what you thought. Whenever the full moon night comes, it is when we Saiyans release our true power. After the Great Ape, we become the Golden Giant Ape, and then advance from the Golden Giant Ape to the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Lin Chuan spoke to them. Changing to a Super 4 is difficult, simple and easy. It turns out that the 4th level of Super Saiyan transformation requires going through the Great Ape. But Son Goku suddenly realized it. He was stunned for a second and looked at the hair on his butt that had already been removed. The tail. When a Saiyan's tail is cut off, it is impossible to have a Great Ape. After the Great Ape, he becomes the Golden Great Ape, and then becomes the 4th level of Super Saiyan? I understand. Raditz was ecstatic in his heart. After knowing the clear direction of Super Saiyan's transformation, he wanted to complete this transformation. But it's much simpler. I didn't expect the transformation of the 4th level of Super Saiyan to be so simple. As a prince, I have the purest bloodline. Now I can perform the Great Ape with ease. Become a Golden Giant Ape. The 4th level of Super Saiyan is also within your reach. After learning the exact transformation method, Vegeta's expression suddenly changed, and he regained his confidence. As the Prince of the Saiyans, he believed that he could perfectly control the power of the Giant Ape. Time passed in the blink of an eye, half an hour. After getting the answer they wanted, Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta also had a new goal. The next goal is the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, then the 4th level of Super Saiyan. But unlike Son Goku and Raditz, Vegeta wanted to skip Super 3 and practice Super 4. Returning to the western capital, Lin Chuan found Bulma again and explained to her the previous turmoil on the earth. Until a voice sounded in his mind, Lin Chuan was slightly startled. But he soon burst into laughter. If not Piccolo, who else would contact him at this time? It's such a fierce battle. It's hard to imagine what kind of training you have done to become so powerful. If you enter the spiritual time room to practice, your strength will be even higher. I've been waiting for you for a month. You won't let me wait in vain, right? Lin Chuan. Piccolo said. Of course I won't let you wait in vain, but I'm not in a hurry about entering the spiritual time room. I just came back, so I have to rest for a while. You, on the other hand, have been waiting for so long, and waiting a few more days will be just as much a matter of waiting. Lin Chuan smiled slightly and used telepathy to communicate with him. You are completely treating me as a tool. Forget it. I can still afford to wait these days, but you have to tell me how long it will take. I am currently at a critical moment of breakthrough. There was a hint of urgency in Piccolo's words. I see, let's do it in a week. Hearing what Piccolo said, Lin Chuan answered. After confirming the time, the sound of the Piccolo did not sound again. Lin Chuan also regained his composure. He planned to spend some time with Bulma. After all, I have been away for a month. Even if you can't do that, there is more to married life than just that. Time flies by in the blink of an eye. Unknowingly, a week passed quietly. Located on the lawn in the backyard of the estate. At this time, Lin Chuan was surrounded by a mysterious energy. Although he has been accompanying Bulma these past few days, he is also condensing more divine power intentionally or unintentionally in preparation for entering the spiritual time room. After an unknown amount of time passed, all the energy around Lin Chuan was absorbed back into his body. Consciousness also awakens from a deep state of enlightenment. That's it. It should be enough to break through to that realm. Lin Chuan slowly stood up and raised his hand to shake it. With a thought, a ball of mysterious energy appeared on his palm. The depth of this energy is beyond imagination and cannot be sensed by ordinary beings. After all, it is the real power of God. Withdrawing his divine power, Lin Chuan raised his head and glanced in the direction of the Temple of Heaven, then turned towards the research institute where Bulma was located. In the past few days, Bulma has been studying how to upgrade androids 17 and 18. Lin Chuan was taking care of her silently so as not to disturb her. As for going to the spiritual time room, Lin Chuan told her 7 days ago. Of course, now that he is going, Lin Chuan has to say something. Otherwise, they will disappear without saying hello. Arriving at the research institute, Lin Chuan and Bulma were affectionate for a moment, then said goodbye and left. It happened that number 18 was accompanying Bulma, and Lin Chuan also deliberately left the matter of protecting Bulma to number 18. Now, number 18 has become Bulma's best friend. The two are almost inseparable, spending time together day and night. If it weren't for a woman, and if he knew that number 18 was not that Ellen, Lin Chuan would have suspected that number 18 was up to no good. One time, while Lin Chuan was still sleeping, number 18 rushed in to talk to Bulma about some women. At that time, Lin Chuan was naked and extremely embarrassed. The strange thing is that number 18 was not shy at all, but instead teased him righteously. Bulma even tried to smooth things over, not saying that number 18 was too messy. On the Temple of Heaven, Piccolo was not idle for a week. He continued to engage in deep meditation to tap into the potential power within his body, and suppress the realm he was about to break through, quietly waiting for Lin Chuan's arrival. At this time, there was a strange movement in the space, making Piccolo become serious. The next second, Lin Chuan used teleportation to appear. As soon as they arrived, Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo who was standing in the center of the temple. Through the system, he could see at a glance how far Piccolo's combat effectiveness had reached at this time. 3 billion points? Not too high, not too low. I remember that after assimilating to the gods, Piccolo's combat power was less than 2 billion. This shows that he has made great progress during this period. It's just a little worse than Sun Bella, who entered the spiritual time room. Of course, if we just go by the norm, then Sun Bella is far inferior to Piccolo. Uncle Lin Chuan. Dende noticed Lin Chuan's arrival and happily came forward to say hello. Bobo followed Dende and smiled at Lin Chuan. Dende, I haven't seen you for a while. You are doing quite well as a god. Facing Dende, Lin Chuan was like an innocent child, praising with a chuckle. No, all of this is thanks to the teachings of Uncle Piccolo and Mr. Popo, otherwise I wouldn't have mastered the power of the gods so quickly, Dende said modestly. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled and nodded, then turned to look at Piccolo. Although you didn't enter the spiritual time room, your strength has improved a lot during this period, Piccolo. Lin Chuan took the initiative. It's just a small success. Compared to you, my strength is insignificant. Piccolo said. That's how he is. Ever since he was assimilated into the Piccolo he is today, he has been much more cautious about what he says and what he does. I had a good time reminiscing with Piccolo, Dende, and Bobo. Deliberately avoiding some things, Lin Chuan just mentioned that he went to the 6th universe. It wasn't until almost an hour passed that Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other to confirm. It's time to enter the spiritual time room. Then let's go. The two were about to leave, and Dende stood up. If Uncle Lin Chuan and Uncle Piccolo are going to practice in the spiritual time house, let me guide you. Hearing this, the two nodded. Of course Piccolo knows where it is, but if Dende wants to give it away, it doesn't matter. Soon, the two of them, led by Dende, arrived at the gate of the spiritual time house. It has been stocked with food and water for several years. After entering this time, we will definitely come out 2 years later, Piccolo said to Lin Chuan. That's natural. Besides, I have a plan, let's talk about it after we get in. Lin Chuan nodded. Just when the two were about to enter the spiritual time room, suddenly, an extremely violent aura spread from the ground. Such a powerful aura suddenly appeared, and the entire planet was shaken. Even the Temple of Heaven trembled slightly. Is this Kakarot's breath? Lin Chuan was surprised and looked in the direction where the breath exploded. Such a large-scale burst of breath was much stronger than a week ago. Could it be said that the breakthrough has been successful? So fast. Lin Chuan has already guessed the reason for the burst of aura. Son Goku, I am afraid he has already realized the 3rd level of Super Saiyan first. Son Goku's aura, I didn't expect it to break through so quickly after fighting with you. Realizing that the distance between himself and Son Goku was getting bigger and bigger, Piccolo clenched his fists unwillingly. Recalling that half a year ago, he had regained his integrity and already had the power to leave Son Goku and others far behind. Let's go. Noticing Piccolo's mood swings, Lin Chuan signaled him not to think too much. Yeah. Piccolo recovered his mind, and the two of them entered the spiritual time room. Please give me monthly votes? Please recommend votes? Please give me rewards? The spiritual time room has entered, and it's time for a data explosion. Temple of Heaven. Lin Chuan and Piccolo entered the spiritual time room one after another and perceived this space. Although Lin Chuan is a time traveler, he knows everything about the spiritual time house. But he has never really been here, so he naturally has a spirit of curiosity and exploration. After Piccolo assimilated with the god, he also knew all the information about the spiritual time room, but the first time he came in, he felt completely different from the outside. After the door is closed from the inside, the internal space will be completely isolated from the outside world. Mr. Popo and I will wait outside, waiting for Uncle Lin Chuan and Uncle Piccolo to come out. Dende's words came from the other side of the door. Looking back at this time, it seemed that they were only a few meters apart, but it gave Lin Chuan and Piccolo a feeling of being very far away. The two nodded one after another, and then Dende and Mr. Popo closed the door. At this point, the hourglass above the spiritual time room began to flow, and Lin Chuan and Piccolo's perception of breath broke down at the same time. I could still sense the breath of the earth before, but now I can no longer do it. It's like leaving the original world and entering a new world. However, although I can no longer sense the breath of the outside world, the space imprint I set can be vaguely sensed by several people on the earth. I wonder whether cross-border travel can be successful and how much energy will be consumed. If you use divine power to travel, it may not be difficult. Lin Chuan thought about it and wanted to try it, but finally gave up the idea. Now that everyone has come in, there is no rush. When the exit of the spiritual time room disappears in 2 years, then you may be able to go back without using powerful power to penetrate the barrier of another dimension. After withdrawing his thoughts, Lin Chuan was about to speak, but saw that Piccolo was also deep in thought at this time. What? Are you still thinking that Kakarot broke through to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan and his strength greatly increased? Lin Chuan smiled and joked, you don't have the idea of retreating. When Piccolo heard this, his expression changed. He looked at Lin Chuan for a long time, and finally looked at the snow-white world outside. Do you think I'm the kind of person who gives up easily? Lin Chuan, others don't know me, but you still don't know me. After Piccolo said this, he strolled outside. Lin Chuan followed him into the real spiritual time room world. It is different from the space inside the house. It seems like a limit has been crossed. The strange thing is that it is different from what Lin Chuan knew. According to the setting of the original work, the gravity in the spiritual time room should be 10 times that of the Earth. The air is thin, the temperature during the day is around 50 degrees Celsius, and it is extremely hot and muggy at night. It will drop to about minus 40 degrees Celsius, which is extremely cold. However, based on his current perception, it seems that the gravity here is almost dozens of times or even 100 times that of the Earth. Speaking of stability, he and Piccolo just stood here, and the burning sensation in their bodies was unbearable. If ordinary people entered here, they would be crushed to death in an instant, or they would be burned to death. Shocked, right? I can tell even if you don't tell me. The previous spiritual time room only had 10 times the gravity of the Earth, and the ambient temperature was not as harsh as it is now. It should be said that Dende and Mr. Popo have done a lot of credit. After several days of continuous improvement, they finally modified the gravity in the spiritual time house to 100 times. And this gravity will continue to increase as they move away from the center of the spiritual time house. Expand. The same goes for the temperature. Today's temperature has reached at least 70 degrees Celsius. According to Dende and Mr. Popo, as long as we get farther and farther away from the central area, the temperature will continue to increase. As for the night, it is the opposite. Lower and lower, until it reaches absolute zero. As Piccolo's words came out, Lin Chuan finally understood what was going on. This is simply purgatory. No, it's even more terrifying than purgatory. No wonder Sunbella and Tianjin Fan Clin's strength would improve so much. Of course, Lin Chuan didn't know that the big transformation actually started after that group of people practiced, and the final settings of this transformation also came from Piccolo. Not willing to lag behind others, Piccolo increased the difficulty of the spiritual time room. Originally, I was a little worried. I was afraid that staying here for 2 years would be better than practicing outside for a month or two. Now it seems that I have overthought it. Lin Chuan said a few words of praise, and then started to move around. He hasn't practiced gravity for a long time. The 100 times gravity of the Earth is nothing to him now, but it is definitely different from staying on the Earth. After transferring his mental power and opening the system panel, Lin Chuan saw his attributes and the increasing combat power that never stopped changing. The time in the spiritual time room is the valid time recognized by the system. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 27. Height, 185 cm/weight, 90 kilograms. Combat power index, 20 billion points. The current level of the system, level 4. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 1000/second. Stored combat power index, 3.275 billion points. In the previous month, plus the week after returning, billions of combat power had been stored. Since the storage function was introduced, Lin Chuan no longer pays attention to the improvement of the system's combat power all the time. Now in this different dimensional world, calculated based on 2 years alone, plus 1000 combat power points per second is 62.28 billion points. Naturally, Lin Chuan is sure that what he has improved through practice will be much more than this small amount of combat power. Today, his normal combat power is as high as 20 billion points and it is difficult to break through the level of 100 billion without the help of the system. Before going to the 6th universe, it was difficult, but now, he thinks he can easily do it. Then, our training begins? First of all, I hope to have a fight with you. What do you think? Piccolo suddenly challenged. This surprised Lin Chuan. Okay. Without much thought, Lin Chuan nodded and agreed to Piccolo's request to fight. If you refuse at this time, Piccolo will definitely be lost. Come in and practice together, and we will help each other. Then I'll strike first without any courtesy. After all, your strength is far superior to mine. Piccolo showed a smile that was unique to him. The next second, this guy didn't even intend to give Lin Chuan time to prepare and attacked instantly. The palm of his hand shoots out energy light waves with infinite destructive power. Lin Chuan hurriedly turned sideways and dodged Piccolo's energy bombardment. Hey, this is considered a sneak attack. You don't need to be so serious, right? I informed you before taking action, and I won't be stupid enough to give you a chance to react when dealing with you. Piccolo's voice just finished. The next second, he had sprinted in front of Lin Chuan, and a continuous attack of fists and kicks followed. Bang, 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 sonic booms kept ringing. Facing Piccolo's attack, Lin Chuan did not find it difficult, but because Piccolo suddenly burst out to attack with all his strength, he was slightly at a loss. As the battle unfolded, the blood in his body began to boil. After receiving dozens of moves from Piccolo, Lin Chuan launched a counterattack. A hand-to-hand fight broke out, and the two men struggled together. The billions-level battle situation is already quite terrifying. If we compare it with a battle of the same level in the original work, it would be the scene in the original work when the super-powerful Son Goku fights the perfect Cell. It is no exaggeration to say that this guy Piccolo does have a skill. Later in the original work, he was gradually compared to others, which is really a pity. It was not until he awakened his orange form that he began to shine again. I won't be merciful. Piccolo. After receiving Piccolo's punch from the front, Lin Chuan also punched him with his backhand. Bang! A powerful and heavy blow landed firmly on Piccolo's abdomen. Unrivaled power swept through his body, and Piccolo's body fell back more than 10 meters uncontrollably. The asymmetry of power, even if Lin Chuan deliberately suppressed his strength, Piccolo was still far inferior to Lin Chuan. Taking advantage of the victory and pursuing the attack, Lin Chuan used super high-speed movement to get behind Piccolo one step ahead, and then kicked out with full force. Piccolo felt something, and after bursting with power to regain control of his body, he turned into an afterimage and disappeared the moment Lin Chuan attacked. After dodging Lin Chuan's attack, Piccolo launched an attack in the next second. This is absolute combat experience, and only warriors who have experienced hundreds of battles can fight back in this situation. Bang! Pound! 2 consecutive muffled sounds. The two sides intertwined their fingers and continued to put pressure on each other. Piccolo had already used all his power, and Lin Chuan felt it deeply. He even felt the power in Piccolo's body that far exceeded 3 billion combat power. A loud shout came from Piccolo's mouth, and he tried his best to burst out. In such a situation, Lin Chuan could directly suppress it, but Lin Chuan did not do so. For some reason, as Piccolo aroused his blood, divine power began to surge in his body. Discovering that Lin Chuan was distracted, Piccolo changed his strategy and fired 2 lasers from his eyes to attack Lin Chuan. This blow made Lin Chuan's back hair tremble. Fortunately, he reacted very quickly and avoided this move. Taking this opportunity, Lin Chuan quickly got into the air and distanced himself from Piccolo. Where's Piccolo? He didn't pursue him, he directly used all his strength to release the magic light cannon. Lin Chuan did not dodge, but his eyes were focused. Wang! An invisible impact was released from Lin Chuan's eyes. Boom! The magic light cannon collapsed and turned into countless energy fragments scattered in the space. What? Seeing this, Piccolo exclaimed. He had thought that Lin Chuan would be very strong under normal conditions, but he did not expect that he would be so strong. As expected, the two of them were no longer in the same realm. With his full-power magic light cannon, he had no problem killing at least the 3 untransformed Sun Bellas, but they were resolved by Lin Chuan with a look. Understanding the difference in strength, Piccolo took a deep breath to stabilize his mood swings and did not take any further action. Aren't you going to fight? Lin Chuan asked when Piccolo stopped and his breath quickly stopped. There's no point in continuing to fight. I already understand the strength gap between me and you. If I continue to fight you, a monster, I'm afraid I will be tortured to pieces. However, since we have reached this point, can you let me feel your Super Saiyan up close? Just feel the first level of Super Saiyan. Piccolo said. He was able to send and receive messages freely, and after taking advantage of Lin Chuan, he gave up directly. Lin Chuan was a little too excited and could not calm down for a while. This feeling feels like it's finally come to fruition. Are you telling me it's over? Okay, if you want to see it, then take a good look. With these words, Lin Chuan directly mobilized the Super Psi energy pool in his body. The super full power completed the transformation in an instant, and at the same time, extremely powerful pressure expanded linearly and descended on Piccolo. This is your Super Saiyan? Compared with Son Goku and the others? No, there is no comparison at all, Piccolo said in shock. It's normal for him to be like this, because under Lin Chuan's superpower at full power, the combat power is that of a unit of the 5th Yuan Zhao. After maintaining Super 1 full power for a long time, Lin Chuan saw that Piccolo had completely determined the strength gap, and then released the Super Saiyan transformation. However, Lin Chuan still stood in the air. Take a deep breath to stabilize your energy, and at the same time guide your divine power out. Seeing Lin Chuan cancelling the transformation, but not completely restraining his aura, let alone intending to come down, Piccolo frowned slightly. Don't tell me that after fighting with me for so many times, you have some insights and are going to break through. If so, being hit is inevitable. But Lin Chuan is a monster, and he has already realized the huge gap. You're overthinking, Piccolo. If there is such a breakthrough in cultivation, then the world will be filled with the shadows of strong men. I have been cultivating that power for a long time for this day. It was not until I was in the God of Destruction realm of the 6th universe some time ago that I succeeded in cultivating it. Now, the battle with you has indeed triggered that power, which just allows me to verify whether this power is as I expected. Next, please step back a little, I'm going to perform a new transformation. The words revealed that Lin Chuan had nothing to hide from Piccolo. New transformation. Hearing this, Piccolo became even more confused. Lin Chuan had said so, and he knew he would never lie to him, so he immediately retreated 1,000 meters away. Could it be said that you have surpassed the 4th level of Super Saiyan? Piccolo didn't react until he reached a certain distance, and his frown became tighter. Beyond the 4th level of Super Saiyan, isn't that the 5th level of Super Saiyan? There was a storm in his heart. If it really succeeds, then Lin Chuan has set a precedent. Of course, Piccolo at this time would not know what Lin Chuan wanted to break through. He could only cheer up and stare at Lin Chuan in the sky without blinking, always paying attention to changes. Lin Chuan, who was in the air, began to mobilize the divine power in his body with all his strength. I originally planned to stabilize my divine power in a while, but now because of the battle with Piccolo, I can't wait to try it first. As long as he succeeds, even if he does not have the godhead of a true god, he will still be considered a god. Under the control of thoughts, the power of God surges endlessly like boiling water. The majestic heat was released with Lin Chuan as the center, and the energy like a flame was dazzling. At this moment, the energy in Lin Chuan's body seemed to have been opened, and it continuously spurted out from his body. The transformation of God's power completely assimilates and transforms the qi in the body, making it impossible for ordinary people to feel the existence of his qi. Such a scene shocked Piccolo, and made Piccolo even more incredible. Lin Chuan was obviously here, but he could not feel Lin Chuan's breath. What on earth is going on? This feeling is strange, but also a bit familiar. What is it? Piccolo murmured to himself. I always feel like I'm about to catch it, but I just miss it at the critical moment. Lin Chuan calmed down, closed his eyes and began to comprehend seriously in the air. Although his appearance has not changed much, the power in his body at this time has far exceeded that when he became the 3rd level Super Saiyan. With his strength, if he becomes a Super 3, that is a full 16 trillion. Just the burst of divine power made Lin Chuan reach the trillion level. Divine power is really like a plug-in. As the flame aura on his body became stronger and stronger, suddenly, a dazzling white light suddenly appeared on Lin Chuan's chest, and became more and more dazzling. The white light continued to amplify, and finally enveloped Lin Chuan's entire body. This is difficult, can you say? Piccolo, as the only spectator, witnessed this scene with his own eyes, and his pupils shrank sharply. A sense of awe came from the depths of the soul. Facing Lin Chuan at this moment, he couldn't muster the courage to resist, and he didn't even dare to look directly at him. And this is undoubtedly the power of God that is powerful enough to frighten mortal life. Even if Piccolo has assimilated to Piccolo the God, even the original Piccolo the God has no divine power, let alone him. As time goes by, the power of God condenses and evaporates. The environment in the entire spiritual time house has undergone tremendous changes. The yellow clouds that came from nowhere broke through the dimensional barrier and came here. They seemed to be composed of large tracts of somersault clouds, or like a gathering of underworld clouds. At the same time, Lin Chuan's body suddenly shot out a beam of light that shot into the sky, penetrating the yellow clouds covering the sky, and causing the large yellow clouds to change their trajectory and fall from the sky. In the sky, a gap was born, spanning space, showing the evolution process of the universe. The voice of God is rippling and extremely sacred. The stars flow, the sun and the moon alternate. Until the thunder fell, Lin Chuan was bathed in light as if he was going through a calamity. At the same time, the seasons are constantly changing. The sun is shining, the rain is pouring, the sky is full of hail, the storm is sweeping. Countless natural phenomena happened to Lin Chuan. At this time, Piccolo was already stunned. Looking at the scenes happening in front of him, he stared intently at Lin Chuan, who was still in the light. This is becoming a god. Piccolo muttered to himself, but he was not sure. Suddenly, seeing Lin Chuan's figure rising into the sky again, his spirit became tense. With the full release of God's power, Lin Chuan is transforming and sublimating at an extremely fast speed. Golden light flashed around him instead of the original white light. The next second, the golden light quickly introverted, and at the same time, a light blue light appeared on the surface of the body, forming an energy protective film. The light shrouded for dozens of seconds. Finally, Lin Chuan slowly descended, and all abnormal phenomena quickly dissipated. Until he reached the ground, Lin Chuan's image had undergone earth-shaking changes. His hair turned bright red, and his body was no longer as muscular as before, but looked much thinner. To put it simply, it's like before we arrived on Earth, our body was not strong and burly due to insufficient intake of various nutrients. Of course, this is not to be thin, but to adjust the proportions to the most appropriate size. The boundless divine power is contained within his body. Although it has not been released, the divine power is infinite, which invisibly adds a sense of sanctity to him. Looking at Lin Chuan at this time, Piccolo's mouth was already wide open, and his eyes were full of shock and awe. Lin Chuan in this form seemed unchanged, but he instinctively wanted to worship him. It was as if the person standing in front of him at this moment was not a human being, but a real god. This is the power of Super Saiyan God. It is different from the 4th level of Super Saiyan, but no less than the 4th level of Super Saiyan. Feeling the power he possesses at this time, Lin Chuan murmured to himself. Now he is a true Super Saiyan God. Moreover, by completing the evolution independently, he does not need to worry about not being able to reach this state in the future. On the contrary, what you have cultivated is engraved in your bones and soul. The majestic power of God in his body is driven by him, and with a single thought, it seems that he can break the space and bring another dimension to come. Haven't had time to test yet. At this moment, the system prompt sounded in Lin Chuan's mind. Just as he expected at the beginning, he gradually figured out the key to system upgrade. Because he has mastered the 4th level of Super Saiyan and Super Saiyan God at the same time, the system has finally been upgraded again, and the combat power per second of level 5 has increased to 10,000 points. From now on, he can obtain 864 million combat power points every day. Wait, this is... Looking at his attribute interface, Lin Chuan was even more incredible. After the system reached level 5, his overall data actually changed. And most importantly, with the breakthrough of Super Sailor God Red Hair, his normal combat power has reached 30 billion points. The evolution of life, qualifications, potential, and strength have been greatly developed. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 27. Height, 190 cm/weight, 95 kilograms. Normal combat power index, 30 billion points. Super Saiyan God Red-Haired Combat Power Index, midterm increase of 4,000 times 120 trillion. The current level of the system, level 5. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 10,000/second. Stored combat power index, 3.2 billion. With my current state, I have reached the middle stage of Super Saiyan God. It is not in vain that I have practiced for so long. After sighing, Lin Chuan came back to his senses. The comparison in my mind already has a clear answer. Super Saiyan God's red hair is the same as Super Saiyan's black hair. I read a lot of online articles in my previous life, and they all said that the Super 4 black-haired one was the Super Sailor God, but I didn't quite believe it at the time. Now that I have experienced it myself, I no longer have any doubts. Based on this calculation, the Super 4 red hair boundary breaks through, just like Super Blue. Perhaps the only difference is the difference between divine power and bloodline power. Divine power is sacred and inviolable, powerful, and comparable to extraordinary powers. The power of blood is pure and powerful, it is absolutely powerful mortal power. After reaching a stable state, Lin Chuan raised his eyes and saw Piccolo approaching. Lin Chuan, is this the new transformation you are talking about? At this time, Piccolo looked at Lin Chuan with a face full of shame and asked tremblingly. He tried to use his breath to feel the power of Lin Chuan, but found that the other party seemed to not exist at all, and he could not feel the slightest breath. In fact, he already had the answer in his heart, but he had to let Lin Chuan say it himself. This form, to be precise, should be the form in our Saiyan mythology, called Super Saiyan God. Over the years, I have been cultivating the power of God to reach this state. Now, it is successfully completed. Speaking of which, if it weren't for the purpose of being more secretive, not letting certain people in the dark know, and keeping a trump card for myself, we could actually have achieved this some time ago. Lin Chuan raised the corners of his mouth and explained for Piccolo. Super Saiyan God? Sure enough, have you become a god? So, you deliberately waited until you entered the spiritual time room before breaking through. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Piccolo was shocked and understood Lin Chuan's intention. It is indeed too chaotic now. If we don't have some trump cards, I'm afraid it will be really difficult to deal with an enemy. The reason why they are practicing hard to become stronger is that prevention is also the key. That's right, it's just you and me here, and I trust you far more than anyone else. Piccolo is a smart man, and Lin Chuan understands without having to say more to him. If other people heard what you said, they might be very happy. But telling me, it only added a lot of pressure to me. Piccolo said helplessly. He invisibly felt the pressure Lin Chuan felt. With Lin Chuan's strength, even Lin Chuan would be scared and worried, let alone him. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's get familiar with this place for now, and then you're going to break through too? I'm looking forward to seeing how strong you will be after you break through. Lin Chuan strolled back to the spiritual time house. As he walked, he released his divine power and the transformation dissipated. Seeing this, Piccolo did not leave, but directly crossed his legs on the ground. Your breakthrough is over. If I fall behind again, I really won't be able to catch up. Thanks to you, I witnessed the scene of you becoming a god. I have another chance. New insights. However, you Saiyans are really cheating? You can directly increase your strength by transforming one by one. After saying that, Piccolo closed his eyes. Maybe you can try to see if you can transform, right? You name Kians also have super name Kians. Lin Chuan smiled, waved his hand, and said casually. It would definitely be a good thing if Piccolo could use him to become stronger. After listening to Lin Chuan's words, Piccolo was obviously stunned for a moment. He really never thought that he could transform. In this way, the practice in the spiritual time room officially kicked off. Time flies. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed in the spiritual time room. In the past 6 months, Lin Chuan has been practicing hard every day, not only to hone his normal state, but also to consolidate and break through the cultivation of divine power. In simple terms, a breakthrough in strength is inevitable, especially since the red-haired Super Saiyan God has reached its peak. The normal increase limit is 5,000 times, which is the same as the limit of the Super 4 black hair. As for other breakthroughs, there are none. Whether it was the 4th level Super Saiyan red-haired boundary breakthrough, or the Super Saiyan blue, Lin Chuan had not taken the initiative to get involved. Because you are too anxious and too deliberate to break through, your foundation will be unstable. Where's the Piccolo? During this period, he would come to Lin Chuan for a fight from time to time, or to discuss the realm of cultivation with him. Lin Chuan would gladly accept every invitation to fight after Piccolo's strength breakthrough. In such a world, Piccolo has only one competitor. As for Piccolo, he is the only opponent. If there is no contact between them, that person will go crazy. It can be said that in every battle, Piccolo can break his own limits and use new fighting methods to dazzle Lin Chuan. Even though there is a huge gap in strength, Lin Chuan can see Piccolo making rapid progress every time. At least Piccolo now has a combat power of nearly 20 billion in half a year. This was the level of combat power he only had when they first entered the spiritual time room. Half a year is enough to reach the peak of the 2nd level of Super Saiyan comparable to anyone like Sun Bella. It should be said that it is not Saiyans who will become stronger as they fight. As long as they are a warrior who desires to become stronger, as long as they continue to fight, they will become stronger and stronger. The potential is stimulated. The Piccolo is not the original Piccolo. Under Lin Chuan's stimulation and constant reminders intentionally or unintentionally, he broke through the constraints again and again. Today, Lin Chuan, who had just filled his stomach, took a shower and walked out of the main room of the spiritual time house. By chance, I sensed Piccolo returning from practicing in the distance. Every time I come back, there will always be something new to gain, and I won't be disappointed this time. You're here, let me see what new tricks you have this time. Lin Chuan looked at Piccolo with a smile, and there was a bit of expectation in his words. I guarantee you will be surprised. Also, it's best not to be too confident, or you will be defeated by me this time. Piccolo showed a confident smile on his face. Come on then, just in time, I've just finished eating and washing up, and I'm ready to do some activities. Lin Chuan had a smile in his eyes. The two looked at each other, quickly rose into the sky, and arrived at a location far away from the main house. Standing in the air, Piccolo burst out with unparalleled intimidation. His strength exploded in full force. Half a month after the last battle, his combat power now reached 25 billion points. Has there been another breakthrough in strength? Good guy, this improvement is not small. Lin Chuan's face showed surprise and excitement. To increase the combat power by nearly 5 billion in half a month is no small matter. If it were not a major breakthrough, it would never be achieved. Seeing the shock on Lin Chuan's face, Piccolo raised the corner of his mouth slightly. The shock is still to come, watch carefully. This is what you reminded me at the beginning. After half a year, I finally succeeded. As Piccolo shouted, a strong sense of oppression came from his body, burst out. Even Lin Chuan's expression changed. Piccolo's words shocked him so much that he was speechless. What does it mean? He reminded him? Now he succeeded? Lin Chuan had long forgotten what he reminded him. After all, he had been reminded quite a lot in the past 6 months. As the shouts became more and more dull, Piccolo's breath soared rapidly. This power. Feeling the sudden change in aura and the change in Piccolo's appearance and body shape, Lin Chuan's eyes widened. Crackling. A burst of lightning broke out and swept around. At this moment, the Piccolo has undergone considerable changes in form. His whole body was surrounded by blue-white arcs, and his green skin became more yellow. You, really transformed. Lin Chuan was stunned, showing an expression of disbelief. At this moment, Piccolo can clearly feel how powerful he is, and with the help of the system, we can clearly see the strength of Piccolo's combat effectiveness at this time. The unit exceeded 100 million and reached the trillion level. This is a strength increase of dozens or hundreds of times. Super Piccolo? Before the orange transformation, it seemed excessive, but it was not an excessive Super Namek transformation. Look at how you look, it's shocking, isn't it? Even I didn't expect that we Namekians can really transform, just like Yusians. The person I am now is probably not comparable to what I was half a month ago. Even you have to produce a Super Saiyan to fight me. His strength increased dramatically, and Piccolo regained his own confidence. It should be said that the transformation was successful and stable, which gave him greater confidence to compete with the Saiyans. As for him now, there is no doubt that after he goes out, even Son Goku's third-level Super Saiyan will be far from his opponent. He once again became the strongest warrior on Earth besides Lin Chuan. It's really unexpected that you actually mastered your own transformation. Lin Chuan congratulated Piccolo. When Piccolo heard this, he smiled slightly. So, let's have a good fight next. I believe you have been holding it in for a long time, right? Indeed. Lin Chuan nodded, and the next second he mobilized the Super Sai energy pool in his body. The first level of Super Saiyan full power appears. Facing today's Piccolo, Lin Chuan would not dare to overestimate his normalcy even if it reached 50 billion points. Only the fifth-dimensional unit with soaring combat power can match Piccolo's momentum at this time. It can be seen how amazing this super giant transformation is at this time. After all, it was a transformation that only appeared in the late Super era. The higher-level orange transformation was no worse than the divine transformation and the golden transformation. Seeing Lin Chuan complete his transformation, Piccolo has never been so awake as now. He was even happier for himself, because Lin Chuan finally needed to become a Super Saiyan to deal with him. Without the slightest hesitation, Piccolo launched an attack on Lin Chuan. In just an instant, dozens or hundreds of energy bombs burst out from his hands. Upon seeing this, Lin Chuan used extremely advanced body skills to shuttle between these energy bombs, just like a fish swimming in the water without any hindrance. However, the energy bombs fired by Piccolo did not explode or dissipate as easily as imagined. Instead, he stayed in the surrounding space, forming a circle around Lin Chuan. You've been fooled. Explode. With a command, Piccolo suddenly clasped his hands together. All the energy bombs were controlled by his thoughts and headed towards Lin Chuan, like a dragnet with nowhere to hide. Boom, 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 boom. Explosions occurred one after another, and a scalding heat wave swept across all directions. After the attack was successful, Piccolo looked solemn and did not dare to relax at all. At this level of strength, this kind of attack is just a small advantage. Sensing a strange movement in the space behind him, Piccolo quickly turned around and struck out with all his strength. Lin Chuan, who had just teleported, wanted to attack, but he didn't expect Piccolo's attack to be faster. After spending time together, Piccolo became familiar with his attack routines. Without hesitation, Lin Chuan turned his attack into defense and clasped his hands together to block Piccolo's heavy punch. There was a loud noise of bang. The terrifying force pushed Lin Chuan back more than 10 meters away. The punch was so heavy that it even caused severe pain to my body. Feeling the pain in his arms, Lin Chuan became more and more excited. The militant factor in the body was gradually activated. It must be said that this was the feeling I had only when fighting hit. Now, Piccolo has reached a point where he can truly let go and fight. Even if it's just over 1 full power, it's still pretty good. The more powerful ones are yet to come. Piccolo smiled, and saw his right hand turning into sword fingers to accumulate energy on his forehead. The magic piercing light kills the cannon? Huh. Lin Chuan stood on the spot, waiting for Piccolo to launch his move, but the next second, after seeing Piccolo changing from 1 to 3, his pupils shrank. Can you still play like this? Take the move? Triple demon penetrating light killing cannon. 3 demon penetrating light killing cannons with extremely penetrating power struck Lin Chuan from 3 different angles. Well done. Super explosive aperture. Facing the attack, Lin Chuan quickly gathered his strength, swept his big hand and struck a powerful blow. The dazzling golden light spread around the body and collided with Piccolo's 3 magic-piercing light-killing cannons. There was a huge explosion of energy, and no one took advantage. Piccolo had already predicted that the 3 of them would attack Lin Chuan at the same time. When Lin Chuan saw this, he remained motionless in response to the simultaneous attacks of the 3 Piccolos. The strength of these 2 clones is not only no worse than that of Piccolo's body, but under Piccolo's control, the cooperation between the 3 of them is so flawless. For a moment, even Lin Chuan was suppressed. Is this your plan? You want to hold me down with 2 clones, and then give me a powerful blow with the main body? Lin Chuan dealt with the attacks of the 3 Piccolo while communicating with Piccolo mentally. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't determine which one was the main body, he wouldn't want to use this method of mind communication to find flaws. You are wrong. As the sound came, Lin Chuan saw a proud smile on the corner of one of the Piccolo's lips. While Lin Chuan was stunned, the 2 Piccolo clones hugged him directly with a suicidal attack. Lin Chuan's head was filled with questions. He really didn't expect this. Explode. The next second, Piccolo decisively ordered the 2 clones to explode themselves. What? Lin Chuan never expected that Piccolo would play so hard? Boom boom. The 2 clones exploded at the same time, and the destructive power produced was enough to shake the entire spiritual time room. After all, it is a trillion unit, and this power is enough to suppress Majin Buu. The terrifying energy aftermath shook all directions, and Piccolo's body was also swept away by the aftermath, being shaken dozens of meters away. Being swept away by the aftermath of the explosion at such a close distance, no matter how powerful you are, you can't be safe. Piccolo had a smile on his face that showed success. Piccolo smiled even brighter until he saw Lin Chuan's embarrassed figure. Please recommend votes? Please vote for me monthly. Please give me rewards? You really want to blow me up. Fortunately, I opened the protective barrier at the critical moment, otherwise, even I would have been seriously injured. Looking at Piccolo on the opposite side, Lin Chuan's fighting spirit was aroused, and at the same time, he had a great feeling in his heart towards Piccolo at this time. This kind of fighting method can only be imagined by Piccolo. The most effective attack, the most effective in causing damage, no chance for the opponent to breathe. If he hadn't been stronger, if he hadn't already reached the trillion dimension, Lin Chuan would have paid a heavy price just now. Just this transformation has reached such a height. If it were Orange Piccolo, how strong would it be? I'm afraid, he needs to become Super 3 or above, or even Super 4 and Super Saiyan God to suppress it easily. Are you okay? The attack just now was just a small fight for you. Piccolo is very self-aware. Others don't understand Lin Chuan's power, but he knows it very well. At the same time, Piccolo is also proud of himself. Half a month ago, he couldn't even think of forcing Lin Chuan to become a Super Saiyan. But now it's different. After mastering this transformation, he can at least compare with Lin Chuan's Super Saiyan. In fact, Piccolo underestimated his transformation. Because in Lin Chuan's eyes, his transformation exceeded the increase in Super 1 full power and was completely comparable to the increase in the second level of Super Saiyan. And it seems that Piccolo has just completed this transformation. It is unknown how high the limit can be reached in the future. The transformation of Super Saiyan is definitely one of the best cheats in the Dragon Ball world, but in fact, the transformations of other races are not bad at all. Even more outrageous? Slowly descending, both of them returned to the ground. The battle was not over, but there was a brief truce. A small fight? If the self-destruction of the 2 clones you had just acted on the Earth, I'm afraid 10 Earths could be shattered. Lin Chuan complained, and then said, tell me, your transformation, what's going on? Hearing Lin Chuan's question, Piccolo stood up, looked at each other and said, according to your Saiyan transformation into a Super Saiyan, my current transformation can be regarded as a super name Kian. It's just that, I always feel like I'm still a bit lacking, and I don't know where my flaws are. Although this kind of transformation is very powerful and even allows me to reach unprecedented heights, I still have a feeling that I still have more to learn. It's like this transformation is not my limit, but opens up another path of cultivation for me. Piccolo's words shocked Lin Chuan. Not only did this guy achieve this transformation, but after reaching this state, he also had a clear idea of the path he wanted to take in the future. All in all, being able to realize that this transformation is just the beginning shows how outstanding Piccolo's talent is, and he is no worse than anyone else. He was also originally a super named Saiyan. You want to tell me that you have only achieved the first stage of transformation? Do you think your transformation can have a second stage and a third stage? Regarding Piccolo, Lin Chuan never deliberately hides it. Piccolo nodded, his smile getting stronger. Don't think I'm joking? Maybe I will be able to reach this level in the near future. Looking at Piccolo's determined look, how could Lin Chuan not believe it? Really? Then I'm really looking forward to it? Let's continue, you just took advantage. Not planning to delve into this issue any further, Lin Chuan assumed a fighting stance. Is this how the battle ends? What a joke? It was finally possible to have a good fight, but if it ended now, it would be like doing half the work, and you would never be able to get out if you hold in your breath. What I wish for. Feeling the fighting spirit in Lin Chuan's eyes, Piccolo became more and more excited. The battle between the two started again. This battle can be said to have shaken the entire spiritual time house and the different dimension world. A trillion level unit is a dimensional level that can shake the space. If the two of them were willing, they could break the space just like the original Big Bu and Super 3 Goodinks. Piccolo exploded with all his strength, using Lin Chuan to realize a higher realm. Lin Chuan also used all his strength to reach a higher level with the help of Piccolo. In the end, Lin Chuan naturally won. One is that Lin Chuan's level of strength is too high. After all, super full power is only Lin Chuan's most basic power. The second is that Lin Chuan's transformation state is more stable. Piccolo has only just reached the superhuman transformation, he said, so fighting for a long time consumes a lot of physical strength and energy. After the war, I felt deeply. Both Lin Chuan and Piccolo took a day off. It wasn't until a new goal was determined that a new round of practice began again. Time flies. Constantly seeking new breakthroughs over the years, and constantly climbing up in desperate situations. Even if every time you go beyond the limit and improve your realm, it will become more and more difficult to improve your strength. However, there is no doubt that as long as you have a strong enough belief, you will continue to practice and improve your strength step by step, entering a higher realm. Lin Chuan and Piccolo are both beings who will not retreat in the face of difficulties and obstacles. Firm belief is the cornerstone of their growth, and they have enough goals that they cannot change even if the world falls apart. Counting the days, 1.5 years have passed quietly since Piccolo broke through his superhuman transformation and fought against Lin Chuan. To this day, Lin Chuan and Piccolo's 2-year training plan in the spiritual time room has been successfully concluded. Now, time has come to the last minute. In 2 years, both of them have achieved quite high achievements. Let's talk about Piccolo first. The person he is today is not comparable to the person he was a year and a half ago. His strength is unfathomable. With Lin Chuan's constant help, Lin Chuan's constant reminders, and Lin Chuan's constant pressure, Piccolo has made progress again and again, surpassing his limits again and again. Not to mention the orange transformation has been mastered by Piccolo. The most terrifying thing is that Piccolo's current normal combat power is as high as 250 billion. How incredible this is. In just 1.5 years, the combat power has been increased to 10 times its original strength. This kind of strength, converted into the original work, the dog cello and the boss in the theater version are not worth mentioning in front of him. He can only look up in seconds. Even Fat Majin Buu and Piccolo can fight. After all, according to what Lin Chuan knew, Fat Buu's combat power was only 600 billion points when he first woke up. With Piccolo's current strength, he only needs a superhuman transformation and a 100-fold increase in combat power to enable him to hold 25 trillion combat power. A full 25 trillion. With this strength, even the most powerful mysterious Gohan Buu must be suppressed. As for the orange Piccolo, it was so intense that even Lin Chuan was frightened after feeling it. A 100-fold superhuman increase, which is Piccolo's normal increase of 10,000 times, can give Piccolo a combat power of 2,500 trillion? How powerful is 2,500 megabits? At least in this era, except for the appearance of the god of destruction, no one is Piccolo's opponent. Even Lin Chuan, who had not entered the spiritual time room 2 years ago, might not be able to defeat him. Of course, Lin Chuan is definitely stronger than him now. Besides, with this 2,500 trillion combat power, no matter who it is, the mysterious Gohan Buu, or even Vegeto Buu, who has never appeared in the original work, he has to call him daddy. Let's talk about Lin Chuan's strength. Over the past year and a half, Lin Chuan has continuously improved his divine power and pursued a higher realm. Although there is no deliberate improvement in the field of Super Saiyan transformation and Super Saiyan God, Lin Chuan already has an idea of Super Saiyan God Blue. Compared to breaking through the boundaries of Super 4 black hair and Super 4 red hair, it is much simpler. Today, with his strength, his combat power under normal conditions has reached 400 billion points. Although it did not meet the initial expectations, it truly broke through to the 5th dimensional trillion level, but it's pretty much the same. And Lin Chuan also made plans to extract and absorb the system's combat power. A full 2 years, plus more than a month of combat power stored before entering the spiritual time room 2 years ago. It has to be said that more than a month before entering the spiritual time room, several billions of combat power were stored. It is worth mentioning that after entering the spiritual time room, he broke through the Super Saiyan system and upgraded. After all, combat power increases by 10,000 points per second, and more than 600 billion combat power is stored in 2 years. The current total number of combat power reserves is 625.295 billion points. It's finally time to break through. You still have to use the system to pass this level. Lin Chuan murmured in his mouth and took a deep breath. Although it seems disgraceful and useless, Lin Chuan has actually done what ordinary people can't do. Just talking about the increase in combat power from 20 billion to 400 billion, this is a 20-fold increase. System, extract combat power index, 600 billion. With a thought, Lin Chuan communicated with the system. Ding! Successfully extracted the combat power index, 600 billion points. The remaining combat power index that can be extracted, 25.295 billion points. As the system prompts. In an instant, Lin Chuan felt as if he had evolved again. This is not a simple improvement in strength, but an evolution of life and a dimensional jump. It's not like a breakthrough, but it seems like I had this power from the beginning. The extremely terrifying power in Lin Chuan's body seemed to be able to subvert everything in the world with just a few clicks. The power of the system is truly terrifying. The stronger it is, the more incredible it feels. I don't know how he was born, or who created him. Over the years, Lin Chuan has been asking, but the system is as dead as ever, never taking the initiative to say anything, let alone answer. Unless it is to extract combat power, a single machine response will be issued. Standalone, right? This is the best word to describe the system. It seems that the system is disconnected from the internet, and only the standalone functions are retained. Opening the attribute interface, Lin Chuan looked at his attribute index. Host, Lin Chuan, Taros. Age 29. Height, 190 cm/weight, 95 kilograms. Normal combat power index, 1 trillion points. The current level of the system, level 5. Automatically hanging up, combat power plus 10,000/second. Stored combat power index, 25.295 billion points. Properly mega level, with his current strength, if he were to transform into a Super Saiyan, his combat power would be so powerful that even he himself could not imagine it. If you give your best, reaching the 6th dimension is no longer a dream. With the blessing of divine power, the power of blood completely explodes. Even if the value cannot reach Jing, the value sometimes does not represent the true combat power. It lasted for a long time before Lin Chuan calmed down his excitement. After getting used to his own strength, Lin Chuan waited until Piccolo returned from a distance. The two of them had already agreed to gather here before the time arrived. Then, I quietly waited for the sand in the hourglass to bottom out. Don't go out directly, but to personally test and challenge the limits of the spiritual time room. Will the entrance really disappear? And are they really unable to get out? To be honest, Piccolo originally didn't want to conduct this kind of experiment, because if it really failed, they would never be able to get out. However, his strength has reached its current limit, and Piccolo has absolute confidence in himself because he and Lin Chuan once experimented with breaking space, and thus saw the scene of the Tianshan Temple. This means that even if they don't have an entrance or exit, they can still make one by themselves. I really don't understand why you insist on experimenting with this. You don't plan to stay here to practice, so why do you do these meaningless things? Piccolo said while looking at the bottomed hourglass above. Hearing this, Lin Chuan smiled softly. The significance of this matter is huge. Not only to see if the spiritual time room will change after the deadline, but also to see how the time here will change after the time is up. Is it still the same as before, 1 year inside and 1 day outside? As Lin Chuan's words fell, all the sand in the hourglass above the spiritual time house ran out, which also meant that the time for the two of them to stay in the spiritual time house had ended. 2 years have passed. Lin Chuan and Piccolo are concentrating at the same time. In front of their eyes, the door that originally existed suddenly disappeared, as if it had never appeared before. This different dimensional world is completely closed. Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other, and at the same time they came to the snow-white world outside. The sand in the hourglass was still below the hourglass, and did not change direction and continue to flow. It seems that nothing will change after the stipulated time has passed. Piccolo said, I personally feel that except for the sand in the hourglass no longer flowing and the door disappearing, nothing else has changed. Lin Chuan said nothing, his mind focused on the system. This is the key of the key. As he expected, the spiritual time house is a bug. Although the system recognizes the time in it, the spiritual time house limits its validity to 2 years, which means that the time after 2 years becomes invalid and the system stops. Increased combat effectiveness. The combat power that has been increasing has stopped, but for Piccolo and I, time is definitely still flowing. Otherwise, Piccolo and I will be frozen in time, staying at the moment when the 2 years expire. But since time exists, why can't the system improve its combat power? Lin Chuan thought tangledly. The system that has never stopped has stopped. It is undoubtedly telling him that the system is not omnipotent, nor is it free from everything. Once it involves some unknown rules, it will be assimilated. What should we do now? The exit has disappeared, and you already know the answer. Piccolo looked back at Lin Chuan, who was lost in thought, and asked. At this time, I really wanted to hear what Lin Chuan had to say. After all, this was Lin Chuan's idea. Naturally, the next step is to test the time. We continue to practice here for half a month. If the time does not change, and we stay here for half a month, it is equivalent to only 1 hour passing in the outside world. You know, if the time ratio here is still the same as before, then for us, it will undoubtedly become a treasure land for cultivation. In the future, we don't need to care about the length of time when we come in. As long as we have enough reserves, we can stay as many years as we want. Year. The words came out completely, which also made Piccolo's eyes light up. He really hadn't thought about this aspect. Although Lin Chuan talked to him about related issues, he did not say that he would come into practice in the future. In the past 2 years, his strength has improved too much. Even so, Piccolo is not satisfied. If he can come in again in the future, then he is fully capable of breaking the space and getting out, which is equivalent to coming in when he wants to and going out when he wants to. Your idea is really bold, so I will stick with you to the end. The corners of Piccolo's mouth rose slightly. Just like that, another half-month passed. During this half-month, Lin Chuan and Piccolo did not practice hard anymore, but combined work and rest, using meditation to consolidate their own realm. The half-month period has arrived, and Lin Chuan and Piccolo once again stood outside the main room of the spiritual time house. Finally, this moment has arrived. It's time to bid farewell to this place for a short time. Are you coming or am I coming? Lin Chuan glanced at the world, and finally looked at Piccolo and said. Hearing this, Piccolo rolled his eyes and said, isn't it just a matter of breaking the space and getting out? It's the same for you and me? However, what I care more about is your teleportation. Didn't you say last time that even if you break the space, you can get out? It's not the Earth. Your teleportation can also sense the space imprint and take us back to the Earth. Speaking of this skill, Piccolo is both envious and jealous. Lin Chuan also taught him this trick, but Piccolo only practiced it to the extent that he could sense breath and travel through space. When you say that, it means I'm obsessed with it, and I keep thinking about breaking the space to get out. Then use my teleportation. With that said, Lin Chuan directly used his divine power to sense and spread towards the outside of the world. The space imprint of the temple that day was on the other side of this space world. Very close, but also very far away. According to the strength when he first entered the spiritual time room, it was really not easy to move out instantly, but now, it is a piece of cake. He signaled Piccolo to put his hands on his body, and the next second, the two of them disappeared directly into this spiritual time room world. At this moment, main world, the celestial temple of Earth. Because more than 2 days have passed since Lin Chuan and Piccolo entered the spiritual time room, and a pot of porridge has been made here. Because neither Lin Chuan nor Piccolo came out after the time limit, and the door to the spiritual time room disappeared, this gave Dende and Bobo a premonition that something was not good. With no other choice, they called for Son Goku, Raditz, and Vegeta. After all, they are the 3 strongest people on Earth so far, besides Lin Chuan and Piccolo. However, even though the 3 people were called, it was of no use, because although their strength was strong, they were useless when it came to this field. Son Goku actually thought of releasing his breath to sense Lin Chuan and Piccolo's breath with all his strength, and maybe he could use teleportation to find them. But Raditz and Vegeta said that Lin Chuan's teleportation was no worse than his. Finally, the 3 of them thought of the only way, which was to expand their chi so that it could be sensed by Lin Chuan. Perhaps Lin Chuan could use teleportation to come back. But this is not enough. The second-hand preparation is for Dende and Bobo to contact Bulma in the lower world. If Lin Chuan and Piccolo can't come out again, they will collect Dragon Balls to summon the dragon to make a wish. Bulma was worried after learning about this situation. Fortunately, she had already found all the Dragon Balls and could summon the dragon to make a wish at any time. However, in order not to waste Shenlong's precious opportunity to make a wish, he was still suppressed for the time being and waited to see. Time just passes by minute by minute. When everyone felt that they had to use Shenlong to make a wish to bring Lin Chuan and Piccolo back, Piccolo and Lin Chuan suddenly appeared in front of everyone. Hey, everyone is here, it's really lively, Lin Chuan said and glanced at everyone present. Noticing that Son Goku, Raditz and Vegeta were all still releasing their breath, they immediately understood what was going on. Uncle Lin Chuan, Uncle Piccolo, you guys successfully came out of the spiritual time room? That's great. You guys are too messy. You stayed for an extra hour. Logically speaking, half a month has passed internally. Didn't the hourglass remind you? Dende asked anxiously. As soon as he said this, Lin Chuan and Piccolo looked at each other and smiled. Both of them were sure of one thing, that is, the internal time has not changed compared to the time in this world. Half a month is just 1 hour. The next second, Lin Chuan opened the system again and looked at it. The increase in combat power that had not been used for the past half month started to beat again. Plus 10,000 points per second? Don't worry, isn't this coming out? And because of the extra half month, Piccolo and I decided on something very important, Lin Chuan said. When several people heard this, their ears pricked up. Because Lin Chuan never does anything meaningless. Lin Chuan did not speak anymore, but gave Piccolo a look and asked him to explain. After that, under Piccolo's explanation, everyone was informed of the situation. Wait, you mean that both you and Lin Chuan can break the space of the spiritual time room and return here from inside? Vegeta took a deep breath and suddenly asked. This is the most critical place. Even if the ratio of internal time to external time remains the same, it doesn't matter. Hearing this, Son Goku and Raditz bodies trembled at the same time, and their excited eyes turned into disbelief. What's exciting is that I can go in and practice in the future. What's shocking is that the two of them can break through the space and come out. Break up the space? There is no doubt about Lin Chuan's strength, and they will not be surprised if they experience it personally. But Piccolo can also do it, which means that he has become extremely powerful now, and it must have surpassed them? I don't believe it. I'm afraid you just got the glory of Talos? As a Namekian, you can't be better than us Saiyans no matter how you practice, Vegeta said sarcastically. In the same 2 years, he has reached this level. If he is still surpassed by Piccolo, then he is such a waste. Little did Vegeta know that with Piccolo's current strength, he could kill him with just a breath. What an unchanging arrogant attitude. You might as well try it yourself to find out how strong I am now, Vegeta. Piccolo was not afraid of Vegeta's provocation. His cold eyes were filled with contempt, which made Vegeta immediately furious. After finally entering the spiritual time room, Piccolo surpassed Piccolo, who had assimilated with the Earth God, and was unwilling to be compared to him no matter what. It would be fine if Talos surpassed him. Talos is a Saiyan after all. Piccolo can't do it. The atmosphere became contentious, and Lin Chuan looked on and laughed. At this time, Son Goku and Raditz had no intention of stopping it. They just took this opportunity to see how Piccolo's strength has improved. But Dende and Bobo were very worried. They were somewhat afraid that Piccolo wouldn't be able to beat Vegeta, and they didn't want everyone to get along with each other. Do you think it's still the past? In this era, except us Saiyans, all races have been eliminated. Vegeta smiled coldly, and immediately, the Super Saiyan energy pool in his body was activated. In an instant, majestic energy spurted out of his body. The first level of Super Saiyan is at full power, with a combat power of 14.4 billion. Obviously after the battle with Lin Chuan, his strength has broken through again these days, reaching a normal level of 180 million points. For Lin Chuan and Piccolo, it was more than 2 years, and only 2 days had passed in the main world. In addition, the 7 days Lin Chuan accompanied Bulma before entering the spiritual time room, for them, less than 10 days had passed. Is this the only level? Your strength is only this level, Vegeta, Piccolo said calmly, sensing Vegeta's super powerful strength. What did you say? Being invisibly mocked by Piccolo, Vegeta looked like he was about to explode. At this juncture, a fight is inevitable. In order to ensure his position, Piccolo even took the initiative to hook his index finger at Vegeta, indicating that he could attack. I want to see if your strength is as tough as your mouth. This move made Vegeta feel angry. In an instant, he sprinted towards Piccolo, using his extremely terrifying fist. He charged up a powerful blow and struck Piccolo directly in the face. The fist with infinite destructive power penetrated Piccolo's head instantly, but there was no feeling of impact. This is an afterimage? When did it move? When the blow missed, Vegeta realized that something was wrong. At this time, Piccolo appeared quietly behind Vegeta. With a muffled sound of bang, a powerful and heavy kick landed on Vegeta's back. The terrifying power dominated Vegeta's body, knocking him back to the edge of the Celestial Temple in an instant. The sudden reversal of the situation happened so quickly that Raditz and Son Goku were stunned and in disbelief. Piccolo's strength has actually improved so much? Even Vegeta, who is at full power at the first level of Super Saiyan. Raditz was a little wary of Piccolo's improvement in strength. You know, his strength is about the same as Vegeta and Kakarot. Vegeta is like this, so they must be the same. I didn't see Piccolo's actions clearly at all. Not only did his speed increase, but his strength also increased a lot. It's amazing. In addition to being shocked, Son Goku felt a strong sense of anticipation in his heart. As for Dende and Bobo, they were standing next to Lin Chuan with expressions of confusion and shock. Lin Chuan naturally wouldn't be surprised at all. After all, Piccolo has a combat power of 250 billion under normal circumstances. Even if Vegeta becomes Super 2, he doesn't need Piccolo to transform to deal with him. Unless, Piccolo shows off his skills to them. At the edge of the Temple of Heaven, Vegeta, who stabilized his body, was filled with shock. Piccato's strength has increased by not just a tiny bit, but he can actually suppress me? Are you kidding me? I'm the Prince of the Saiyans. Vegeta, who remained calm, gritted his teeth and locked on Piccolo with concentration. The eyes of the two met, as if they were connected, and they floated to the sky above the Temple of Heaven at the same time. Everyone cheered up at this moment, knowing that the real battle was about to begin. Over the temple, Vegeta tried to raise his aura to form pressure and press towards Piccolo. Vegeta, there is no need to use such boring little tricks to embarrass yourself. Come up with your transformation beyond Super Saiyan, otherwise, you are no match for me at all. Piccolo Yun Danfenking he suppressed Vegeta's aura and at the same time signaled Vegeta to use all his strength. You are so brazen before you actually take action. At your current level, it is not enough for me to take out the second level of Super Saiyan. Unwilling to be resigned, Vegeta suddenly took action and released an energy wave to attack Piccolo. Piccolo, who was already on guard, dispersed the energy wave with a casual blow. He didn't move, but Vegeta had already sprinted in front of him, attacking him with fists and kicks like a hurricane. Vegeta at full super power, his true combat power is absolutely impressive. With full fire power, he is quite invincible. But facing Vegeta's fierce attack, Piccolo was able to do it with ease and didn't feel any difficulty at all. The difference in strength is too big. All of Vegeta's offensive methods were seen through by him. What seemed to be fierce attacks were as slow as a snail in his eyes. Bang! Pound! There were 2 explosions. Is this all you can do? Vegeta, you are too weak. Piccolo caught Vegeta's fists and teased. Don't be so proud. Vegeta showed a ferocious look on his face, and the Saiyan energy in his body continued to pour out, seeming to suppress Piccolo in terms of strength. Seeing this, Piccolo became more playful and planned to give Vegeta a hard blow. Activating part of the energy in the body, the breath coming out of Piccolo's body instantly overwhelmed Vegeta's Saiyan energy. What? Feeling the majestic momentum erupting from Piccolo, Vegeta's heart tightened. Realizing something was wrong, he wanted to retreat, but found that his fists had been firmly locked by Piccolo. The next second, Piccolo's power exploded, throwing him away like a plaything. Vegeta, who was flying upside down, tried his best to control his body and finally stopped. Piccolo's attacks followed one after another. Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! Bang! Pound! The devastating fist and kick offensive suppressed Vegeta in all aspects. Piccolo's counterattack was so powerful and fast that Vegeta could not defend himself. How could his power have increased so much? What the hell is going on? Damn it! Busy on defense, Vegeta no longer dared to underestimate Piccolo at this moment. Drink! With a loud shout, Vegeta burst out without hesitation. The whole body's blue and white arc exploded and entangled. With the completion of his second stage Super Saiyan transformation, his strength increased greatly and he successfully forced Piccolo back. Have you finally used your full strength? Vegeta. Piccolo stared at Vegeta coldly. In his eyes, there is no difference whether it is Super 1 or Super 2. Besides that guy Talos, you are the first one who can force this prince to take the initiative to take out the second level of Super Saiyan. Next, you will be severely defeated by me. Vegeta said with sharp eyes. Googly locks on Piccolo. After the previous fight, he already had a general understanding of Piccolo's strength. It exceeds the full power of his Super Saiyan level 1, but it is absolutely impossible to beat his Super Saiyan level 2. Since you've already given your best, I'll be a little more serious. Piccolo had a smirk on his face. When Vegeta heard this, a trace of astonishment flashed across his face. There was a loud bang of boom. In Vegeta's shocked eyes, Piccolo's burst of breath swept through the sky like a 9-day storm. Its power was so great that it instantly overshadowed his second-level Super Saiyan. This, impossible? Even after 2 years of training, it is impossible to reach this point. Vegeta's expression at this moment was as ugly as eating shit. There is no doubt that this aura has far exceeded what he is now. Let's take action, Vegeta. Piccolo smiled and said nothing. His goal has been achieved. Obviously, this was also revenge, for the ignorance and contempt shown to him by Vegeta when he came out of the spiritual time room. Don't be so proud. Unwilling to accept this reality, Vegeta hurriedly distanced himself from Piccolo and accumulated energy as quickly as possible. Golly, knife. White and purple energy lingered around him, and Vegeta released his ultimate move without hesitation. Facing this Gallic cannon with infinite destructive power, Piccolo did not dodge or dodge, and his invisible aura formed an aura barrier around his body. He learned this from Lin Chuan and it became his usual trick. Boom. When the Gallic cannon was still 1 meter away from Piccolo, it was blocked by an invisible breath barrier and could not move forward at all. Drink. Piccolo roared. In just an instant, the Gallic cannon in front of him was disintegrated and turned into energy particles that filled the sky, floating in the space. The Gallic cannon was defeated so easily, leaving Vegeta dumbfounded. Unwilling to believe it, he once again unleashed all the power of the second level of Super Saiyan, sprinted in front of Piccolo, and tried his best to launch an attack that he thought could defeat everything. Boom. The surrounding space was affected by Vegeta's power, causing several ripples. Vegeta, who refused to give up, devoted himself wholeheartedly to the attack, attacking with fists and kicks one after another, each wave becoming more fierce than the last. Facing Vegeta's fierce pursuit, Piccolo remained unmoved. His defense was watertight and impenetrable, and Vegeta's attack failed to cause the slightest damage to him. Just kidding, if he is injured, then his 250 billion combat power will be the same as if it were made of water. How strong is Vegeta now? The combat power is only 36 billion. It's not even a fraction of Piccolo's? The battle became more and more protracted, because Vegeta was too obsessed with attacking, his physical energy continued to be consumed, and he also revealed fatal flaws. Piccolo seized the opportunity and kicked Vegeta right in the stomach. Pfft. Vegeta suffered a heavy blow, with blood boiling in his body. A stream of acidic water spurted out from his mouth, causing him to rush uncontrollably into the sky. He barely stabilized himself after gliding for 1,000 meters. Damn. Vegeta's face was ferocious and his pupils were bloodshot. The power he possesses now has been completely crushed by Piccolo. This feeling is the same as being crushed by Lin Chuan 10 days ago. His self-esteem as a Saiyan prince was once again humiliated. The anger swelled, and Vegeta exploded unwillingly. Lightning surrounded his body, looking even more domineering and majestic. I don't believe you can really be more powerful than me now. Vegeta, desperate, gathered all his energy together and planned to use the final flash to determine the outcome. When he fought against Lin Chuan, his final flash had not yet been truly completed. After 10 days of digestion and understanding, and after his strength increased, he also perfectly mastered the final flash. The destructive power of this move will only be more terrifying than the last time. The energy is constantly concentrating, the space is surging, and the heaven and earth are trembling. This situation made everyone in the Temple of Heaven stunned. Hurry, stop it. If energy is emitted at this angle, everything, not only the celestial temple, but also the earth will be greatly affected. Dende shouted worriedly. His words resonated with Bobo, but they couldn't stop them. Seeing this, Lin Chuan touched his head with his hand. Don't worry, I'm here, it'll be fine. At this time, Vegeta was blinded by anger, and even if he came forward, he would not listen. With Lin Chuan's guarantee, Dende felt reassured, but still worried. Raditz and Son Goku remained silent. They had personally experienced the terrifying destructive power of the final flash. In particular, the final flash this time is more perfect than the last one. It is certain that they will not be able to withstand the terrifying destructive power of this move. That Piccolo guy actually forced Vegeta to this point. But after this move, the outcome will be revealed. Raditz thought secretly in his heart. Because of Piccolo's power, he felt a strong sense of crisis in his heart, and it also made him eager to try. In the past 10 days, his strength has also improved. Piccolo, your real power should be more than that. Son Goku felt it more deeply than Raditz, and vaguely realized that Piccolo should have a stronger power that he has not yet used. Vegeta sighed. When the energy is condensed to the limit by him, his body expanded due to the explosion of energy. As his hands pushed forward, the golden energy condensed into substance, forming a golden lightning energy bomb with infinite destructive power. If you have the ability, take this move. Piccolo. With a roar, a howling golden beam of electric energy shot out. Like a roaring dragon, destroying the world. Please recommend votes? Please give monthly tickets. Please give rewards? Please order all. Vegeta's full blow? The final flash of power is so powerful that it seems to be able to subvert everything. If a big move of this level had appeared in the main world 1 or 2 years ago, it would have been an absolute world-destroying one. To be precise, this move was absolutely invincible in the era of the original work, and its power value even reached over 50 billion. Even an existence with a combat power level of 100 billion cannot be underestimated. And this is Vegeta's method. He can stimulate his own power to the greatest extent, thus greatly improving the level of his moves. This is how the prince fights. From Vegeta's point of view, if the enemy is defeated, so what if he is injured? Victory or defeat? Victory is victory, defeat is defeat. Faced with the violent energy bombardment, Piccolo's expression turned slightly solemn. It wasn't that he was afraid of Vegeta's move, but that Vegeta had exerted power beyond his limits and performed such a powerful move, which made him admire him somewhat. At this time, Piccolo had already pinched his right hand into a sword finger to accumulate enough energy, and launched a direct attack with the demonic light killing cannon. The attacks from both sides were large and small. From a purely expressive point of view, Piccolo's demonic light killing cannon was far less shocking than the final flash. However, the result of the collision was beyond the imagination of anyone except Lin Chuan. Piccolo's demonic light killing cannon penetrated Vegeta's ultimate flash without any suspense, and swept all the way, easily disintegrating Vegeta's strongest attack. How is this possible? How did you do it? The strongest blow was resolved like this, the pressure swept over him, and Vegeta was horrified to the extreme. He tried his best to increase the energy release, but at this time, it seemed that no matter what he did, it was of no use. The energy of the demonic light killing cannon had already reached him, and the crisis of death struck, leaving Vegeta's mind blank. At a critical moment, he had no choice but to avoid it. However, the moment he dodged, Piccolo came to his side and punched him directly in the chest with a powerful punch. There was a loud noise of bang. In an instant, Vegeta's protective aura was completely destroyed by Piccolo's power. Not only that, the tough battle suit Vegeta wore was destroyed due to the huge force. There is no doubt that this blow seriously injured Vegeta. Pfft. A large mouthful of old blood spurted out from his mouth, and his breath quickly decreased. Vegeta could no longer maintain the second stage of Super Saiyan transformation. Only then did Vegeta vaguely realize how ridiculous he was. Piccolo's power once again surpassed them and reached unprecedented heights. His consciousness was swallowed by the darkness, and his heart was filled with anxiety. Vegeta passed out directly, and his shaky body fell from the sky. In the end, he naturally fell on the platform of the Temple of Heaven. Son Goku was stunned and Raditz was horrified. Dende and Bobo were at a loss and didn't know what to do. Only Lin Chuan knew that Piccolo held back his last punch. Otherwise, Vegeta might die directly. Where could it fall so smoothly into the Temple of Heaven? It would probably be shot down directly to the ground, or even penetrate the surface. This guy Vegeta, his temper will probably not be the same after this time. Dende, go and cure him. As he spoke, Lin Chuan looked at Dende and gestured. Vegeta didn't die, but he was seriously injured. And it consumes too much. If there is no treatment, it will really take a long time to wake up. I understand, Uncle Lin Chuan. When Lin Chuan spoke, Dende nodded and then ran over quickly. The dying Vegeta fell on the platform, his injuries clearly visible, which made Dende a little scared. However, he was not afraid. He immediately leaned down and used his healing power to treat Vegeta. As the green healing light surged around Vegeta's body, Vegeta's injuries were quickly healed, as if they had never appeared before. If the suit hadn't been damaged, who would have believed that this man had stepped through the gate of hell a second and a half ago? because his injuries healed and the strength in his body was restored. Vegeta, who was in a coma, suddenly opened his eyes. He glanced around in confusion. When he finally saw Dende, he understood what was going on with him. It is inevitable to be unwilling to give up. I didn't expect that today. He still needs to rely on other people's healing to survive. Seeing Piccolo slowly landing on the platform of the Celestial Temple, his face was extremely ugly, and his proud self-esteem was unwilling to accept the fact that he had failed. Even though his strength had improved due to this, he had no sense of joy at all. This way of promotion is humiliating yourself. Piccolo didn't look at him again, because the education was already in place. Lin Chuan, on the other hand, suppressed his smile and looked at Vegeta, who was silent and aggrieved, feeling somewhat anxious for him. Being suppressed one after another, an ordinary person would probably have become autistic. I also have to admire Vegeta's inner strength. In fact, if Vegeta hadn't been able to continuously break through and become stronger with the help of such suppression, Lin Chuan wouldn't want to see him being ravaged to this point every time. It should be said that Vegeta is a masochist himself, and it is he who has to be so stubborn. Vegeta has been defeated, do you two still want to fight? As Piccolo walked up to Son Goku and Raditz, one sentence directly made the atmosphere tense again. Son Goku and Raditz looked at me and I looked at you. Finally, it was Raditz who stood up. I know your strength is not what it used to be. However, you can't be proud in front of us even after defeating Vegeta. Capital? If you want to fight, I will accompany you. After Raditz finished speaking, Piccolo and Lin Chuan both cast admiring glances at him. Although he has clearly seen the difference in strength, he can still speak so calmly, and seems to take the initiative to challenge Piccolo. Raditz has a trump card, so he is confident. Lin Chuan and Piccolo couldn't help but think of the third level of Super Saiyan. After hearing Raditz's words, Vegeta felt even more resentful. He also realized something, but he didn't see it with his own eyes and still didn't want to completely believe it. He has always looked down upon Raditz, but this guy, and Kakarot, are always one step ahead of him? He didn't even know what was going on? What went wrong? Brother, you. Son Goku wanted to say something, but he didn't know how to say it. Hearing this, Raditz walked forward and completed the second level of Super Saiyan's ultimate transformation. Kakarot was worried about him. How could he not feel it? He has his plans. I'm different from that guy Vegeta. Just because he loses, doesn't mean I will lose too. If you look down on me because of this, be careful you get killed by me. Raditz's words were so confident. In fact, in terms of breath intensity, Raditz is really slightly stronger than Vegeta. Vegeta Super 2 can reach a maximum of 36 billion, while Raditz has reached 38 billion? If that's the case, there is no difference between you and Vegeta in my opinion. Super 2 Raditz looks the same as Vegeta to Piccolo. If that's all it is, it's really boring. Piccolo's previous question was actually directed at Son Goku, because Son Goku has reached the higher third level of Super Saiyan. Of course, by teasing him like this now, he was also testing whether Raditz had reached that level. I told you, I'm different from that guy Vegeta. Raditz's face hardened and he let out a muffled roar. The next second, a layer of bloody aura emerged from his body. With the appearance of this layer of blood evil aura, Raditz's combat effectiveness increased explosively. The sudden burst of aura also made everyone present's eyes twitch. Including Lin Chuan and Piccolo, they all understood where Raditz's confidence came from. This move is an explosion of Raditz's blood energy. As it ignites his own blood energy, it greatly increases his own strength, similar to Kaioken. Using this move on the basis of Super 2, the power is truly amazing. At this moment, Lin Chuan could clearly see that Raditz's combat power value had reached 76 billion. There is no doubt that this is a double improvement. Son Goku seemed to have known for a long time that Raditz would use this move. His face was heavy, but he was watching the battle seriously. Raditz took the initiative to invite a fight, but he couldn't stop it. In short, the final result will not be too bad, and Vegeta will be fine. On the contrary, it is a blessing in disguise. At this time, Vegeta's eyes widened, but he felt a little more balanced. At least Raditz didn't reach Super 3, but used this skill to improve his strength. How do you feel now? Piccolo. With his strength suddenly increasing, Raditz stabilized his energy and smiled confidently. After mastering the Super Saiyan transformation, he also tried to use this move in the Super Saiyan state, but unfortunately it always failed, and in the end this move was gradually hidden by him. After all, if you don't use a Super Saiyan transformation to use this kind of move that kills 1000 enemies and damages 800, you'd be an idiot. However, during the 2 years of training in the spiritual time room, he successfully fused this move with the Super Saiyan transformation. The explosive power can still be improved. As long as your body is strong enough, your strength can also be continuously improved. I didn't expect you to be able to use this move at the second level of Super Saiyan. It's really extraordinary. However, if you want to fight me with this move, you are still a little behind. Facing Lottie despite the impact of Zi's momentum, Piccolo still had that calm expression. It is true that Raditz's current strength deserves him to be a little more serious. But it's still too bad. He only needs to use 30% of his skill to suppress Raditz. Stop pretending. Watch me knock you down. Raditz didn't believe that Piccolo was really what he appeared to be. He roared loudly and the blood surrounding him erupted rapidly. In just 0.001 seconds, he arrived in front of Piccolo with lightning speed. At such a short distance, an ordinary strong person would not be able to react at all, but Piccolo had already anticipated it. Before Raditz' attack could land, he jumped up and arrived at the sky above the Temple of Heaven very naturally. The blow missed, Raditz remained calm and not angry. After quickly locking Piccolo's position, he shot out again with all his strength, like a burst of fire. Piccolo saw this and aimed at Raditz with one hand. After a short period of charging, a destructive golden energy beam struck towards Raditz. Raditz paused in midair, also condensed energy, and fired an energy wave to attack Piccolo. Boom! The two energies collided, and the aftermath of the explosion spread in all directions. After an energy duel, Raditz once again burst out and attacked Piccolo. With his strength suddenly increased, his strength increased again, and he punched Piccolo's chest and abdomen with all his strength. There was a loud bang of bang. Piccolo raised his hand to block Raditz's punch. Raditz did not stop attacking because of this. Like a burning man, he tried his best to attack crazily. Piccolo was infected by Raditz's blood, cheered up, and launched a counterattack while facing Raditz's attack. Hand-to-hand combat broke out, and the two sides also struggled together. Not only power, but also absolute speed. In such a battle, the level is so high that it is unimaginable. Ha 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 ha, okay, this is the close battle I want. The blood in his body burned, causing Raditz to shout excitedly. The next second, he quickly distanced himself from Piccolo and changed his combat strategy. Drink, shouted a muffled voice. Raditz's hands erupted from two purple energy light waves with a coquettish aura, killing Piccolo as if he had autonomous consciousness. Seeing that these two masses of energy had tracking characteristics, Piccolo did not hesitate, mobilized his own power, and scattered them with one palm. The ultimate double destruction ray. Seizing the opportunity, Raditz concentrated his energy and shot out two purple energy beams with a diameter of 100 meters. Piccolo didn't panic when he saw this, mobilized his energy, and fired the magic light cannon with both hands at the same time to deal with it. Boom! The two special moves collided again, and the aftermath was earth-shattering. Anyway, it's nearly 100 billion level. The dazzling light expanded rapidly, until even the entire celestial temple was enveloped. Except for Lin Chuan, everyone else on the Temple of Heaven raised their hands to block the dazzling white light. This guy Raditz. Realizing the gap in strength, Vegeta's heart changed subtly again. He began to struggle with the fact that he would not only have to break through the Super Saiyan transformation in the future, but also develop some unique moves of his own that could enhance his strength in desperate situations. No, brother's energy dropped too fast. After the blood energy exploded, was it consumed so much? Son Goku calmly judged the situation. The winner will be announced soon. Lin Chuan added after listening to Son Goku's words. Raditz's situation is too obvious. The burst of blood combined with the second level of Super Saiyan transformation is indeed very powerful and can rapidly increase combat effectiveness in a short period of time. However, this state is only suitable for quick battles. With Raditz's physical strength, he cannot maintain it for a long time. With Piccolo's insight, he must have already discovered this flaw in Raditz, so he allowed Raditz to explode wildly. Above the Temple of Heaven, the white light dissipated, and the thick smoke isolated the battlefield. Ha, ha, ha. At this time, Raditz was already panting from exhaustion. The ultimate double destruction ray just now almost made him collapse. Time is running out. Raditz already had a premonition that his limit was approaching. At the same time, the smoke and dust dispersed, and Raditz looked ugly when he saw the unharmed Piccolo standing directly in front of him. Your body has reached its limit, and there is no point in continuing to fight. I said, you are no match for me now. Piccolo reminded. He had to admit that Raditz was much stronger than Vegeta, but he and he are still not on the same level. No matter how hard Raditz tries to improve, he can't catch up with him now. Hearing this, Raditz smiled instead of getting angry. As if he had made some kind of decision, most of the blood energy around Raditz began to explode again. Feeling the change in Raditz's momentum, Piccolo seemed to see Raditz's intention. This guy is pushing his limits through him. The battle between us is not over yet. Raditz's deep voice sounded, and what followed was the overwhelming blood energy. His muscles expanded at a speed visible to the naked eye, and his strength, speed, and body defense were greatly improved. Feeling Raditz's explosive aura, Piccolo didn't say much and just assumed a fighting posture. If he wants to continue fighting, then he will fight to the end. We Saiyans have no limits. A flash of light flashed in his eyes, and Raditz's power completely exploded. The surging blood completely overwhelmed the golden energy of the second level of Super Saiyan. Raditz, who gave it a try, rushed in front of Piccolo like a thunderbolt and launched another attack. Piccolo instinctively punched Raditz in response. Bang! The space exploded with a roar. The two refused to give in to each other, and their strength poured into each other. Raditz quickly withdrew his fist, teleported behind Piccolo, and used his whole body's strength to attack the back of Piccolo's neck with his whip leg. Piccolo, who had already expected it, used super speed movement to perfectly dodge Raditz's surprise attack, and then distanced himself from Raditz. At the same time, his hands quickly condensed energy and fired dozens or hundreds of energy bombs to attack Raditz. Cluster bombing. Raditz quickly put his hands together, condensing a super large energy ball, and charged the energy ball with his right fist. In just a split second, the energy ball instantly shattered and split into dozens or hundreds of energy light bombs that collided with Piccolo's energy bomb attack. Bang, 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 bang. Continuous explosions sounded in the sky above the Temple of Heaven. The flames of the explosion continued to spread, covering the entire sky, and the scene was extremely horrifying. In the endless firelight, the final competition between Raditz and Piccolo is still going on. With full firepower, Raditz's right fist ignited a golden flame. Well done. Piccolo became more interested and used a little bit of his real skills to deal with Raditz. Bang, 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 bang. The sound of fists and feet hitting each other resounded through the sky, and the sound of air explosions seemed to shake through this time and space. The collision of hundreds of moves shook the world and distorted the space. Who would have thought that Piccolo coming out of the spiritual time room would be so powerful? Neither Goku nor Vegeta could imagine what kind of cruel training Piccolo went through to achieve such an achievement. In the end, the two of them could only blame Lin Chuan. Vegeta seemed to have lost his soul, staring at the battle in the sky with his mouth open. Are you kidding? Vegeta, am so far behind, damn it. Vegeta shouted ferociously in his heart. The fingernails of his hands were embedded in the flesh, and blood flowed out. Sure enough, brother is still going to lose. Son Goku took a deep breath, stabilized his mind, and stated what he thought the outcome would be. This is also the result that was confirmed before. But no one expected that Raditz would explode again, which could be said to have tapped into his own potential. Soon, the battle between Raditz and Piccolo came to an end. After fighting for hundreds of moves, Raditz put his hands together to form the shape of a cannon muzzle, and accumulated all his blood and energy together. After this move, the outcome is determined. Want to decide the outcome with one strike? Well, this is the last one. Seeing Raditz's intention, Piccolo chose to attack. He placed his hands on his chest to accumulate energy, and the aura around him became more and more violent. The two of them gathered their strength at the same time, causing the surrounding air pressure to become extremely concentrated. The sky and the earth suddenly became turbulent and dark. Take the move, Piccolo. Ultimate destructive flash. The energy was accumulated to the limit, and a pure purple energy cannon broke through the space. The scale was unimaginable. Super explosive demonic wave. The energy condensed in Piccolo's hands bloomed at the same time, turning into a roaring golden dragon that rushed out in a straight line. Boom. After the earth-shattering explosion, the winner is announced. Sweeping under the endless aftermath, Raditz no longer had the strength to maintain himself, and fell from the sky onto the platform of the Temple of Heaven. Half kneeling on the platform of the Temple of Heaven, he couldn't help but doubt his life. Recall that some time ago, his power completely surpassed Piccolo because he entered the spiritual time room. Even at that time, because his strength had greatly increased, he simply ignored Piccolo and didn't even bother to fight with him. Now, things are changing again. When Piccolo came out of the spiritual time room, they seemed to have reached an extremely high level of strength, but to Piccolo, they were just like ants. Raditz could feel that during the battle, he constantly exceeded his limits and used all his strength, but Piccolo was just playing around and didn't use any force at all. However, even though I lost, I also gained a lot from this. Piccolo, you are really powerful as a Namekian? I'm afraid that your ability to become so strong has something to do with this guy Talos, right? Raditz seemed to see through it. All in all, he said what he thought. Of course, none of this matters anymore. Brother, are you okay? Son Goku stepped forward to confirm Raditz's condition. After knowing that Raditz was fine, he breathed a sigh of relief. After all, the blood burst is the same as Kaioken, and the consumption and self-destruction are too great. With the help of Son Goku, Raditz stood up with his exhausted body. Dende on the side had already been informed by Lin Chuan, so he also treated Raditz. It should be said that Raditz really didn't disappoint Lin Chuan after he was saved. Not only did he keep chasing the two men, Goku and Vegeta, but he was even more talented than Vegeta. After recovering from his injuries, Vegeta's normal combat power increased to 280 million points. His normal combat power reached 300 million. It should be noted that Vegeta was tortured to the point where he was on the verge of death. That's why it's improved so much. Raditz not only improved in strength after recovering from serious injuries, but also achieved breakthroughs in battle. While Lin Chuan was sighing, Piccolo also landed on the platform from above. After 2 consecutive battles ranging from tens of billions to hundreds of billions, there was no sign of breathing disorder at all. It is enough to show that these 2 battles are simply a small fight for him. It's unbelievable. Piccolo, how strong are you now? Son Goku walked up to Piccolo, looking at Piccolo up and down with his eager eyes. It seemed that he wanted to see through Piccolo's strength, and because he watched successive battles, his blood boiled and he wanted to fight. After all, it had been 2 days since he broke through to the 3rd level of Super Saiyan, and he hadn't really fought yet. He also wants to try it out. How strong is the 3rd level of Super Saiyan? Piccolo also understood Son Goku's thoughts. Son Goku, you also want to have a fight with me, right? Indeed, we haven't had a fight for a long time. Piccolo looked at Son Goku with deep meaning in his eyes. Hearing this, Son Goku smiled even brighter. His eyes were full of fighting spirit and he had already answered Piccolo. Since you're going to fight, you'd better show some real skills. Otherwise, you should know that you can't be my opponent. Piccolo assumed the same casual attitude as in the past. This is how Son Goku faced him back then. Piccolo is still very vindictive sometimes and wants to regain the place where he lost face in the past. Of course, I'm different from Vegeta and my elder brother. It just so happens that I can test my third level of Super Saiyan in a battle with you, Son Goku said impatiently. Sure enough, you have reached the third level of Super Saiyan? Before entering the spiritual time room, Lin Chuan and I both felt your aura. Piccolo smiled slightly, then no longer hesitated and took to the air again. Son Goku didn't do any ink. After looking at Lin Chuan, Raditz and Vegeta, he followed Piccolo and flew upwards. Watching Son Goku and Piccolo fight higher in the air, everyone cheered up, especially Raditz and Vegeta. They naturally knew that Son Goku successfully completed the third stage of Super Saiyan transformation before them 2 days ago. Now they have lost the second level of Super Saiyan, but the third level of Super Saiyan may not be possible. Raditz and Vegeta would not know that the strength gap between them and Piccolo is really huge now. Even Son Goku's Super 3 may not be able to force Piccolo to show all his normal abilities, let alone transformation. Perhaps Piccolo may transform to stimulate Son Goku and the others, but there is absolutely no need to use much power. The dimensional gap cannot be easily crossed. Over the temple, Piccolo confronts Son Goku. This scene is so familiar. However, the situation is completely different. Old son, show your true ability and let me see your third level of Super Saiyan. Piccolo had some expectations in his heart for this battle. After all, it is the third level of Super Saiyan. Moreover, Son Goku's aura Piccolo can detect, which is stronger than Vegeta and Raditz. Hey, then don't be scared by me, Piccolo. The corners of Son Goku's mouth raised slightly, revealing a confident smile. The next second, golden aura surged around his body, and powerful energy turned into a storm and spread in all directions. Son Goku first transformed into the first level of Super Saiyan at full power, and then transformed into the second level of Super Saiyan at the ultimate level. Finally, his expression became solemn, and as terrifying energy burst out like a tide, his expression became ferocious. This scene is so spectacular and shocking. The entire Earth's atmosphere was shaken by Son Goku's transformation. The Earth shook and the winds and clouds surged. Even though Piccolo had already known about the transformation of the third level of Super Saiyan, he was slightly surprised when he saw it at such a close distance. Lin Chuan's transformation was natural and random, as if it were made by nature. The difference with Son Goku is that he may not be skilled enough, so he appears to be powerful, but in fact he is not really powerful. The turmoil lasted for nearly a minute. When everything calmed down, Son Goku's transformation also ended. At this moment, he has long blonde hair reaching his waist, and his face has a hint of evil and domineering, standing in front of Piccolo. Golden energy continues to bloom, and the dense blue-white lightning around the body is infinitely powerful, shaking the space. Even though he didn't move at all, he could feel that Son Goku was completely different from before. The violent aura was withdrawn into Son Goku's body, but he could not completely cover up the strong aura. The power of the third level of Super Saiyan was also fully demonstrated. Combat strength 200 billion. According to Son Goku's index that broke through the Super 3 normal state 2 days ago and reached 500 million, and the 400-fold increase in the early stage of Super 3, he has truly crossed the 100 billion level. It's amazing. It's a very powerful aura. It only took you less than 10 days to practice. A different light flashed in Piccolo's eyes. The battle with Vegeta and Raditz just now was just a warm-up. No, it's not even a warm-up. Only with Goku, the third great-grandson in front of him, can he play a little more seriously. This is all my current strength. I have kept you waiting for a long time, Piccolo. Now we can start. Son Goku looked at Piccolo's eyes, and suddenly a bright light flashed. In the blink of an eye, there was an explosion of boom. The violent pressure of the aura was released rapidly, sweeping towards Piccolo's position with overwhelming force. Just the impact of the breath made the surrounding air pressure extremely unstable. Even the Temple of Heaven was affected and shook on a small scale. A sound of whoosh pierced the air. Son Goku rushed out instantly, bursting out with extremely terrifying speed. He gathered all his strength and punched out, causing the power to stir up the world. Piccolo raised his hand to take it. The terrifying force even shocked Piccolo for a moment. However, it was still completely resolved by Piccolo from the inside out. The next second, Piccolo launched an attack. The moment Son Goku withdrew his fist, he charged up and kicked out. Feel the attack coming. Son Goku, who was already prepared, made a clever sideways move to avoid Piccolo's kick. Son Goku did not hesitate or continue to attack, but used high-speed movement to distance himself from Piccolo. After retreating back and gaining a certain distance, Son Goku accumulated energy in his hands and hit an instant turtle-style Qigong wave towards Piccolo. Facing the oncoming wave of turtle-style Qigong, Piccolo showed no panic or surprise at all. Isn't this the trick Son Goku usually uses? Even though he hasn't fought for many years, Son Goku's fighting style has always been imprinted in Piccolo's heart. As the energy spread within his body, Piccolo raised his hand and released a magic light cannon without hesitation. Boom! The two energies collided, causing a huge explosion after a brief stalemate. At the moment of the explosion, Son Goku used teleportation to appear behind Piccolo and launched an attack. The Piccolo at this time is not the Piccolo who has not entered the spiritual time room. When Son Goku appeared behind him, his keen perception had already captured it, and he had already formulated a perfect countermeasure. In an instant, Piccolo also used the teleportation he learned from Lin Chuan and disappeared without a trace. Son Goku was shocked, and quickly found traces of Piccolo appearing behind him, and punched him quickly. Piccolo also punched. Bang! Violent sonic explosions shook the space. The hand-to-hand combat between the two sides officially started. The two struggled together, switching offense and defense between each other, constantly switching attack methods. On the Celestial Temple, Vegeta and Raditz could no longer see the battle clearly, and could only use their full energy to sense it. This is true for them, and even more so for Dende and Bobo. Only Lin Chuan can see it clearly. At this time, Vegeta and Raditz clenched their fists unwillingly, and their hearts were even more eager for the power of the third level of Super Saiyan. Damn it! How can I not be able to do what my brother can do? Raditz shouted in his heart. Wait, Kakarot, sooner or later I will catch up with you and surpass you. Humph. This time the third level of Super Saiyan is for you to get there first. It won't take long for me to complete the third level of Super Saiyan. When the next level of Super Saiyan level 4 is reached, I will see what you will do without a tail. Vegeta kept comforting himself in his heart. He was only temporarily surpassed by Son Goku. It won't be long before he can overtake Son Goku. That Piccolo guy can have a good time this time. Lin Chuan stood aside. He was a spectator from beginning to end. To be honest, a battle of this level is like playing house to him now. It can only be said that the realm he is in now is too high, above the Temple of Heaven. As the fierce battle continued, the two of them had exchanged hundreds of moves in a short period of time. A battle of strength, a contest of speed, and a competition between moves. Both sides have reached a critical point, and each has a general understanding of the other's strength. Realizing that if you want to defeat the opponent, you must use stronger strength or use a surprising move. It seems that even at the third level of Super Saiyan, I won't be able to defeat you that easily, Piccolo. I really don't know how you practiced in the spiritual time room. This situation is not what Son Goku wants to see. But he was even more excited because of it. The third level of Super Saiyan is an extremely powerful transformation for him. He can use this to fight Piccolo to the end. But he also knows that the transformation of Super 3 is also a transformation that consumes a lot of physical strength. If Piccolo cannot be defeated in a short period of time, he will be unable to continue, and he will be the loser. Hearing this, Piccolo smiled and said nothing. His true strength is far beyond what Son Goku sees now. He is now looking forward to what Son Goku will look like after losing. Would you like me to use my transformation on you, Son Goku? Piccolo thought secretly in his heart, but finally made no decision. After adjusting himself, Son Goku took a deep breath. Followed by Son Goku's hysterical shouting echoed through the sky. Along with his high-pitched shouting, the blood power in his body began to boil, and the energy continued to expand, beginning to develop in an uncontrollable direction. Exploding power beyond his own limits, Son Goku throws everything in, intending to use his last all to end this battle. Piccolo just watched Son Goku's outburst quietly, without stopping him. This is all I have? Come on, Piccolo, with all your strength. Using power beyond the limit, Son Goku got into a fighting stance. My full strength? Old son, although I really don't want to hit you, you are still far from enough for me to show my true ability. The smile on Piccolo's face became brighter and brighter. Immediately afterwards, the breath in his body slowly rose. A terrifying and profound energy burst out from his body. The intensity of this aura also overshadowed Son Goku's third level of Super Saiyan in an instant. What? This? How is this possible? I thought Piccolo had reached his limit, but he didn't expect it to be much further. Feeling this breath, Son Goku's hair stood on end and he broke out in a cold sweat. He had only felt this sense of oppression and tension with Lin Chuan. Piccolo's burst of breath reached the sky, shook the earth, and even affected the universe. This scene made Raditz and Vegeta on the Celestial Temple completely dumbfounded. Dende and Bobo were equally surprised. Impossible? No matter how talented Piccolo is, how could he have reached this point? What kind of training did you do in the spiritual time room? Talos. Raditz's worldview collapsed again. He looked at Lin Chuan, hoping to get the answer he wanted. However, Lin Chuan just smiled at him. Can't you accept this? Where is this? You mean Piccolo can be stronger? Hiss. Raditz gasped. Damn it. Vegeta only said this word. He was so shocked that he couldn't speak. Recalling his previous provocation to Piccolo, he felt ashamed. He is the clown. Piccolo's real power is many times better than him. If he had shown this level of power before, he would definitely surrender without a fight. Looking at Raditz and Vegeta, whose hearts were constantly changing, Lin Chuan narrowed his eyes. This is the advancement and changes of the times. Living in this era, how can we imagine the power of the next era? They didn't lose consciousness directly, which is considered good. Raditz and Vegeta, let me give you a sentence. Maybe this sentence is weird, but if you think about it carefully, you will understand if it corresponds to yourself. You never know how powerful your future will be. Piccolo believes in this, so he is so powerful.